Chapter 951, The Tough Guy. Yue Shier now Han Fei was more and more convinced that a man's aptitude didn't depend on his background. Of course, a good background could be an advantage, but it was not the deciding factor. Yue Shier was not from the Thousand-Star City but a village, the same as Qingchen. Yue Shier was bolder and more reckless. Han Fei could tell it from how he fought. If you wanted to win, you had to be bold sometimes. Han Fei felt that, different from the people in the Thousand-Star City, Yue Shier was not that sophisticated and calculating. At this moment, from the ground, only two small spots could be seen high in the sky. For these ordinary people and children on the ground, they were wishing that one day they could also stand in the sky and shake the heavens and earth. After all, they had heard too many stories about the outside world. For example, what creatures were there in the sea? What was a real floating island like? How colorful was life outside? However, due to the fish hotpot, Han Fei had got the true blessing of these ordinary people. They preferred Han Fei to win. As for the approximately 300 strong masters, some were sitting on the roofs of their houses, some were standing in the quiet farm fields, and some were beside the ordinary people. They knew how horrible the battle between the strong could be. Before entering here, these people all believed that they would easily annihilate their opponents and get the sea-quelling painting. At that time, the ground on the floating island was almost broken. The current floating island was the one rebuilt and restored. But in the end, they found that there was simply no chance. In the sky, Han Fei smiled and said, "Shier, we didn't fight at the Empyrean waterfall. Now let's have a good fight here." Yue Shier smiled and nodded. Okay, then his armor box slowly opened. In the ancient battlefield, he had seen Han Fei's strength. His speed was faster than his, and his explosive power seemed to be stronger, not to mention his physique. So, he could only beat him with endurance. Little did Yue Shier know that Han Fei was thinking the same. Han Fei thought that he couldn't use the sacrificing punch. At least not at the beginning. Because once he used it, it might kill Yue Shier. There was another situation even scarier. If he used it but didn't kill Yue Shier, then he would be in danger. After all, Yue Shier was an armorist. The sacrificing punch might not be able to break through his shields. The other reason that he didn't want to use the sacrificing punch was that he didn't know much about Yue Shier's spiritual beast, the immortal golden serpent. What if it was really immortal, and he wouldn't use the void lines either, which was his respect for Yue Shier, but he would still use the void lines if he had to because he must get the sea-quelling painting. Swish! Buzz! Han Fei flashed, and a knife shot out of Yue Shier's armor box. Han Fei certainly wouldn't look down upon this knife. After all, this was a semi-divine weapon, and Yue Shier had the habit of exploding semi-divine weapons. Devil change. Bam! As Han Fei punched out, the golden light was shining in the sky. Boom! Han Fei was speechless. Not again. Do you have an endless number of semi-divine weapons? Han Fei was shaken back. However, the explosion of a semi-divine weapon couldn't hurt him now, but would at most give him a little scratch. Could that be considered an injury? Boom, boom, boom. He kept punching because he saw that there were hundreds of semi-divine weapons in Yue Shier's armor box, each of which shone with a faint red light. Han Fei had already felt the recklessness of Yue Shier in battle, or to be exact, his bravery and fearlessness. Han Fei grinned. "Shier, you can't defeat me just by detonating semi-divine weapons. Are you sure you want to waste your weapons like this?" Han Fei guessed Yue Shier had found a place in the ancient battlefield where there were a large number of semi-divine weapons. Compared to the sea-quelling painting, semi-divine weapons were not worth mentioning. It didn't matter even if they were all used up. Yue Shier must have been thinking the same. Swish, 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 swish. Han Fei flashed crazily in the air, his figure looming. He wanted to solve this guy in close combat. His fist marks were like a dragon, dancing frantically. At this speed, the torrent of weapons of Yue Shier couldn't even touch him at all. Almost within a few seconds, Han Fei had already approached Yue Shier. Yue Shier drew out another divine weapon. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was at least a mid-quality divine weapon that could already threaten him seriously. Han Fei shouted, "Nine Mansions Dragon Seal." Dragon roars rang, and this attack of Han Fei carried a power of at least 10 waves. However, Yue Shier suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, and the blood burned. On that long stick, the power soared, and even the air was faintly distorted. Boom! The clouds were dispersed, and a terrifying power rushed down from high in the sky. And those strong masters who had been prepared all shouted and flew to the air one after another to block this shockwave. Otherwise, these ordinary people would not have been able to survive at all. Below, those ordinary people could see nothing but the golden light in the sky. The ripples visible to the naked eye swept from the sky to the ground, which fascinated them. They couldn't help but think if they could go out, they might also be able to gain this shocking power in the future, in the sky. Han Fei and Yue Shier were sent flying at the same time. They had clashed in the sky just now, and the terrifying power of nearly 10 waves had shattered the golden seal in Han Fei's hand. At the moment when Han Fei was sent flying, 100 weapons were detonated. Boom, 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 100 weapons blew up, and a horrible wave swept across the floating island. All houses and fields that were not protected fell apart, and even huge rocks were crushed into slag. Yue Shier spurted blood, a golden dragon appeared behind him, and his injuries were quickly recovering. In the smoke of the weapon explosions, Han Fei couldn't be seen. On the ground, Yang Xie said solemnly, "Can little junior brother have enough spiritual energy to resist this kind of power?" Zhang Xiao also looked solemn. Maybe not. It requires a huge amount of spiritual energy and energy. However, if Han Fei could be the first to come to the floating island, how can he be defeated so easily? The ordinary people who were protected by the strong couldn't believe their eyes. When some children saw their houses being turned into dust in the blink of an eye, they cried hard. "Dad, our house is gone. Mom, our house collapsed." An adult comforted his child. "Honey, we are going to leave here in a few days. Don't cry. Remember this scene. This is the world of the strong. In the future, you will also become strong and stand high in the sky." The aftershock dissipated. Amidst the wave of explosions, a golden giant appeared, stepping in the air and his hair scattered, but his aura was overwhelming. Yue Xie grinned and exclaimed, "Wow, so strong. Swish!" Han Fei rushed up again. The golden fist mark blasted through the air. The fire was burning in the air. The sound burst roared, and the huge fist mark ran across the sky. Hoo! A golden dragon appeared in the air. Yue Xie smashed away head-on, and the divine weapon in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Boom! Without any flashy moves, they clashed head-to-head. Han Fei threw more than 30 punches in a row and narrowly blocked Yue Xie's burning and exploding divine weapons. Han Fei gasped for breath and grinned. "Xie, can you still hold out?" Yue Xie's answer was very simple. "Yes," Han Fei grinned. Now he could only use Snowmorn. Draw. The sky and the earth were illuminated by a touch of white light. On the ground, the people immediately shouted, "Oh no, get ready to block the shockwave with all our strength and secret methods." And in the sky, Yue Xie shouted, "Explode." To Han Fei's surprise, this guy actually exploded a divine weapon, but could it block Snowmorn? Bang. The explosion aftershock of the divine weapon was blocked by Snowmorn, but this also greatly reduced the attack power of Snowmorn. After all, Han Fei couldn't exert all the power of Snowmorn yet. The same as Cao Jiaren, Yue Xie was burning his life force to fight Han Fei. Bam! In the armor box, a divine shield flew out. Clang-ek. The sound lingered. However, it was only a low-quality divine weapon and could only narrowly block the remaining power of Snowmorn. Crack. Yue Xie's second low-quality divine weapon shattered. In an instant, he kept vomiting blood, and his whole body was like a meteorite smashing towards the floating island. Boom! The ground was shaking, and a crack of more than 30 kilometers appeared. Yue Xie was half kneeling in a big pit. However, the golden dragon roared, and Yue Xie was bathing in blood and burned all over. He seemed to be about to give a final blow. Someone was exasperated. Is he crazy? Someone was horrified. He'll die. He has already lost. Why is he still doing this? Zhang Chao sighed. Able to bear such a terrifying power, his spiritual beast is really something. Yang Xie swallowed and said, "Now I'm sure that the people who came this time are really strong." Blood oozed out of Han Fei's mouth. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim that this guy was really a tough guy. However, at such a moment, Han Fei certainly could not shrink back. He stepped on the void, and a great spirit-gathering array emerged. In an instant, skyfire descended, instantly burning Han Fei. Han Fei's energy was already empty. Eating spiritual fruit couldn't replenish his energy so soon, and he was still full of spiritual energy, so he needed to make use of the power from the scorching sun. At this moment, he couldn't care so much. As long as he could win, he didn't mind if others saw his secret. Zhang Chao was shocked. "Oh, he's trying to make use of the power of the sun." "No, Han Fei, stop." Yang Xie tried to fly to the sky but was stopped by Ren Tianfei. Yang Xie muttered, "Senior." Ren Tianfei shook his head. "This kid is really cruel to himself, but it's okay, he can handle it." Yang Xie was speechless. He can handle it? However, after only 3 seconds, the beam of light disappeared, and Han Fei was bathed in flames. His skin cracked, but he didn't care. Yu Xie dared to risk his life, so did he. At that moment, in the big pit, a golden dragon flew into the sky. This was Yue Xie's final blow. "Break!" Han Fei shouted and punched frantically, making the sky explode and shake. The strong masters all activated their protective covers, trying to protect their juniors. Looking at the dragon shadow shattering in the shadow of Han Fei's fists, Ren Tianfei shook his head slightly. His heart is too soft. Whether he used the invincible punch or sacrificing punch, he could have killed this reckless guy. Han Fei gasped. In the sky, Han Fei glanced at Ren Tianfei. "He's my friend." Chapter 952, Ivy found my kind on the ground. Although Han Fei won by a fluke, he was covered all over with cuts and bruises. However, Yue Xie in the pit was even worse. Even if he had the immortal golden serpent, he was only slowly recovering. Han Fei cast a divine healing technique to Yue Xie, grinning. "If I can't do it, who can? I want to take the painting, and no one can stop me." Yue Xie couldn't speak at this moment. His mouth was full of blood and bits and pieces of his own internal organs. If it were an average person, he might have died, but Yue Xie was recovering, which stunned Han Fei. "Zhang Chao, Yang Xie, and other strong masters all rushed over, and when they saw Yue Shi'er in the pit, they all sighed. If even Yue Shi'er couldn't get the sea quelling painting, they wouldn't have any chance. The two people in front of them were two lunatics. During the battle, they actually didn't use any combat skills but fought hand to hand. Obviously, Yue Shi'er was defeated. However, in the eyes of everyone, Han Fei didn't seem to be much better. Han Fei's legs and feet trembled a little. Sitting on the edge of the pit, he took out 7 or 8 spiritual fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this scene, many people were speechless. They didn't know Han Fei's specialness, so they were surprised. Even if he ate so many spiritual fruits, could he absorb them? Zhang Chao said, well, the winner has been called. The sea quelling painting will belong to our Thug Academy. Someone frowned and said, Han Fei, can you recover? Han Fei grinned. I can fight another battle. Immediately, everyone was speechless. Hey, stop bragging. As for those houses, fields, etc., they were willing to give them up. As long as they could get out, they could abandon anything. An hour later, Han Fei had recovered, which shocked Zhang Chao and Yang Xie. After such a fierce battle, he only needed to rest for an hour? Even Ren Tianfei was a little speechless. I didn't think the indestructible body was so strong. Immediately, Ren Tianfei concluded that Han Fei must have still had opportunities that he didn't know about. Anyway, he was sure that Han Fei's indestructible body hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, so he wasn't supposed to recover so easily after such an intense battle. Now Ren Tianfei felt that his disciple was good, very good. Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique on Yue Shi'er, and after 3 hours, he finally recovered. Yue Shi'er dragged his exhausted body and came to the lake with Han Fei. He sat on the ground. Han Fei, you are really powerful. I admit I can't beat you. Han Fei sneered. Yes, even if you risked your life, you still couldn't. Yue Shi'er smirked and then said, among all these people, only one person can stand up to you. When Jiang Chao and Yang Xie heard this, they were all dumbfounded. What? Is there still someone here who can compete with Han Fei? Han Fei curled his lips and said, Cao Tian, I can beat him. Yue Shi'er hadn't recovered long before it was dark. During this period, no third person had made it here. This puzzled Han Fei. Cao Tian was even more reckless than Yue Shi'er. Why hadn't he come yet? So, there was only one reason. He was helping Cao Chu. Han Fei never understood since the Cao family had so many heavenly talents. Why should all hopes be placed on Cao Chu? Was Cao Chu more powerful than Cao Tian? Thinking of Cao Chu's face, Han Fei immediately shook his head. Could that little fatty fight like Yue Shi'er? No way, it was completely impossible. The star positions reappeared. Ye Shi'er was curious about what Han Fei was going to do. Then he saw Han Fei appear above the lake, his body twisted, and then he chose a place to stand still. Han Fei reached out and suddenly disappeared, which made Ye Shixi's eyes widen. After a long time, Ye Shi'er said, I can't do this. Ren Tianfei sneered and said, of course you can't. The only thing that you excel in is risking your life. Ye Shi'er knew Ren Tianfei. He was such a bastard. But he just didn't know that Ren Tianfei had arrived earlier than him. However, Yue Shi'er thought that he had lost to Han Fei. Otherwise, it should be him who disappeared at this moment. Yue Shi'er chuckled. I'm not as talented as them. All I can do is to try as hard as I can. In the mist of 9 sounds, this time Han Fei met Mo Feiyan. For some reason, this woman was smiling happily. Suddenly, she found that her position had changed and she appeared above the river. Seeing Han Fei suddenly appear, Mo Feiyan scowled. In terms of normal strength, she was no match for this guy. Besides, Mo Feiyan had already discovered that everything in the 9 sounds mist was real, so Han Fei in front of her had to also be real. But why was Han Fei here? Mo Feiyan asked. Why are you here? What do you want to do? Han Fei grinned and said, I'm here to take your luck. Mo Feiyan immediately narrowed her eyes. As a member of the Mo family from the 1,000-star city, she knew some secrets about the sea quelling painting, including the luck thing. But why would she meet Han Fei in the mist of 9 sounds? Immediately, Mo Feiyan's face changed drastically. Had Han Fei gone through the mist of 9 sounds and gained some kind of control? Now that he had walked over, if he could control the sea quelling painting, then he didn't have to attack her himself because the 5 legendary level powerhouses would do it for him, and he said he was here to take her luck. Mo Feiyan figured it out in an instant. The need for luck was real. Only by gathering everyone's luck could Han Fei truly control the sea quelling painting. Mo Feiyan sneered. I won't let you get what you want. Fei chuckled. Do you think I'm asking you for permission? I'm just informing you. Swish! A terrifying golden fist mark burst across the river. After a while, Han Fei appeared on the lake. He had taken Mo Feiyan's luck. It turned out that Mo Feiyan was also very strong. When she used a divine weapon, her combat power was almost close to Sun Mu's, so in the end, Han Fei still used Snowmorn. Not surprisingly, he could no longer keep it a secret that Snowmorn was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. However, it didn't matter. It was normal for him to own Snowmorn. After all, after this time, the sea-quelling painting would also be his, which was also a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, or even a human sacred weapon, as Chun Huangdian said. Yang Xie asked when he saw Han Fei again, Little junior brother, how is it going? Han Fei stuffed a few energy fruits in his mouth and took a short break. It's not a big problem. I will continue after 50 seconds. After 50 seconds, Han Fei disappeared. After half an hour, Han Fei came back. This time, he easily defeated Li Haiye and Li Baizhou. The sea-quelling painting could only be owned by one person, so the two brothers were separated, and Han Fei defeated them separately. The brothers seemed to have strong telepathy when they were fighting together, but once they were separated, their combat power was even much worse than that of Mo Feian. Therefore, beating them was by far the easiest battle for Han Fei. Half an hour later, Han Fei's body was dripping with blood. A big mountain collapsed in half, and fist marks were everywhere. Xuanhuan lay in the pit, groaning. You didn't try your best? Han Fei smiled and said, Actually, you are already very strong. You are Cao Jiren's equal in strength. Cao Jiren? How is it possible? Xuanhuan was astonished. He didn't think he was weaker than Han Fei, Cao Qian, Teng Ge, or any of the others. Unexpectedly, Han Fei said that he was Cao Jiren's equal in strength. Han Fei couldn't help but say in his heart, Come on, don't underestimate Cao Jiren. She's actually a soul warrior. But he wasn't prepared to explain. He would love to see Xuanhuan challenge Cao Jiren. That would be fun. Han Fei punched out again, and Xuanhuan disappeared in the Nine Sounds mist. Midnight. Han Fei had defeated Mo Feian, the Li brothers, Xuanhuan, Yu Ye, Gong Yuehan, and others in a row. Unfortunately, he didn't meet Sun Mu, who he wanted to beat up the most, nor did he meet his two senior brothers and Cao Tian. At this moment, Han Fei fished again only to find a star disappear. Having no idea what happened, Han Fei looked blank. Ren Tianfei said, Did you forget that when you climbed the steps there were a dozen people who failed? Their luck gathered together and you got all their luck just now. Han Fei frowned. No, I've already picked up all the stars in the 8 diagram star positions. But why haven't some people come out yet? Ren Tianfei replied. Only those who enter the mist of 9 sounds will appear. Those who have not entered it won't appear. Han Fei walked several times around the 8 diagram star positions, and after making sure that there were no omissions, he focused on a few other places. But immediately, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since there was already no one in the 9 sounds mist, what about other places? Would there be some people facing the 5 legendary level masters? But he didn't seem to see any arrays in those places. A forest, a sea of fire, a sea area. It seemed that only the Jade Pen Peak and the place where Earth 9 was had special geographical features. After a while, Han Fei found the Jade Pen Peak based on the star map. However, the reflection of the stars here seemed normal. When Han Fei found Earth 9, his eyes lit up. 6 spots. Yes, this represented 6 people, and the 5 of them were together and only one was alone. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Are the 6 people enemies or acquaintances? However, he still had to pick up 1 star at a time. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and reach for the star that was alone. Clatter. The scenery in front of Han Fei suddenly changed, and he was stunned. What happened? Wouldn't it change the scene randomly? At this moment, he found himself standing on Earth 9's territory. Big Yellow was playing with a group of wild cats, and Granny Yin was sitting on a fallen dead tree. Han Fei's sudden appearance stunned both of them. Big Yellow shouted, Han Fei, I found my kind. Chapter 953, All the Big Shots. Seeing this harmonious scene, Han Fei was stunned. Didn't Mrs. Yin come for the painting? Why was she playing with her cat here? Granny Yin said. Why did you show up out of thin air? Earth 9 also looked at Han Fei curiously. I didn't feel how you appeared. Did you come from the mist of 9 sounds? Han Fei shook his head. I came from the island. Granny Yin was taken aback for a moment. Have you gone to the floating island? Han Fei nodded. Senior, I'm here to take your luck. Granny Yin gave Han Fei a deep look. It seems that you have found a way to get the sea-quelling painting. How can I give you my luck? Han Fei was taken aback. Was Granny Yin not going to fight him? Han Fei said, I have to beat you to get your luck. Granny Yin sighed. No wonder. Clang hundreds of kilometers away, an impact swept over. Earth 9 lashed his tail and an invisible barrier appeared, blocking the impact. Han Fei looked into the distance and couldn't help being surprised. Senior, what happened over there? Earth 9 said. A few people have met here and are fighting. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and was about to finish the fight with Granny Yin soon to check what happened over there when Granny Yin said, Okay, I give up. This should be okay, right? Han Fei was stunned. You admit defeat? Granny Yin smiled. I don't actually have a sea token, and I can't walk out of the mist of 9 sounds. So what's the use of this luck? I got this sea token from a person I killed in the underground city. I came in just out of curiosity. Han Fei, Big Yellow, raised his head and meowed. Han Fei, are you going to fight me? Han Fei scratched his head. Mrs. Yin, can we make it more formal? I challenge you, you surrender, and I leave. The old lady nodded slightly. It's up to you. Han Fei immediately looked at the old lady. I hereby challenge you. Granny Yin looked at Han Fei seriously. I admit defeat. Han Fei blinked. So, should I go back now? With a buzz, Han Fei disappeared. On the floating island, Zheng Chao said in surprise, Why so fast this time? Han Fei smiled and said, I didn't fight this time. My opponent gave up. Okay, now let me pick up the next star. In the valley, the blue gate was buzzing like a bell. With an explosion, a mountain collapsed and the big blue gate was punched into pieces. Wang Dashui and Cao Tian were fighting, and the mountain next to them had already collapsed. At this moment, Wang Dashui was drenched in blood, his arms were bloody and his muscles were torn. On the other side, it was all sword shadows in the sky. Someone was brandishing a high-quality divine weapon. It was Sun Mu. The sword energy flew everywhere, shaking the sky. A knife light shot out from the air. Chu Linyuan's voice sounded, but no one saw him. Ha! If it were not for that divine weapon, I would have cut you into pieces. At the bottom of the mountain, Cao Chu shouted, Brother, why don't we give up? Cao Qian smiled and said, We can become kings if we get it, so we can't give up. Whoop! Suddenly, the 5 people had a blackout. Then, the scene suddenly changed and they all appeared in midair, and then they saw Han Fei also standing in the air, stunned and eyes wide open. Han Fei was speechless. Did I summon them all? However, Wang Dashui and Chu Linyuan were among the 5 people, indicating that they hadn't been defeated. It stood to reason that as long as they won against one person, that person's luck would be taken. That might be the reason why Han Fei didn't meet Nameless and the others. Perhaps, when they were at the Jade Pen Peak, their luck had already been taken by him. But the 5 legendary-level creatures didn't know this. They just wanted more people to pass. But in fact, once a person's luck was seized, he wouldn't have any chance to enter the floating island again, although Han Fei hadn't seen what luck was like until now. However, every time he won, he would be sucked back to the floating island. This showed that he had already taken the luck of the person he just defeated. The only one who surprised Han Fei was Sun Mu. Why was he with Cao Tian? Wang Dashui and Chu Linyuan rushed over immediately. Little junior brother. Han Fei hurriedly cast a divine healing technique on Wang Dashui, asking, Senior brothers, what's going on here? Chu Linyuan explained. I was with Dashui and we ran into them, and we've been fighting on and off for a day. Han Fei was shocked. A day? Wang Dashui said. The Cao family people are very strong. I can't hold out anymore. Chu Linyuan added, The guy who uses the sword relies on his weapons. If not for these, I would have won. Han Fei suddenly looked at Cao Chu. Cao Chu, I'd like to challenge you. If you admit defeat, I won't fight you, okay? Just as Cao Chu wanted to speak, Cao Qian frowned. Don't speak, he wants to take your luck. Cao Qian looked at Han Fei coldly. If you want his luck, fight him. Why lie to him? Sun Mu shouted. Cao Qian, it's almost time. Remove the seal, otherwise we will surely lose. Cao Qian's face sank. He had thought that he overestimated the Thug Academy, but it turned out to be the opposite. Wang Dashui's big blue door seemed to be a divine weapon, and Cao Tian even suspected that it was a fragment of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. After fighting him, he found that this person's resistance was too strong, and he could even absorb energy from the air. Now he only had the last trump card left, but that was reserved for Han Fei. This was why Sun Mu joined the battle. If they couldn't beat Wang Dashui and Chu Linyuan, they wouldn't have enough luck to get the sea-quelling painting, so they joined forces. If he beat Han Fei, it would be easy for him to solve Sun Mu. However, Han Fei arrived at this moment. He came to take their luck. This meant that Han Fei had already gone to the floating island and found out about the purpose of luck. Cao Chu looked dumbfounded. What do you mean? Brother, do you still have a seal in your body? Cao Tian shook his head slightly. It's not in my body, but in yours. Cao Chu was shocked. Huh? Me? You mean there is a seal inside me? Cao Tian sighed slightly. Yes, that's why your sister and I fight so hard to get this opportunity for you. You didn't like fighting since you were a kid, and because of that matter, you hated the big clans very much. You're not supposed to carry this burden. However, you have the blood of the god of war, which is a very precious ancient divine heritage. Now, do you know why? Cao Chu was stunned. What? I have the bloodline of the god of war? Are you kidding me? Han Fei and the others also looked dumbfounded. Han Fei looked at Chu Linyuan. Brother, what is the bloodline of the god of war? Chu Linyuan shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of it. But Sun Mu explained with a smile. It's said that the ancestors of the Cao family have reached the highest realm above the Sea King realm. People with the bloodline of the god of war are very rare and only appear once in 1,000 years. That's why the Cao family sent Cao Chu here. Han Fei took a breath. Sounds awesome. Senior brothers, leave Cao Chu to me. Cao Chu immediately yelled, No, please don't. I don't know anything. Hey brother, Han Fei can slap me to death easily. I don't want to fight him. Cao Tian sighed, and a golden bead appeared in his hand. He looked at Han Fei. We must get this painting. If you want to take our luck, beat us first. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, Wait a minute, Cao Tian, right? Han Fei suddenly stepped forward. Cao Tian, the Cao family wants Cao Chu to take the painting, right? I've taken all other people's luck except for the 5 of you, and I've solved most of the mystery of the sea-quelling painting. In that case, why don't you give your luck to Cao Chu? My senior brothers will give their luck to me. After I solve Sun Mu, I and Cao Chu will fight, and the winner will take the painting. Chu Linyuan smiled and said, I have no objection. Little junior brother, your words make sense. Sun Mu immediately said angrily, Cao Tian, Han Fei is very scheming, don't trust him. However, Cao Tian was silent for a moment. Okay, but you'll have to take Chu Lin Yuan's luck first. Han Fei smiled. Wait for me for a while. Han Fei certainly wouldn't do as Cao Tian said. If Cao Chu was really as powerful as Cao Tian said, now there was a balance between the two sides. Once this balance was broken, what if the opponent had gotten some trump cards? Han Fei immediately shouted towards the sky, Senior Earth 9, please show up. We need your help. Han Fei wasn't sure if Earth 9 would respond to him, but maybe he could hear him. Han Fei shouted again, 5 seniors, whoever hears me, show up please, I'm here. A pangolin emerged from the void and appeared in midair. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. So fast? Earth 9 said lightly. The world in the painting is different from the outside world. As long as it's not in the 9 sounds mist or on the floating island, all 5 of us can hear anything. Buzz. A mass of flame appeared, and Fireseed had come. Tweeden, with a chirping sound, Waterluster arrived. Hisser. A vine stuck out of the void. It was Tree Spirit. Boom! A long sword fell from the sky, and Punishing Saber arrived. Only then did Han Fei know that Punishing Saber turned out to be a knife. Punishing Saber trembled and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, we have all heard what you said just now. With our presence, no one can cheat. You can be rest assured. Chapter 954, Kill him with only 2 blows. When Han Fei appeared at the boundary of Earth 9 and made Granny Yin surrender, the 5 of them knew that Han Fei was taking others' luck. Why did he do that? Of course, to take the painting. However, they were confused why he didn't do that on the island. Could he take others' luck by defeating them outside the mist of 9 sounds? Of course, they also heard their conversation about Cao Chu's so-called bloodline of the god of war, which sounded really rare. Therefore, it was difficult for them to choose between Han Fei and Cao Chu. Therefore, letting the 2 of them fight to decide the winner was the best solution in their opinion. As for Sun Mu, they didn't care about him at all. They wanted Han Fei to solve him. The 5 of them wouldn't intervene. Waterluster said coldly, fight a quick battle, come on. Han Fei immediately looked at Sun Mu and found that his face was all green. Sun Mu never expected things to turn out this way. In his view, as long as the seal within Cao Chu was removed, 3-on-3, they would be able to win against the other side. And he had a trump card that no one knew about. At that time, he would be able to easily collect all the luck. But his perfect plan was ruined by Han Fei. He was so mad now, Sun Mu gritted his teeth. Han Fei, let's wait and see. Han Fei sneered. So what? By the way, this is not the 9 sounds mist. Last time it was the array in the 9 sounds mist that saved you. Now either you admit defeat and give me your luck, or I will kill you and still get your luck. It's your choice. Sun Mu's face was shaking, and his eyes turned fierce. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Fireseed was burning. Then take it out. Don't waste our time. Sun Mu was mad. Now he simply had no choice. He gritted his teeth and shouted, let's fight. Han Fei walked towards Sun Mu in the air. Do you know, since you couldn't kill me the first time, you will never be able to kill me? You'd better use your trump card soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use it. As he spoke, he had already cast out the void lines and held Snowmorn in his hand. 108 swords appeared in the air, and Sun Mu was holding a high-quality divine weapon. I'm gonna kill. Screw you. Draw. Between the heavens and earth, a white light suddenly appeared. A shuddering flash of sword energy fell from the sky, giving Sun Mu no chance to react. Sun Mu activated a secret method and his 108 swords were combined into one. In a hurry, he tried to block Han Fei's slash with the sword. Clang, bam! The huge sword exploded in an instant, and Sun Mu fell towards the ground at a terrifying speed. The void lines hooked at him. Sun Mu was bleeding, and his divine armor was smashed to pieces by Han Fei's sword. At this moment, blood was dripping from his chest to his belly. At this point, he realized that his life was in danger, so he hurriedly waved his hand and a fish-skin picture appeared, which was tantamount to bringing him back to life. This meant that Han Fei had already killed one Sun Mu. However, this guy had avoided the void lines. But Han Fei flashed in the void, sacrificing punch. A huge scarlet fist fell from the sky and locked onto Sun Mu, who had just used that fish-skin picture. Facing Han Fei's fist, Sun Mu was dumbstruck. How can this guy launch such a powerful attack twice in a row? Deity slaying 108 swords. At that moment, the void vibrated. It was like the power of law or some special ability of the sword Dao. 108 flashes of light, including the sword in Sun Mu's hand, seemed to be about to break through the sky and cut Han Fei in half. Cao Chu on the side swallowed nervously. How was he supposed to beat Han Fei? He was so powerful. Punishing Saber suddenly said, this blow is interesting, but it's a pity he used it too late. Sun Mu had no time to think about whether this slash could kill Han Fei. He had summoned all the weapons on him. His essence blood was burning, the amulet jade appeared, and an immortal seal was activated. However, just when he wanted to use the immortal seal, he was shocked to find that it didn't work. This is impossible. How can my immortal seal become invalid? My soul, the sacrificing punch, smashed all obstacles along the way, including the semi-divine weapons, amulet jade, all of his life-saving methods shattered. Even so, the punch didn't crush Sun Mu because Sun Mu's family was too rich and gave him too many defensive treasures. Boom! A big hole of more than 50 meters deep appeared on the ground, and Sun Mu's distorted body was lying in it. He was dying. In midair, Han Fei looked at Sun Mu's sword and stuffed a spiritual fruit in his mouth. Sun Mu's sword had also locked onto him. Han Fei shouted, and slammed a thick stick at the sword light, shouting, "Nine Mansions Dragon Seal." Boom! Han Fei was thrust more than 3,000 meters high into the sky together with his stick. 3 tentacles of Little Fatty were broken when he was shielding Han Fei with his body, and Han Fei, with his chest covered with blood, survived. To resist this blow, Han Fei used the embroidery needle, the law of gravity, and the 9 Mansions Dragon Seal with the help of natural gravity from the sky. This was probably the hardest blow Han Fei had ever faced. The force he exerted had far exceeded the force of 10 waves. However, Han Fei was still sent flying more than 3,000 meters into the sky, which showed that Sun Mu was actually very strong. Not far away, both Chu Linyuan and Wang Dashuai were shocked. Little junior brother is strong indeed. Even Cao Tian couldn't help clenching his fist. He didn't expect that Sun Mu's sword would be blocked by Han Fei in this way. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have been able to make it. As for punishing Saber and the other 4, they all nodded. Yes, that's the one qualified to take the painting. The guy in the pit had already lost the moment he started his attack. After a while, Han Fei stuffed his mouth full of spiritual fruits and landed on the ground casually. A void line was still hanging on Sun Mu, making him unable to speak. Han Fei sneered. "I wanted to tell you when we were in the level 3 fishery that you should have used your trump card in the first place. Now you know you were wrong, right?" Puff, Han Fei cut Sun Mu's neck, and the grievances between them accumulated over these years were settled once for all, and Han Fei felt very comfortable. There was no 9 sounds missed here, and there was no rule of law to save him, so Sun Mu died. Seeing this scene, Cao Chu was trembling all over. "Brother, do you really want me to fight such a monster? Seriously?" Cao Chen took a breath. "Don't worry. You can do it." Cao Chu almost cried. "Are you kidding me? If I had known this, I wouldn't have come in the first place. He killed Sun Mu with only 2 blows. How am I supposed to survive his attacks?" Han Fei kept casting the divine healing technique on himself and grabbed a mass of spiritual awakening fluid to drink. Then he smiled and said, "Well, for the sake of fairness, give me some time to recover, okay?" Earth 9 nodded. "Sure, you need a rest to return to your peak state." Chu Linyuan and Wang Dashuai landed by Han Fei's side, saying with a frown, "Little junior brother, although your attack was strong just now, it was too risky. Your energy and spiritual energy were all exhausted. If the opponent still had another trump card, you'd be in danger." Chu Linyuan took out a glowing red fruit and said, "Little junior brother, this can help you quickly restore energy." Han Fei's spiritual energy was replenished in the blink of an eye. If necessary, he could still make another fierce slash. However, he didn't want to refuse Chu Linyuan's kind offer. Besides, the more energy he had, the better his chances were to win. Wang Dashuai was a little embarrassed. Han Fei immediately said, "Senior brother, I know you are poor. It's okay, you've been locked up here for so long, I understand you." Han Fei looked at Cao Tian. "What are you waiting for? Challenge Cao Chu and admit defeat, okay?" Cao Tian wanted to help Cao Chu defeat Han Fei. However, he knew he had no chance to beat Han Fei. Cao Tian looked at Han Fei. "After I do that, my luck will be transferred to him, right?" Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashuai said, "Little junior brother, I want to challenge you." Han Fei grinned. "I accept." Wang Dashuai nodded. "I admit defeat." The 5 legendary creatures looked at each other blankly. What the hell are they doing? Do they think this is an insignificant game? Cao Tian looked over. "Cao Chu, I challenge you." Cao Chu almost burst into tears. "Can I reject it?" Cao Tian shook his head. Cao Chu said pitifully, Then I accept it." Cao Tian nodded. "I admit defeat." Everyone evaded, and Cao Tian looked at the golden bead in his hand solemnly. Once this thing was broken, Cao Chu might no longer beat Cao Chu. He held the bead for a long time, hesitating. He hoped that Cao Chu could still beat Cao Chu, who was busy inventing things all day long and didn't need to take the burden of the family. However, Cao Chu was the hope of the Cao family to return to their peak, and he had to do so. Crack. The gold bead was broken. Suddenly, golden runes appeared on Cao Chu's body, which turned into bandage-like rings surrounding his body. Ah, roar. Cao Chu's hair stood up, and his body flew into the air uncontrollably. At this moment, his eyes glowed red, the runes on his body turned from gold to scarlet, and a terrifying power broke out. Bam! 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 3 rune bandages broke, and Cao Tian sighed slightly. This is already the limit that Chu Chu can bear. Chapter 955, God of War, Cao Chu casting a divine healing technique on himself. Han Fei had basically recovered. Little Fatty was not strong enough and had already lost 2 tentacles, so Han Fei didn't let him attack again. Han Fei made up his mind. It seemed that he would have to use the yin-yang divine eyes. Buzzes Cao Chu's momentum was soaring, and in just a short while his body had grown much taller, and his once chubby figure had lost weight now. Han Fei didn't adapt to this Cao Chu at all. Was Cao Chu, who was no longer fat, still Cao Chu? Click, Cao Chu slowly opened his eyes that were shining with a strange and frantic gleam. A kind of fanaticism that Han Fei once saw in Chen Aochen's eyes appeared in Cao Chu's eyes. However, in addition to this, there was also a kind of indifference similar to Cao Jiaren in Cao Chu's eyes. Cao Chu looked at Han Fei and said after a long pause, I haven't forgotten my past. I don't want to fight this battle, but I can't admit defeat. I will wait for you to fully recover. As he spoke, Cao Chu stretched out and a giant hand made of spiritual energy grabbed Sun Mu. As the big hand squeezed hard, Sun Mu's body was crushed. Cao Chu said indifferently, Sun Mu was killed by me. It has nothing to do with you. Then Cao Chu glanced at Cao Qian and the latter nodded. Although it will bring us a little trouble, it won't be a big problem. Han Fei frowned. Cao Chu has really changed. What the hell is the bloodline of the god of war? Next to Han Fei, Chu Linyuan said in a voice transmission, very strong, little junior brother, if you have any trump cards, use them. Anyway, you have the Thug Academy behind you. Wang Dashuai nodded. Little junior brother, beat him. After half an hour, Han Fei returned to the battlefield. After fighting so many battles in a row, he had already digested more than half of the boosting effect brought by the Spirit Awakening fluid. His pure strength had reached above 8 million kilograms. If he became an advanced hidden fisher, his strength should be able to reach the power of one wave. With the devil change and the invincible fighting intent, even if Cao Chu had the bloodline of the god of war, so what? The 5 legendary creatures didn't speak at this moment. Judging from the power displayed by Han Fei and Cao Chu at this moment, their strength was comparable to that of legendary creatures. This was going to be a close battle. Although Han Fei used all his strength in the fight against Sun Mu just now, it was not a tough battle. The two were far apart in realm and combat experience. At this moment, Han Fei jumped up and appeared in mid-air. Cao Chu flew up at the same time and flexed his neck. Rationally, I don't like this feeling. This bloodline of the god of war seems to affect my mood and will. Over time, I may become a new god of war, but it'll be difficult. Han Fei smiled and said, you don't look like a ball at all now. Come on. Show me how terrifying this so-called bloodline of the god of war is. Devil change. A gleam of golden light appeared on Han Fei's body, and his eyes gradually became cold. He took out some mint leaves, put them in his mouth, and looked at Cao Chu. Let's fight with all our strength. Cao Chu nodded and took off his battlesuit. His sturdy muscles bulged and a certain power seemed to be entering his body from the air god of war possess. Swish, swish, the two rushed towards each other instantly. Boom, 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 golden light and red flames filled half of the sky. The terrifying waves formed a storm, crushing towards the ground. The rocks were broken and all the vegetation was damaged. At first, the two attacked tentatively. After dozens of punches, Cao Chu was set flying a kilometer. But Han Fei didn't have any joy. He could feel Cao Chu's attacks were a bit jerky because he hadn't fully controlled the power of the bloodline of the god of war. Han Fei had now become his whetstone. Since he must win, he should use all his means now. He sent out the void lines while his figure shot out, and the invincible fist mark flew across in the sky like a flash of light. Cao Chu stomped, which produced a sonic boom, and a red shadow of a giant appeared behind him. Boom. At this moment, the void lines buckled toward Cao Chu. Cao Chu frowned, and the shadow behind him trembled. Han Fei was stunned to discover that the void lines couldn't move any further and couldn't attach to Cao Chu's soul at all. Cao Chu said, his eyes cold, just now, I felt a crisis. You seem to have the means to attack souls. However, in the face of the real will of the god of war, it didn't work. Han Fei grinned. Then let me see if your energy is endless. Bam, 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 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 100 seconds. A mountaintop was shattered by the two of them. Judging from the situation, Cao Chu, although had unlocked the bloodline of the god of war within him, was still a bit weaker than Han Fei in terms of strength. Those hills were basically smashed by his body that was thrown out by Han Fei. The aftershock of their fighting shocked the onlookers. The physique of these two people was too strong. Even Wang Dashuai couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that Cao Chu's power displayed was already comparable to that of Cao Tian. Han Fei panted and stuffed many spiritual fruits into his mouth. Han Fei said hoarsely, with the bloodline of the god of war, you can keep absorbing energy from the air. Han Fei frowned. When he first met Cao Tian, he thought that Cao Tian had a reserve of energy so that he could keep launching attacks. And Cao Tian didn't have a special bloodline, so he must have just practiced some special combat skills. Otherwise, if he had endless energy, Wang Dashuai would have lost early on. But now it seemed that was not the case. The bloodline of the god of war could actually absorb energy from the air, which was unimaginably strong. Although the 1A8 desolate god body could also absorb spiritual energy and energy from the air, it wasn't as strong as the bloodline of the god of war. At this moment, Cao Tian clenched his fists with a solemn look. Although Cao Chu had the bloodline of the god of war, there was still a gap between him and Han Fei in terms of strength. Han Fei's power had become much stronger than the last time he saw him in the swamp. Fuse. Suddenly, a weird black and white light burst out of Han Fei's eyes. the phantom glass wings spread, and the agility of wind was activated. Swish! Han Fei left a fire mark in the air, which was sparks from his body rubbing against the air. God body, devil fist, sacrificing punch. Bam! The flames blooming from the sky illuminated the night. Even people thousands of kilometers away could feel the slight tremor that came from the air. The fruit given by Chu Linyuan was already stuffed into Han Fei's mouth, and Han Fei's body was filled with energy again. Snowmorn was drawn, and white light flashed across the sky. It seemed to chop at something and make a bang. When Han Fei took a closer look, a giant 100 feet tall blocked the slash with his hands and shoulders. However, due to the power of this sword, the light on the giant's body became dimmed. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. At this moment, Han Fei turned into a Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram only 20 meters large, which shot towards the phantom of the god of war. And Cao Chu, standing behind the giant, pressed his hands in the air and resisted his attack by burning his blood. The energy gathered frantically in the air. However, in such a short time, how much energy could be collected to block an attack of this intensity? Therefore, the giant was obliterated little by little and transformed into nothingness. Chu Lingyuan exclaimed, "Each blow of his is comparable to the last slash of Sun Mu." Wang Dashui said firmly, "Little junior brother can win." Chao Tian said lightly, "Chu Chu still needs time to fully control the bloodline of the god of war. In a moment, Han Fei will be no match for him." Punishing Saber suddenly smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Although that little fatty didn't seem to use any secret treasure, the seal on his body is an ultra-quality divine weapon. Besides, the bracelet in his hand is the true source of the phantom of the god of war. This means that he is now using at least 2 ultra-quality divine weapons." Waterluster said coldly, "I am afraid it will take more than 3 years for the little fatty to fully adapt to this power. He should have unlocked his seal 3 years earlier." Cao Tian shook his head. "If it were done earlier, 2 seals could have been unlocked at most, which would be meaningless." Linyuan said, "Heh! I guess being able to ingest energy frantically from the air is the greatest advantage of the bloodline of the god of war." That being said, he still exclaimed in his heart, "The pockets of the big clans are really rich. With this power alone, Cao Chu will be able to sweep his enemies." Whether it was him, Wang Dashui, or Cao Tian, they were no match for Cao Chu. However, the premise was if Cao Chu could completely master this power. Obviously, he hadn't now. Bam! The giant phantom exploded, and the draw technique was also shattered. The supreme yin-yang wheel was still spinning, rolling towards Cao Chu. The latter's face was pale. If they fought a protracted battle, Han Fei would definitely lose. But Han Fei obviously wanted to fight a quick battle, so he had to burn his blood to resist him. At this moment, a pair of giant hands that seemed to stretch out from ancient times appeared in front of him, trying to shred the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. However, it was not that easy. B-U-Z-Z, 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 the big pair of hands shattered inch by inch. Earth 9 suddenly said, "There is a trace of Heaven Dao in that diagram. The little fatty can't hold on anymore." Cao Tian frowned. "A trace of Heaven Dao? Does Han Fei even have that?" Tree Spirit said, "Those hands won't be able to tear the diagram apart." Crack, crack, crack. The huge hands were cracking inch by inch, and Cao Chu was drenched in blood with his 7 orifices bleeding and his muscles bursting open. If it weren't for the energy absorbed from the air, he might have been killed. Cao Tian's eyelids twitched. "We admit defeat." However, Cao Chu shouted, "The god of war never admits defeat. I'll fight to my last drop of blood." Cao Tian's heart trembled. Yes, the current Cao Chu is not like the previous one. He looked at the 5 legendary creatures. "Please help us. We surrender." However, none of the 5 legendary creatures agreed to his request. Earth 9 said indifferently, "In the battle for luck, either he admits defeat, loses, or dies. No one else can intervene." Chapter 956, Fish. The Star from the Water. Bam. Cao Tian launched an attack at the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. However, Wang Dashui's big blue door abruptly smashed at him and blocked his blow. Wang Dashui grinned. "You have no right to intervene in this battle. Go away." Howl! Cao Tian's face darkened and an attack comparable to the sacrificing punch was punched out. However, at this time a golden black mountain was blocking in front. Earth 9 lashed his tail and shattered the terrifying fist mark. Earth 9 said indifferently, "You chose the way yourself, so you can't interfere." Cao Tian's eyes were all red, and he roared, "Cao Chu, admit defeat. Han Fei, stop." However, Han Fei couldn't hear him at all. After fusing with Little Black, he could only narrowly hold out. But he couldn't give up now. At the moment, the only thing in his mind was to win. Bam! The big hands exploded and a bracelet floated in the air. Clang! The lingering sound shook the earth. At this time, the infinity water darted out. Explode. Boom. Like a nuclear explosion, smoke and dust rushed up to a height of 1,000 meters. The mountains were full of cracks and gullies appeared. Cao Chu was bombarded to the ground at a terrifying speed. Cao Chen rushed over frantically amidst the cloud of smoke and the roar of the earth. And in the sky, Han Fei disappeared as if he had never been here. After a while, Cao Tian picked up the dying Cao Chu from the ruins, his eyes soft. "Don't worry, I'll never make you risk your life again, I promise." A gap appeared on the bracelet, which Cao Tian held in his hand. He kept stuffing pills into Cao Chu's mouth. Cao Chu was still alive, which was the only reason Cao Tian hadn't gone crazy. Cao Tian looked at the sky and murmured, Han Fei must have already gotten some unknown opportunities on the floating island. Han Fei appeared and then passed out. Seeing this scene, Zheng Chao and Yang Xiezhu were shocked, and Ye Xie also looked solemn. Ren Tianfei frowned. What kind of a powerful enemy did he encounter this time? Why is he so badly injured? The energy in Han Fei's body has been exhausted, but his spiritual energy is recovering at a terrifying speed. Why? Little junior brother, Zheng Chao looked solemn. Don't panic, Han Fei is still breathing. At this moment, Han Fei was drenched in blood. Although he defeated Cao Chu, he was also severely injured. Ren Tianfei said, no hurry, his energy is exhausted. He is just too tired. Get a spirit gatherer to help him, huh? His body is recovering on its own, and the speed is very fast. He continued, okay, no need to find a spirit gatherer. He's recovering on his own. He himself is a very strong spirit gatherer. Han Fei woke up when it was dawn as he felt the warmth of the sun. Opening his eyes, Han Fei saw Zheng Chao, Yang Xie, Yue Xier, and others looking at him with concern. Zheng Chao said with joy, Han Fei, how do you feel? Yang Xie added, little junior brother who injured you like this. Yue Xier thought, the other party must have been stronger than me. Was it Cao Tian? Ren Tianfei said, I'm not curious about this. What I am curious about is that not only can you recover from your injury, but also your spiritual energy and energy are quickly restored on their own. You've recovered 50% in your sleep. Han Fei moved his fingers and found that it hurt, so he threw himself a divine healing technique. After quite a while, Han Fei sighed. Who can tell me what the bloodline of the god of war is? Ren Tianfei's face changed drastically. What did you say? The bloodline of the god of war? Zheng Chao also looked shocked, although not as shocked as Ren Tianfei. Ren Tianfei said, the bloodline of the god of war is very powerful, but I don't know much about it. You can ask my original body when you meet it in the future. Han Fei nodded and didn't say anything more. Zheng Chao said, in the ancient chronicles of the Thousand-Star City, it said that there used to be a god of war who opened up the frontiers and opened the sea, who was extremely powerful and was comparable to the first president of our Thug Academy in strength. Cough, cough, Han Fei rolled his eyes. Was the first president of our Thug Academy that strong? Wasn't he said to be poisoned to death by a strong master and buried in the back of a mountain? Ren Tianfei sneered. You are back. It seems you have won. Han Fei nodded slightly. I won. Yang Xie and Zheng Chao were very excited. Han Fei even beat the guy with the bloodline of the god of war? His strength was simply unfathomable. Han Fei looked at Ren Tianfei. Old Ren, don't you want to beat me when I'm weak? Ren Tianfei glanced at Han Fei with disdain and then sneered. I gave in. You're my disciple, aren't you? Huff. Han Fei was relieved. Huff. Han Fei was relieved. That was great. Although this Ren Tianfei was only powered by a drop of blood from the real Ren Tianfei, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. The first place heavenly talent from the Thousand-Star City would be Cao Chu from now on. Thinking of Cao Chu's weird but powerful blood heritage, Han Fei was a bit envious of him. He had been working hard step by step to become what he was today, collecting spiritual energy, energy fruit, and other resources little by little, but that beastard could directly absorb endless energy from the air. In the evening, Han Fei made a big meal, and after wolfing down the food, he finally recovered to his peak. This made Han Fei marvel at the benefits of his level 7 spiritual heritage. With it, even his injuries recovered faster than others. Then, what if he gained a level 8 or even level 9 spiritual heritage? However, it seemed difficult to gain a level 9 spiritual heritage. After all, he hadn't figured out where to get the latter part of the true spirit fishing art. Anyway, he had to find a way to get the level 7 of the true spirit fishing art from the Zheng family. As for where was level 8, well, he better practice level 7 first, at night. It was the 4th night. This time, Han Fei didn't hesitate to find the place where the color-changing star was. Although the star couldn't be seen, Han Fei was sure that it was right there. There should be only one way to get it, that was, to fish it from the water. However, when he was about to fish for the star, something seemed to occur to him, and he came to Ren Tianfei. Old Ren, why are you here? Did you know I would come here? Ren Tianfei shook his head. I didn't know. Then why are you here? Ren Tianfei smiled and said, go find your chance. Don't mind me. Seeing that Ren Tianfei didn't want to answer at all, Han Fei was puzzled. The sea tokens were scattered by Ren Tianfei, and he had also found the star. It's actually more like a trial for me, a very difficult trial. Now that Ren Tianfei has found the star, he is already able to take the chance. But why doesn't he take it? There must be some secrets that Han Fei didn't know. Fine, when the time comes, I'll ask old Han. If I grab the painting, he will probably tell me something. On the lake, Han Fei stuck his hand into the water. Swish! In front of Han Fei's eyes, the scenery suddenly changed. He still saw the surface of the water, but it seemed to be different. Han Fei stepped on it and felt as if he was stepping on a mirror, but ripples spread out when he set his feet down. When Han Fei raised his head, he saw the sky was full of stars, and he seemed to be in the vast Milky Way. Not far away, a little red spot was flickering. Hiss, is this the star? He seemed to be in the vast sea of stars and the depth of the universe, but Han Fei knew it was impossible because he could still breathe. However, the stars looked like small dots hanging on a piece of black cloth, and Han Fei seemed to be able to reach them with his hand. In this dreamlike world, Han Fei walked dozens of steps forward, and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes when he came 3 meters away from the red star. A drop of blood? Han Fei couldn't help taking a deep breath. A star-like drop of blood. What kind of blood is this? Is this the opportunity? Suddenly, Han Fei looked through the drop of blood. He discovered that a familiar star position appeared in the black air that seemed to be so far away, but so near. Ooh. That was one of the 36 star position diagrams discovered by Han Fei. It was flickering at the moment but wasn't conspicuous. Han Fei hurriedly looked around, feeling his head spinning. Of the 36 star position diagrams, there were 35 and still one was missing. Han Fei immediately looked at the drop of blood and his heart trembled. Is the last star position diagram here, this piece of space where I'm floating? Han Fei swallowed and reached for the drop of blood. Just when he was about to touch it, there were ripples in the air, and a shadow appeared. It looked like a human, to be exact, a woman, but it seemed to be covered by a black curtain. Therefore, he could only see a shadow. Han Fei frowned, retracted his hand, and faced the shadow frontally, which was very close to him. Alas, in the air, a woman sighed, seeming a little sad and a little sentimental, which stunned Han Fei. Chapter 957, 36 Heavenly Palaces. Amid the void, a woman's sigh was heard, which sounded very weird. Han Fei bowed. Senior. In the shadow, a pair of fuzzy eyes seemed to be watching Han Fei. It wasn't until Han Fei felt a chill down his spine that the shadow said, "The one that should come will always come. Do you know what it means for you to take this opportunity now?" Han Fei shook his head. "I do not know," the shadow said slowly. "This world is big. There is the sea and the sky beyond the sky. Countless years ago, the Sea Clan rose and the vast land was covered by the ocean. Some people ran away, some people held on, but the human race inevitably declined." Han Fei said, "I've heard about this, but the strong have built floating islands, with which give mankind some breathing and space for development. With the continuous birth of the strong, the strength of mankind is gradually recovering." The shadow asked, "Are you talking about the Thousand-Star City?" Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Ah, Senior, do you know it?" the shadow said casually. "It's I who moved the Thousand-Star City over. Of course I know." "Oh," Han Fei was stunned. "The Thousand-Star City was moved over by the one in front of him? That's just unimaginably strong. Shueishan Qi should be able to move a mountain, but could he move the entire Scattered Stars island? Obviously, that was impossible. However, the person in front of him said that she moved the Thousand-Star City over, and she was only a woman, which literally shocked Han Fei. The shadow said, "The remaining humans have fought with the sea demons for more than 9,000 years and finally won back a large territory. Because the territory is so large, many human powers have divided it into 36 mystic worlds and ruled them separately." Han Fei was shocked. 36 mystic worlds? The shadow smiled faintly. They can also be called the 36 palaces, or 36 heavenly palaces. The Thousand-Star City is in the 9th heavenly palace, which is called Yin-Yang World. Later on, the strong masters took floating stones as the base, moved the mountains in the sea over, laid down a large floating array, and thus created the Thousand-Star City we know today. Han Fei swallowed. Wow, so the entire territory where he was currently located was within the scope of this 9th heavenly palace? And there were as many as 36 such heavenly palaces. And besides the 36 heavenly palaces, there were still many ancient strong masters who were hiding in places unknown. The 9th heavenly palace alone was so big. The level 3 fishery alone extended at least 1,000,000 kilometers. As for the unknown place, it had to be at least millions of kilometers in area. Moreover, the fisheries and the unknown place were separated. Han Fei's mind was muddled. The world he knew was so big. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was only 386,000 kilometers. How vast the territory of the 9th heavenly palace was? The shadow seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking, and said lightly, "The 9th heavenly palace has a territory of 8 million kilometers." Han Fei gasped in shock. The 9th heavenly palace alone is 8 million kilometers in area. Then what about the 36 heavenly palaces added up? If a person ran at the speed of light, it would take him 8 minutes to run across them. Han Fei immediately said, "Are the 36 heavenly palaces within the infinite ocean?" The shadow said, "The infinite ocean is actually in the same area as the 36 heavenly palaces. In the beginning, they weren't in the same area, but due to endless warfare and some accidents, some of the heavenly palaces declined. The palace owners moved the heavenly palaces away to protect their people. They had to be moved to a relatively deserted place for humans to live in peace. Of course, moving the heavenly palaces was also dangerous. It involved some secrets, which I can't tell you now." Han Fei couldn't help thinking, how strong must a person be to move a heavenly palace? And such strong masters also died? Han Fei said, so the ninth heavenly palace was moved to a deserted land? The shadow said, it's not just the ninth heavenly palace. There was more than one heavenly palace moved away. The one next to our yin-yang world is the water wood world, and they were in a similar situation to us. Han Fei's eyelids trembled. There is another heavenly palace next to us? Han Fei asked, Senior, will there be war between the 36 heavenly palaces? The shadow said, occasionally, but not often. Han Fei took a breath and said, Senior, what exactly does this opportunity you mentioned represent? Looking at this drop of blood, Han Fei inevitably felt a little nervous. They were talking about heavenly palaces, but he hadn't even been to the Thousand-Star City. The shadow was silent for a while and slowly said, you only need to know that there are 2 drops of blood. You'll become the new lord of the yin-yang world when you get both drops. Han Fei's face changed. The Yin-Yang Palace Lord? Why does this name sound so weird? Lord of the Ninth Palace sounds much better. No, why does it have to be Palace Lord? Isn't Heavenly Lord better? Yes, the Ninth Heavenly Lord. This sounds awesome. Han Fei immediately asked, where is the second drop? The shadow sighed. In the foundation of the Earth's core of the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. I don't even know where the Heavenly Palace is. Is the Heavenly Palace on the top of the Thousand-Star City? Old Ren may know something about it. Or I can also ask the Thug Academy or Old Han. However, it was already so difficult to get the first drop. The second drop might be even more difficult to get, Han Fei asked awkwardly. So, is this blood dangerous? The shadow suddenly asked. Do you know the steps into the sea? Han Fei nodded. Sure, I got the art of invincibility right there and almost released a monster. The shadow said, the steps into the sea have 4 purposes. The first is to exchange materials with other heavenly palaces. The second is to use the power collected by the steps to maintain the array of the heavenly palace. The third is to trade with God, but the probability is very low. The fourth is to feed the puppets, which are corpses sealed under the steps into the sea. The corpse puppets are harvested every 100 years and will be brought back to the heavenly palace to seize their will and let them guard the palace. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Fortunately, God didn't trade with you. Otherwise, my demon purification pot would have no vines. However, this information was top secret. The so-called sacrifice was to exchange things with the steps into the sea under the jurisdiction of other heavenly palaces. No wonder people always get some rubbish. So, it was actually 2 or more people on different steps into the sea trading with each other. In a nutshell, it was just rubbish for rubbish. In the end, everyone got rubbish anyway. You would think you got something good, but it was actually garbage that others didn't want. As for the spiritual energy of the sacrifice, it could actually stabilize the array of the heavenly palace. The steps into the sea seemed to be messed up by him, and its trading function seemed to have something wrong. He didn't know if it had been restored or not. Han Fei quickly said, Senior, if there is a problem with the steps into the sea, and nothing can be exchanged through sacrifice, will the heavenly palace be unable to be maintained? Will it fall? Han Fei was a little guilty. What if the heavenly palace fell into the sea because of his fault? Then what could he do to make up for it? What if the heavenly palace had fallen into the sea when he became the 9th heavenly lord? The shadow shook her head. No, the heavenly palace has an autonomous array and won't fall because of this. However, this will make the spiritual energy above the heavenly palace thinner. Han Fei was quite relieved to hear this. If the heavenly palace was on top of the Thousand-Star City and fell, he would lose his home even if he did become the 9th heavenly lord. Then he thought, the puppets suppressed under the steps into the sea must be collected once in 100 years. But how long have they not been collected? Han Fei couldn't help looking at the shadow. What will happen if the puppets are not collected? The shadow was silent for a moment. The longer it takes, the fiercer they become and will eventually become hard to control. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Do I have to solve these fierce puppets when I take over the heavenly palace? But the shadow said, what you should care about is not the puppets, but that there are many puppets in the heavenly palace. And in the foundation of the heavenly palace, there are more powerful puppets, and even the weakest among them are explorers. Han Fei, even the weakest are explorers? Then how am I supposed to get the other drop of blood? Come on, how am I supposed to beat these powerful puppets? The shadow glanced at Han Fei. You are too weak to go there for now. This drop of the source water will do a little good to you. If you master this drop of source water, you will also master the sea quelling painting. Han Fei was surprised. Isn't this blood? The shadow did not answer but sighed. In the future, once you become the new palace lord, you will need to take care of many things. You will find out by then. Han Fei asked, why me? Someone has obtained this painting before, right? Han Fei felt that the shadow seemed to be looking at him deeply, but she didn't speak, which was a bit creepy. The shadow began to fade. Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior, are you still alive? What tokens do I have to get to take charge of the heavenly palace? Hey, hey! In Han Fei's cry, the shadow disappeared. In this void, once again, only Han Fei was left. Chapter 958, Half Drop of Source Water. The shadow left, leaving a huge secret for Han Fei. Han Fei guessed she might have died long ago. As for the puppets who were at least explorers, he didn't think he could handle them. However, at least he knew the secret about the world. The deserted land? This was a deserted land? The heavenly palace was moved to this place as a whole and didn't even have a lord but could still be developed to this degree. Just imagine, if the palace lord was still here, could Ren Tianfei steal the sea-quelling painting from the heavenly palace? Han Fei didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, half a drop of the source water was here. Although he didn't know what it was something powerful anyway. If he took the other half drop, he could become a heavenly lord. Han Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart and slowly stretched out his finger to touch the half drop of source water. The moment Han Fei's fingertips touched the drop of source water, it instantly submerged in Han Fei's body and disappeared. Oh, my physique is improving and my strength is increasing. Han Fei felt that his body swelled up, and in a panic, he hurriedly started to cultivate the 108 desolate god body. Once, twice, 3 times. The cultivation speed of the 108 desolate god body surpassed Han Fei's imagination, but was still unable to keep up with the expansion speed of his body. He practiced it more than 300 times, and even his body went numb. Only then did he suddenly realize that he had fully mastered the 108 desolate god body. However, his body was still bulging, as if infinite energy was accumulating within him. Damn, my body is about to explode. Han Fei had to begin to cultivate the indestructible body. Otherwise, he felt that he might explode. After a long time, Han Fei felt that his flesh, blood, and bones were undergoing thorough changes again and again. He even felt that the color of his bones were turning golden. In this void, he couldn't feel the elapse of time. Anyway, he didn't know how many changes his body went through. Bam. Something seemed to explode in Han Fei's body, and a large amount of impurities spurted out from all corners of his body. Then, Han Fei felt his body sink. Not only his body, but his brain was also sinking. Han Fei lay down in the void, and the god-scaring painting automatically appeared in his mind. 88 pieces, 89 pieces, 99 pieces, 100 pieces, crack. When he memorized the 100th piece of the god-scaring painting, something seemed to explode in his mind, and the god-scaring painting was still being opened. 21, 28, 56, 99. It wasn't until the 200th piece unfolded that the groggy feeling in his mind disappeared. After that, Han Fei passed out. The last thought in his mind was, if this was just doing a little good for me, please give me more. Han Fei didn't know how long he had been in a coma. Anyway, when he woke up, he was still in this void. However, when he looked at his data, he was dumbfounded. Owner Han Fei level, 57 Advanced Hidden Fisher Spiritual Energy, 4,325 681 39 39 Spiritual Power, 9,999 Spiritual Power, 9,999 Perception Range, 500 kilometers Strength, 1 Wave and 3 million kilograms, First Spirit Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality Second Spiritual Heritage, Unawakened First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish Level 50. Second Spiritual Beast, Not Awakened Main Art, Divine Manipulation Technique, Level 5 of Void Fishing, Heaven Level, Divine Quality, Gulp. Han Fei swallowed several times. He upgraded from an intermediate hidden fisher to an advanced one, and his upper limit of spiritual energy increased by 3,000 points. As for his spiritual power, it seemed to have skyrocketed to a certain bottleneck. His range of perception was now measured by kilometers instead of meters, and his strength had soared by 5 million kilograms. In addition, now he had a second spiritual heritage. But what did the unawakened mean? And there was also a second spiritual beast, which was also unawakened. This made Han Fei speechless for quite a while. What the hell was the source water? Its power was simply shocking. A mere half drop was already so powerful. What if he had a whole drop? Han Fei closed his eyes and felt inside his body. His blood was surging, his meridians turned jade white, and his bones became golden. It seemed that the third level of the indestructible body had been broken. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. What would happen if Ren Tianfei knew that he had broken the third level of the indestructible body? Would he pop his eyes out in surprise? This time, his improvement was out of his imagination. Han Fei hadn't recovered from the surprise. Han Fei discovered that he was able to kill Sun Mu with a single punch and beat Cao Chu with at most 10. I seemed to be invincible. Han Fei didn't know how to describe how he felt now. Han Fei only knew that this trip was worth it. Well worth it. No wonder everyone scrambled to grab the sea-quelling painting. No wonder so many experts came here. No wonder the Thug Academy declined because of this. This was indeed an opportunity to become a king. With such a power, as long as he didn't die, who could prevent him from becoming a sea king? However, Han Fei found that his spiritual power seemed to be too strong and was stuck at 9,999. Why was this? He was confused. All of a sudden, Han Fei felt that a picture appeared in his mind. Han Fei glanced across it and found that the mountains, rivers, and earth were all in his heart. The world in the painting? Han Fei was surprised. It was indeed the world in the painting. He seemed to be able to be connected to the entire sea-quelling painting. Han Fei could see that Zhang Chao and Yang Xie were eagerly waiting by the lake, Yue Xie was squatting by the lake and looking into the water, and Ren Tianfei was sitting casually on the grass. However, glancing across the entire sea-quelling painting, Han Fei discovered that except for the floating island, everyone had disappeared. Have the 7 days passed? Han Fei's heart sank. I don't know how long it has been. I've practiced the 108 desolate god body hundreds of times, so the 7 days have probably passed by now, on the floating island. By the lake, Yang Xie had been looking at the center of the lake. Teacher, do you think little junior brother can succeed? Zhang Chao sighed. I think it's possible. After all, Han Fei is the strongest heavenly talent I've ever seen in the history of the Thug Academy, and he is almost invincible. As long as he doesn't die, our glory of the old days is very likely to be restored. Yueshir sniffed his nose. Invincible? I'm so envious. It's not that he's invincible, but that his will is very strong. Although he can become much stronger, he's not really invincible. In this world there is no real invincibility, but only different roads. Zhang Chao smiled and said, Senior, Han Fei is your disciple. Aren't you proud of him? Ren Tianfei snorted. I gave him this opportunity. If I took the opportunity back then, he wouldn't be able to get it today. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Ren Tianfei and said with a faint smile, I'm afraid it's not that simple, right, Han Fei? Little junior brother, buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, more than 300 figures swished over who were the first-generation strong masters in the village. Everyone was staring at Han Fei with glowing eyes. Some were trembling slightly, some were looking at him eagerly, and some were swallowing nervously, but no one spoke. Perceiving that their ancestors were gone, countless people in the village were running over here as fast as they could. Han Fei asked, Junior uncle, how long have I been gone? Zhang Chao said with joy, 2 days and 3 hours. Huh? Han Fei looked at Zhang Chao in surprise. Only 2 days? But that is not right. If it was only just more than 2 days, why did all the other people in the sea quelling painting disappear? Ren Tianfei said, Are you surprised? It just means that in the place where you were, time passed differently. Among them, only Yang Xie asked tremblingly, Little junior brother, have you taken the painting? This was also what everyone was concerned about. Han Fei could hear countless people's breath quicken and their hearts beating fiercely. Han Fei raised his head slightly. Open! It seemed that there was no change, but all of a sudden, a large amount of spiritual energy flooded the floating island. Someone cried with joy, Ha ha ha! It's opened! The seal has been removed. Someone knelt on the ground. This picture finally has an owner. Finally! Zhang Chao laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Good, Han Fei, good job! I'm sure you are the best student in the history of the Thug Academy. Yang Xie shouted excitedly, Qin, I'm coming out to meet you again soon. Ye Xie was still squatting on the ground, looking at Han Fei. I'm so envious. The children were infected by this cheerful atmosphere and began to frolic with each other. Among all the people, only Ren Tianfei seemed to have guessed this, with an indifferent expression, sitting on the ground, motionless. Han Fei was the first to find out there was something wrong with him. Han Fei discovered that Ren Tianfei had turned into a corpse again, his face withered, and he looked like a statue. Han Fei's look was complicated. Old Ren didn't seem to have helped him with anything this time. Did he just come here to watch him taking the painting? However, Han Fei felt that Ren Tianfei was like a kind of guarantee. He followed him to the floating island, which showed that his purpose had never been other people but him. He was here to watch Han Fei take the sea quelling painting, and Han Fei even guessed that he would have taken action if it were necessary. For example, if he lost to Cao Chu, perhaps Ren Tianfei would do something. Now he had become a corpse again. It was as if his clone had never appeared before. Chapter 959, Leaving the Boneyard. At this moment, Han Fei could feel everything in the sea quelling painting, and all the creatures in the painting were in his mind. Han Fei guessed that the reason that his spiritual power skyrocketed after he harvested the half-drop of the source water was to enable him to control the sea quelling painting. Han Fei issued an order in his mind to disperse the 9 sounds mist. Master, congratulations to our master for taking charge of this world. Several voices rang in Han Fei's mind, which came from Earth 9 and the others. Han Fei swallowed. Gosh, the sea quelling painting has really become my own. Han Fei didn't ask them to come to the floating island, but asked, How do I get out of here? Earth 9 said, You just need to say leave in your heart, master. Han Fei looked at the people who were looking at him nervously and said, Wait until I leave first. Han Fei restored the 9 sounds mist again. Now that he could go out, he should protect himself against some of these people. However, these people had been living in the painting for so long and had raised offspring here. In any case, these ordinary people were innocent, but he couldn't release all these people for now, because he didn't know the situation outside. When he entered the underground city, there were so many people waiting. Once they were released and went out of the underground city, some of them would definitely be robbed and killed. Besides, if he didn't release these people now, then some of them could be his hostages. Although old Zhang was guarding outside, he still should be careful. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Han Fei said to everyone, I've taken the sea quelling painting. However, most of you should know where the sea quelling painting is, and I believe you also know the danger of this place, so please wait a few more days. I will let you out when I leave the boneyard. Some people's hearts sank. They were wondering, would Han Fei really let them out? After all, Han Fei was from the Thug Academy. They had never been friends, but enemies. Someone said with a trembling voice, Han Fei, if you let us go out, we'll owe you big time. In the future, at least all of us here will not be enemies of your Thug Academy. Yes. Han Fei, after so many years, we have lost all our ambition and enthusiasm. Moreover, we are quite familiar with old Zheng and the others. We'll never break our word. Those ordinary people just watched and didn't dare to speak. However, the expectations in their eyes were obvious. Zhang Chao said, Han Fei, take Yang Xie out first. I'll stay here to reassure these people. I think you'd better just let these people go. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Chao and nodded slightly. Okay, Yang Xie couldn't restrain his excitement. However, seeing that Zhang Chao was not about to leave immediately, he said, Teacher, why don't we go out together? Zhang Chao smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I have stayed here for so many years. You should go out as fast as you can to meet Qin. Yueshir said, I will go out too. Han Fei nodded, then looked at the others and said, Don't worry, I'll let you go. However, you'll have to wait till I go out first. At this moment, your families are waiting just outside. I hope you know what to do when you get out. Everyone nodded. Even those who had once tried to stop Han Fei sighed and nodded in agreement. They certainly knew how fierce the competition for the sea quelling painting was. Because of this, the big clans and the 7 major sects from the Thousand Star City must all have come. But the one who got the painting was Han Fei from the Thug Academy. Those big shots would definitely not let Han Fei off easily, so they must state their position. After all, the big clans and sects certainly didn't want their heavenly talents imprisoned in the painting forever. Someone said, Han Fei, we will try our best, but we cannot guarantee their reaction. If something unpredictable occurs, please let these children leave. They are just ordinary people. Someone responded, Yes, I can stay, but please allow them to leave. Seeming to perceive something, many ordinary people said to their ancestors, Great-grandpa will advance and retreat together with you. Shut up. Someone shouted angrily, What are you talking about? You're not allowed to speak. A child tugged the corner of a certain strong master's clothes. Great-grandma, I want to be with you. The strong master sighed. Be good, I'll go out with you. The people of our Jade Fairy Palace are very nice. Everyone was distressed by the departure. Han Fei glanced at Yang Xie and Yueshir. Senior brother, are you going out with me first? Yang Xie nodded. Okay, Han Fei said to Earth 9 and the other 4 in his mind. Can you leave the sea quelling painting? If they could, he would have 5 super trump cards. Earth 9 replied, Master, we have long been integrated with this world. With your current strength, you can only let at most one of us leave here. In addition, the time we can stay outside is limited. Han Fei's heart sank. Is there such a restriction? Is it because I'm still too weak now? Waterluster added, Master, Earth 9 was talking about our original bodies. But if it's our clones, they can stay outside for a long time. Han Fei's eyes lit up. How strong are your clones? Waterluster said coldly. They only have less than 1/10 of our strength, and probably only have the strength of a junior law enforcer. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This was already very strong. Of course, for those people waiting outside, it might not be enough. But it didn't matter. At least he could temporarily summon one of the 5. Tree Spirit said, Master, although we can't leave here, you can take people in. If they are not an explorer or above, the 5 of us can solve them in the painting. Tree Spirit added, if they are an explorer, they may not easily die. Although we can suppress him, the world in the painting will inevitably be damaged by the battle. Fireseed smiled and added, if there are only 4 or 5 law enforcers, we can deal with them easily. However, if there are too many of them, it will cause the collapse of the world in the painting. After all, although we are legendary creatures, we cannot instantly kill the enemy. Punishing Saber suddenly said, Master, if it's a single law enforcer, you can throw it to me. I'm good at killing. They'll be a piece of cake for me. Han Fei couldn't help feeling excited at Punishing Saber's words. Listen, how domineering these words are. From today on, I won't be afraid of any law enforcer. Han Fei asked immediately, how do I send people in? Earth 9 answered, Master, you can do it by summoning a piece of the world in the painting, putting the person on it, and then retracting the piece. The 9 Sounds Mist is a very good trapping array. As long as the person is trapped in the 9 Sounds Mist, you can take the person into the painting. Han Fei couldn't help asking, can I use the power of the 9 Sounds? Earth 9 nodded. Yes, but whether it is to use the power of the law or to use us, you'll bear a certain amount of pressure. How so? Earth 9 explained. If you want us to come out, you'll need to provide massive spiritual energy and energy as the support. However, if it is on the sea, Waterluster can absorb energy by himself. And if it's in the woods, I can also absorb the spiritual energy and energy on my own. And if you want to use the 9 Sounds laws, you'll need to consume your own spiritual power. Therefore, the power of the law will also be weakened. Han Fei took a breath. Anyway, he now had the biggest treasure, the source water. Although this sea-quelling painting was also a great treasure, he didn't necessarily need it so much. If he encountered an enemy in the realm of a law enforcer, he could use the sea-quelling painting. Beyond this strength, it would be safer for him to get into Forge the Universe. With this in mind, Han Fei didn't have so many concerns now. Han Fei responded, I see. I'll go out first, and I will call you when I need your help. Then, he expressed the desire to leave deep in his heart, and he disappeared from the sea-quelling painting with a swish. Yang Xie and Yue Xier came out with Han Fei. Still on the top of the 10,000 steps, Han Fei looked back and found that sea-quelling painting was still flying in the air. As he waved his hand, the sea-quelling painting disappeared and submerged in his body. Yang Xie exclaimed, "I finally made it out," Han Fei said with a frown. "Senior brother, this should be the 6th day since I entered the sea-quelling painting. Why did the others all disappear? Did they all come out?" Yang Xie smiled. "Maybe they weren't sent here at all?" Ye Xie echoed. "That makes sense." The three of them descended down the steps. Along the way, those skeletons from before did not turn into super large skeletons anymore, and there was no skeleton barrage. When Han Fei walked out of the boneyard, returned to the Sky City, and looked up at the gate, he found that the corpse was still there. Han Fei immediately asked, "Senior, have all the people who went in with me come out?" The corpse glanced at Han Fei. "They left." Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief, then said, "Senior, why are you guarding here?" The skeletons seemed to be lost in thought, and he paused for a moment before saying, "Home." Han Fei didn't know where this Sky City came from. However, it was not bad to have such a city here. It was like a secret world. As for the other secrets here, there should be quite a few, and now he had the ability to explore them. Just when Han Fei was about to ask Yang Xie to find opportunities with him, he suddenly saw 2 fishing boats flying into the sky. Zhang Qin and everyone else were in them. Chapter 960, The Chaos Outside. At the moment, the atmosphere was a bit weird. The only thing Han Fei was sure about was that Zhang Qin and Yang Xie had an affair. The two were gazing at each other. Although Zhang Qin still looked cold, her breath quickened. Yang Xie looked at Zhang Qin deeply for a while, then suddenly opened his arms. Swish! The two of them hugged each other. Han Fei scratched his head and jumped on the fishing boat. "When did you come out?" Luo Xiaobai responded. "We were only in for 1 day. There seems to be a problem with the time here. We quickly came out after we found some opportunities." Zhang Xuanyu put his arm around Han Fei's shoulders and said, "Look, I'm intermediate now." "Did you notice? Intermediate." Le Renquang chuckled. "I'm at the intermediate level too, and my armor box is full." On the other side, Wang Dashuai, Chu Linyuan, Bai Lu, and Mu Qingchuan had already reunited. Looking at these two couples, and then at Zhang Qin and Yang Xie behind him, Han Fei couldn't help but think, it seems that the Thug Academy has a long-lasting tradition of disciples falling in love with each other. Chu Linyuan said, "Little junior brother, did you get it?" Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashuai grinned. "I knew it. I knew you would definitely get it." Han Fei couldn't help saying, "Senior brother, when did you come out? Did everyone else come out too?" Chu Linyuan said, "We came out about 6 hours earlier than you. We appeared outside the boneyard. When we came out, everyone realized that you had already gotten the sea-quelling painting. So without stopping, they all left. I guessed you should be out soon, so I told them to wait for you here." Han Fei nodded. Just as he had guessed. Han Fei asked, "Xiaobai, since you came out so early, why didn't you go to find opportunities?" Luo Xiaobai explained, "In a short period of time, there couldn't be many opportunities left. In fact, there were many people looking for opportunities here. We encountered a lot of people on the way." "Are the opportunities scattered all over this world?" Zhang Xuanyu said with a flourish. "Yes, and the opportunities were very hard to get. I went to a purple bamboo forest, overcame countless hardships, and finally got a high-quality divine stick." The flesh on Le Renquang's face trembled and he said, "I went to an orchard. You know what? Those fruits will run by themselves and are very difficult to grasp, and they can beat up people. Some fruit trees grow long whips that can whip people. Some fruits can blow up. If it weren't for my excellent defense, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back." Han Fei was dumbfounded. What kinds of fruits are so powerful? However, it was understandable. Earth 9 was a fruit. While Han Fei and the others were talking, they suddenly heard Zhang Qin excitedly saying, "My father is still alive?" At this moment, the two were still hugging each other. Zhang Qin raised her head in Yang Xi's arms, then quickly turned to look at Han Fei. Why didn't he come out? Before Han Fei answered, Yang Xi explained, "Don't worry. In the painting, there are still a lot of people from the Thousand-Star City. Your father is staying there to reassure them, and they will come out soon." Han Fei was surprised. "Sister Qin, didn't you know?" Yang Xie said, "I hadn't told you because he went in earlier than me. I went in after." No wonder Zhang Qin didn't mention her father when she asked Han Fei to search for Yang Xie for her. Han Fei assured her, "Sister Qin, don't worry. Junior uncle is okay. By the way, are we really not looking for opportunities? Leave. These opportunities are not important to you anymore." This was said by the corpse on the gate tower. He wanted them to leave the opportunities of this world to others. Han Fei asked, "Senior, there are many sea demons outside. If they come in, die." Before Han Fei finished speaking, the corpse expressed his attitude. Then he looked at the others. "Don't be too greedy for opportunities." Chu Linyuan said, "Little junior brother, we should leave now. We've already been several hours later than the others. The top priority now is not to find opportunities, but to deal with dangers from the outside world. If we're late, the people of our academy outside may be in danger." Han Fei took a breath. Chu Linyuan was right. They had already gotten enough opportunities this time, but outside, old Jiang was confronting so many people alone. Once most of the other people had gone out and spread the word that he had gotten the sea-quelling painting, old Zhang might be in danger. Besides, old Zhang wouldn't leave since they hadn't come out yet. But if they went out ahead of the others, old Zhang would be much safer. Han Fei took a breath and said, "Okay, let's go. Those guys have been away for 6 hours. Let me see if I can use a teleportation array." In the outside world, there were no sea demons outside. In this battle, Blue Feather was tricked and the 10,000 Demon Valley's strength was greatly undermined. 4 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather had died and more than 5,000 sea demons were killed. Blue Feather and Qianian Ying were injured, and within a short period of time, the sea demons didn't have the strength to threaten the Scattered Stars Island. However, Shui Shenqi wouldn't underestimate the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although half of the 8 wings of Blue Feather were dead, Qianian Ying had made a breakthrough, which meant that the 10,000 Demon Valley now had 2 path-seeking experts, which were comparable to explorers. Besides, Shui Shenqi didn't care about the affairs of the underground city at all, even if he was already here at the moment. In the air, Shui Shenqi said indifferently, "Since the sea-quelling painting has chosen its owner, I hope you won't fight too fiercely. If you have to fight, let me take away the people from the Scattered Stars Island first." Someone laughed and said, "Old Shui, of course you have the right to take your people away. However, I'm afraid some people can't leave this time." Many people's faces darkened, for example, Elder Sun. Sun Baisheng, one of the 3 ancestors of the Sun family, looked very angry. "I don't care who got the painting. I must avenge my grandson." A strong master from the Death Door sect snorted, "I just want to know who took the painting, and what are you going to do with him?" The strong master from the Death Door sect looked at Cao Wudi. He guessed that the sea-quelling painting was probably taken by the Cao family because he knew that when Cao Chu was born, the Cao family had asked a strong master from the Death Door sect to seal the bloodline of the god of war in his body. This was top secret. Someone from the Heavenly Sword sect said, "The 7 major sects are like birds of a feather. Whoever from the 7 major sects obtained the sea-quelling painting, the Heavenly Sword sect won't interfere. As long as the disciple proves that he has the opportunity to become a sea king, we'll help him do it." A woman from the Jade Fairy Palace nodded. "The same with our Jade Fairy Palace. Even if the sect takes the dominant position in the future, it's okay." The Mountain Sea Pavilion agrees. The Grand Void Academy agrees. The Origin Returning Peak agrees. The 7 major sects all expressed their stances, but the members of the big clans were obviously not happy about it. It would be difficult for ordinary clans to deal with a single sect, let alone the 7 of them. Especially the Heavenly Sword sect. They had a powerhouse in the Venerable Realm. Who dared to mess around with them? Except for this Venerable, all other major sects had explorers or perhaps a Venerable expert. It was impossible for ordinary clans to shake them. The big clans might have a chance if they also joined forces, but this possibility was minimal. There were constant disputes between the big clans. Even if they joined forces, it wouldn't last long. A big clan powerhouse smiled and said, "It is unlikely that the 7 major sects will get the sea-quelling painting. How could a group of students possibly achieve that? However, what if the Thug Academy gets the painting?" No one mentioned the Thug Academy because it wasn't that difficult to beat the Thug Academy. In the past, in every conflict, there was always the shadow of the Thug Academy, and this time was no exception. Besides, these strong masters all knew Han Fei. His strength was not weak, and he had also obtained the Wind God Pearl. He was quite competitive. Old Bai sneered, "Humph, you can't beat the 7 sects, so you want to bully the Thug Academy? What makes you think you can bully us? Humph." Old Jiang's voice resounded in the sky. "Have you ever seen me afraid of anything? Don't push us, otherwise the 2 of us will be able to kill a Venerable." Old Bai sneered. "Yes? If you don't mind losing a Venerable expert, just fight us." "Bah, you 2 can kill a Venerable? Are you dreaming?" Turning his eyes to the person who spoke, Bai Kongye glanced at the big axe in the person's hand and sneered. "Yang Erfu, believe it or not, it would be easy as pie for the Thug Academy to destroy you. Yang family," the person called Yang Erfu sneered. "Why don't you try it?" Suddenly, everyone looked shocked. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the sky, and in the next instant, they appeared on the ancient battlefield. Someone had come out. Chapter 961, I killed him, so what? The first one who came out was named Lin Qi and from the Scattered Stars Island. He wasn't from the 1,000-star city, but from one of the 36 towns. As soon as Lin Qi came out, he found all the big shots staring at him. He shuddered. Damn, what happened? Humph! Suddenly, he heard Shui Shenqi say, "This man is from the Scattered Stars Island. I'll take him away. Everyone, wait for the next one." "Wait a minute," someone said. "Old Shui, we'll just ask him a few questions." Shui Shenqi looked at the man. "Senior Ye, what do you want to ask?" The man smiled and said, "This little friend, does he have a sea token?" Lin Qi shook his head nervously. "No." The person from the Yi family asked again, "Little friend, don't panic. I just want to know what the underground city was like and what happened there." Lin Qi immediately respectfully said, "Seniors, to be honest, it wasn't like a city, but more like an island. There were crises everywhere on it, and all kinds of terrestrial creatures that we had never seen before were emerging endlessly, and many of them didn't live in the water, so I hurried out after getting some opportunities." Then the others asked Lin Qi some other questions. Some Lin Qi could answer, some he could not. Lin Qi just described what he saw and heard. Soon, everyone lost interest in him. These were all big shots. They had read about land creatures from ancient books. Although they were curious if the terrestrial creatures were the same as the ones from the ancient books recorded, they weren't that eager to know the answer. Lin Qi came out first because he only stayed in the underground city for 3 days, which showed that his strength was relatively weak. However, it meant that most people of similar strength to Lin Qi were about to come out. As predicted, 2 hours later, another person came out, still from the Scattered Stars Island. Then, 5 or 6 people came out one after another, all from the Scattered Stars Island. On the 5th day, 50 or 60 people from the Scattered Stars Island came out. At this time, the first major sect disciple appeared, and it was a disciple from the Grand Void Academy. However, a powerhouse from the Grand Void Academy just muttered to the others, "He didn't get the painting. You don't need to pay much attention to him." He just casually asked this disciple some questions before he let him go back to the Scattered Stars Island. On the 6th day, 29 people came out one after another. On the 7th day, a white light flashed out of the cave. The strong master of the Yi family instantly appeared in front of the white light and took Yi Baiyu's hand. Did you get the painting?" Yang Erfu shouted. "Ye Dongfei, why are you panicking? Do you think we'll eat Yi Baiyu?" The ancestor of the Mo family chuckled. "Baiyu, just tell us." Sun Baixing shouted. "Baiyu, I ask you, do you know how Sun Mu died?" Yi Baiyu was surprised. "Sun Mu is dead?" Ye Dongfei shouted at Sun Baixing. "Hey, why are you yelling at my grandson? He didn't kill Sun Mu. Have you grabbed the painting?" No one spoke this time. They were all looking at Ye Baiyu, waiting for his answer. Ye Baiyu shook his head with a wry smile. "Second grandfather, I'm sorry. Although I am the fastest in my generation, speed alone is not enough. In the end, I was defeated by Cao Jiaren." Ye Dongfei sighed. "Alas, fine, maybe you're just not lucky enough. But what was the painting like? Since Ren Tianfei snatched the sea-quelling painting before, no one from the Thousand Star City had entered it. Most people who entered it before had never come out. Therefore, they didn't know what it was like in the sea-quelling painting. Although a few people who entered the painting had come out, the messages they revealed were kept as top secret and could only be known to their respective families. At this moment, Ye Dongfei wanted to let Ye Baiyu tell everything he knew. In this way, everyone could know something about the sea-quelling painting. Then, no matter who got it, the others would know how to deal with it. Ye Baiyu said, "There are 5 legendary creatures in the painting who have the same strength as peak-level law enforcers." Wow! Hearing this, many people gasped in shock. However, some people were indifferent, for example, Saudi, people from the Jade Fairy Palace, and those from the Heavenly Sword sect. Ye Dongfei was shocked. "Legendary creatures, are you sure?" Ye Baiyu nodded. "Yes. This is what one of the old trees said personally. He would basically say anything when being asked. Except for the 5 legendary creatures, the most dangerous part in the painting is a place called the 9 Sounds Mist. But when I asked what the laws of the 9 sounds were, the old tree only said 7 of them. Pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, horror, panic, and thought, representing 7 kinds of emotions. I don't know what the remaining 2 sounds are." Someone immediately asked, 9 sounds? Does it have something to do with the comfort technique of the Juyin family? Someone nodded. Probably. I heard that the girl of this generation from the Juyin family is very talented and became a law enforcer at the age of 17. In the entire history of the Thousand Star City, she can be ranked among the top 10. I am afraid this has something to do with the Juyin family. Ye Baiyu roughly talked about the situation in the painting. He tried to enter the 9 Sounds Mist but couldn't get in at all. Maybe it was because his luck had disappeared back then. Ye Dongfei said, Ye, even if you didn't get the painting, it doesn't matter." Hearing Ye Dongfei's words, Ye Baiyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Second grandfather, the sea-quelling painting had to have been taken by someone because we were sent out automatically on the 6th day. When we entered, there were 84 people and 52 people came out. I can be sure that the painting was not taken by anyone from the big clans in the Thousand Star City." "What?" Someone was astonished. "All of them failed?" Yang Erchu shouted. "Do you mean all of our people have failed?" Ye Baiyu nodded. "Because when we came out, we saw every other member of the big clans except Sun Mu." With that said, Ye Baiyu turned to look at Saudi, including the Cao family people. Saudi suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Ye Baiyu. "What did you say?" Ye Baiyu sighed. "Uncle Cao, although I was defeated by Cao Jiaren, they failed too. Cao Jiaren, Cao Tian, and Cao Chu, who seemed to have become another person, all came out with me." Sun Baisheng asked, "Did you ask why Sun Mu wasn't with you?" Ye Baiyu sighed. "Senior son, my relationship with Sun Mu is not very good." Cao Wudi suddenly looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang, who were meditating. Everyone else also looked at the two of them, their eyes unfriendly. Old Jiang blew his beard and shouted, "What are you looking at? More than 80 people entered and 52 came out. This shows that this time there weren't many life and death battles." "Do you want to blame us for all the deaths?" Sun Baisheng gnashed his teeth and said, "Sun Mu and Han Fei had a grudge." Old Bai sneered. "Are you sure that Sun Mu was killed by Han Fei? Even if he was, so what? Only your Sun family is allowed to attack us, but we're not allowed to fight back?" "Sun Baisheng, come, let's fight." Old Jiang sneered. "If you can't kill the 2 of us, your Sun family will be destroyed." "Just wait for the Thug Academy's endless hunting." Sun Baisheng's body trembled slightly. Bai Kongye, Jiang Daqian, do you really think I dare not fight you? Bai Kongye sneered. I haven't forgotten how you joined forces to fight against the Thug Academy, but you failed to eliminate us even in that way. What makes you think you can do it now? Old Jiang echoed. Only your grandson is dead among the people from the big clans. Why is that? Sun Baixing's face was cold. Let's wait for everyone to come out. If Muer was really killed by Han Fei, I'll definitely avenge him. Old Bai and Old Jiang sneered and didn't seem to be afraid at all, but in fact they were talking via voice transmission. Old Jiang asked, did you bring that thing? I think Sun Mu was probably killed by Han Fei, and the students of the 7 major sects were not likely to get the sea quelling painting. So, I guess that kid also got the painting. Old Bai responded, yes. As long as the 7 major sects don't interfere, we should be able to save Han Fei. Is your array map ready? Sure. I've got my stuff ready. When Han Fei comes out, if they attack him, you take him away and I'll cover your retreat. Don't panic. Perhaps things have not yet reached that point. I just hope what happened more than 30 years ago won't happen again. After about 3 hours, dozens of people came out of the passage. Li Haiye, Li Baizhou, and Chen Aochen were among them. In the underground city, Han Fei was painting a teleportation array in the air. However, this teleportation array wasn't as good as the one that Junior Uncle Faceless had once drawn. The teleportation array he learned in the ancient 72-floor demon realm seemed to be able to send people at most 500 kilometers away. Perhaps the distance could be longer if he studied and improved it for some time, but he didn't have the time now. Han Fei could only draw an array for regular distance, which could save him many troubles, and the speed was still very fast. Cao Wudi said indifferently, you failed? Cao Tian nodded slightly. Cao Wudi turned his eyes to Cao Chu and sighed slightly. Well, let's go home. On the other side, Sun Baisheng asked, Boy Li, Boy Chen, do you know who killed Sun Mu? Li Haiye and Li Baizhou froze for a moment and said in unison, Sun Mu is dead? Chen Aochen shook his head. I didn't meet him. Li Haiye said, maybe it was Han Fei. He probably got the sea quelling painting too. However, at this time, Cao Chu's cold voice rang out, I killed him. Do you have a problem with it? Chapter 962, Tension. When Cao Chu said this, everyone was stunned. Chen Aochen and the Li brothers all looked at Cao Chu in shock. Can this guy kill? That must be a joke. Someone said, Little Ball, you've changed. Cao Chu gave Sun Baisheng a provocative look and said, I killed him and destroyed his body. What can you do with me? Sun Baisheng was furious and yelled, Cao Chu, dare you say it again? Cao Chu too, dare you say it again? Cao Chu smiled. I killed him. Not only did I kill him, but I also wanted to kill your other grandsons. Unfortunately, I didn't meet them. What can you do with me? A big hand suddenly grabbed toward Cao Chu. With a hump, Cao Wudi shattered the big hand phantom with a punch. How dare you attack my nephew? Sun Baisheng said angrily. Cao Wudi is the Cao family without honor. Everyone, listen to what Cao Chu said. A Mo family powerhouse said, Cao Chu, you should give an explanation. Yi Dongfei said leisurely, Cao Chu, Sun Mu might have offended you, but you were still kids back then. You didn't have to hold a grudge for so long. Young Erfu said, Cao Wudi, Cao Chu is too cruel now. Cao Chu is too cruel now. Cao Chu sneered, the bloodline of the god of war has already awakened within me. Yes, I killed him, but so what? Do you dare to kill me? What? The bloodline of the god of war? What do you mean? Cao Wudi looked back at Cao Chu and heard him say casually, why do I have to keep this a secret? Although I didn't obtain the sea quelling painting, I can still be a sea establisher. Haha, old Jiang laughed. Old son, do you hear what he said? If you slander our academy's disciple again, I will kill you. Old Bai sneered. That just served Sun Mu right. This kid is right. Although he didn't get the sea quelling painting, it doesn't matter. He has the bloodline of the god of war anyway. Sun Baisheng was extremely angry. He stared at Cao Chu without blinking, and in the end chose to swallow it. Cao Wudi, take him away. Don't let me see him again. Cao Wudi looked back at the three with Cao Chu and said lightly, go home. As he waved his hand, Cao Chu disappeared from this ancient battlefield. Sun Baisheng flinched. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of Cao Wudi, but that the Cao family had a venerable expert. Otherwise, how could he possibly let Cao Chu off? Cao Tian, who had witnessed the whole process, said nothing. Yes, his younger brother killed Sun Mu, but so what? How was it possible the Sun family fell out with the Cao family just for Sun Mu? Cao Tian knew that Cao Chu was willing to become Han Fei's scapegoat for the sake of their former friendship. In the future, they might not necessarily be enemies, but wouldn't be friends anymore. There was silence for a while, and Ye Dongfei said, even Cao Chu failed to get the painting? Who on earth has grabbed the painting? In an instant, everyone looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang. Out of the cave came one person after another, and Han Fei was among them. Han Fei kept using teleportation arrays and avoided many dangerous places. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with these people. Seeing that 10 disciples from the Thug Academy suddenly appeared and that Yang Xie was among them, everyone was shocked. Holding his temper for a long time, Sun Baisheng couldn't wait to vent. At this time, he directly grabbed towards Han Fei. Han Fei screamed, Old guys, save me. Old Bai stepped on the seawater with a bang and pushed Han Fei towards Old Jiang. Thousand stream array. Crack, crack, crack. The array map was prepared by Old Jiang long ago. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei and the others disappeared on the ancient battlefield and appeared on the sea. However, Old Jiang frowned. He wanted to send them 100,000 kilometers away. However, his array was instantly shattered and all the big shots showed up. At that moment, Mu Ling shouted, "Father, remain calm, calm." The strong master of the Heavenly Sword sect frowned and looked at his daughter. Children should not meddle in adults' affairs. Mu Ling said to him via voice transmission, "Father, Han Fei is Tangge's best friend. If we help Han Fei, Tangge will be on our side. Besides, if Han Fei survives, he'll definitely befriend the Heavenly Sword sect, and Thug Academy may also become our helping hand. Therefore, you must not attack Han Fei and should prevent other sects from attacking him." Tangge was also speaking to him via voice transmission. "Master, Han Fei is like a brother to me. Please don't attack him." Mu Tianfeng, the current master of the Heavenly Sword sect, was a peak-level explorer. Mu Ling was his daughter, and Tangge was his last disciple. At this moment, after hearing what the two of them said, he immediately shouted, "7 major sects, stop for the time being." Someone from the Origin returning peak said, "Sect Master Mu, the sea-quelling painting must not be taken by Thug Academy." A strong master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion agreed. "Old Mu, why do you ask us to stop?" A strong master from the Grand Void Academy pondered for a moment. Han Fei had teased his disciples in the level 3 fishery, but he had no animosity towards this kid, so he said with a smile, "Everyone, let's give old Mu some time to explain, okay?" Mu Tianfeng immediately said to them via voice transmission, "Everyone, isn't it good if the Thug Academy returns and joins us? Don't forget, although there are conflicts among us, we were founded for the same purpose. If the Thug Academy joins us, it will strengthen us." Mu Tian purposely said this to Old Jiang and Old Bai. Although his daughters and disciple wanted him to help Han Fei, he certainly didn't make the decision because of them. As long as Old Jiang and Old Bai agreed, even though the chance of becoming a king went to the Thug Academy, the 7 major sects had nothing to lose. Why not take the opportunity to invite the Thug Academy to join them? At that time, not only could they exert influence on the Thug Academy, but they could also get those resources of the Thug Academy and shift the attention of all the big clans to the Thug Academy. Sun Baisheng shouted, "Mu Tianfeng, have you forgotten the lesson from the past? The Thug Academy almost led to the destruction of the Thousand Star City." Mu Tianfeng laughed. "This is one of the conditions. The Thug Academy shall accept the supervision of the 7 major sects." Bai Kongye sneered. "Impossible," and Han Fei and the other disciples were dumbfounded. They had heard from Old Bai that the Thug Academy had some territory in the Thousand Star City. Was the Thug Academy once one of the 8 major sects in the Thousand Star City? Mu Tianfeng said, "Mr. Bai, you should know that I am helping you." Bai Kongye shouted, "We can return. However, don't slander us for almost destroying the Thousand Star City. It's these people who are the culprits, and don't think about getting those items from us." Yang Erfu shouted, "Do you think it's so easy for you to return to the Thousand Star City? Mu Tianfeng, either don't interfere or help us get rid of the Thug Academy. Besides, do you think you can control the Thug Academy once it returns?" Billows surged violently, and 108 huge swords appeared. Sun Baisheng said, "Either hand out the sea-quelling painting or we'll kill Han Fei. As for revenge, have we ever been afraid of your revenge?" Old Jiang's big array floated in the air. "Old bastard, do you really think your deity-slaying array is invincible? I'm gonna kill you today." The huge waves collapsed and an enormous array appeared in the sky. The deity-slaying array began to light up. The wave that had surged into the sky fell like waterfalls, and the serial-killing array enveloped Sun Baisheng. At the same time, a golden pill appeared in Old Jiang's hand and he put it into his mouth. In a moment, Old Jiang's strength soared, his body swelled, and a huge handprint that almost covered the sky slapped at Sun Baisheng. "Hoo! Divine axe." An axe flashed between the heavens and the earth, smashing the serial-killing arrays. Yang Erfu grinned ferociously. "Zhang Daqian, aren't you poor at fighting? Do you think the two of you can resist us?" Old Zhang's figure flashed and appeared in the sky, surrounded by hundreds of flying array maps. "It's more than enough for us to solve you two." Sun Beisheng shouted, "Ye Dongfei, Mo Dufei, Li Tongyuan, Zhongwan Jin, Chen Xuanba, let's grab the painting from them. No matter what, we must not let the Thug Academy take it. Otherwise, once they rise again, we'll all be in danger. Young Erfu and I will stop Zhang Daqian, and you know what to do." Mo Dufei took the lead to walk out. His words make sense. "I heard from Fei Yan that Han Fei is overbearing and narrow-minded. She was almost killed by him several times. The Thug Academy can go, but Han Fei has to stay. Of course, if you are willing to marry Fei Yan and join the Mo family, we can spare your life." Han Fei's face suddenly turned black. "Bah, Mo Fei Yan, that little slut. I'll never marry her." Mo Fei Yan's face also darkened. Han Fei called her a slut in front of so many people, which was an insult to her. She must kill him. Zhang Wanjin from the Zhang family also took a step forward. Han Fei snatched my family's dragon boats at the level 3 fishery. I must kill him. Han Fei shouted. Hey, old man, 6 generations of your family are my hands. If you dare to attack me, I'll kill them. Zhang Jin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Han Fei waved his hand, and a phantom image of the floating island appeared. Many people who had entered the sea-quelling painting are still alive, and they're still in the painting. All of them are heavenly talents. They got married and gave birth to children in the painting, and many of the children are gifted. Are you guys going to abandon them? Zhang Jin frowned. Let them out, Han Fei sneered. I originally wanted to let them out. But since you guys are so hostile to me, how can I do that? Chen Shuangba shouted. If you release my Chen family's people, I won't attack you. Chapter 963, I hear you want to kill my son? Although the Chen family were also at odds with the Thug Academy, they weren't involved in the fight between the Thug Academy and the big clans, so they chose to stay neutral for now. Han Fei smiled and said, I will save the Chen family people, but aren't you going to help me, senior? Chen Shuangba said. Not attacking you is already my biggest help to you. Han Fei smiled. Then I will release them when this matter is over. With an indifferent expression, Chen Shuangba led dumbfounded Chen Aochen to step through the void, and they appeared hundreds of kilometers away. Ye Dongfei and Li Tongyuan had stood up. They were deeply involved in what happened back then. Sun Baisheng had already started the fight, and they couldn't stay out of it. In the distant sky, with thunderous noises, Old Zheng was fighting against 2 explorers. Old Bai glanced at these 4 people. You 4, do you really think you can beat me? Li Tongyuan looked at Mu Qianfeng and the others. Although you didn't take action back then, you knew what trouble the Thug Academy had caused. Are you just gonna let them? Mu Tianfeng frowned, musing. He looked at Old Bai and said, Mr. Bai, what I just said still stands. Stopped by a law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword Sect, Tunga and Mu Ling couldn't come up to help Han Fei, especially Tunga A. He looked utterly anxious. Mu Ling muttered, Don't worry, the Thug Academy is not weak. Let's see what will happen. Bai Kongye shook his head slightly and suddenly reached out, and in the next second, a black-robed puppet appeared beside him, which looked more like a corpse. The moment they saw this corpse, the 4 frowned. Ye Dongfei said, Leave it to me. Ye Dongfei stepped forward, tore open the void, and entered the void, and the corpse puppet followed him. Zhang Jin said, Bai Kongye, maybe if you had a clone as powerful as your original body, we'd admit defeat. But what you brought over is only the body of a clone. Do you think we are so easy to deal with? Buzz. The void was suddenly torn apart, and an old man suddenly appeared above the sea. Seeing this old man, Zhang Wenjin frowned. Zhou Yin Lai, this matter has nothing to do with your family, right? Zhou Yin Lai took a deep look at Han Fei. My family's hope lies in Ling. Han Fei is the man my great-granddaughter admires, so it's reasonable for me to come here to help him. Old Bai grinned and said, Thank you. Zhou Yin Lai sighed slightly. I have not deepened my cultivation and have stopped at the realm of explorer, so I can only block 1 person for you. Li Tongyuan laughed. Then let me try the Heavenly Mystic 9 sounds of the Zhu Yin family. Now there were only Mo Dufei and Zhang Wenjin left. Zhang Wenjin shouted, Hey, those who are watching the show, aren't you going to take action? Ha ha! Laughter was heard, and Han Fei suddenly discovered that Yue Xier beside him suddenly disappeared. 1,000 kilometers away, a sloppy, brawny man held a wine gourd in his hand, laughing. My disciple is very important to me. Since Han Fei has brought him out, I'd better just watch this show and not interfere. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and saw 2 other people walking out of the void. However, they didn't come close, but only watched casually. He didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. Han Fei didn't panic. He knew that Old Han certainly wouldn't watch him die. Old Han hadn't shown up yet, so he was still safe now. Han Fei was sure that Old Han cared about him. After all, the sea-quelling painting had shown him how happily Old Han and his mother used to live together. At this time, the people of the 7 sects were pissed, and a strong person from the origin returning peak shouted, Do we have to beg them to return? A powerhouse from the Mountain Sea Pavilion snorted coldly. Who knows what the Thug Academy will do in the future? Han Fei looked back. The 3 best heavenly talents of the Heavenly Sword Sect are right in the sea-quelling painting. As long as you don't interfere, I will let them leave. As for the other sects, except for the Death Door sect, you all have disciples in my painting. Are you sure you're going to attack me regardless of the safety of your disciples? Yang Xie suddenly said. A disciple of the Grand Void Academy gave birth to a son who has a level 7 spiritual heritage, and they are in the painting. A disciple of the Jade Fairy Palace gave birth to a daughter who also has a level 7 spiritual heritage and is in the painting, and her father is from the origin returning peak. Are you sure you don't want them? Hearing his words, the powerhouses of the sects all froze. The eyes of a man from the Grand Void Academy lit up. You said that one of our disciples gave birth to a son with a level 7 spiritual heritage? Yang Xie smiled and said, I don't have to deceive you, senior. There is no animosity between the 7 sects and us. These kids call me uncle, and I want to let them out too. The man immediately said, Okay, if what you say is true, the Grand Void Academy won't intervene in this matter, but you'd better not be lying to me. A woman from the Jade Fairy Palace nodded and said, The Jade Fairy Palace won't be involved in this matter. The strong master of the origin returning peak was pondering, the Jade Fairy Palace is composed of all women, so the child should belong to our sect. He immediately said, okay, but can I take a look at the child? Han Fei waved his hand, and a little girl appeared, led by a woman. Suddenly appearing in a strange place, she seemed to be scared. Mom, water, see. The woman was not a cultivator and looked a little flustered at the moment. She looked at Yang Xie nervously. Mr. Yang, what's going on here? Yang Xie smiled and said, it's okay, Xiaoya. Tell them who your mother is. The woman said, Lin Qingyu. My mother is Lin Qingyu. The strong master from the Jade Fairy Palace shouted, what? Qingyu is still alive? The man from the origin returning peak tried to sound gentle and said with a smile, little girl, who is your father? The little girl nervously hid behind her mother and said, Zhou Wuji. The man from the origin returning peak exclaimed, what, Wuji? Your father is Zhou Wuji? Yang Xie said, Xiaoya, I'll take you home first. We are negotiating. Don't panic. With a thought from Han Fei, a phantom wrapped the two of them and they disappeared. Han Fei looked at the crowd and said, as you know, the people trapped in the painting are all talented people, and most of them are from the 7 major sects. Now, are the 7 major sects still going to participate in the war? The old man from the origin returning peak took a deep look at Han Fei. Okay, we won't interfere in this matter, but, Han Fei, let our men out first, and I will take them away immediately. The powerhouse from the Jade Immortal Palace said, that little girl should belong to the Jade Immortal Palace. How can you take her away? Her father is from our sect. Of course, I can take her away, the woman said angrily. It's not your decision. We're going to take her away. What can you do? Han Fei smiled and said, seniors, why bother arguing now? We're still in danger, so I can't give them to you now. After all, we are not that familiar. If I release them and then you start to attack us, what am I going to do then? Someone shouted, brat, are you doubting our honor? Old Bai sneered. If you have honor, you would not have asked us to release your people at this moment. Now that 4 of the 7 sects wouldn't interfere, the other 3 sects wouldn't act alone. Giggle, giggle. Suddenly, someone laughed. It was Mo Dufei. She said, is this the style of the Thug Academy? Even children can be your tools. Old Bai scoffed. Shut up. How do you have the nerve to laugh at us? You poisonous woman, do you think we don't know what the Mo family has done? Mo Dufei glared at him. Bai Konye, say that again? Old Bai laughed and scolded. In addition to being good at seducing men, what else can Mo family women do? Water columns of black dragons bombarded Old Bai. He slapped out and the waves burst. Mo Dufei shouted, even if they don't join us, don't forget we still have many law enforcers on our side. Zhang Wanjin, let's resolve this old guy together. Why bother? A leisurely voice resounded. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man walking out of the void. The man said leisurely, Bai Kongye, why do you have to compete for the sea-quelling painting? Are you capable enough? In the first 2 competitions for the painting, the Thug Academy was almost destroyed. Do you want to try again now? Anyone can take the sea-quelling painting, but not the Thug Academy. You said you would retaliate against the 1,000-star city, but I'd like to ask you, do you have the ability to do that? Old Bai's face became cold and he gritted his teeth and said, Chu sect. Han Fei was confused. What the hell is the Chu sect? Are there so many big clans in the 1,000-star city? Shui Shen, who had been silent just now, suddenly said, since the Chu sect has sent no disciples to compete for the painting, how can you come grab it now? The man smiled disdainfully. There are so many of you, but you still can't even resolve the Thug Academy? If I didn't come, I don't know what would have happened. The Chu sect won't take the painting, but the painting must not be taken by these people in the Thug Academy. As he said this, he glanced at Han Fei. Your name is Han Fei, right? Hand over the sea-quelling painting, and I will spare your life. Bai Kongye scolded. Chu Nanfeng, are you threatening us? The middle-aged man named Chu Nanfeng smiled contemptuously. Yes, so what? If he refuses to hand over the sea-quelling painting, he may be killed by me. You'd better think carefully. Seeing Chu Nanfeng so overbearing, Han Fei cursed. Old bastard, you want to kill me? Believe it or not, I'll tear down your Chu sect someday. Chu Nanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Boy, are you looking for death, Han Fei scoffed. Come on, fight me. Chu Nanfeng took a step down, and the void vibrated. Suddenly, a voice sounded. I never expected that such a nobody could boss people around. The void vibrated, and someone came from the other end of the sea, his hands behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked just like a celestial being. The man seemed to be able to walk 1,000 kilometers with a single step. Stepping through the waves, he appeared before the crowd. I hear that you want to kill my son? Chapter 964, The Appearance of Old Han. Everyone who was fighting seemed to suddenly stop. Countless gazes fell on this elegant middle-aged man on the sea. Chu Nanfeng's face distorted, and he said word by word, Han, Guan, Shu. As soon as the name was heard, the void shook, and the big shots that were fighting bloodily in the void came out of the void one after another, looking stunned. Zhang Wanjin exclaimed, You are still alive? Old Han tilted his head. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the clouds, and he smiled. Is it easy for me to die? Zhang Wanjin, even you dare to touch my son now? Has your family's ancestors come back to life, or is there too much oil in your stomach and you want me to scrape it for you? Han Fei looked embarrassed as everyone looked at him. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. Fei, you are not honest. Didn't you say you came from the countryside? Le Renquang's face shook and he said, he's not just dishonest, he's cheating on our feelings. Even old Bai looked at Han Fei deeply, speechless. Han Fei coughed. Well, it's not what you think. Han Fei immediately beckoned. Old Han, these bastards are all threatening me. The one in the sky even wants to kill me. How are you going to avenge me? On the side of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Tanga said in shock, Foe, foster father? Mu Tianfeng widened his eyes and looked at Tanga Ji. Who do you mean he is your foster father? Mu Ling grasped Tanga Ji's arm with both hands, and her eyes narrowed. It seemed that she had a good vision. Han Guanshu turned his head to look at Tanga Ji with a smile and grunted in response. Then Han Guanshu turned his eyes to Han Fei again. If you are threatened, then beat the one who threatens you. If he doesn't even have the courage to threaten you, he won't dare to threaten you anymore. As he said this, Han Guanshu looked into the void and shouted, Come out! I'd like to see who will come. What are you still waiting for? Everyone was astonished. Was there still someone else? Another person walked out of the clouds, dressed in white and looking aloof. He nodded slightly towards Han Guanshu. Mo Dufei frowned. Luo Tianhe, next to Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, Father. Luo Tianhe said, Since Master Han is here, I don't think there is anything I can do here. In addition to Luo Tianhe, there were 6 other explorers, but their faces were all dark at the moment. It seemed that they were not on the Thug Academy side. Seeing Han Guanshu here, however, they didn't dare to do anything. Han Guanshu grinned. Just a moment. Help me take care of my child. I haven't fought for many years. Let me do some exercise today. As he talked, he suddenly disappeared. In the sky, Chu Nanfeng hurriedly stepped back. But the next second, a golden dragon shadow appeared in the sky. It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the sky in one bite. In fact, Han Fei and the others couldn't see clearly what was happening in the sky, as there were countless bursts of golden light. With a bang, someone was thrown into the sea, setting off waves more than 300 meters high. The sea surface recessed for more than 500 meters, and the terrifying force had sent everyone flying within a radius of 100 meters. Had it not been for the protection of Old Bai, Han Fei, and the others would have flown to nowhere. The waves on the sea were still surging, and 7 or 8 strings of golden rings rose into the sky, like firecrackers shooting into the sky. Every time the aperture flashed, there was a thunderous sound. Bending his body, Zhang Jin was trying to retreat when he was sent flying thousands of kilometers with a punch. His chest burst, and he was beaten out of sight. Mo Dufei had also wanted to retreat, but the dragon's tail whipped and she flew like a shooting star. Young Erfu hacked his 2 axes at the sky when a big hand stretched out from the void to hold the giant axes. After that, his double axe shattered, his arms were torn apart, and they dripped with blood. Ye Dongfei hurried to escape only to find that the void was locked. A huge palm slapped at him from the sky. His body rolled over on the sea like a stone skipping, and his face was battered to a bloody pulp. Li Tongyuan yelled and tore open the void, trying to escape, but the golden dragon turned around and swallowed him in one bite. When he was spat out, most of his skin and flesh had disappeared, and he almost turned into a skeleton. As for the old bastard, Sun Beisheng, who yelled the loudest just now, Old Han paid special attention to him. A big foot stepped down from the sky and kicked him hundreds of times in a row before trampling him to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, he was lying in the mud on the seabed, most of his bones scattered, and his body crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Gulp. Everyone had their mouths hung open, and even Han Fei was swallowing saliva. The group of explorers who had been hiding were all silent and motionless, horrified. Is this the power of a venerable? These explorers were simply a piece of cake in front of him. Damn, he's so fucking powerful. Even explorers seemed to be so vulnerable in front of him. Boom. With a thunderous sound, a voice resounded in the sky. Han Guanshu, you have returned to the realm of venerable? Han Guanshu reappeared on the sea again, still in that position, still putting his hands behind his back. He looked up at the vast sky. You should have known that this day would surely come. His body moved slightly, and then a terrifying explosion occurred in the sky. The clouds dissipated, and it suddenly went dark within 100 kilometers. A dark hole appeared in the sky, and an invisible attack shook in all directions. Old Han smiled. You said that the Thug Academy has no ability to take revenge on the big clans. Then what about me? From today on, if any big clan touches a string of hair on my son's head, I will wipe them out. There was silence in the sky. On the distant sea, Shu Nanfeng was dripping with blood. His original lower body was gone, and new legs were rapidly growing out of his body. He was staring at this side resentfully at this moment. Han Guanshu chuckled. So, that's all the Chu sect is capable of now? In the sky, the voice sounded again. Han Guanshu, if I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. Are you sure you can protect the Thug Academy? Han Guanshu smiled coldly. I'm protecting my son, and protecting the Thug Academy. You can have a try. Let's see if I can protect them or not. But are you sure you can afford the price you're going to pay? Han Fei exclaimed in his heart. So Old Han is a venerable expert. I thought that Old Han was at most an explorer. Wow, my father is a venerable. Wait, if Old Han is a venerable, why didn't he show up when Chun Huangdian came? Hiss, is he really my father? Han Fei absolutely didn't believe old Han didn't know that something happened to him. Then why didn't he come to save him back then? The voice in the sky was silent for a while and then sounded again. Let's go. For a while, the people who came to grab the painting all blushed in shame, but they had no choice but to leave one after another. Only then did they know that behind Han Fei, there was such a big shot. They had thought that even if Han Guanshu was not dead, he must have been seriously injured. But how did he suddenly become a venerable again? Obviously, Han Guanshu didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, they might not have been able to get out of this sea. Even Xuanhuan Feng from the Chu sect, who was a peak-level explorer, was torn in two by him. They really couldn't afford to offend Han Guanshu, precisely because of the large number of heirs in their clans. Among them, there were many heavenly talents that had great potential in the Thousand-Star City. If a venerable launched a sneak attack, it was completely possible to wipe an entire family out. No one was willing to pay this price. When the sea was quiet again, a law enforcer took out a lot of people from the ancient battlefield. Shueishen Qi gave that law enforcer a look, signaling him to bring them back to the Scattered Stars Island. Shueishen Qi said, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Wang Dashuai, Bai Lu, go back to the Scattered Stars Island to make your breakthroughs to become law enforcers. You can go back yourselves. Then he immediately left. He didn't want to meddle in these messy things. His responsibility was to deal with sea demons, not the sea-quelling painting. Luo Tianhe arched his hands towards Bai Kongye. Mr. Bai, please look after Xiao Bai for me. Bai Kongye nodded. Okay. With that, Luo Tianhe took a stride and disappeared. Zhu Yinli was a little embarrassed. He just came here to help his granddaughter's sweetheart. Han Fei could help Zhu Yinling with cultivation, so he certainly couldn't let others kill him. But who would have expected that Han Fei's father was actually a venerable expert? Zhu Yinli was even thinking, do I need to prepare more for a dowry? If Linger's dowry is too little, Han Fei might look down upon her. But our family is too poor to afford much. Han Guanshu smiled and said, Senior Zhu Yin, let the juniors handle their own matters by themselves. We'd better not interfere. Zhu Yinlai nodded hard. Yes, exactly. Master Han, I'm leaving now. Please take your son to visit us when you're free. Then Zhu Yinlai left. He thought it necessary to tell Zhu Yinling to seize this good chance. Han Fei was a perfect match for her. The people from the 7 major sects were still waiting for Han Fei to release the disciples. So were people from some of the big clans. Han Guanshu looked at those people and said, Remember that you all owe my son a favor. If you forget, I don't mind helping you remember so. The law enforcers were horrified. If they owed Han Fei a favor, they would rather give up on their disciples. However, they didn't dare to disobey a venerable. With a thought from Han Fei, a phantom of the earth appeared, and thousands of people suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, and the seawater was holding the ordinary people to prevent them from falling. Ah, Master. Teacher, Master, we meet again. Mom, it's the sea. Master. These people were in a panic, and many ordinary people among them were stunned, and the children were too scared to say anything. They all stared at the sea surface, wondering why they didn't fall. The powerhouse from the Grand Void Academy laughed. Great, you all came back safely. Which of you is the talented boy from our sect? On the other side, the Origin returning Peak and Jade Fairy Palace seemed to be quarreling. Because Han Guanshu was still around, they didn't dare to start a fight. They seemed to be arguing intensely via voice transmission, trying to decide which party would take the talented girl away. Whichever party took the girl away probably had to compensate the other party a lot. Mu Tianfeng saw 3 disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect, but the 3 of them looked numb. Although they bowed to him, they didn't seem to have any emotions. Han Fei explained, There are strange laws in the sea-quelling painting, and one of them is ultimate affectionless. These disciples have gone through that law, so they've become like this. Mu Tianfeng sighed and then nodded. In fact, the 7 major sects all felt lucky that they didn't attack Han Fei just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. At this time, Tanga and Muling came to Han Fei. Muling was somewhat restrained and nervously said, Nice to meet you, Uncle Han. Han Guanshu smiled kindly. Nice to meet you. You're a good girl, and it's Tange's blessing to win your favor. Beside him, Han Fei was staring straight at him. Your other daughter-in-law is still missing. Ignoring Han Fei's gaze, Han Guanshu looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang, saying, Excuse me, I have something to say to these kids. Then with a swish, Han Fei and Tanga disappeared from the sea. Chapter 965, Secret. In a dilapidated secret realm, there was a chair with a hot pot on it, and Han Guanshu and his sons were eating around the chair. Before Han Guanshu could speak, Han Fei asked, Let's talk about your daughter-in-law first. You're a venerable. Why don't you save your daughter-in-law? Han Guanshu put a piece of fish into his mouth and seemed very satisfied with the food. It's her fate. Sha Xiaoshan's identity is not simple. If she stays here, it's not good for her. The Thousand-Star City doesn't have space for her to grow. Han Fei was speechless. Okay, that makes sense, but why didn't you save me back then? Han Guanshu smiled and looked at Han Fei. Are you dead? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. You had calculated what would happen to me? Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. I'm not omnipotent. I couldn't know for sure, but I could figure out that you wouldn't die. You were in a crisis, but it couldn't kill you. Han Fei was speechless. Come on, I'm your son. Tonga was surprised. Father, what are you discussing? What happened to Han Fei before? Han Guanshu smiled. Nothing. Tonga, you must have had a hard time in those years when I was away. Tonga shook his head. Father, Han Fei and I are brothers and looked out for one another. Han Guanshu smiled and said, Okay, good. Since you are in the Heavenly Sword sect and I think Mu Ling is very suitable for you, I'm going to talk to Mu Tianfeng about your marriage. Huh? Tonga blushed immediately. Marriage? He was still young. Wouldn't it be too early? Han Fei also looked at Han Guanshu in surprise, but then his heart did a flip. No, it definitely wasn't that simple. Cultivators' lives are so long, and now is a critical period for Tongai's cultivation. Why did old Han want Tongai to marry now? For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. However, if Tongai and Mu Ling were married, it would not be bad. At least Tongai would live much more comfortably than him. Han Fei was thinking about what it would be like if he asked Xia Xiaoshan's family to marry Xia Xiaoshan off to him. He might be beaten to death and thrown out. Han Fei said, It's okay, you two will marry anyway. But old Han, since I've grabbed the painting, can I go to the Thousand-Star City in the future? Han Guanshu nodded. Yes, but a year from now. Why? Han Guanshu said indifferently, a venerable is not enough to overawe them. Not only do you have to go to the Thousand-Star City, but the Thug Academy may also choose to return. Before you show your fangs, because of me, those people in the Thousand-Star City may not target you. Han Fei grasped something keenly. He frowned and said, Showing fangs? What do you mean? Han Guanshu said, No matter what era or group, high-ranking people always value what benefits you bring to the table. You've taken the sea quelling painting, which means that you got the opportunity to become a king, so they won't just let you develop and grow stronger. Just imagine, if you become a king, what will happen? Han Fei frowned. Becoming king? I'm going to become the 9th Heavenly Lord, and the entire 8 million kilometers will be mine. Thinking of this, Han Fei took a breath. Yes, the Thousand-Star City hadn't had a king-level powerhouse yet, so whichever family was the strongest had the most say. But once he became a king, these big clans would worry that if he became their masters, he could take revenge on them, deprive them of their rights, and contain them. If he were a member of these big clans, he would probably have had the same idea. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei with a smile. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei with a smile. So they are likely to send strong men to kill me at any time? Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. With me, they dare not do that for the time being. Even if a venerable comes to kill you in person, I will discover it. However, this is only before you become an explorer. Han Fei grinned. Then how will they deal with me? Han Guanshu said. They will give you certain privileges. Han Fei was surprised. What do you mean? Han Guanshu said. Perhaps they will give you a certain amount of power, which is why I think the Thug Academy will return. Why would they do that? Han Guanshu said. There are still many unresolved mysteries in this sea. For example, the 10,000 Demon Valley is still there. If you can become a king, it'll be your business to solve the problems of the 10,000 Demon Valley. Although they can't kill you, they will try to make as many troubles as possible for you. I will not intervene in this. Han Fei took a breath. Will these people be so insidious? Although the 10,000 Demon Valley was defeated this time, there were still countless sea demons. The world at the other end of the 10,000 Demon Valley was also a territory that was difficult for humans to explore. Han Fei knew that there were still many dangers there. Moreover, there was the mysterious royal city. Han Fei asked casually, what will happen if I become an explorer? Han Guanshu shook his head. Don't make the breakthrough to become an explorer here. Han Fei asked in surprise. Why? Han Guanshu said leisurely. To make the breakthrough, you'll have to survive a terrifying thunderstorm. You have become the target of the public in this territory, so you can't hide it from their eyes. At that time, even I can't guarantee that you can survive this thunderstorm. They wouldn't even need to kill you. All they would need to do is to make you unable to survive the thunder. Han Fei took a deep breath. Yes, that makes sense. Tonga's face was dark. Shameless. Han Guanshu glanced at Tonga and said, Tonga, since they know that you're my foster son, they won't let you become an explorer either, so you'll have to marry Mu Ling as soon as possible. Han Fei patted his thigh. No wonder, if Tonga marries Mu Ling, Tonga will be regarded as a member of the Heavenly Sword sect that is the head of the 7 major sects. Then those people will hesitate to attack you. Yes, smart boy. Tonga's face turned cold and he gritted his teeth. These big clans have been such bullies for too long. Han Guanshu laughed and said, from today on, before Han Fei returns as an explorer, you two had better not see each other too much. Tonga immediately said, Father, where is Han Fei going? Han Guanshu smiled. Not now, but in the future. After telling Tonga what he wanted to tell him, Han Guanshu said, Gayer, I will send you back first. Ask Mu Tianfeng to wait for me for a while. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to see Han Fei often now, Tonga decided to find a way to become an explorer as soon as possible under the cover of the Heavenly Sword sect. Okay. With a wave of Han Guanshu's hand, Tonga disappeared on the sea. Mu Tianfeng hadn't left, and the other major sects had taken their long-lost disciples back and were thinking about whether to leave. Tonga suddenly appeared on the sea. Mu Tian said with a smile. How is it going? What did you talk about? Tanga's face turned red. Master, my foster father said he had something to talk to you about later. Oh? Mu Tianfang was a little surprised. What did Han Guanshu want to talk to him about? They didn't know each other well. Mu Ling blushed instantly and widened her eyes. She knew Tunga better than her father, so when she saw Tunga blushing, she had guessed something, and she was a little nervous now, in the secret realm. Han Fei looked at old Han and asked, Why did you ask Tunga to leave? Han Guanshu smiled. Don't you have anything to ask me? Han Fei glanced at him. Will you answer any questions I ask? Then he said, Since you said that I shouldn't become an explorer here, do you mean I should go to the other side through the demon plant forest? Han Guanshu nodded. Han Fei said, Is the other side the Waterwood world? I mean the Waterwood Heavenly Palace? Han Fei Shu smiled and nodded again. Han Fei took a breath. As expected, old Han had already known about the Heavenly Palaces. He suddenly changed the topic. How did my mother die? Han Guanshu paused. Because of you. Huh? Han Guanshu said. Didn't you see it? Han Fei's eyes widened. How did old Han know what I saw? Han Guanshu said. Because not everyone can go into that place. When I was holding the knife, I was hesitating and guessing who you were. Apart from her and me, it could only be you. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. So he had guessed it was him? Han Fei asked. Then, why did you kill her? And why did she want to kill me? Han Guanshu was puzzled for a moment. Oh, it seems you haven't seen the whole picture. What do you mean? Han Guanshu smiled. Who said she wanted to kill you, and who said I killed her? Han Fei was speechless. I thought I saw it all. You stabbed. Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. No. I will tell you the answer in the future, but not now because it will affect your cultivation mentality. Han Fei looked at old Han speechlessly. Don't hold me in suspense, okay? You might as well tell me now. Han Guanshu shook his head. Not now. Han Fei was discouraged. Then can you at least tell me who she was? This time Han Guanshu was surprised. You don't know who she was? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Why give me this look? Am I supposed to know who she was? Han Guanshu said. Whatever. I can't tell you now. Okay, let me tell you another thing. Something disastrous is going to happen to the Thug Academy. If you're involved in it, you will also suffer, but if you stay out of it, you'll be safe. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Can't you help them out? Han Guanshu shook his head. No, as I said, I'm not omnipotent. You know, changing the course of one thing may change the course of countless things. Besides, I've calculated that the result of this catastrophe will be good and bad. Chapter 966, Old Han Leaves on the Sea. Han Guanshu suddenly appeared with Han Fei, and the two of them walked towards the Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Tianfang was confused. What do they want? Han Guanshu bowed. Brother Mu, I have something to discuss with you. Mu Tianfang's heart did a flip. A venerable humbles himself to fraternize with me? How can I refuse? Mu Tianfang immediately said respectfully, Brother Han, what can I do for you? Han Guanshu smiled and said, Brother Mu, thank you for taking care of my son, Teng Ji. Mu Tianfang was relieved. Fortunately, what he asked was not to put Han Fei, the hot potato, in his sect. Mu Tianfang immediately said politely, Gier is talented and determined. A genius like him is hard to come by. If it weren't for Brother Han, how could our Heavenly Sword Sect obtain such a great talent? Han Guanshu smiled. Well, Brother Mu, I find that my son and your daughter are in love, so I'd like to take this opportunity to propose the marriage of my son to your daughter, Brother Mu. As he said this, Han Guanshu took out a pair of silver bracelets carved with dragons and phoenixes. Although this pair of sun-moon concentric rings are not good at attacking, they're comparable to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure if put together and are equivalent to ultra-quality divine weapons if separated. The pair of rings can be a good means of defense. May I give them to your daughter as betrothal presents? Mu Ling was stunned. She was only 18 and this was the first time she would see a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Even Mu Tianfang was shocked, let alone Mu Ling. Wow, Han Guanshu is using a sea-quelling bizarre treasure as a betrothal gift? He literally has money to burn. Even Han Fei was stunned. Wow, good stuff. Why don't I have this thing? Before Mu Tianfang could speak, Han Guanshu waved his hand and a halberd appeared in his hand. He smiled at Tang Ge and said, Gaer, you've grown up and you need a decent weapon. This halberd is an ultra-quality divine weapon. Remember to use it to protect the person you should protect. Then he threw the halberd to Tang Ge. The latter's head was buzzing, and he was so moved that he could only say, Father, Han Fei's head was also buzzing. Wow, a sea-quelling bizarre treasure and an ultra-quality divine weapon. Old Han is really rich. Han Guanshu looked at Mu Tianfang with a smile. Brother Mu, what do you think of my suggestion? In fact, even if Han Guanshu didn't say it, Mu Tianfang had already had this plan. Tang Ge was talented and dedicated. He was a good choice for his daughter. But Han Guanshu had to be so generous for a reason. He was trying to befriend the seven sects with the hope that the seven sects could turn a blind eye to certain things in the future. However, once he became in-laws with Han Guanshu, the position of the Heavenly Sword Sect could no longer be shaken. Having a venerable in his sect and another venerable as his in-law, no one would dare to mess with him. Okay, Mu Tianfang immediately agreed. Brother Han, I've already regarded Gaer as my son. This is what I want too. When the two of them return from the Scattered Stars Island, I'll personally preside over their wedding. Brother Mu, please come by then. Han Guanshu smiled and said, I may not be able to go. As you know, I have a lot of enemies. If I go, they might try to ruin the wedding. Although Han Fei and Teng Ge are not biological brothers, they are closer than biological brothers. Han Fei will attend the wedding. Alas, I don't know when I will hear my new daughter-in-law call me Dad. Mu Ling's eyes lit up and she bowed. Father. Father? Good, good. Then he stuffed the sun-moon concentric rings into Mu Ling's hands. Very good, very good. Seeing that Han Guanshu and Mu Tianfeng were in harmony and had plans to unite, the other 6 sects were stunned. They will become in-laws? The Heavenly Sword sect's position is unshakable now. Alas, why didn't Teng Ge fall for one of our Jade Fairy Palace's disciples? The powerhouse of the Jade Fairy Palace immediately whispered to Gong Yehan, Yehan, what do you think of Han Fei? Huh? Gong Yehan looked dazed and didn't know how to answer. She was speechless and thought, come on, master, Han Guanshu is a venerable. He can certainly hear you. In fact, a faint smile appeared on Han Guanshu's face. He knew the powerhouse meant to be heard by him, but it wasn't so easy to become tied to his family. Love affairs will hinder my son's cultivation, so I'll have to keep Han Fei away from the Jade Fairy Palace in the future. Then he talked for a moment with Mu Tianfeng, and Teng Ge's face was flush. Then they said goodbye to each other. Seeing the people from the 7 major sects walking away, Han Fei looked at Han Guanshu crossly. Isn't there anything for me? Han Guanshu handed over a jade slip and smiled. I have left you the most things. Don't be unsatisfied. Han Fei snorted secretly. What have you left me? Well, I obtained the sea-quelling painting probably because of your help. All right, I don't lack anything anyway. He glanced at the jade slip, which turned out to be level 6 of the True Spirit fishing art. He was overjoyed. Now he could become a law enforcer soon. When only people from the Thug Academy were left here, Han Guanshu officially met with Old Zhang and Old Bai. Old Zhang said, although I could sense that there was a strong master in the Heavenly Water Village before, I never thought you would turn out to be a venerable expert. Han Guanshu smiled mildly. Thank you for taking care of my naughty son, Mr. Jiang. Old Jiang murmured. Well, he is not just naughty. Pretending not to hear him, Han Guanshu smiled. Han Fei will always be a student of the Thug Academy. This is my promise. Old Bai said leisurely. Where are you going? Han Guanshu said. Only when I disappeared will they feel a knife hanging above their heads. Old Bai nodded. This was true. A venerable was strong, but a venerable everyone could see wasn't that awe-inspiring. Han Fei was winking at Zhang Xuanyu and the other 2. Zhang Xuanyu didn't get what he meant, and Renquang was also stunned. He is your dad. Why can't you just speak directly? Luo Xiaobai said. Hi, Uncle Han. Nice to meet you. Do you have any presents for us? Han Fei almost burst into tears. These 2 idiots couldn't understand him, so Luo Xiaobai had to say it, but Luo Xiaobai was always straightforward, so her words sounded a bit rude. Han Guanshu chuckled and glanced at Han Fei. Smooth. But Han Guanshu didn't mind, and said with a smile, I know you're good friends of my son, so I prepared some gifts for you too. Then his fingers tapped a few times in the air, and a flash of golden light shot into the foreheads of the 3 respectively, and the next moment, the 3 people fell into a daze. Then Han Guanshu looked at Old Bai and Old Jiang earnestly and said, The Thug Academy is going to have a catastrophe. I can help you through it. But if I help you, the result may not be as good as if I don't. What do you think? Old Bai asked. The Thug Academy won't be destroyed, will it? Han Guanshu nodded slightly. Isn't this nonsense? My son is still in the Thug Academy. How can I let it be destroyed? Old Bai and Old Jiang smiled at each other. Then please don't help us. Han Fei felt that things might not be so simple. Since it was a catastrophe, there had to be a big crisis on the horizon. As for the benefits that Old Han said, it might be connected to him, but he wasn't sure, so he didn't say anything. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei. You have to know that if I am here, it'll be more difficult for you, so don't take any chances. You are not a king yet. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Okay, I see. Aren't you going to leave? Just go about your own business. I can take care of myself. Han Guanshu, he shook his head helplessly and bowed to Old Jiang and Old Bai. Farewell. Swish. Han Guanshu left and soon disappeared. Han Fei estimated that Han Guanshu wouldn't return to the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison. He must have been there waiting for him. Now, the conflict over the sea-quelling painting had come to an end. Although the danger was still there, at least a certain balance had been maintained. As for how to get to the territory of the Waterwood world, he could only wait. Wait for the small green vines in the Demon Forest passage to eat their fill, and wait for leaves to grow on the trunk of the leafless tree. The leafless tree had said that it might take 5 to 10 years, which meant that he couldn't become an explorer during that time. He would have to hold back his breakthrough and wait for the right time. Han Fei had no doubt about how serious the consequences would be if he chose to make the breakthrough in the yin-yang world. Han Fei asked immediately, Old Jiang, President, what should we do now? Old Bai said casually, the 4 years aren't up yet, just continue to stay in the Scattered Stars Island. It's not a good thing if your strength increases too fast, so just wait, and when the time is right, go climb the sky ladder. Sky ladder? Only then did Han Fei remember that in the sky beyond the Scattered Stars Island, there was a ladder to the sky, which could directly lead to the Thousand Star City. So did Old Bai finally choose to return? Old Zhang said, okay brat, this time Old Bai will stay on the Scattered Stars Island. Wang Dashuai and the others will also stay, but Qin, Yang Xie, and Zhang Chao will come back to the Blue Sea Town with me. By the way, Han Fei, give me the Heaven Heart Lotus Seed and I will give it back to you when I refine it into a pill. One day later, on the Wind God boat. Luo Xiaobai and the other two woke up befuddled. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei Fei, where am I? Chapter 967. Overflooded market. Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, and Luo Xiaobai woke up one after another. At this moment all of them looked dumbfounded, which then turned to shock. Zhang Xuanyu roared, Han Fei, your father gave me a bunch of stick techniques. Huh, no, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. I'm so inspired. Le Renquang said happily, Uncle Han gave me a knife technique. It's so powerful. I'm gonna cultivate in seclusion too. Han Fei remained expressionless and turned to look at Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai said, Uncle Han has shown me a lot of other manipulators' battles, but there was no inheritance. Han Fei nodded lazily. I guess he has no inheritance of this kind, so he could only show you what he's seen. Zhang Xuanyu said cheerfully, Hey, Fei Fei, is Uncle Han gone? Don't be sad. Only when he's gone can he protect you better. Don't panic. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, Why would I panic? I just suddenly feel that I've lost my sense of direction. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. How come? Han Fei said, shrugging. Where do you think I should go for now? The Scattered Stars Island probably won't restrict us anymore. Shall we go to sea to find secret realms? Luo Xiaobai said. Go back and settle down for a while. You should have gained a lot of weapons this time, which you can exchange for a lot of resources. Han Fei pondered and thought what she said was true. He had a lot of resources indeed, which he could exchange for a lot of spiritual fruits or something else. No matter what happened in the future, resources were definitely needed. He should secure at least 1 billion points of spiritual energy first. Besides, he also had 8 million points of credit, which would be enough to buy a lot of things. Han Fei perked up and said, Okay, let me settle in for a few months. The Empyrean Waterfall. As soon as Han Fei arrived home, he found that a large group of people had already surrounded his door. The sky was full of people, and strong masters were everywhere on the roof and in the yard of his house, as well as on the Empyrean Waterfall. Le Renquang exclaimed, Fei Fei, did these people come to make trouble for you because you've obtained the sea-quelling painting? Luo Xiaobai said, No, they want to make the breakthrough and become law enforcers. Many people in the Empyrean Waterfall want that. Seeing Han Fei return, many people cast strange looks at him and at the same time looked envious. They were all thinking that this guy might become a true king in the future. Although it was not for certain, he had obtained a sea-quelling bizarre treasure anyway. It would definitely bring him a lot of benefits. Han Fei had become a hidden fisher not long ago, but now he was already an advanced hidden fisher. Besides, since Han Fei had walked through the boneyard, he must have found his own way, which meant the barrier to become a law enforcer would be no problem for him. It would almost be inevitable for him to become a law enforcer sooner rather than later. Meow. Big Yellow pounced on Han Fei with a swish. Meow, Han Fei, give my little friends back. I had just met some new friends, but you kicked me out. Han Fei cuddled Big Yellow and said, Don't panic, okay? There are so many people here. When these people are gone, I will let your little friends out. Li Luoluo waved at him. Han Fei, I don't need your help anymore. I'm going to become a law enforcer on my own. Han Fei smirked. Congratulations. Granny Yin called out. Big Yellow, what are you doing? Come down. Meow. Qing Chen slipped to Han Fei's side and looked at Han Fei strangely. Awesome. You are finally back. Ning Jingyao sighed. What a pity. I didn't even see the so-called 9 sounds missed this time. Yu Yi sighed. Yes, but at least we can become law enforcers now. They were discussing it hotly. Chu Lin Yuan and the others hadn't arrived yet. They came back with Han Fei, but they weren't on the same fishing boat, and their fishing boat was a bit slower. At this moment, Han Fei was dealing with the crowd while looking at Nameless, who was standing on the Empyrean Waterfall. He was a little surprised. Nameless was the first? Ye Qingfeng hugged a centipede and said casually, There are already 3 people who have become law enforcers. Nanggong Xuan was the first. I guess it will take at least 3 days for all these people to finish their breakthroughs. As they talked, a spiritual vortex formed. The void oscillated and roared faintly, and a law seemed to be about to descend. After a full hour, Nameless suddenly opened his eyes, and a sword light shot out. Law Enforcer, Sword Soul. Behind Nameless, a phantom of a long sword appeared, shining dazzlingly. Ning Jingyao roared, Nameless, what kind of law is this? Nameless said flatly. A ray of Sword Soul condensed between the heavens and earth, the sword of law. Nameless just explained it without showing the law. Amid the congratulations of the crowd, he nodded slightly and went back home. Ning Jingyao couldn't wait to rush over. I'll be the next. Han Fei and the other 3 looked at each other in confusion. Huh? In a collective breakthrough, did they have to jostle for making the breakthrough first? Le Renquang sighed. I think I should go back to cultivate in seclusion. I feel I am not strong enough now. Han Fei was speechless. Here? Hey, forget it. Don't rush. You should exchange the resources you got for what you need first. 3 days had passed. When the last person succeeded in becoming a law enforcer, there was a sudden big drop in the number of people living in the Empyrean Waterfall. Many people were transferred to somewhere else to carry out different tasks after they became law enforcers, and after releasing 2 cat creatures, Han Fei finally got a quiet yard. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting at home, counting his spoils. There are 3,564 ultra-quality spiritual weapons, which don't seem to be many. 301 semi-divine weapons, most of them were snatched by me. 23 low-quality divine weapons, which is a windfall. 3 mid-quality divine weapons. I got these from the 3 corpses in the sounding snake mine. 2 ultra-quality divine weapons, the Cosmic Sword and Sun Mu's Sword. Including the Spirit Awakening fluid I obtained from the Snake Cave, there are 840,000 kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid left. There are 140,000 caddies of Spiritual Spring in total, which is equivalent to 140 million points of spiritual energy. Including the black beads, I have 340 million points of spiritual energy now. 8 million points of credits, and Lorenquang also took 5 million points to trade for resources. As for the various spiritual plants he obtained in the underground city, it was purely Han Fei's hobby. Han Fei was just trying to preserve the species, of course mainly for eating, so they didn't count. But, seeing so many things, Han Fei was a little worried. How should I deal with these resources? Sometimes, when you have too many resources, you don't know how to spend them. Okay, let me go to the market and have a try. The refining hall. Han Fei came here, of course, not for refining weapons, but for selling weapons. As soon as Han Fei appeared at the shopping guide, a group of girls immediately surrounded him. A girl was the fastest. With a swish, she appeared in front of Han Fei. Master Han Fei, are you going to have some big moves this time? Han Fei grinned. Haha, sure. The girl smiled sweetly. Of course, you make a big stir every time you come, Han Fei pondered. Well, I don't think you can deal with me alone. Han Fei beckoned to the shopping guide girls. Hi, I have a large number of supplies for sale. There are ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons. For every piece you sell for me, you can get a rebate of 2%. Deal? In an instant, a total of 21 shopping guides all surrounded him. A girl said, Master Han Fei, no problem. But recently, the prices of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons have dropped. How do you want to sell them? Han Fei was stunned. The prices have dropped? Why? The girl said. There was a sudden flood of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons on the market, which caused the market prices of ultra-quality spiritual weapons to drop by more than 30%. Even the prices of semi-divine weapons are reduced by 20%. After all, not many can afford a semi-divine weapon. Han Fei turned green. He knew why there was a sudden flood of ultra-quality spiritual weapons and semi-divine weapons on the market. They must have been obtained on the ancient battlefield. Besides, if he wanted to sell them quickly, even if he reduced the prices by 30%, the prices weren't that competitive. The price of an ultra-quality spiritual weapon with a sealed creature was usually around 40,000 points of credit. Would he have to sell it at half the price? Han Fei gritted his teeth. I can offer a 50% discount. However, I only accept spiritual spring and spiritual fruit, not credits or high-quality pearls. The shopping guide girls' eyes all brightened. Master Han Fei was always so domineering. They said unanimously, Master Han Fei, you can rest assured, your shop will definitely have a steady stream of customers. After a moment, Han Fei rented a shop of about 200 square meters and put more than 500 pieces of ultra-quality spiritual weapons for sale. Han Fei calculated it carefully. Even if the top-quality spiritual weapons were discounted at 50%, he would not have a loss. After all, these ultra-quality spiritual weapons were picked up from the ancient battlefield. A spiritual weapon could be traded for 20,000 points of credits, more than 20 pieces of spiritual fruits, or about 1,000 caddies of spiritual spring. However, the prices of spiritual fruits fluctuated. The more he collected, the higher the prices would be. Han Fei was hanging up a banner reading, 50% discount, big sale. Outside, the shopping guide girls were madly sending messages via voice transmission through their waist tags. Come on, Master Han Fei is exchanging ultra-quality spiritual weapons for spiritual spring and spiritual fruit. Come here quickly. Sonair, there is a big sale here in the refining hall. A 50% discount. Come here soon. Munger, come on, ask for leave. Oh no, tell your captain that a 50% discount is offered here. You're not going to want to miss this chance. Chapter 968, Ancient Battlefield Announcement. Although the refining hall was lively, it was not a vegetable market after all. Besides, most people would grab the bargains themselves first before they shared the good news with others. Of course, there were also some people who saw Han Fei's banner and immediately spread the message out or went to find resources. But in any case, Han Fei's shop was now crowded with more than 60 people. Master Han Fei, are you really offering a 50% discount? Han Fei nodded. Yes, don't you see my banner? Someone was holding a long sword, reluctant to let it go, and asked tentatively, Master Han Fei, I only have 18 spiritual fruits. Can you reserve this sword for me? I'm going to the logistics division to exchange for some more spiritual fruits right now, okay? Han Fei raised his eyelids. Well, my purpose is to serve the people. 18 spiritual fruits are enough. Now give me the spiritual fruits and take the weapon. The man was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Han Fei. Someone wanted to buy a big axe, but when he checked his sea-swallowing seashell, he looked a little embarrassed. Han Fei immediately asked, Yes, you, everything okay? Tell me. The man said, Master Han Fei, I found that I only have 800 caddies of spiritual spring and 7 spiritual fruits. It's not enough, is it? It was not enough, but he didn't mind. After all, these weapons were all picked up from the ancient battlefield and cost him nothing. Han Fei immediately said, Don't panic, show me your sea-swallowing seashell. If you didn't lie to me, I can give you a bargain. The man was overjoyed. Master Han Fei, here it is. Han Fei took a look and thought to himself, what a pauper, but he still smiled. You're lucky to have met me. My purpose is to serve the people. Fine, take the axe. Hearing what Han Fei said, the other people immediately shouted, Master Han Fei, I want to buy 2 axes, but my money is not enough. Master Han Fei, can I get a wholesale price on these weapons? Han Fei immediately perked up. Wholesale, great, come here, let's have a good talk. An hour later, when Han Fei was stuffing weapons in someone's hands, a shopping guide shouted, Everyone, come with me. This way is the best discount for you. This way, please. Han Fei was overjoyed. Hey, what are you waiting for? Come on in. Pick what you like. Quality guaranteed. 1 hour passed. On a certain coast, someone shouted, Brothers, great news. Master Han Fei is in the refining hall selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons, all 50% off. Let's go. The Inferno Beach, someone yelled. Boys, quickly count the spiritual spring energy and spiritual fruits you have. Let's go to the refining hall and go on a shopping spree. A trans-island inspection team. Brothers, get on the fishing boat. I've got great news. I'll tell you on the way. The Fishers Union, hey guys, stop fishing. Let's go to the refining hall in the west of the city where ultra-quality spiritual weapons are on sale. Soon, the whole city was in an uproar. The entrance to the refining hall was crowded with people. More than 20 shopping guide girls were distributing numbers. At this moment, 2,000 numbers had already been issued. Someone shouted, Don't worry, everyone. Master Han Fei said that within 3,000 people, everyone can buy a weapon, but it is limited to 1 piece per person. Someone was trying to maintain order. Don't panic. Check if your resources are sufficient first. Only 2,000 numbers were issued now because other people were busy collecting spiritual spring energy and spiritual fruits. The opposing logistics division was already overcrowded. Everyone was exchanging credit for spiritual energy and spiritual fruits. In the logistics division, hundreds of staff members were yelling frantically at their waist tags. Hurry up! Is there enough spiritual spring? If it's not enough, transfer some from the east and the south of the city. Someone responded, I don't know if the spiritual spring is enough, but the spiritual fruits are not enough. Is Han Fei crazy? Why did he suddenly take out so many spiritual weapons for sale? Someone said, well, it's said that in addition to ultra-quality spiritual weapons, he is also going to sell semi-divine weapons limited to 300 pieces. Wow, old Wang, let's keep some spiritual spring and spiritual fruit. I want to buy a semi-divine weapon. Yes, I have already told them to keep 1,000,000 caddies of spiritual spring and 3,000 spiritual fruits. Except for the west part of the city, the refining halls in the north, south, and east of the city suddenly became empty. Some people also came back from the ancient battlefield. At this moment, he was stunned. Where are the people? Why are they gone? Someone was confused. There must be something wrong. Just now, someone told me that they had gone to collect resources, but why haven't they returned? Huh? Your customer also went to collect resources and then disappeared? Yes. Suddenly, a shop owner ran in and roared, Something bad has happened. I heard that in the refining hall in the west of the city, a person called Han Fei is selling ultra-quality spiritual weapons at 50% off. Damn, it said that he is also going to sell some semi-divine weapons. Fuck, 50% off? Is he crazy? Someone frowned. How many weapons did he grab from that place? Someone gritted his teeth. Damn, if he dumps those weapons onto the market like this, we won't be able to sell our stock. Someone shouted, we can give a 50% discount too. Anyway, we have 0 cost. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sell our stock. Someone disapproved. Are you stupid? How many people are there in the Scattered Stars Island? There are at least hundreds of thousands of people. Just let him sell first. At most, it will take us a little longer, but we will definitely be able to sell our weapons. The central city, Mayor's Mansion, Marshal, Han Fei, that little punk, is madly collecting spiritual energy and spiritual fruits. Now those who came back from the ancient battlefield are forced to sell their ultra-quality spiritual weapons at a 50% discount too. If things continue like this, the logistics divisions will run out of spiritual spring and spiritual fruit. Shui Shenqi was reading an ancient book and casually threw a sun-moon shell without raising his head. There are 5 million caddies of spiritual spring and 10,000 spiritual fruits in this. Give them to the logistics divisions. The speaker was surprised. Marshal, but this is your own resources, Shui Shenqi said indifferently. These things are useless to me. Let out the news that the ancient battlefield is about to open, and it will be one of the trial places for the Scattered Stars Island in the future. The speaker exclaimed, Marshal, won't it be too dangerous for ordinary people? Sui Shenqi said flatly, build a water base and put law enforcers there. The personnel shall be provided according to the specifications in the Pearl Sea. Lower the prices of ultra-quality spiritual weapons. 50% lower will be fine. Yes, Marshal, after a moment. Shui Shenqi gently put down the ancient book in his hand and smiled. 8 years, the refining hall, Han Fei shouted out over the crowd. Come, one by one, don't panic. Hey, you haven't paid your money yet. Don't rush to make the weapon acknowledge you as its owner. Come and pay first, Han Fei asked. Number 1682, what do you want? No, 682 hurriedly said. Captain, it's me. Han Fei glanced at him, who seemed to look familiar, so he asked tentatively, are you from the 8th Battalion? No, 682 nodded hurriedly. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Okay, I'll give you a 60% discount. Thank you, Captain. At this moment there was a voice from outside the refining hall. Attention, attention, attention. At the request of Marshal Shui, the ancient battlefield relics in the offshore waters will be open to all hidden fishers in half a month, and to everyone in half a year. There are a large number of lost ultra-quality spiritual weapons, semi-divine weapons, and even divine weapons on the ancient battlefield. In 3 days, the information about the ancient battlefield will be officially released and everyone can read it. In an instant, all the people on the Scattered Stars Island were in an uproar. The people who were busy shopping all froze. So, Han Fei got all these ultra-quality spiritual weapons from the ancient battlefield? Someone exclaimed. No wonder there are so many ultra-quality spiritual weapons on the market recently. It turns out that they grabbed these weapons from the ancient battlefield. Han Fei curled his lips. Was Shui Shenqi trying to lower the prices of weapons? Yes, he obviously was. However, the creatures on the ancient battlefield were so strong. Hidden fishers might be able to deal with them, but it would be very difficult for hanging fishers to survive. So he opened the ancient battlefield to hidden fishers first to let them go in and clear the battlefield. In this way, after half a year, there would be only some weak soul eaters left, which hanging fishers could solve. Han Fei shouted, yes, as you've guessed, these ultra-quality spiritual weapons were dug out from the ancient battlefield. However, if you are not a hidden fisher or above, don't go there rashly. A random creature there is equivalent to a hidden fisher. Wow, what a horrible secret realm. All hidden fisher level creatures? So, those strong masters who died a few days ago were killed in this ancient battlefield? At this moment, Han Fei had a headache. Shui Shenqi was really evil. Those who bought semi-divine weapons were basically hidden fishers, but now they just needed to wait a short time before they could go explore the ancient battlefield on their own. How could he sell the remaining weapons that he planned to sell at 30% off? No, at least for now, there is still a shortage of semi-divine weapons. I can still sell them at 40% off. That's it, in the evening. There were only more than 200 ultra-quality spiritual weapons left in Han Fei's shop. Han Fei shouted to the outside, the ultra-quality spiritual weapons are almost sold out. Take the chance and come on in to have a look. By the way, the semi-divine weapons will be on sale in half an hour, all at 40% off. Many people who had a number in queue for semi-divine weapons were all excited. It's me, I'm number 1. Haha, I'm going to have a semi-divine weapon. Some people were confused. Isn't it 30% off? Someone rolled his eyes and said, didn't you hear the news just now? The ancient battlefield is about to open up, and we may be able to dig out semi-divine weapons there, so he has to lower the price. After a moment, when more than 300 semi-divine weapons were hung up, everyone was dumbfounded. Gulp. Someone swallowed. Wow, how many semi-divine weapons has Master Han Fei dug out? Chapter 969, Old Turtle 3 days later. Han Fei had more money than ever before. He traded more than 3,500 pieces of ultra-quality spiritual weapons for 3.02 million caddies of spiritual spring and over 23,000 spiritual fruits. Plus the 301 semi-divine weapons, after deducting the 2% commission, he had a total of 4.6 million caddies of spiritual spring, which was equivalent to 4.6 billion points of spiritual energy and 47,800 spiritual fruits. So now he had at least more than 7 billion points of spiritual energy. During this period, Ling sent him the resources he collected for him, although they were nothing at all compared with Han Fei's current property. At this moment, Han Fei had 55,000 spiritual fruits on him. As for the low-quality divine weapon and mid-quality divine weapons, Han Fei certainly wouldn't sell them. At this moment, money meant nothing to him. He should use these divine weapons to refine his blood-drinking knife, big seal, fishing rod, and long stick. He happened to have 2 ultra-quality divine weapons and 3 mid-quality divine weapons. It wouldn't be a problem for him to refine the 3 mid-quality divine weapons into a high-quality one. The Empyrean Waterfall. When Han Fei opened the fog array at home, he couldn't help but exclaim, the demon purification pot doesn't have enough energy to refine an ultra-quality divine weapon yet. It seems that I have to get the 3rd small vine as soon as possible. Han Fei intended to re-refine the ultra-quality divine weapon. But immediately he found the problem. A lot of spiritual energy had been consumed, but the refining progress was extremely slow. If he continued with the refining, it might require a huge amount of spiritual energy. Although he didn't lack spiritual energy right now, there was no need for it. Even if he refined the ultra-quality divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to exert its full strength for now. According to his speed of cultivation, after he became a peak-level hidden fisher or a law enforcer, he should be able to exert the full power of a mid-quality divine weapon. So he didn't touch those 2 ultra-quality divine weapons, but chose to refine the 3 mid-quality divine weapons into a new blood-drinking knife, a gold seal, and a dragon pole. Han Fei thought that renaming them was too much trouble. Therefore, he simply kept the original names of his weapons. As for the fishing rod, he named it Dragon Burying Pole. This name was good, and he would just keep this name 3 months later. By the Empyrean waterfall, a man and a cat were sitting on the rocks fishing. In the middle of the man and the cat there was a stone, on which 2 fruit plates were placed with rare fruits like pineapple in them. Crunch. Han Fei ate the pineapple while pulling the fishing rod. Big Yellow, if you continue to have your way with those poor cats, there won't be any cats left. Crunch. Big Yellow bit off half of a pineapple in one bite and said in depression, I just wanted an offspring, but they died. Am I destined to be lonely? Han Fei sighed. So maybe you're the one and only cat. Splash, a red blood butterfly fish was pulled up by Big Yellow. With a puff, Big Yellow killed it with his paw. But Big Yellow didn't eat it. He looked at Han Fei and said, How come you haven't caught any fish yet? Han Fei said casually, I'm not fishing. These red blood butterfly fish are not delicious at all. Big Yellow changed the topic. Your strength doesn't seem to have changed. Han Fei smiled and said, I'm still digesting it. Does it take so long? Han Fei sneered. So long? Han Fei sneered. So long? Look at yourself. Do you still think it's long? I'll be done at most in 3 months. Yes, the price to be paid for the improvement of strength wouldn't be small. Besides, after eating the source water, Han Fei's way of promotion was temporarily turned from difficult to hell mode. Now his physique was too strong. He had tried for 3 months, but he hadn't broken through even a single barrier. Of course, this was temporary. After Han Fei's cultivation was completed, his road to a breakthrough would be fully open. Before going to the Thousand-Star City, it should not be a big problem for him to become a law enforcer. But this period of time was really boring. Luo Xiaobai and the others were different from him now. They had their own way, and if they didn't work hard, they might not be able to keep up with him. And he now seemed to have truly become the kind of genius that came around once in a century or even 1,000 years. If he hadn't obtained the source water, he wouldn't have been so powerful. But now, even Nameless didn't want to fight with him. That was because they knew they were not his match. Besides, the source water and the growth of strength also brought changes to him. For example, the agility of wind of the phantom glass wings had doubled in speed. The power of devil change had decreased. It seemed that with the strengthening of his physique, the effect of devil change had correspondingly weakened. In this case, Han Fei fought against a junior law enforcer and defeated him. For a time, Han Fei felt that he had lost his goal and idled all day long. Human, you haven't exchanged things with me for a long time. The big turtle's voice rang in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei thought, what can you give me now? Spirit awakening fluid? But I've already had 80,000 kilograms of it, and my pets have just made breakthroughs. Besides, Han Fei found out that Spirit Awakening Fluid had little effect on law enforcers. That was because Spirit Awakening Fluid was a law, which contradicted law enforcers. And if he wanted Spirit Awakening Fluid, there was quite a lot in the sea quelling painting. However, Tree Spirit warned that the Spirit Awakening Fluid couldn't be taken too much because it could stabilize the world in the sea quelling painting. So, Han Fei said casually, Senior Turtle, what do you want to exchange with me now? 3 months ago, so many people became law enforcers. You're going to break the seal, right? Why rush? The big turtle was silent for a moment. I can offer you a better price. Han Fei rolled his eyes. But I don't need anything. He said, Senior, we're both idle anyway. Let's chat. Where does the spring under you lead to? The big turtle was silent and said nothing. Han Fei looked around and said, Senior, to be honest, I don't need Spirit Awakening Fluid now. And when you come out, the big hole under you will show up anyway. How about telling me what you know now? I'm going to the outer sea soon. I can enter the sea demon's den and grab some demonic stones for you. What do you think? The big turtle said leisurely. Actually, it's not as complicated as you think, Han Fei said carelessly. Then tell me about it. It might be because Han Fei often came to fish here recently, or because the big turtle knew that he was going to break the seal that the big turtle told him what he wanted to know. The big turtle said, Actually, what is under me is the corpse of a deep-sea giant demon. Humph! Suddenly, someone grumbled in the void, and the big turtle instantly fell silent. And Han Fei was in shock. What did the big turtle mean? A deep-sea giant demon? Undine Sea was pondering, damn, a king's corpse? Han Fei suddenly figured out why the sea demons kept attacking the Scattered Stars Island and why humans tried their best to guard the island. There was the corpse of a king. Who knew if another king could be made with this corpse? If the sea demons obtained this corpse and made a king with it, what would happen to the Thousand-Star City? A voice transmission fell straight to the bottom of the pool from the void. Old turtle, don't think this kid will become your chance. Han Fei didn't know Shui Shenqi's conversation with the old turtle. On the surface of the lake, Shui Shenqi's phantom appeared. In 3 months, I don't care what you are going to do, but you can't stay in the Scattered Stars Island. Han Fei was stunned. Huh? Why? Shui Shenqi said indifferently. The day the old turtle breaks the seal is the time when humans and sea demons will start a big battle. It's only 8 years away. Your father is expecting you to become a king. Do you really think that is so easy? Have you figured out how to become a venerable? And have you ever thought about what Tao is? Han Fei narrowed his eyes. To become an explorer, he needed to go to the Waterwood world. It didn't seem easy to become a venerable either. 8 years, it was a bit short. But why was it 8 years? Chen Chi continued. If you want to become a king, you must participate in the battle in 8 years. Han Fei didn't think it would be a problem. To become a king, he must be recognized by many people. Besides, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City would definitely force him to participate in the war. However, he asked, since this matter is so important, why did you let so many people make the breakthrough and become law enforcers here? Didn't it shorten the time for the old turtle to come out? Chen Chi said expressionlessly. There are some things that you don't understand. Do you think a king-level corpse is really that simple? That corpse contained essences of Tao and can produce a countless amount of spirit awakening fluid. Otherwise, where do you think the undersea chimneys come from? Do you really think that the old turtle wants resources just to get out? Han Fei's heart trembled. What did he mean? So the old turtle wants resources not to come out, but to hold down the hole? Han Fei hurriedly shook his head and said, but it will make Senior Turtle come out in advance, right? It originally would have taken decades, but now it's only 8 years away. Chen Chi looked at Han Fei seriously. If you hadn't gotten the opportunity to become a king, this wouldn't have been told to you. What you said is just what we claim to the outside, but in fact, this is not true. If people make the breakthrough and become law enforcers here, the old turtle can absorb some essences of Tao, which can relieve his pressure and help him last longer. Hiss! Han Fei was dumbfounded. So, everyone was kept in the dark? In fact, Chen Chi and the old turtle both lied. Han Fei suddenly stood up. So, if those people didn't make the breakthrough and become law enforcers here 3 months ago, how long would Senior Turtle have lasted? Chen Chi said deadpan. 3 years. Chen Chi said, deadpan, in 1370, I'm here to help you refine weapons. Was shocked when he heard what Chen Chi said. So if those people hadn't become law enforcers here collectively, a full-scale war between mankind and sea demons would have broken out in 3 years. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to figure something out. He suddenly asked, can spirit awakening fluid be collected from the bottomless pit in the transverse mountain? Chen Chi said lightly, very little. Han Fei immediately figured it out. Most of the spirit awakening fluid the logistics division had on the Scattered Stars Island was from the old turtle. Han Fei asked, if this is the case, why doesn't the spirit awakening fluid sell for cheaper? Chen Chi grinned and said, at this moment, no matter how much spirit awakening fluid is sold, it won't be of much use. Chen Chi leisurely said, the reason why a full-scale war hasn't broken out now is that the king-level corpse hasn't completely melted yet. Once it's melted, a Tao will appear. This is why the sea demons must snatch this corpse. It represents an opportunity to become a king. However, this opportunity doesn't belong to mankind. Han Fei took a deep breath and asked, is it about to start melting? Chen Chi nodded slightly. We believe so. Han Fei took a deep breath again. What should I do? Chen Chi said. The old turtle needs energy. You can get him some demonic stones, rare items, and the like. Ownerless souls will also do, but you probably won't be able to get them. Han Fei thought for a moment. Then, shall I go to sea now? Han Fei had a hunch that if he wanted to be a king, he must take the old turtle matter seriously. It was like trying to snatch the luck of the other people in the sea-quelling painting. A full-scale war was undesirable to mankind. However, it might be an opportunity for him. Chen Chi shook his head slightly. You don't need to rush. Even if you get the old turtle a mountain of demonic stones, he will only last for another 2 years. It is meaningful, but not that meaningful. Now, you need to figure out what you should do. From the moment you got the sea-quelling painting, you have been assigned to solve this matter, because, in a sense, you're the one most likely to become a king. Han Fei swallowed. I'm only a hidden fisher. What can I do? Chen Chi said indifferently, this matter is related to you. Destroying the sea demons and taking back the 10,000 Demon Valley is also related to you. It's just that you don't have the ability to do it now, therefore, we will help you hold it down. However, someone in the Thousand Star City has already tried to put these responsibilities on you. Han Fei remembered what old Han said. Those big clans in the Thousand Star City couldn't get rid of him, so they would try to destroy him by playing dirty. If he solved this matter, it was his duty. If he couldn't, they might make him take all the blame while they stayed out of it. With this in mind, Han Fei was anxious. What a difficult situation. Chen Chi's phantom disappeared. Han Fei sat down on the rock, no longer in the mood for fishing. He put away the fishing rod and sat cross-legged on the rock. What should I do now? After confirming that Chen Chi had gone, Big Yellow carefully walked out and asked, Han Fei, what did you talk about just now? Han Fei waved his hand and sighed. Human troubles. You cats won't understand. Big Yellow, Han Fei knew that when he assimilated the opportunity he had obtained this time, he would definitely go to sea. In other words, there were only 3 months before he went to sea. He certainly couldn't accompany a cat in fishing every day, right? If he were a king and led many people to fight a war, how could he do so? In order to win the war, how many ways were there? The first was to launch a sneak attack and take the initiative to kill the enemies, but this method had problems. Like the Scattered Stars Island, the 10,000 Demon Valley was guarded by a huge army, which consisted of hundreds of thousands of sea demons, hundreds of thousands of red demons, and countless inferior manfish, so a sneak attack wouldn't work. The second was to improve his men's strength. This one was more feasible, however it required a massive amount of resources. Where could he get these resources alone? So it was the right choice that he sold those ultra-quality spiritual weapons with a 50% discount a while ago. Suddenly, Han Fei froze. Yeah, I need to start improving the availability of weapons. And to improve their weapons, I have to popularize the refining divine platform and increase the number of refiners. Han Fei lunged to his feet. Big Yellow, you will have to fish by yourself from now on. I have something to tend to. Meow. Before Big Yellow could speak, Han Fei flew out with a swish and went straight to the Scattered Stars 7th unit. The Scattered Stars 4th unit, a group of more than a dozen people, was taking a break and drinking. At this moment, they were chatting and discussing which styles of clothing looked better. Someone laughed and said, if the ancient battlefield opens up, our pressure will be reduced a lot. Finally, we won't have to refine weapons all day long. Burp, Mujiar hiccuped. I heard that the liar Han Fei has made a fortune. He had grabbed more than 3,000 ultra-quality spiritual weapons and over 300 semi-divine weapons from the ancient battlefield. Now, he is the richest man. Jia Qingqing laughed. Then marry him, then you will become the richest woman. Mujiar blushed and became furious. My family is richer than him. My family is damn rich. Gunan laughed. Mujiar, who do you like? Or Qingyan is good too, he's so handsome. Mujiar snorted. He is like a piece of wood, cold and only good at refining. Where is he? Someone laughed and said, in addition to researching those refining devices, what else would Qingyan be doing? Han Fei suddenly appeared at the entrance. Liar, why are you here? Seeing a lot of people drinking here, Han Fei was surprised. Why aren't you refining weapons? Are you so idle now? Xie Qingqing smiled. The ancient battlefield opened up, so a large number of ultra-quality spiritual weapons have just entered the market. We need to wait until people collect enough money. It may take 1 or 2 months, and then we'll get busy again. Gunan said, but we will never be as busy as before. I heard that many hidden fishers have dug out ultra-quality spiritual weapons from the ancient battlefield. The pressure on us will be reduced a lot. Suddenly someone said, Hey, Han Fei, why are you here? Are you going to treat us to dinner? Han Fei chuckled. Yeah, you wish, Han Fei asked. Jia have you worked out the refining device I wanted? Jia said helplessly, how long has it been? Old Guan said that he was only halfway through the study of the arrays. It will take him at least a few months more. Only after that can we make that platform. Then we'll have to test its performance. It's still early. Han Fei was speechless. Then why are you still drinking here? Where's old Guan? Scolded by him, Jia immediately said in anger, you weren't even here, okay? All you know is to slack off, you sluggard. Han Fei touched his nose. Well, I was busy. To share your pressure, I am going to live here in the future. Huh? What? Did I hear him right? Share our pressure? Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Fei said he was here to share the workload. Someone immediately shouted, Han Fei, I have 100 tasks. Can you do some for me? Someone sighed. I have many tasks too. May I give them to you? Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, I'm not helping you refine weapons. I'm here to build a platform to improve your efficiency. Forget it, you won't understand. Where is old Guan? I have something to tell him. Mujiara pointed to the inside and said, the innermost refining room. With that, Mujiara followed up and said in a low voice, Liar, are you okay? I heard that, Han Fei said crossly. Yes, I'm okay. I'm here to make a contribution to mankind. Mujiara, after Han Fei entered Guan Qingyan's refining room, he was stunned. Is this a refining room? It looks like the damn lad that created Frankenstein. Guan Qingyan was sitting on the ground with a pile of books next to him and a mess of materials in front of him. Hearing someone coming in, he said impatiently without even looking up, Jiar, go out to play by yourself. I'm busy. Mujiar, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Old Guan, relax. Hearing Han Fei's voice, Guan Qingyan immediately raised her head and his eyes glowed. Brother Han, why are you here? Han Fei smiled and said, I'm here to help you fix the platform. Guan Qingyan was visibly stunned for a moment and said incredulously, Are you sure? Han Fei patted his chest and said, Yes, I won't leave here until I fix the platform. Guan Qingyan immediately stood up and said, Great, Brother Han, come here. I have questions to ask you. Here, and here. Mujiatar was speechless. Why do they talk about such boring things whenever they meet? She stomped her feet. Humph, you two make a perfect match. Chapter 971, The Scattered Stars 4th Unit, Blown Up Han Fei was residing in the Scattered Stars 4th Unit. For the past 3 days, he devoted himself to discussing and researching refining with Guan Qingyan. Bei Huo and others were very surprised to know it, exclaiming privately this was really not like something Han Fei would do. At this moment, in the refining room, Guan Qingyan had figured out a lot of things about refining in the past few days and had already taken Han Fei as a confidant. At this moment, he was sorting out the design of the refining platform. However, in terms of a name, Han Fei called it a refining furnace, so as to distinguish it from the sea demon's refining divine platform. Otherwise, someone might doubt his identity. At this moment, Han Fei had stopped studying refining with Guan Qingyan because he found that the biggest problem was the array combinations. Although he had already made clear the effects of the array combinations he wanted, it was extremely difficult to achieve them. In his opinion, Old Jiang was the best array master on the Scattered Stars Island. But Old Jiang had left, so he decided to solve this problem himself. Therefore, he resumed his study of the Ocean Book, which he had put on hold. Among the arrays, the most commonly used were killing arrays, defensive arrays, and some auxiliary arrays, such as the breath-concealing array, stealth array, spirit-gathering array, and sound insulation array. In fact, arrays were created out of necessity. If you had a certain need, you would try to work out a corresponding array. For example, when Han Fei was on the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison, he drew a new array, which then caused an explosion. In fact, that could be regarded as an innovative array. At this time, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged, and in his mind, the lines in the Ocean Book were uncovered one by one. He was just simulating arrays, so he would not receive any substantive attacks. This was the power of the Demon Purification Pot. Although he had only read the Ocean Book once, the Demon Purification Pot had completely memorized it. Besides, through these lines, each array could be recorded. Killing array? No, it's not what I want. A maze array. This maze is interesting, but it has nothing to do with refining. The extended array of the spirit gathering array, which gathers the essence of water? Oh, this array is good. I can use it to quickly restore the infinity water in the future. After studying for a full 2 days, Han Fei had studied about 1/10 of the arrays in the Ocean Book, but it would still take him a lot of time to use them proficiently. Practice makes perfect. Otherwise, it would be like learning to write an extremely rarely used Chinese character. Although he could write it, he couldn't write proficiently. As soon as Han Fei opened his eyes, Guan Qingyan looked at him. Brother Han, have you made any progress? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No rush. We need to be thorough. I guess it will take another month. Guan Qingyan nodded. Of course it would take time. He had been studying it for a long time, and no one knew better than him how difficult it was. Although the concept of the refining furnace was proposed by Han Fei, it didn't mean he could also easily make it. Otherwise, he would have made a lot of refining furnaces long ago to earn money. Han Fei stood up. Old Guan, let's take a rest. Would you like some fruit? Guan Qingyan shook his head. Han Fei shrugged. Scientists are so boring. He picked a pineapple, a few peaches, a few loquats, and a bunch of mulberries from Forge the Universe. At the same time, he got himself a cup of sea bamboo drink and started eating and drinking. He had barely eaten a peach and a loquat when Mu Jiaer and Bei Huo came in. Mu Jiaer shouted, "Wow, what are you eating? Why don't you share?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I'm eating my own food, okay?" With that said, Han Fei grabbed a peach and threw it to Bei Huo. The latter took it, took a bite, and raved about the delicious peach. As for Mu Jiaer, she had already sat opposite Han Fei, picked up an orange loquat, and took a big bite. She didn't doubt Han Fei's taste in food at all. In this regard, Han Fei was professional. Among the people Mu Jiaer knew, Han Fei was the one who knew best about food. Mu Jiaer mumbled with her mouth full. "What is this?" Han Fei responded casually. "It's just a low-level spiritual fruit, but it tastes good. It has no practical effect." Bei Huo smiled and said, "Han Fei, how is your research?" Han Fei spit out the peach pit in his mouth and picked up a bunch of mulberries. "Not bad. I should be able to make a prototype in a month." Both Bei Huo and Guan Qingyan's eyes lit up. Even Mu Jiaer was looking at Han Fei in surprise. "So quickly?" Bei Huo was a little surprised. Has Han Fei tackled all the technical problems? Guan Qingyan was also stunned for a long time, thinking, "Didn't you just say we shouldn't rush? Can you really make a prototype in a month?" Little did Guan Qingyan know that Han Fei still hadn't a proper concept of the time in this world. Han Fei didn't even realize that even a hidden fisher could live for hundreds of years. Therefore, 1 month in Han Fei's view was already a long time. Bei Huo immediately said, "Great, no one will disturb you during this time. Jiaer, you'd better stay and study." "Okay, I will." 20 days later, Han Fei finally finished reading the Ocean Book. Only then did he know how significant the Ocean Book was. This was literally the essence of an entire era. It contained tens of thousands of arrays, and Han Fei felt that it would take at least 3 years before he could fully master this book, and it might take 5 years or even longer to truly understand everything contained in the book. But he had found more than 100 arrays from the Ocean Book to support himself in completing the research on the refining furnace. On the 27th day, Han Fei started drawing arrays. Bam! The refining room exploded. Han Fei, Guan Qingyan, and Mu Jiaer sat in the messy room staring at each other, their faces covered in black ash. Mu Jiaer screamed, "Ah, why did it explode?" Han Fei scratched his head and said, "Don't panic, there must be something wrong. It's not a big problem." This explosion didn't cause much attention because Bei Huo told everyone not to disturb them. Half an hour later, bam. 1 hour later, bam, 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 bam. Ah ha! In the Scattered Stars' fourth unity, a group of people was sitting morosely in the outermost hall having drinks. Boss Beihuo, we can't just let them go on like this. Shall we ask them to stop? Yeah, Boss Beihuo, how can we refine weapons if they go on like this? Have they started experimenting? Aren't they in too much of a hurry? Forget it, I'll go back to my team first. Beihuo took a deep look at the innermost refining room and said leisurely, everyone, go back to your teams for the time being. I will notify you if anything happens. Inside the refining room, Xuanhuan exclaimed, Brother Han, we don't understand your array drawings, Han Fei said. Look at the expanded views. Mujia added, that's not right. Why is this spirit-gathering array used in this place? Han Fei said casually, it must be used here. This is used to extract the spiritual energy inside the weapon. Xuanhuan questioned, Brother Han, what about this one? What about this one? Why does it need a defensive array? Han Fei explained, to avoid the long-term use of the refining furnace causing damage to it. Sticking his head in and listening for a while, Beihuo was quite relieved. This was the true future of refining. He'd better not disturb them. He would use the time to visit an old friend. More than 20 days had passed. During this time, the Scattered Stars' fourth unit exploded countless times. Fortunately, each part of it was well protected. Otherwise, the other 6 units would have come over and smashed the Scattered Stars' fourth unit. On a new day, a fruit platter was placed in front of each of the 3. Xuanhuan had got used to the regular bickering of Mujia and Han Fei and would join the debate from time to time. Xuanhuan and Mujia looked at Han Fei seriously. Xuanhuan asked, Brother Han, are you really going to do it? Mujia was nervous. What if it blows up again? Han Fei smiled. Aren't you used to explosions yet? Mujia took a breath. Wait a minute, let me put on a battlesuit first. In the next moment, Mujia fully armed herself. She put on a helmet and even covered her eyes. From now on, she only used her perception. Xuanhuan also put on a battlesuit, his face tense. Han Fei took out a large amount of semi-divine materials and started refining them. This time, he was going to make the refining furnace himself. This was not as simple as making an ultra-quality spiritual weapon or a semi-divine weapon. This was a refining furnace composed of multiple parts and with more than 300 processes. Pieces of parts were refined by Han Fei. Every 30 seconds, one was done on average. Xuanhuan and Mujia were shocked by his refining speed. Of course, they were using their perceptions to see. They couldn't believe how fast it was happening. For 6 full hours, Han Fei didn't stop. The hearts of Mujia and Xuanhuan almost jumped out of their throats because a large, independent refining furnace was about to be assembled. After a while, Mujia looked at the refining furnace in shock. Is it finished? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and couldn't wait to say, Brother Han, come on, try it out. Han Fei had already grabbed a few ultra-quality materials and began to melt the spirits and quench the liquid. Several minutes later, the materials were poured into the refining furnace and Han Fei was about to refine a long knife. The refining furnace began to operate and the spiritual fire was steaming. Han Fei shouted, Spirit melting and liquid quenching are not a problem. In the furnace, spirit refining was in progress, and Han Fei was paying close attention to every step and making notes. 50 seconds later, there was no problem. The fusion began. The initial fusion had no problem. The fusion was complete. The spiritual energy was drawn out. The array brand was completed and no change occurred. Hearing that the array brand was completed, Mujia jumped up. Ah, we've succeeded. Han Fei continued. The second micro-refining begins. Spiritual energy compression is completed. Spiritual energy. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It was stuck on the last step, which was to draw the spiritual energy out of the finished product. The semi-divine weapon began to shake. Han Fei suddenly felt a chill down his spine and shouted, Oh, no. Get ready. Boom. The courtyard of the Scattered Stars' fourth unit instantly turned to ash, and a pillar of fire rose into the sky. Chapter 972, The First Refining Furnace of Mankind. Because of the explosion, Han Fei's hair all stood on end. Mujia was sitting on the ground 2,000 meters outside the courtyard of the Scattered Stars' fourth unit, her mind blank. She seems to be thinking, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Xuanhuan was lying prone not far from Mujia, with his head stuck in a bush. The two were thrown out by Han Fei from the pillar of fire. If it weren't for Han Fei's prompt response and the coiled turtle array he set in advance, the two would have been seriously injured. In a minute, a large number of masked people appeared from underground. They stood in the clearing, looking at the pillar of fire, staring at each other. Someone was stunned. What did the Scattered Stars' fourth unit do? It was the Scattered Stars' second unit that was responsible for alchemy, so they were the first who realized what had happened. Whose furnace exploded? How was it so powerful? The mysterious Scattered Stars' sixth unit was responsible for invention and creation. Someone shouted angrily, Fuck, my new research was blown up. Who did this? Come out. The Scattered Stars' seventh unit was responsible for hunting. They were all stunned. Where is the enemy? The Scattered Stars' fifth unit was the supervision department. They immediately identified the suspects and stared at Mujia and Xuanhuan. The members of the Scattered Stars' first unit all came out. Liang Tian said crossly, Our secret realm has collapsed. Who did this? In the sky, law enforcers appeared one after another. Someone shouted, "What happened?" Someone's perception swept over. "The one in the pit, come out." Han Fei, covered in black ash, flew out of the pillar of fire. He didn't wear a mask on his face and his clothes were all blown off. Seeing a large group of people staring at him, he chuckled. "I'm sorry, we were doing very important research and there was a slight error." Han Fei? Someone recognized him and was stunned. Girls blushed. They didn't know Han Fei was so well built and muscular. Oh, his body looked quite attractive. Someone was speechless. "You call this a slight error? The entire Scattered Stars 4th unit has been blown up by you." Han Fei underestimated the power of the furnace explosion. The whole semi-divine weapon refining furnace was made from a large amount of semi-divine weapon materials, and with the same materials, dozens of semi-divine weapons could be refined. Therefore, the power of the furnace explosion was much more terrifying than the explosion of a single weapon. The refining furnace was integral, so problems in any part of the furnace would cause the spiritual energy and energy to be unable to be released, resulting in an explosion. For example, if a tire was too inflated, it would easily blow out. However, this was much more dangerous than a tire blowing up. In the distance, big shots such as Bei Huo, Wang Shu, and Li Feiyun were hurriedly flying in this direction. Were they doing experiments? How come they blew up the Scattered Stars 4th unit? Seeing Bei Huo, someone in the Scattered Stars 4th unit asked huffily, "Old Bei, how do you think we should solve this matter?" Seeing this scene, Yushu sighed. "Han Fei, aren't you refining semi-divine weapons? Why was the explosion so powerful?" "It seems to be even more powerful than an explosion of a low-quality divine weapon." Bei Huo looked at Han Fei. "Han Fei, what happened?" Putting on clothes, Han Fei said, "Don't panic. It's not a big problem. Just now, when the finished product was tested, there was an error in one link. I forgot a guiding array. However, there is no problem now. Wait, I will refine a new one right away." Hearing that Han Fei was about to continue, someone immediately shouted, "Wait, don't refine any longer, okay? You blew up the entire Scattered Stars 4th unit." Someone stepped back. "Wait, let's figure this out." Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, "You simply don't know anything. I am contributing to mankind. Do you know what I am researching? If I succeed, the number of semi-divine weapons on the Scattered Stars Island will be as many as the number of dogs." "What is a dog?" Never mind. Anyway, I can't stop now. There's only one more step left." Guan Qingyan stood up. "I can prove it." A little bit guilty, Mu Jiaer also raised her hand. "I can prove it too." Li Yunfei frowned and said, "Han Fei, are you sure you're almost there?" Han Fei nodded. "This was just an accident. I missed a step." "If you don't believe me, I will show it to you now." A law enforcer asked, "Is it really that important?" Bei Huo looked at the law enforcers and nodded. "Yes, very important. It'll bring a revolution to the Scattered Stars Island." The law enforcers glanced at each other and seemed to exchange their opinions. In the end, one of them said, "Han Fei, are you sure you won't blow up anything again?" Han Fei patted his chest. "Yes." "Can I fall into the same pit twice?" The law enforcer exchanged a look with Bei Huo and the others and then said, "Since it is so important, you can continue refining it here. If there is a problem, we can take action in time." The people in the other 6 units were dumbfounded. What are they talking about? Making a contribution to mankind? Seriously? Han Fei stretched out his hand and took out a large pile of semi-divine materials from the hole that was exploded, which piled up like a hill. "Okay, Senior Yushu, have you prepared the 5-star refiner certificate for me?" Yushu smiled. "As long as you succeed, I will give it to you right away." Han Fei smirked. "Okay, wait 6 hours for me." Then he turned serious and pieces of materials floated in the air and started to fuse. Wow, he's refining so fast. Do all refiners refine like him? Being a refiner seems to be more profitable than being an alchemist. Does it only take him minutes to refine an ultra-quality spiritual weapon? Yushu said leisurely, "If this kid concentrates on refining, he is sure to make great achievements in the future." Bei Huo didn't speak, thinking he certainly wouldn't just concentrate on refining. 6 hours later, under the public gaze, a peculiarly shaped giant egg-like thing appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, it was being covered by spiritual energy and burning. Han Fei took a breath and grabbed a few more ultra-quality materials. "Okay, I'm going to get started." As soon as he said so, the crowd immediately withdrew hundreds of meters away. Only the law enforcers and Guan Qingyan were still there. After all, it was their collective brainchild. After a while, Han Fei began to chant in a low voice. "The refining in the furnace has begun." There was no problem in the first 50 seconds. The fusion began. The initial fusion had no problem. The fusion was complete. The spiritual energy was drawn out. The array brand was completed and no change occurred. The second micro-refining begins. When it came to this step, Mu Jiaer couldn't help taking 2 steps back. The explosion occurred at this point just now. Han Fei continued. Spiritual energy compression was completed. The excess spiritual energy was successfully guided. The spiritual energy was blocked, and the product was going to be finished. Seeing that the product was going to be finished, Guan Qingyan, Mu Jiaer, Bei Huo, Yushu, and Li Yunfei all held their breath. Success or failure hinged on this one action. When the spiritual fire in the refining furnace gradually disappeared, everyone saw that a long knife shining with a cold glint was floating quietly in the furnace. Han Fei grinned. We made it. Swish. Ah! Mujiara jumped up excitedly and jumped onto Guan Qingyan's back. The latter seemed unaware of her action, and a smile finally appeared on his cold face. Yes, we made it. With a swish, Li Yunfei grabbed the semi-divine longsword in his hand and took out another semi-divine weapon with the other hand. Clangy, the airwave shook, and the semi-divine weapon was unscathed. Li Yunfei murmured, yes, we made it. We really made it. Wei Shu quickly grabbed the long knife, swallowed, and beamed with joy. Yes, it's indeed a semi-divine weapon. Haha, yes, it's a semi-divine weapon. Bei Hua laughed. Han Fei, well done. Then he quickly said, Han Fei, try refining several other weapons, okay? Han Fei nodded. This refining furnace could do much more than just refine semi-divine knives. The 5 major professions of human beings were hunters, soul warriors, armorists, spirit gatherers, and manipulators. They needed not only weapons but also armor. For different professions, weapons were divided into sticks, daggers, knives, swords, and shields. Besides, since he could refine one refining furnace, he could refine many more. Han Fei tried refining different weapons. After a while, a big semi-divine shield was refined. Mujiar shouted, I want to have a try too. Han Fei moved his muscles and bones and said, okay. Mujiar's refining speed was not as fast as his, but this was not a problem. No one dared to make a sound. They were witnessing history, which was much more important than the research of the Scattered Star 6th unit. After a while, a pair of semi-divine daggers were refined. Mujiar happily held the daggers high. Yes, I made it. Guan Qingyan, would you like to have a try? Guan Qingyan nodded hard. Another moment later, a long sword and a long stick appeared one after another. Guan Qingyan took a heavy breath and finally smiled. 5 weapons were all successfully refined and there was no danger of explosion. We succeeded. At this moment, Guan Qingyan grinned. He looked up at the sky, very happy, and a huge sense of accomplishment overwhelmed him. Although he was not the lead designer, he still couldn't resist the joy of success. The law enforcers also smiled happily. Except for one who stayed in place, the others left one after another wanting to spread the wonderful news. Bei Huo laughed out loud. From now on, the era dominated by ultra-quality spiritual weapons has passed. The people of the other 6 units all came up to Han Fei. Congratulations. Han Fei, good job. The explosion this time was worth it. The Scattered Stars 4th unit is awesome. Yu Shu smiled. Han Fei, your 5-star refiner certificate will be delivered soon. Li Yunfei let out a long sigh of relief. It is imperative to reduce the prices of semi-divine weapons. Give me a moment. Let me summon all refiners to discuss the prices of semi-divine weapons. With that, Li Yunfei looked at Han Fei and the other 2. Prepare to write a book on the refining furnace. This book will be circulated throughout the 1,000-star city. Chapter 973, Han Fei, Father of Semi-Divine Weapons. The appearance of the refining furnace for semi-divine weapons was simply unprecedented. For a 5-star refiner, if he had the right materials in his hand, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a semi-divine weapon. The difficulty lay in how to use ultra-quality materials to refine a semi-divine weapon. This was why the refining furnace was so special. With such a furnace, ultra-quality materials could be used to refine semi-divine weapons. Wasn't this a great achievement? At this moment, the 3 with Han Fei, together with the semi-divine weapon refining furnace, had been invited to the refining hall in the central city. A large group of refiners who learned the news had already surrounded this place. Li Yunfei said, everyone, please wait a moment. Let's wait for everyone to come. In the most luxurious refining room of the refining hall, several people were discussing how to name this refining furnace. This thing was created by Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiaer under Han Fei's leadership. So, the furnace would be named after these 3 people. This was a rule of the refining hall. Yu Shu said with a smile, don't underestimate the naming of the furnace. The furnace will be named after you, which means that from today on, every time people use this kind of refining furnace, they will mention your names. Li Yunfei said with a smile, Han Fei, what do you think? Han Fei bared his teeth. Is it that important? Bei Huo smiled. It'll make you famous. The entire 1,000-star city will remember your name. Han Fei glanced at Guan Qingyan and Mu Jiaer. In fact, Guan Qingyan had studied the furnace the longest. Of course, his contribution was definitely not as great as his. As for Mu Jiaer, the concept of this furnace came from her, and she also made many suggestions in the research. Before Han Fei could speak, Mu Jiaer said, how about the Tri-Genius refining furnace, which represents the 3 of us? Everyone, Han Fei was completely speechless. This name sucked. Han Fei curled his lips. It might as well be called the Han Guanmu refining furnace. Everyone, Mu Jiaer pouted. Why am I at the end? Everyone rolled their eyes. Do you think your name should come first? Guan Qingyan was silent for a while and said, it sounds weird. Han Fei frowned. Do you have any good ideas? Li Feiyun smiled. It's easy. Why not the surnames? How about the Feiyan Mu furnace? Everyone, Feiyan Mu furnace. Everyone, Han Fei shrugged. Well, old Guan, you decide. Mujiara jumped in. I think. Shut up. Just eat the peach. Han Fei stuffed a peach into Mujiara's mouth. It doesn't matter what the name is, as long as people will remember. The furnace was invented by the three of us. Guan Qingyan said, I think Senior Li's idea is good. Just call it the Fei Yan Mu Furnace. Li Yunfei smiled. Haha, my suggestions are always good. Yushu and Bei Huo scoffed. After about half an hour, everyone had arrived. At this moment, the refining room was crowded with people and everyone was staring at the Fei Yan Mu Furnace. When they got the news, to be honest, everyone was dumbfounded. The array brand that Mujiara proposed was already advanced enough. Although it was a bit troublesome, they could already refine semi-divine weapons with that brand. However, when they were told that they didn't need to do anything except throw the materials into a furnace and add spiritual energy and a semi-divine would be produced, they almost couldn't believe their ears. Was there really such a good thing in the world? At this moment someone asked, Master Yunfei, is this the refining furnace that can refine semi-divine weapons? Li Yunfei said, it just got a new name, the Fei Yan Mu Furnace. This furnace was developed by Han Fei as assisted by Guan Qingyan and Mujiao. Then Li Yunfei laughed. Okay, now is there anyone who wants to try it out? You, yes you, the tallest one. Come and try this furnace out. Sun Jia was very excited as he was only a 3-star refiner. Great, I'll be the first to try out this magic furnace. He said a little nervously. Senior Li, I only have 3 stars. Can I? Li Yunfei smiled and said, I just want to pick a 3-star refiner to operate it. If you can operate it successfully, then it proves that the Fei Yan Mu furnace has no problem and can be mass-produced. Li Yunfei was not joking. Semi-divine materials were hard to come by, so it was impossible to use only semi-divine materials to refine semi-divine weapons. However, with the Fei Yan Mu furnace, semi-divine weapons could be refined with ultra-quality materials. Sun Jia went on stage. In the crowd, there was another 3-star refiner staring at Han Fei. Han Fei noticed it. Who is this guy? He looks a bit familiar. Then he remembered that this guy was the refine he saw the first time he went to the refining hall and paid to watch others refining weapons. The guy offered to teach him how to refine weapons back then, and that person was shocked. This kid is really a genius. He wanted to teach him refining back then, but Han Fei said arrogantly that refining was simple, which pissed him off. But now he was already a 5-star refiner, while he only had 3. Seeing Han Fei looking at him, he quickly lowered his head and prayed Han Fei didn't recognize him. On the stage, Sun Jia took a breath, and Yushu said with a smile, Concentrate and follow the normal procedures of refining an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. You just need to put all the materials in through this hole after spirit refining. Sun Jia nodded solemnly and began to operate meticulously. After all, so many people were looking at him. He must not make any errors. Fortunately, everything went well, although it took a little longer. However, there was no problem with Sun Jia's operation. After a while, he poured the material into the mold. The Fei Yan Mu furnace immediately started to operate automatically, and spiritual energy gushed out. Spiritual fire erupted, and at the moment the spiritual fire rose, the original dim lines on the furnace suddenly lit up and danced as if drawing a wonderful picture. After more than an hour, when the spiritual fire was extinguished, a dazzling longsword was floating in the furnace. It was definitely not only an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Wow, it's done? So simple? This is too simple, right? Damn, with the help of this furnace, the world will change. Ultra-quality spiritual weapons may become the past. If everyone has a semi-divine weapon, the strength of mankind will be greatly improved. Someone shook his head. Don't be too optimistic. First of all, how many Fei Yan Mu furnaces can be refined? Besides, it will definitely consume a lot of materials, and the human population is so large. Even if the furnace is operating day and night, I'm afraid it will take a long time to refine enough semi-divine weapons for all human beings, definitely not in only 1 or 2 years. Li Yunfei said, I know your concerns. This time, I've summoned you here to show you how to operate the Fei Yan Mu furnace. Later, I will personally report to the marshal, and then we'll use all the top materials on the Scattered Stars Island to make Fei Yan Mu furnaces. Besides, this matter will be announced to the whole city 3 days from now. Then he lavished his praise on Han Fei and the other two and dismissed the crowd. Yushu handed Han Fei the 5-star refiner certificate and said to Guan Qingyan and Mujiao, you two can also obtain the 5-star refiner certificate, but not now. You'll get it when all the Fei Yan Mu furnaces are made. Guan Qingyan nodded. No problem. Mujiao didn't have any objection either. The two of them certainly couldn't be compared to Han Fei. Han Fei smirked. Senior Yushu, so do I only have a 5-star refiner certificate? Yushu smiled. The marshal wants you to meet him later. Han Fei, to be honest, Han Fei didn't want to meet Shui Shenqi. Every time he saw the latter, he was straight-faced and put on the air of being important. Yushu said, oh, by the way, the marshal told you not to meet him until you finish all your refining tasks. Beihuo added, and don't forget to write the book. It's urgent. Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Hey, I am a hero. I have made a great contribution to mankind. Why do you treat me like a robot on the production line?" However, then he thought that as long as he didn't die, the entire Thousand-Star City would be his. He was helping himself. With this in mind, Han Fei felt much better. In 8 years, many people should be able to get semi-divine weapons. 3 days had passed. Han Fei and the others were making Fei Yanmu furnaces in full swing. Mu Jia directly engraved Fei Yanmu on the furnaces for fear that others didn't know their contribution. On this day, the news about the Fei Yanmu furnace was announced to the entire Scattered Stars Island. The whole island was boiling. After seeing the magic of the Fei Yanmu furnace, many people were amazed. And Han Fei was given a new name, Father of Semi-Divine Weapons. Chapter 974, the last chapter of this volume, Central City, the Mansion of the Marshal. Han Fei was looking at the huge map hanging in Xuanhuan's room and exclaimed in his heart, "This sea chart even covers the 10,000 Demon Valley." What? Interested in the 10,000 Demon Valley? Xuanhuan finished handling some official business and then looked up at Han Fei. Han Fei returned to his senses. "Ah, nothing. I just feel a little curious about the sea demon's territory." As if not hearing him, Xuanhuan changed the topic bluntly and looked at Han Fei leisurely. "The appearance of the Fei Yanmu furnace is very timely. Well done. It's quite similar to the sea demon's refining divine platform." Han Fei was slightly startled and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh, really? I heard Senior Beihuo mention it. However, I think the fundamentals of this kind of tool are the same." "Really?" Without waiting for Han Fei's answer, Xuanhuan said, "You fully controlled your strength, right?" Han Fei nodded. "I'm almost there." Xuanhuan nodded slightly. "Good. After finishing this matter, go to sea and stay on the sea for a year. Then you can leave." Han Fei asked, "Shall I come back in a few years?" Xuanhuan replied, "If you can come back alive and if you still want to become a king." Han Fei shrugged. "Okay, I have counted the resources on the Scattered Stars Island. If all the resources are used to make Fei Yanmu furnaces, we can probably make 48, but I think you still have many resources on your hands, right?" Xuanhuan said indifferently. "Sure, I'll take care of the rest. This time you'll be granted an 8-star rank. I hope you can reach the 9-star rank in a year. Other rewards are useless to you. Just give them to others." "Okay, you can go now." Han Fei wasn't given any credits. Anyway, he didn't need them now. The value of level 2 soul crystals was far less than before. The only useful thing were spiritual life fruits. However, he had accumulated as many as 100 life fruits on the ancient battlefield, so life fruits weren't that attractive to him now. As for combat skills, he had too many of them now. He would take advantage of the next year to get himself prepared to go to the Thousand-Star City. He didn't know what would happen if he went there. After all, it was his enemy's territory, in a carnival shop. Han Fei and the other 3 of the thug legends were talking. Han Fei butted in. "So, Xuanhuan must have a purpose. Since he didn't want to make more Fei Yanmu furnaces, I think he still wants to hone people with the ancient battlefield." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's more than that. Everyone wants semi-divine weapons. However, the Scattered Stars Island has a large population, not to mention the Thousand-Star City. 48 furnaces are definitely not enough. Even if a refiner works day and night, he refines at most 20 semi-divine weapons a day. Even if 1,000 semi-divine weapons can be refined a day, it will take several years to meet the consumption of the Scattered Stars Island, which will create a great sense of competition. And I guess there may be conditions to get a semi-divine weapon." Le Renquang added, "I heard an announcement that 480 pieces can be refined in one day." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "I've also heard that." Luo Xiaobai said, "The Scattered Stars Island needs this kind of mechanism. In the beginning, semi-divine weapons were not popularized. Otherwise, the people on the island wouldn't have been motivated. I think the Marshal is prolonging the time in order to prepare for the war in 8 years. During these 8 years, he wants to keep everyone in a state of tension." Hearing what Luo Xiaobai said, Han Fei immediately figured it out. If everyone on the Scattered Stars Island got a semi-divine weapon, it should be when the people were most confident and when their combat power reached the peak. He had to admit that this was a good plan. If it were him, he would have made all semi-divine weapons at once and given one to each person. Realizing that Xuanhuan was very good at dealing with sea demons, Han Fei felt relieved. Han Fei tossed his head and said, "Okay, enough with this topic. I'll finish my book on refining in a few days, and let's go to sea after I give it to the refining hall, okay?" Zhang Xuanyu immediately said with excitement, "Okay, I can't wait. Our strength has improved a lot, and it's the right time for us to go to sea." Over the past 6 months, Han Fei had been trying to control the strength he had gained. Because the power gained from the source water was like a catalyst, catalyzing his strength to the peak that he could currently achieve, and the strength of the other 3 was indeed improving by leaps and bounds. They had experienced the ancient battlefield, the underground city, and the boneyard, and had obtained many opportunities. Old Han also gave them some opportunities. Besides, they were in no shortage of resources. It would be strange if they didn't make progress. Because Han Fei had been trying to control his strength and didn't make progress in cultivation this half a year, they were in the same realm now. They were all advanced hidden fishers, and Luo Xiaobai was even close to her peak state. Of course, in terms of combat power, the three of them were still inferior to him. However, if he fought the three of them alone and didn't use the void lines, it might take him quite a while to defeat them. 5 days had passed. This day, on the roof of the refining hall on the west side of the Scattered Stars Island. Many passers-by and the people in the opposing logistics division all raised their heads, thinking which idiot was yelling on the roof. When they looked up, however, they were surprised to find it was Han Fei. Someone shouted at the roof, "Master Han Fei, why are you on the roof?" Han Fei laughed out loud. "Everyone, don't miss the chance. Today I, Han Fei, appeal to everyone to consider learning to refine." Although the Fei Yanmu furnaces can refine semi-divine weapons, the number of semi-divine weapons is still limited. But I can tell you that I've improved the refining technique. Perhaps in the near future you can also refine your own weapons. Now, I have put my book on refining in the refining hall for everyone to study for free. Okay, that's all. Han Fei finished speaking in one breath and flew to the south on the wind god boat with a swish. He had made an appointment with Luo Xiaobai and the others to assemble on the southern coast. The 10,000 Demon Valley was to the west of the Scattered Stars Island. The Pearl Sea was to its north, and the ancient battlefield was to the east and the north of it. But they hadn't explored south of the Scattered Stars Island yet. Han Fei shouted on the roof of the refining hall because Bei Huo and Yu Shu asked him to do so. According to Yu Shu, with the birth of the Fei Yanmu furnace, fewer and fewer people wanted to learn to refine. Development needed talents, so they asked Han Fei to do some promotion. After Han Fei left, many people rushed to the refining hall. This caught the people in the refining hall completely off guard. Seeing this scene from a distance, Bei Huo and the others were very satisfied. However, the next moment, the smile froze on their faces. Someone in the crowd said, "For free? Really? Great, let's take a copy first." Someone smiled. "Yes, I can pass it on to my son. When it's time for him to go to the level 3 fishery, maybe I can make 2 ultra-quality spiritual weapons for him." Someone sneered. "Do you think it's so simple? It costs a lot of money to become a refiner." Some people were disdainful. "Practice with common materials first. Common materials are worthless." Someone agreed. "Even if I can't become a refiner, I heard the refining technique is heaven level. I can sell it anyway." Bei Huo, Yu Shu, Li Yunfei, Li Yunfei, the third day after Han Fei and the others left the Scattered Stars Island. In the sky, the cloud whale whooshed over, with a lot of people on its back. The 36-town competition was held every 5 years. It was only 2 years since the last batch of people came. Why did this group of people come at this time? On the cloud whale's back. A 4-star hanging fisher said, "You are the luckiest group of people in the history of the Scattered Stars Island. You know, just half a year ago, a big war broke out between humans and sea demons. We killed more than 5,000 sea demons in the sea demon realm. Senior, what is a sea demon, and what is the sea demon realm?" The man was annoyed. "Don't interrupt me. Just listen to me." The 4-star hanging fisher told the story about the war between the Scattered Stars Island and sea demons. Hearing the legend-like story, these young people were all excited. The hanging fisher said, "Because of this war, we humans get some breathing space and don't have to worry about the attacks of sea demons every moment. Besides, Marshal Shui agreed to open up the 5,000-kilometer sea area near the Scattered Stars Island for the first time." A young man said, "Senior, how come it's only 5,000 kilometer? The level 3 fishery extends hundreds of thousands of kilometers. 5,000 is too small, right?" The hanging fisher scowled. "You know nothing at all. Do you know how large the previous limit was? 200 kilometers. Now it's 5,000, and you complain it's too small. A random creature in the outer waters can kill you. Where do you think this is?" Suddenly, another young man asked, "Senior, do you know Han Fei?" The hanging fisher paused and couldn't help but look up at the starry sky. "He's a legend." Someone asked, "Who is Han Fei?" The hanging fisher smiled and said, "He's a lunatic who broke into the Dark Hunter Legion twice and wandered alone in the outer waters for a full year and survived when he was only a hanging fisher, a monster who killed countless strong masters on the ancient battlefield, a peerless heavenly talent. In the last 60 years, he is the only one who has obtained a Wind God Pearl, and he's also the only genius who made semi-divine weapons with ultra-quality materials in the history of the Thousand-Star City." The hanging fisher got more and more excited as he spoke, and he blushed from excitement. He calmed down for a while before continuing. "There are too many rumors about Han Fei. When you hit the Scattered Stars Island, others will tell you about him. Okay, now I want to tell you about your waist tags and job assignment." In the crowd, he, Xiao Yu, sighed. Sure enough, he is famous now. Another pair of men and women also sighed and looked at each other. It was the same river and the same place, but different people. The Command Center, Trans-Island Inspectors, Fishers Union, Dark Hunter Legion, Logistics Division, Guard Group, Law Enforcement Group, Pioneer Group, Refining Hall, Alchemy Union, and many other units were welcoming the newcomers. "Where is Fei Yang? Where is Fei Yang? Is Xu Shen here? He Xiao Yu? Who is He Xiao Yu? Come here. Who is Wang Baiyu? Come here. Who is Wang Baiyu? Come here and let me take a look at my new team member. Qu Jinan and Ling Yuan, where are you two? Come here. Don't keep me waiting." The Pioneer Group needs new members, preferably 2-star rank, liberal wages and benefits. Does anyone want to join the Dark Hunter Legion? Come join the Dark Hunter Legion. The Fishers Union is recruiting. Sign up and it won't affect your jobs. Refining apprentices needed. Work part-time and no experience is required. It won't affect your main profession. 100 high-quality pearls every month. After a moment, a girl frowned and looked at the two people in front of her. Are you guys only advanced fishers? How did you get a 3-star rank? Ling Yuan frowned. What? Are you doubting our strength? The girl sneered. Did you bribe people to get here? Do you know where you are going? Ko Jinan asked dully. Where? The girl coughed and said, Ahem, listen, I'm Wu Xiao, captain of the 37th Team of Advanced Inspectors, 8th Battalion, 3rd Column, Skeleton Shore. I'm here to receive 2 3-star new members. I didn't expect that you would only be advanced fishers. Ku Jinan smiled. You may not be able to beat us. Bang, bang, Wu Xiao just wanted to teach this arrogant boy a good lesson when she looked at the crowd in surprise. Why is door-carrying Marshal here? Isn't he already a law enforcer? Is he here to pick up someone? Wang Dashuai, who carried a big blue door, attracted the attention of many people. He was looking around. Little junior brother, little junior sister, who are Ku Jinan and Ling Yuan. Wu Xiao, Chapter 975, 1 year later. A full year and a half had passed since the war on the ancient battlefield. The Scattered Stars Island had slightly relaxed the entry standards of the schools in the 36 towns and the 7 academies in the 1,000-star city. At the same time, they allowed some of the peak-level dangling fishers in the Level 3 fishery to enter the island. Although they just relaxed the standards a little bit, it resulted in hundreds of thousands of people swarming into the Scattered Stars Island all at once. After all, the population under the rule of the 1,000-star city was too large. Because of the participation of these people, those who were originally stationed on the Scattered Stars Island could go a little deeper into the waters around the island to hunt. This year had the most breakthroughs with the people on the Scattered Stars Island. Because there was no invasion of sea demons, the strength of human beings grew quickly. At least, many peak-level dangling fishers made breakthroughs and became hanging fishers. Of course, that was because offshore waters were relatively safe. Humans only faced the danger from the ocean and didn't have to deal with the intrusion of sea demons. However, in the sea area 200,000 km away, there were still many sea demons. Although the 10,000 Demon Valley suffered from a heavy blow, causing the Sea Demon's battle line to draw back due to the danger and vastness of the ocean, humans still couldn't set foot in the farther deep seas. During this year, some people quietly rose, and some people's stories had also been passed on by word of mouth. In fact, in the ocean, any battle could become a legend. For example, someone discovered a little secret realm today. As long as the explorer survived, people would have one more topic in the carnival shop, or someone had found a certain strange creature somewhere. They would exaggerate the hunting process, which could also become a piece of talk. Anyway, the carnival shop was a place for people to drink and brag. Every day there were countless stories left here, but sometimes sad news could also be heard there. For example, a team went to sea but never came back. A certain human being was found to have a problem and was arrested by the Scattered Stars prison. Someone was fighting against sea demons in the outer waters, and among them, one story went like this. It was said that several mysterious people appeared in the outer sea. They were very elusive, and in just 1 year, no fewer than 100 sea demon dens were sniped by them. Some people said that they were actually law enforcers. Some people said that they were from the Empyrean waterfall. After they were allowed to leave the waterfall, they went to sea to kill sea demons to vent. Someone said that he was saved when he was exploring in that sea area, and the one who saved him was Han Fei. He recognized him because of his phantom glass wings. Anyway, there were many sayings about those mysterious people, and everyone had their own version of the story. This day, the sky was clear and cloudless. About 600,000 kilometers away from the Scattered Stars Island, in a deep-sea valley, 4 people were lying in a sandpit. Le Renquang said, Fei, it's been 3 days. Why haven't those sea demons come out yet? Luo Xiaobai assured him, don't worry, this secret realm isn't large. Maybe there is something in it that attracts them. Zhang Xuanyu played with the sand in boredom and said, why don't we just go in and kill them? Han Fei was chewing dried fish and said lazily, no rush. This time, these sea demons have a sea spirit powerhouse as the team leader, and there are a large number of them. If some of them die in the secret realm, there will be less pressure on us. Let's wait 2 more hours. If they still don't come out in 2 hours, let's go in. Not long after, a sea spirit level sea demon appeared in a seemingly normal stone in the valley. The sea demon looked around and didn't find anything wrong, so he casually waited for the sea demons behind to come out. Han Fei grinned. Okay, let's get him. Swish, 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 swish. The 4 of them launched an attack at the same time, regardless of the other sea demons. As long as they resolved this sea spirit first, the rest could pose them no threat. The sea spirit was startled. But instead of turning his head, he directly activated his secret method, launched Sea God Descends, and released his associate spirit. However, a large number of vines rushed out of the ground, and a thorn light appeared on his back instantly, not allowing him to escape. At this time, space here had already been distorted. Humph! Are you only hidden fishers? Die. Ignoring Zhang Xuanyu's spear, the sea demon activated a flash-type combat technique similar to Flying Flower Demon Flash. However, space was distorted, and he was stabbed in the shoulder by Zhang Xuanyu's spear. How is this possible? Whoo! As soon as the sea spirit flashed out, a pair of phantom glass wings appeared in the place where he was about to reach ahead of him. Dazzling fist marks illuminated the seawater that was shrouded in darkness. Blood burning. The sea spirit still tried to resist, only to find the power of this hidden fissure actually reached 2 waves. Bam! This person was directly blasted into a big black hole. This sea spirit didn't even have a chance to activate Sea God. Descends before he was sucked into the big hole. A cold blade of light stretched out of the big black hole and pierced the semi-divine battlesuit on his body. Parasitic technique. Then something began to sprout inside the sea spirit. Horrible vitality erupted from his body and seaweed grew wildly in his wounds, mouth, and nose. 3 tremors to the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The 10-meter space around the sea spirit was shaking, and each time it shook, it contained a horrible power. Being shocked 3 times in a row, the sea spirit had its 5 internal organs shattered and his bones broken. Han Fei didn't even launch an attack. The other 3 had cooperated to kill the sea demon. Since the moment Zhang Xuanyu's spear pierced the sea spirit's body, the latter had no power to fight back. The sea spirit tried to use the power of the law, but his law was the sound wave. Subject to a series of attacks, he had no chance to use it. Besides, his associate spirit didn't listen to his call at all, as if being controlled by others. So what else could he do? He tried to use the immortal seal. However, at the moment his heart was pierced through, a terrifying soul power took over its body. At that moment, this sea spirit's soul was controlled and he died without even having the chance to use the immortal seal. And as soon as he died, his associate spirit, a big jellyfish, was held by Han Fei with the void lines and cut into pieces. The battle ended within 3 seconds. A sea spirit level powerhouse was easily killed by Han Fei and his companions. Swish! When the second sea demon came out of the secret realm, he happened to see this scene, and Han Fei even beckoned at him, surprised. After slaughtering more than 30 sea demons in a row, they were sure the remaining 20-odd sea demons should have died in the secret realm. This time, the harvest was quite abundant. They obtained 3 full sea-swallowing seashells, which contained more than 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring, a mid-quality divine weapon, a bottle of medicine, nearly 100 spiritual fruits, and dozens of combat skills. However, they didn't take these spoils seriously. For human beings, the fastest way to grow was to obtain resources in the ocean. And they had done things like today dozens of times and had long been used to it. 3 hours later, the 4 of them came out of the secret realm. Most of the secret realm was destroyed. It looked to be the residence of a prehistoric sea demon, and they didn't find anything here. Luo Xiaobai said, "If we don't go to the 10,000 Demon Valley, many things here are actually of little use to us unless we find a large secret realm. However, these are extremely rare. Shall we return to the Scattered Stars Island?" Han Fei nodded slightly, then shook his head. "Xiaobai, don't you feel that something is wrong?" Luo Xiaobai took a look at Han Fei and thought for a while. "Yes, there seems to be something wrong. If I were that sea spirit, I would find a way to bring the prehistoric creature inside back to the 10,000 Demon Valley. This would be better than killing it." "Yes, but the ancient sea demon inside is dead. We can't know its intentions now," Zhang Xuanyu said. "Will there be any clues in the resources we just seized?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Wait, let me check it," Lu Renquang said. "I think it's simple. If we met someone from ancient times, we would also treat him as an enemy." After a while, Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "I found no clue. There are only simple resources." Han Fei smiled and said, "Forget it. Let's go back to the island. No matter what, sea demons won't be able to attack the Scattered Stars Island in the foreseeable future, and it's time for us to go to the 1,000-star city." Zhang Xuanyu jested. "Xiaobai, you're going home soon. Are you excited?" Luo Xiaobai said indifferently. "Number." Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. "You're so boring. Are there many beauties in the 1,000-star city?" Chapter 976, Tricked by the Performance. 2 days after Han Fei and the others left, a scarlet figure appeared outside the secret realm. If Han Fei were here, he would have definitely recognized this person. It was none other than xuanhuan who was cheated by him. At the moment, xuanhuan's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "The same fighting style, the same parasitic spiritual plants." "It must be Han Fei and his team again," a half-merman respectfully said. "Master Xue, these people are too elusive. Every time, they finished the battle quickly and killed everyone. We can't just let them go on like this." This was not what xuanhuan cared about, as the mission this time was so secretive. How did they know of this place? Did they just happen to meet these sea demons? Or did they have a special ability to track sea demons? Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold. "Follow them." "Huh? Master Xu, their whereabouts are erratic. How can we follow them?" Xuanhuan said coldly. "Don't they like hunting us? In that case, let me be the bait." 5 days had passed. The Thug Legends didn't return to the Scattered Stars Island in a hurry. They were 600,000 kilometers away from the island, so it would take at least 10 days to return even if the Wind God boat flew at full speed. Besides, they were not in a hurry to return, so they took their time fishing, eating hot pot, and having fun. They had put their contractual spiritual beasts in the sea to let them have fun. All of Han Fei's contractual spiritual beasts had reached level 49. Little Black and Little White had even reached level 53. This was the result of countless battles over the past year. Han Fei didn't deliberately use the Spirit Awakening fluid to catalyze them. Obviously, contractual spiritual beasts had their own cultivation too. Combat experience, talent, and devouring other creatures could all play a role in enhancing their strength. Normally, Han Fei would just let them cultivate on their own, but when they needed a boost, he would throw tens of thousands of kilograms of Spirit Awakening fluid on them to help them with their breakthroughs. During this period, Han Fei entered the Soul Sea once, when he made the breakthrough and became a peak-level hidden fisher. However, after many attempts, he was still forced out by that terrifying force after eating a lot of primitive soul beasts. In the Soul Sea, Little Black and Little White upgraded by 2 levels, but except that, nothing happened. And Han Fei had also tried the integration skill of Little Black and Little White. Fusion made Little Black and Little White become one, while integration made Little Black, Little White, and him become one, turning him into a kind of fish. The biggest advantage of this skill was that he could become a fish. Besides, Han Fei could borrow Little White's treasure hunting ability, but it was actually unnecessary because Little White could find treasures herself. However, this integration skill had a weak point. When he integrated with Little Black and Little White, the two's immortality ability would disappear. If they encountered uncontrollable danger and were killed, Little Black and Little White might truly die. Of course, Han Fei, after the integration, would possess great power and wouldn't easily die, but he still didn't really like this skill. If he had to become a fish, he preferred the 3 Transformation Wondrous book. However, now he was going to the 1,000-star city, so there was no such need. Le Renquang mumbled, "My spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts are growing up really slowly. My spiritual clam is only level 46. When will it break through level 50? Xuanhuan rolled his eyes and said, "Go easy on it. It takes time for them to grow. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry." Luo Xiaobai said, "Yes, no rush. Be it a spiritual beast or a contractual spiritual beast, it needs time to grow up. It's not that they grow up too slowly, but we grow too fast." Le Renquang said, "Shall we make the breakthrough and become law enforcers?" Han Fei was surprised. "Can you become a law enforcer now?" Le Renquang sighed. "I'm almost there, but I'm a little bit uncertain about my way." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Humph, your way is eating." Zhang Xuanyu nodded hard. Exactly, eating is your greatest pleasure in life. I feel that this path will definitely be carried forward by you. Le Renquang said helplessly, "I'm still thinking about whether to take the path of ultimate defense. Eating is just my hobby." Luo Xiaobai chuckled. "Your hobby is what you really want in your heart." Le Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, smacked his lips and said, "Anyway, my way has long been set, and I can become a law enforcer at any time." Luo Xiaobai agreed. "Me too." Han Fei added, "Me too." Le Renquang asked with a doubt, "Do you really think that I can take eating as my way?" The 3 all nodded. Han Fei patted Le Renquang's shoulder and said, "Don't forget you once defeated 17 people alone by eating." Le Renquang took a breath. You're right." He immediately said, "Then let's go. Stop chatting. Let's go back to the Empyrean waterfall to make the breakthrough and become law enforcers. There are still 300,000 kilometers to go. Come on." When they were about to go back, Little White suddenly jumped out of the water and swam to Han Fei's side. "Dad!" "There are sea demon experts, more than 3,000 kilometers away." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Are there many of them?" Little White blinked a few times. "Yes, many." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "Hey, did you hear her?" Zhang Xuanyu was overjoyed. "Are they sea spirit experts?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, they must be sea spirits, maybe even stronger." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Great, junior sea spirits are too weak for us now." Han Fei grinned. "That's what I think. If we kill one more now, we'll have less trouble later. God knows when we will come back from the 1,000-star city." Le Renquang nodded. "Okay, let's fight one last battle before we leave." Luo Xiaobai agreed. "Okay, we'll go back after this battle." 1 hour passed. Han Fei said, "I feel it, 300 kilometers away, about 50 sea demons." "Huh? More than 10 half-mermen? It seems that their mission this time is very important." Luo Xiaobai frowned. "How did so many get so close to the Scattered Stars Island? You know, there are often law enforcers patrolling about 200,000 kilometers away from the island." Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, "Perhaps they found some large ruins here?" Han Fei shrugged. "It's okay. No matter what their purpose is, a sea spirit and its followers can't pose a great threat to us. Shall we still follow them or directly rush up and kill them?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Follow them. If there is a secret realm, we can take the secret realm at the same time." Le Renquang nodded. "Although we have accumulated a lot of resources this year, they're not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the big clan people from the 1,000-star city. We better get more resources." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, then follow them." After following these sea demons for about half a day, Han Fei said in surprise, "What are they looking for? A secret realm. A secret realm. But why is it taking them so long?" The other three's perceptions couldn't go that far, but Han Fei could perceive clearly. Led by a sea spirit, after all this time, the sea demons still couldn't find the secret realm. There seemed to be something wrong. And Han Fei's perception and attention were all placed on the sea demons in front. He didn't notice that in the sea there was a mass of red seaweed approaching in their direction. At this moment, it was less than 100 kilometers away from where Han Fei was. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned. Xiaobai, let's stop following them and just rush up and kill them. I feel that something is wrong. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei in surprise. Shall we just retreat? Anyway, they're just some sea demons. Han Fei said, let's retract our contractual spiritual beasts first. Swish, 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 swish. They were all experienced soldiers. They knew once they felt that something was wrong, they must take it seriously. Han Fei just wanted to say, let's rush up and kill them when a red light suddenly pounced at them. Han Fei shouted, retreat. The other three all backed up as quickly as they could. Damn, it's a trap. Han Fei didn't panic. He stretched out his palm and infinity water darted at the red light. Explode. Boom. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all. Being able to quietly enter the range of his perception, avoid Luo Xiaobai's dangerous premonition, and being so close to him, this guy couldn't be easy to deal with. The terrifying explosion set off rolling waves, like a mushroom cloud rising, and the red light was directly torn apart. At that moment, all four of them activated their secret methods. Except for Han Fei, they had all fused with their spiritual beasts and appeared in midair. You detonated a high-quality divine weapon? I didn't expect you to be so rich. Under the impact of the detonation, Han Fei and the team were sent flying more than 10 kilometers away, and a huge deep pit appeared on the sea surface because of the explosion. Then a set of bright red armor appeared. Immediately afterwards, xuanhuan walked out of the surging wave. xuanhuan looked a bit discomfited, but he wasn't severely injured. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The seventh member of 8 Wings of Blue Feather, xuanhuan. Luo Xiaobai and the others instantly became serious. This time, it was different from before. The 8 Wings of Blue Feather were peak-level sea spirits who were completely different from ordinary sea spirits. In Han Fei's perception, the sea spirit and dozens of sea demon realm powerhouses who seemed to be looking for something were also rushing in this direction and were coming soon. Han Fei sneered. Nice, I was actually fooled by your performance. Without using the voice transmission, Han Fei directly said, I'll resolve xuanhuan and the other sea spirit. The rest are yours. Chapter 977. Punishing Saber. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water gathered and he turned his hand over to retract it. He knew this would be a tough battle. Apart from xuanhuan, the remaining dozens of sea demons were not easy to deal with either. Fortunately, the thug legends were all peak-level hidden fishers. Is that a high-quality divine weapon? Can it actually reassemble automatically? However, in terms of power, it is an ultra-quality divine weapon at best. Are you going to use this to deal with me? An Fei licked the corner of his mouth. Who said I'm going to fight you? xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Is there someone else here? Impossible. He was sure Han Fei was deceiving him. If there were a stronger master around, he would have discovered that person long ago. xuanhuan grinned. Do you think I will be fooled by you? Another sea spirit expert leading a large force had already appeared hundreds of kilometers away. xuanhuan didn't mind Han Fei holding off longer. That way, they would only die faster. Buzzes, a phantom image of a mountain, suddenly appeared. xuanhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but then his face changed drastically. Who is it? Swish. As the mountain disappeared, a blood-red long knife appeared in front of Han Fei, drifting in the air. The knife was actually talking. Master, you summoned my original body. Are you in big trouble? xuanhuan's face changed drastically. A talking knife. What the hell is this? Han Fei pointed to xuanhuan. Kill him. After that, behind Han Fei, the phantom glass wings spread out. Agility of wind. With a swish, Han Fei disappeared. Luo Xiaobai and the others also flew in the direction of Han Fei. They weren't afraid of fighting a sea spirit. However, to be on the safe side, they would leave the sea spirit to Han Fei. Behind them, xuanhuan stepped forward, his 4 fingers turning into shadows, trying to penetrate the void and directly destroy Han Fei. However, Punishing Saber cut across the air. The terrifying power slashed directly into the void, shattering that blow. Punishing Saber snorted. In front of me, do you still dare to be distracted? Die. A huge knife light broke the void, and the terrifying power swept across at an unimaginable speed. xuanhuan was shocked. What the hell are you? He threw a mid-quality divine harpoon at Punishing Saber, but the next second, the harpoon broke inch by inch, and the horrible thundering sound shook within hundreds of kilometers. Punishing Saber laughed. What am I? I am yin-yang soul-quelling knife. You blocked my blow? Not bad. Tiesk, no wonder Master summoned me out. Now the battle became easy for Han Fei because he just needed to resolve a junior sea spirit. Even without Devil Change, Han Fei had already had almost 2 waves of power. And with Devil Change, his strength could even reach 16 waves. A golden fist mark shot out, shaking the sky. Seeing this scene, the sea spirit was shocked. Is Han Fei so strong? Secret method, Sea God descends. Boom. The sea spirit was sent flying 100 meters by the punch. Han Fei sneered. No wonder you can resist my blow. It turns out that you're an intermediate sea spirit. During this year, Han Fei had discovered some secrets about sea demons. In the realm of sea spirit, the pure power of a junior sea spirit was about 3 waves, and an intermediate one was at least 5 waves or more. Therefore, when they used Sea God Descends, their strength could only increase by 3 times at most. This was like his devil change, which could increase his strength by 10 times in the beginning, but with the growth of his strength, now it was only 8 times. Han Fei guessed when he became a law enforcer, this multiple would probably become 6, or even 5. This was because after one grew stronger, if the secret method still improved his strength that much, his body might not be able to stand so much energy. This meant that the stronger one grew, the less effective the secret method would be to him. Of course, in the realm of law enforcers, a secret method could still be very useful. When he became an explorer, he might need a corresponding level of combat skill. Otherwise, Han Fei guessed the devil change would only improve his strength by less than 2 times. And the strength of this intermediate sea spirit that he was facing probably had 5 waves of strength. After he activated Sea God Descends, his power should be about 15 waves, a little weaker than his. However, the difference was not great. Swish! Han Fei punched out. Again and again, the golden fist marks shook the void, and the void lines swept across the sky. On the other side, numerous giant vines emerged from the sea, and Luo Xiaobai used the Grand Spirit summoning art to summon dozens of different forms of spiritual plants, directly enclosing everything within the radius of a kilometer. Zhang Xuanyu's attack was the most direct and violent in this battle. Whenever he used the momentary time, a sea demon would die. No sea demon in the sea demon realm could resist a blow from Zhang Xuanyu. The battles on the 3 battlefields were so fierce that the surging waves almost hit the sky. At the moment when the void lines appeared, the sea spirit felt the danger and activated his law. His law turned out to be blood-sucking. He was trying to draw the blood out of Han Fei's body. For others, this law was very strong. Unfortunately, his opponent was Han Fei. Han Fei forcibly suppressed the turbulence of his blood. "You are only a hidden fisher. How can you resist the power of my law?" Han Fei grinned. "It's been a long time since the last time I broke out with all my strength. Let me show you how it feels." Swoosh! Han Fei accelerated, activating both the agility of wind and devil change, and the sea spirit couldn't catch up with him at all. Boom! Han Fei's figure seemed to disappear. When he reappeared, he was already on the side of this sea spirit, and the latter attempted to dodge him. However, a terrifying gravity suddenly descended, causing his body to sink. Han Fei punched his abdomen. At the same time, all 10 void lines fell on him. At this moment, Han Fei no longer needed to control the void lines separately. In the past, he didn't have enough soul power to control the enemy entirely. But now, his soul power was almost limitless, and it was definitely not something an ordinary sea spirit could handle. Boom! With another punch, this sea spirit was directly sent flying into Luo Xiaobai's battlefield. And over there, 7 or 8 sea demons were already dead. Seeing the savior come, a sea demon immediately roared, "Master, this mist is a poisonous illusion." However, the sea demon had just finished speaking when he found that his master had pierced his body with a harpoon. Han Fei was about to go over when suddenly his body softened, and he quickly summoned a large amount of spiritual energy and crushed many energy fruits, which all flew towards Punishing Saber. Punishing Saber and xuanhuan were fighting in full swing, and one after another waves rolled up 500 to 600 meters. Han Fei hurriedly put a few energy fruits into his mouth before he sighed. "How long has it been? The consumption is too much. I should have summoned Waterluster." After all, the sea is her territory. Han Fei thought that Waterluster's combat power was not as strong as that of Punishing Saber, and thought that Punishing Saber could kill xuanhuan with a few slashes, but it seemed that he was wrong. Then he continued to fight the other sea spirit. In order to prevent the other sea demons from escaping, Han Fei directly activated the law of gravity, summoned the void chains, and had Little Gold attached to him, who immediately activated Lightning Blade. Zhang Xuanyu used Soul Explosion, and Lu Renkuang brandished his knife. At this time, the battlefield was like hell, and most of the sea demons were killed in an instant, and the rest only lasted a moment. In the distance, xuanhuan launched a secret method, and scarlet seaweed instantly covered everything in a radius of 3,000 meters, spirit entangling. Han Fei took the sea spirit and flew across the sky, rushing towards that area. However, the intermediate sea spirit instantly died as soon as it entered the area covered by the scarlet seaweed. Only at this moment did Han Fei discover that there were countless red lines in the void. Puff, puff, puff. The sea demon's body was cut into countless pieces. Chop! At that moment, Han Fei's spiritual energy was drained again, and he immediately took out a large number of energy fruits and spiritual energy to refuel. However, at that moment, the sky darkened, and the void cracked as if it was cut open by a knife, and it was pitch black inside. Boom! All the scarlet seaweed shattered, and a red light disappeared between the sky and the earth. An arm flew into the sky and then fell into the sea. When the waves subsided, Han Fei grabbed the arm and asked, "He escaped?" Punishing Saber shuddered. "Yes, that sea demon is a bit special, not an ordinary creature. He has almost entered the same realm of an explorer. However, his right arm won't regenerate." Han Fei was speechless. "So you failed to kill xuanhuan. You almost drained up my energy several times, but still didn't kill him." Punishing Saber seemed a little embarrassed. Master, I didn't drain up your energy because I feared you wouldn't be able to fight at all if I did so. Han Fei said casually. I see. It doesn't matter. No big deal. When the knife returned, however, Han Fei almost cried. Why didn't you just use up my energy and kill xuanhuan? Do I lack energy? I needed you to kill him. Lu Renkuang swallowed. Oh, xuanhuan is one of the 8 wings of Blue Feather, and you actually fought him? Han Fei said lightly. It's not a big deal. He is not even an explorer. Don't underestimate our own capabilities. Chapter 978, Senior Brother has prepared a gift for you. xuanhuan had never expected that Han Fei would have such a powerful helper. Little did he know that Han Fei couldn't release all 5 legendary creatures in the sea-quelling painting once. Otherwise, xuanhuan would have had no chance to escape at all. Now Han Fei planned to go home. Otherwise, if Blue Feather came in person, he would be dead meat. 100,000 kilometers off the coast of the Scattered Stars Island, the 4 of Han Fei were sailing in the sky and the wind god boat streaked the sky. From time to time, someone would appear on the sea. When they discovered the 4 of them, they immediately exclaimed, "Oh, it's the 4. As early as when the team of 4 entered the ancient battlefield, some law enforcers had noticed them. At this time, Han Fei's goal was the huge sea fortress on the ancient battlefield, which was a bit similar to the Pearl Diver's port in the Pearl Sea. However, the scale was much smaller. After all, the Pearl Sea was much less dangerous, and even hanging fishers could go there. While the ancient battlefield was very dangerous and hanging fishers wouldn't even be able to survive there, the sea fortress was much smaller. However, no matter how small it was still a well-developed base, which was as big as half a dragon boat. There were some shops on it, which were mainly resource stores, spiritual energy shops, spiritual fruit shops, refining halls, and auction houses. When Han Fei's team approached, they met an acquaintance, Fishing Ch951, whom Han Fei had once met. Fishing Ch951 was standing at the top of the fortress, looking somewhat crossly at the 4 of them. Last time, he talked too much, which caused Han Fei to rob an undersea chimney, so he didn't want to see Han Fei at all. Of course, he knew he couldn't mess with these people. Fishing Ch951 wasn't surprised at Han Fei's achievements at all. It was said he even destroyed 2 of the sealing stones of this ancient battlefield. At the top of the fortress, Han Fei stood in mid-air. Senior Ye, what a coincidence. Fishing Ch951 took a look at them and was a little surprised. U4's cultivation speed is really fast. No wonder people call you 4 little dragons in the waves. Han Fei was taken aback. 4 little dragons in the waves? What? Fishing Ch951 curled his lips. People gave you this nickname because you killed a lot of sea demons in the deep sea. Then Fishing Ch951 said solemnly, Han Fei, let me ask you something. What was it like in that hole? Han Fei was confused. Which hole? Fishing Ch951 said grumpily. Which one can it be? The one in the ancient battlefield, Han Fei said in surprise. Don't you know? That hole leads to the underground city. Fishing Ch951 nodded. I know it leads to the underground city. However, the danger inside seems to be beyond our imagination. In just 1 year, more than 100 hidden fishers have died inside. Han Fei asked in surprise. What realm were they in? The lowest ones were intermediate hidden fishers. Of course, they were mostly advanced hidden fishers. Han Fei said, didn't they get any advice? My suggestion was that it is best for peak-level hidden fishers or above to go in. There is a river in it, and once one crosses that river, it is extremely dangerous. Fishing Ch951 nodded slightly. Someone also suggested that to me. But it's a pity that such a wonderful place of practice doesn't come in handy. These hidden fishers would go to the battlefield in the future, and it would be a waste if they were dead now. Han Fei immediately said, you should have already known the situation inside, but there are too many law enforcer level creatures in it. Advanced hidden fishers had better not force their way in. Fishing Ch951 nodded slightly. Okay. I see. Did you come here on purpose, or what? We are just passing by. We are heading for the Scattered Stars Island. Fishing Ch951 raised his brows. Oh, are you leaving? Han Fei nodded. Yes, if we don't leave now, we'll be sent to attack the 10,000 Demon Valley. Hearing this, Fishing Ch951 curled his lips and thought it would be nice if you could take the 10,000 Demon Valley down. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, well, by the way, I have something to tell you, Senior. I think the 10,000 Demons Valley is too quiet. They seem to be brewing something big. I plan to tell the Marshal this, but now you can tell him for me. Fishing Ch951 turned serious. Okay, I see. The Scattered Stars Island, Skeleton Shore. 800 kilometers in the outer sea, seaweed spread. These seaweeds were a little different, looking a bit threatening and containing a lot of spiritual energy. Above the seaweed, a total of 14 people were fighting. All the creatures attracted by the spiritual energy were imprisoned by this piece of seaweed, so the group of people above the seaweed were killing very easily. Among them, a little girl seemed to be dancing on the seaweed, carrying an armor box on her back, and sword light flew out of the armor box from time to time. The weapons flying out whirled around like they were dancing. Looking closely, this girl used 7 swords in total. Every time a sword drilled into the seaweed gap, it would chop a certain creature into pieces. After about half an hour, a voice rang. Okay, everyone, get ready to take off. Wu Xiaoxiao shouted, fly to the sky. A bulky man shouted, fly to the sky. After everyone flew to the sky, the large piece of seaweed gathered and turned into a human. The person stepped on 2 flying swords and leaped onto a fishing boat. Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, the Thug Academy is full of monsters. Q Jinin, do you want to go out with me? Jinin blushed immediately. Sister Xiao, don't make fun of me. No, I'm serious. Bang, someone slammed her armor box on the ground. People in the Thug Academy don't date outsiders. Wu Xiao narrowed her eyes. Ling Yuan, there are only 2 of you in this session. Do you mean Jinin is yours? Ling Yuan's face blushed slightly. I heard that our academy recruited a new junior sister. Jinin, what do you think? Jinin felt a chill down his spine. Forget it. I think it's fine to be single. Huh? Jinin shook. Ling Yuan, you are pretty good. Hee. Zhu Diliang laughed out loud. Haha, you two are just like Captain Han and Xiaoshan. I heard that this is the same case with the door-carrying marshal and his wife. Jinin almost cried. I've tried resisting. Okay, but it was useless. Jinin hurriedly said, let me recover for a while and we can continue. Suddenly, someone flew over, and everyone greeted him respectfully. Captain. Yu Lingyun said, you don't need to call me captain anymore. My transfer order has already been issued. Xiao, your application to go home has also been approved. But are you sure you want to go home? Wu Xiao grinned and said, I'm going to become a hidden fisher soon. You know, I am timid, so I don't want to go to the ancient battlefield. Our town is too short of teachers. I am going to go back to become a teacher, safe and comfortable. Yu Lingyun nodded. Well, that's good. In this way, you don't have to face crises all the time. Then, Yu Lingyun turned to Jinin and Ling Yuan. Nan, Ling Yuan, Han Fei and the others came back an hour ago. However, I think they won't stay long. Are you going to see them? Jinin and Ling Yuan exchanged a glance and said in unison, yes, of course. On the way back, Wu Xiao said, hey, I heard that they killed countless enemies outside. Unfortunately, we are not the same level as them. Gu Daliang nodded. Yes, would you like to meet them? Wu Xiao rolled her eyes and said, no, but I hope I can meet them again one day in the future. However, I think it's not likely. In the depths of the twisted jungle, Mu Qingchuan was making dumplings, and Chu Linyuan was kneading noodles. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, President, would you like to try some other dishes? I think braised pork and brown sauce is also good. Chu Linyuan nodded. President, I always feel it's a bit weird to match dumplings with hot pot. Old Bai said leisurely, no, it's not weird at all. After this meal, you can go to that place. Suddenly, Mu Qingchuan paused. Haven't Dashuai and Bailu already gone there? Do we also need to go there? Old Bai nodded slightly. Yes, our Thug Academy has too few students. At this time, the spiritual barrier opened, and Han Fei roared, Old Bai, we are back. Loren Kwang added, President, is there anything to eat? Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Oh, I can finally get a good sleep. Julin Yuan was surprised. Wow, there you are. It just so happened that Qingchuan and I made some dumplings. Let's eat together. Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, Xiaobai, what did you get this time? Lua Xiaobai bowed and said, the harvest was quite fruitful. Old Bai sat up straight with a swish and then looked at the 4 of them saying, well, our school funding has been a bit tight recently. I heard that we have taken 10 new students, and as senior brothers and senior sisters, shouldn't you donate something to our school? Everyone, Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, can't the fish dragons feed them? Chu Linyuan smiled and said, don't pressure them, President, we have the stock. But they are going to the 1,000-star city and need resources. But then he said with a smile, but junior brothers and junior sister, you can share some of your combat skills, the more the better. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Doesn't our school only want quality combat skills? Mu Qingchuan said with a smile. Different combat skills have their own advantages. Please give us a copy of your combat skills. They will be used by your junior brothers and sisters. Han Fei took out a sea-swallowing seashell and said, take this. There are more than 2,000 combat skills inside. All cheap stuff that nobody wants. Seeing this, Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan didn't speak anymore and lowered their heads to continue to make dumplings. Old Bai leaned back on the recliner and grunted. Okay, let's talk after dinner. The spiritual barrier shook again, and Jinin and Ling Yuan ran in. When the 2 saw everyone, they immediately shouted cheerfully, Hi, senior brothers. Hi, senior sister. Seeing that Jinin grew much taller than before, Han Fei said in surprise, Oh, you look much stronger now, Nan. Han Fei patted Jinin on the shoulder. Zhang Xuanyu stared at Ling Yuan in shock. Who is this girl? It can't be Ling Yuan, in shock. She is much prettier than Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan rolled her eyes. Senior brother Yu, move aside. Zhang Xuanyu, Han Fei put his arm around Jinan's shoulders and said, Xiao Nan, I've prepared a gift for you. Jinan's eyes lit up. So senior brother Han has not forgotten us. He couldn't help but say with joy, thank you senior brother Han. Ling Yuan couldn't help being curious. Han Fei prepared gifts for them. That's not Han Fei prepared gifts for them. That's not Han Fei's style. Han Fei stuffed the sea-swallowing seashell from his hand into Jinan's hand and said, Xiao Nan, to enrich your knowledge, I have specially prepared more than 2,000 combat skills for you. Copy them tonight and take your time to read them, but remember to return it to me tomorrow. Everyone, Chapter 979, Purpose of the 1,000-Star City. The dinner lasted for about an hour, and Han Fei did give Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan some things, but they were all ordinary things. He wanted to give them some more valuable things, but Old Bai stopped him. In the words of Old Bai, no strong person could become strong solely with the help of others. If they needed resources, they could get them from the ocean themselves. After dinner, in Old Bai's room, at this moment, Old Bai had put down layers of seals, and the four of Han Fei sat across from Old Bai. They knew that they were going to the Thousand-Star City, but they didn't know why they were going there. The unknown place was already very vast. If they wanted to practice, they could just go to the outer sea. They could finish exploring all the areas under the jurisdiction of the Yin-Yang world as long as it took enough time. It didn't seem necessary for them to run to the Thousand-Star City. Of course, Han Fei and the others had a rough idea of the reason, which was, Old Bai still wanted to rebuild the Thug Academy in the Thousand-Star City. This was the only reason they could come up with. At this moment, Old Bai said leisurely, "You're going to become law enforcers soon, right? But don't make the breakthrough and become law enforcers in the Empyrean waterfall." Han Fei was puzzled. Huh? Why? Old Bai said lightly. It won't make much difference whether you do it there or not. Besides, if you make that breakthrough in the Empyrean waterfall, it is easy for you to go astray and be affected by the laws there. Han Fei thought about the deep-sea giant demon underneath. Maybe that was the reason? However, judging from Old Bai's expression, he seemed to know the secret of the hole under the old turtle. Han Fei asked, "President, you mean we should make the breakthrough in the Thousand-Star City?" Old Bai nodded. Xiao Bai should know that in the Thousand-Star City there are several special places to do so. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to Luo Xiao Bai. What special places? Did Old Bai want them to make the breakthrough there? Luo Xiao Bai nodded slightly. The 3 sacred sites of the Thousand-Star City, the Monument of God, the Sky Meditation Garden, and the Ideal Palace. No one has ever explored these 3 places thoroughly. They have been sacred places since the Thousand-Star City was founded. Han Fei and the other 2 looked at each other in confusion. What the hell were these places? Their names sounded so creepy. Would they be as dangerous as the Boneyard? Renquang said, "Their names don't sound like they belong to this era." Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Monument of God? Who does it commemorate? A sea god. Han Fei remained silent. Judging from the statue of the sea god in the sea-quelling painting, there might be many sea gods. They were more like existing to compete for the power of human belief. Luo Xiaobai said, "I don't know. According to my grandfather's grandfather, these 3 places have been known about since the beginning of the Thousand-Star City. Besides, there is very little information about these places. Even the big clans don't know much about them." Han Fei looked at Old Bai and said, "President, do you want us to make the breakthrough in these places?" Old Bai nodded. "It doesn't matter if you become law enforcers or not. Even if all 4 of you become law enforcers, you are just law enforcers. The Thousand-Star City has an abundance of these." Hearing it, they all rolled their eyes. Come on, they were talking about becoming a law enforcer. At least it was better than a hidden fisher, right? Old Bai said, "Let me put it this way. Some things may involve ancient times and the Age of Doom. I think you should know a little bit about them." Han Fei nodded. In the Age of Doom, stars fell, and the water of the sea swept across the mountains and land. This is what I knew when I was exploring some ruins. Old Bai looked at Han Fei and said slowly, "Do you know what they mean about the stars falling?" The 4 shook their heads. They thought it was a meteor passing by. Otherwise, what did it mean? Old Bai chuckled. The Age of Doom. Why was there doom? Have you thought about the reason? The 4 still shook their heads. Who would know this? Old Bai said leisurely. I also learned about it occasionally by some coincidence. It said that before the Age of Doom, that age was called the Age of the Gods. The Age of the Gods? The 4 of Han Fei exclaimed. Wow, the name was really domineering. Han Fei was excited. Even in the Age of Doom, there were sea-quelling bizarre treasures and the Snow God's temple. Then how glorious and splendid would the Age of the Gods have been? Old Bai glanced at Han Fei. The stars falling does not refer to the stars in the sky. It is very likely referring to the death of these gods. Wow, the 4 all gasped. Zhang Xuanyu asked, do the gods refer to kings? Old Bai shook his head slightly. I don't know. I am not from that era. However, you should know what happened after the Age of Doom. The Sea Clan rose. In the ocean, endless creatures are growing, squeezing the living space of human beings. Renquang's face trembled and he said, but what does this have to do with our going to the Thousand-Star City? Old Bai sneered. Do you know why the Thug Academy broke out in an all-out war with the big clans in the Thousand-Star City more than 30 years ago? Han Fei was surprised. Wasn't it because of the sea-quelling painting? Old Bai sneered. The sea-quelling painting has always been there, although it was part of the reason, but not that important. Do you know what was left behind after the death of the gods in the Age of Doom? Han Fei took a breath and said, the Heavenly Palace? Old Bai was taken aback for a moment. Huh? Is there some information about this in the sea-quelling painting? Han Fei smiled and said, do you forget where the sea-quelling painting originates from? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Where is the Heavenly Palace? Han Fei shrugged. I don't know. It should be above the Thousand-Star City. Ha ha! Old Bai sneered. Nonsense. You know nothing about it at all. If the Heavenly Palace is just above the Thousand-Star City, someone would have flown up already, Han Fei asked. Then where? Old Bai narrowed his eyes and said, if I'm not mistaken, it is an ancient, mysterious place hidden in an independent space. The level of that place is much higher than the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei knew this very well. The Heavenly Palace ruled the entire Thousand-Star City and the 36 towns, but it should be empty now, except for some puppets guarding it, which were all explorers. Old Bai said, so far, I know that 3 people have been to the Heavenly Palace. Luo Xiaobai asked in suspense, which 3? Old Bai took a meaningful look at Han Fei. Ren Tianfei, who took the sea-quelling painting out of the palace, the previous marshal of the Scattered Stars Island who had lost control over himself, Han Guanshu, and one of our thug ancestors. Everyone immediately looked at Han Fei, then at Old Bai, and finally looked at Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. Old Han told me nothing about it. Le Renquang asked, who is Ren Tianfei? Old Bai said, you don't need to know who he is. You just need to know that after he came out of the Heavenly Palace, he was besieged by the big clans of the Thousand-Star City, so he scurried off like a frightened rat and almost died. It was the same case for Han Guanshu, Han Fei's father. Even our thug ancestor was the same. Do those big clans care about the sea-quelling painting? No, what they really care about is the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Shit, it seems that all 3 have something to do with me, Old Bai said. It seems that I want you to go to the Thousand-Star City because I want you to rebuild the Thug Academy. But more importantly, I want you to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace with the pretext of rebuilding the Academy. Why do I refuse to ally with the 7 major sects? Because once we become allies, there won't be any secrets among us. Luo Xiaobai frowned. But even if we find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace, won't we follow in the footsteps of those 3 seniors? Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang both nodded. Even the Venerables couldn't resist them, and their thug ancestor was even killed. Who could handle this? Now, they weren't even law enforcers yet. Old Bai smiled mysteriously. No, because your strength is too weak. Even if you find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace, you won't be able to enter it. So you can keep this secret and wait for the chance to enter it in the future. Han Fei glanced at Old Bai. President, why don't you go find it? Old Bai rolled his eyes and said, we? Do you think the big clans will let us? Do you really think they are stupid? Han Fei thought, but after all these years they still failed to annihilate the Thug Academy, didn't they? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart flipped. The Thug Academy must still have a trump card. Yes, it must be so. Old Bai took out a puppet back then. Was that puppet a clone of the Thug ancestor or something? If this is the case, the Thug Academy should still have a trump card that no one knows about. Otherwise, the big clans in the Thug Academy would have annihilated the Thug Academy long ago. Sure enough, Old Bai said, as long as the strongest ones of the Thug Academy don't return to the Thousand-Star City, the big clans won't dare to act rashly. However, we also can't go to the city to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace. Han Fei asked, can we? Old Bai nodded. You are special. Xiaobai is from the Luo family, and your background is even more complicated. They dare not touch you or indulge you. With the Thug Academy and your dad in check and balance, your safety will be guaranteed. Zhang Xuanyu said, what about Quang Quang and I? Old Bai said leisurely, you 2 are not important. Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, the 2 were speechless. Not important? Once again, their young hearts suffered a blow that they should not have suffered at their age. Old Bai said, okay, you will be faced with a lot of difficulties in the Thousand-Star City this time. But they won't dare attack you openly, so rest assured to rebuild the Thug Academy. Anyway, play it by ear in the Thousand-Star City. You 3 can go now. Han Fei, wait a moment. Chapter 980, Old Bai's instructions. When they left, Han Fei asked in surprise, President, why do you have to tell me alone? Old Bai looked at Han Fei. Don't make breakthroughs too fast. When you become a peak-level law enforcer one day, where will you go? Han Fei pondered for a while and decided not to tell Old Bai about the matter of the Waterwood world for the time being. So he said, when the time comes, Old Han will find a place for me. Old Bai nodded slightly. Okay, you can't make the breakthrough within the power of the Thousand-Star City. From the moment you got the sea-quelling painting, there were countless people watching you all the time. Now that your father has a plan for you, you can just let nature take its course. However, you'd better find a way to the Heavenly Palace before you become a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, Han Fei, otherwise, the big clans in the Thousand-Star City will threaten your life. After all, there is more than one venerable in the Thousand-Star City. Han Fei nodded. Understood. Old Han was a potential threat to the Thousand-Star City. He had now appeared, and on the surface, this game had reached a stalemate, creating a short-term balance. Han Fei had thought that the ultimate goal of their chess game was the sea-quelling painting, but it seemed that he was wrong. The real point of the chess game should be either to become a king or to uncover the mystery of the Heavenly Palace. With this in mind, Han Fei felt so pressured. He had to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace, go to the Waterwood world once he became an explorer, and attack the 10,000 Demon Valley, but there were only 8 years left. Han Fei sighed. President, what else do you want to tell me? Old Bai took out 4 small bottles and said, these are Heaven Heart pills, 1 for each of you, and there are 2 pills in each bottle. Heaven Heart pills can help you when you're making the breakthrough to become an explorer. In the words of old Jiang, this pill can not only increase the probability of breakthrough success by more than 30%, but will also allow you to comprehend your own way. Hearing this, Han Fei quickly grasped the bottles in his hands. In any case, these were really precious. It could not only raise the probability of breakthrough success, but also help one understand his way, which was extremely precious. Old Bai rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, calm down. It's of no use to you for the time being. By the way, after going to the 1,000-star city, you can accept disciples. Find our academy some good talents." Han Fei pointed at himself and said in astonishment, "Us? Accept disciples?" Old Bai said lazily, "Yes, do you have a problem with that?" Han Fei said. "Isn't our task to find a way to enter the heavenly palace? How do we have the time to find disciples?" Old Bai sneered. The 1,000-star city has more than these 3 places worth exploring. There is a place called the 1,000-star proving ground, where the disciples of the 7 major sects and the children of the big clans in the 1,000-star city train themselves. Really? Old Bai stood up and said, "The 1,000-star proving ground is a trial place that comprises thousands of secret realms. According to the degree of danger, there are different levels. From easy to difficult, there are 10 levels. Basically, each sect or clan controls dozens or even hundreds of secret realms. We shall try to control some too," Han Fei exclaimed. "Wow, you mean the secret realms are just out there, waiting for others to take them?" Old Bai sneered, took out a sea swallow seashell, and handed it to Han Fei. "Open it when you are going to the 1,000-star proving ground." Then he said, "You'll find out by yourself." "Okay, I've told you all that you need, remember. When you arrive in the 1,000-star city, you must be strong, strong, strong. You can kill anyone who dares to provoke you. Set off tomorrow morning." The next morning, Xuanhuan and Ling Yu were sitting in the plantation, with a lot of jade slips in front of them. The 2 of them didn't do anything last night but copy these jade slips. At this moment, their minds were chaotic, full of messy combat skills and techniques. However, although Han Fei seemed to be mean to them, many of these jade slips were heaven-level combat skills and techniques. At least, Xuanhuan and Ling Yuan felt that starting today, they didn't need to go to the logistics division to buy combat skills ever again. At the same time, the 2 of them couldn't help but wonder how many people had senior brother Han Fei robbed to get so many combat skills and techniques. Eating a pot sticker, Han Fei walked into the plantation and said with a smile, "Xiaonan, Ling Yuan, how is your work going?" The 2 raised their heads numbly, and Ling Yuan said, "Senior brother, it's almost done. You are going to leave, right? Go ahead, don't be late." "Yes, senior brother, we're almost finished." Han Fei touched his nose. "Huh? Are they driving me away?" Han Fei said leisurely. "I think the outer sea is too dangerous, so you need to get used to it in advance. Come on, let me train you a little in the twisted jungle." Jinan and Ling Yuan trembled, looking at Han Fei helplessly. Ling Yuan complained in her heart, "Are you a monster? Before leaving, you trained us, and we were almost tortured to death." "Not again," Luo Xiaobai said. "All right, Han Fei, just let them go. They've done a good job. If nothing else, we should go now." Ling Yuan and Jinan breathed a sigh of relief. Senior sister was their savior. Han Fei laughed. "No, I haven't finished my breakfast yet." Half an hour later, Chu Lin Yuan and Mu Qingchuan sent the 4 of Han Fei outside the spiritual barrier. Chu Lin Yuan warned, "Junior brothers and junior sister, this journey will be dangerous for you. Take care. However, don't be afraid. The academy is behind you." Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, "Lin Yuan and I had planned to go with you, but we're assigned with some other tasks, so you can only count on yourselves in the 1,000-star city." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Senior brother, senior sister, don't worry about us." Han Fei grinned. "Senior brother, you can rest assured. I'll take note of whoever provokes us. You will avenge us later, right?" Chu Lin Yuan, then Han Fei shouted towards the yard, "President, we are leaving," Old Bai said indifferently. "Okay, remember to recruit some good students." Not long after the 4 left, Chu Lin Yuan said to Jinan and Ling Yuan, "Little junior brother, little junior sister, we'll have to leave everything here to you now. Improve your strength soon and go to the Empyrean waterfall when you can." Ling Yuan said in surprise, "Senior brother Chu, senior sister Mu, are you leaving too?" Mu Qingchuan said softly, "Yes, we all have our own affairs to tend to. You 2 are the representatives of this generation of the Thug Academy on the Scattered Stars Island. When you grow up, you should take care of your junior brothers and junior sisters. This is not a light burden." Jinan took a breath and said seriously, "Senior brother, senior sister, we will try our best." Jinan, the innocent boy, felt that he was suddenly shouldering a heavy responsibility. But Ling Yuan was thinking, why did Chu Lin Yuan and Mu Qingchuan leave too after the 4 others went to the 1,000-star city? It seems like they are planning something together, but the 2 of us are excluded from it. The Thug Academy seems to have some secrets. What on earth was the story behind this? Out of the twisted jungle. Meow. Han Fei heard a meow as soon as they came out of the jungle. It was Big Yellow. Sure enough, Big Yellow was crouching on the road. By the side of Big Yellow, Li Luoluo and Qing Chen were looking at them. Big Yellow rolled his round eyes. "Han Fei, give me a male cat and a female cat." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "You want to give birth to kittens again? What if you kill them again?" Big Yellow turned his head and said, no, I'll train them and make them strong. Then they can make babies, and babies will make babies. In this way, I can gradually change their genes. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Wow, Big Yellow has tried really hard to find himself a wife. He even planned to manipulate their genes. Poor cat. With a thought from Han Fei, 2 cats, 1 male and 1 female, appeared, and they were immediately grabbed by Big Yellow with his paw. Han Fei turned his eyes to Li Luoluo and Qing Chen and asked with surprise, why are you 2 here? Qing Chen said with a smile, Brother Han, I heard that you were going to the 1,000-star city. Haha, let's go together. Li Luoluo threw 4 waist tags over. I want to go too. For the time being, the number of law enforcers on the Scattered Stars Island is enough. I heard that the 1,000-star city is very interesting. I haven't been there yet, so I am going to go with you too. The moment when Han Fei grabbed the 9-star waist tags, Shueishan Chi's phantom appeared. Take away the waist tag. Take care. Shueishan Chi was as cold as ever, and he was gone after saying these words. And the 4 of Han Fei were thinking who were Li Luolu and Qing Chen working for. As for Big Yellow, he had been watching Han Fei leave. In his heart, Han Fei was his good friend. In Big Yellow's memory, no one else knew that he was a cat the first time they met him. Therefore, seeing Han Fei leave, Big Yellow was a bit sad. Chapter 981, Sky Ladder. To go to the Sky Ladder, they must first go to the tiny floating island where they originally appeared. And no one knew the way there better than the Cloud Whale. Perhaps it was a coincidence or something. Anyway, when the 4 of them came to the big river, the Cloud Whale was flipping and moving in the clouds. They directly flew to the sky and came to the Cloud Whale's side in a moment. The Cloud Whale seemed to remember Han Fei. At the first glance when he saw Han Fei, it opened its mouth and rubbed its head against Han Fei. Caught off guard, Han Fei was sent flying by the Cloud Whale. Han Fei laughed. Big guy, I'll treat you to crabs. With that said, Han Fei took out a 20-meter-long crab and threw it into the Cloud Whale's mouth. Whoa, crack. Crushing the crab in one bite, the Cloud Whale circled around happily and pushed them up. Li Luoluo lay on the Cloud Whale's forehead and turned to look at Han Fei. Han Fei, you seem to be on better terms with the Cloud Whale than others. Qing Chen smiled and said, this is the benefit of feeding him. Han Fei laughed. Sure, I feed him every time I meet him. As he said this, Han Fei patted the Cloud Whale and said, big guy, please bring us to the Sky Ladder. Do you know where it is? It's next to that floating island. Whoa. The Cloud Whale flicked its tail, dispersing a white cloud, and its body was submerged in the clouds. Han Fei looked at Li Luolu and Qing Chen. Why do you 2 want to go to the 1,000-star city? Are you not happy on the Scattered Stars Island? Qing Chen was chewing dried fish. After I became a law enforcer, there's no more challenge for me here. Sea demons have suffered heavy casualties since the last war, and I don't think they will attack us soon. Li Luoluo added, I heard that the 1,000-star city is interesting. There are many ancient things there, so I want to have a look. Han Fei curled his lips. Regardless of whether the 2 were telling the truth or not anyway, there was no competition between them. Besides, he couldn't stop them from going there, right? Zhang Xuanyu approached Li Luoluo and said, Girl, do you remember me? Li Luoluo glanced at Zhang Xuanyu and raised her eyebrows. No. Zhang Xuanyu didn't mind at all and said with a smile, Then let's get to know each other again, okay? Girl, look at me and look at yourself. We have something in common. Li Luoluo looked Zhang Xuanyu up and down and said, What's that? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. We're both good looking. Hey, who is dragging me? Whoosh. A vine caught Zhang Xuanyu and threw him directly into the air. Luo Xiaobai couldn't stand him anymore. The Cloud Whale also gave a woo and tilted his body trying to catch Zhang Xuanyu, but then seeing Zhang Xuanyu flying back himself, he continued to fly forward. Coming back on the Cloud Whale, Zhang Xuanyu sighed in frustration, sat beside Lu Renkuang and began to eat sea melon seeds with him. Luo Xiaobai said, The Sky Ladder is not easy to climb. Anyone who enters the 1,000-star city through the Sky Ladder will have permanent residence right in the 1,000-star city. Besides, the Sky Ladder is also a kind of assessment. What assessment? Luo Xiaobai said. The 7 major sects will issue an invitation to those who enter the 1,000-star city through the Sky Ladder. Therefore, on the Sky Ladder, there will be tests set by the 7 major sects along the way. Of course, it is not mandatory. Li Luoluo questioned, How do you know this? Aren't you from a town? Luo Xiaobai paused and then said, I read it from a book. Han Fei asked, Are the tests difficult? Luo Xiaobai shrugged. I don't know. Qing Chen smiled. I heard that they're relatively difficult. However, not extremely difficult. People from the Empyrean Waterfall have mostly passed the tests. Han Fei raised his brows. Mostly? Not all? In Han Fei's view, none of the people who could go to the Empyrean Waterfall were weak. How could there be anyone who couldn't make it? Luo Xiaobai continued. As far as I know, of the 7 major sects, the Sea Cloud Tower is the most low-key, but the assessment they set is the most difficult. If someone from the Empyrean Waterfall failed to pass the tests, he must have been stopped by the Sea Cloud Tower's test. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Indeed, as a major sect, the Sea Cloud Tower was too quiet. The Heavenly Sword sect was the most high-profile. The Jade Fairy Palace was all women, so it was like paradise for xuanhuan and the like. Therefore, it was the most famous. The Grand Void Academy, Mountain Sea Pavilion, Origin Returning Peak, and Death Door Sect each had their own strong points, but the Sea Cloud Tower was the most low-key. Although it belonged to the 7 major sects, Han Fei had met very few people from the Sea Cloud Tower. The only person from the Sea Cloud Tower he had met was Yu Xin. However, his strength didn't seem to be strong and there was nothing special about him. The Sword of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Girls of the Jade Fairy Palace, the Gate of the Death Door Sect, the Virtual Sword of the Grand Void Academy, the physique of the Disciples of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, and the comprehensive strength of the Origin Returning Peak were all impressive, but the Sea Cloud Tower seemed to have nothing. Han Fei asked, "What kind of a sect is the Sea Cloud Tower?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly and said, "I'm not familiar with the 7 major sects. We'll find out when we climb up." The Cloud Whale's speed was very fast, and it only took them 3 hours to arrive. They jumped off the Cloud Whale, and Han Fei put a big octopus into its mouth and said, "Thank you, big guy." Whoa. The Cloud Whale's voice was ethereal, resounding between the heavens and earth. He turned around and sank into the clouds again, swimming lonely in the sky. Turning around, the 6 of them looked at the so-called sky ladder. When they saw it for the first time, they thought it was just a hanging ladder, and people needed to climb it with their hands and feet. In fact, it was not true. Only now did they discover that the so-called sky ladder was more like flaming steps hanging in the air. However, looking from the hanging island, only one side of it could be seen, so it looked like a hanging ladder. The sky ladder was like a bunch of burning chains of fire. In fact, except for the burning part, the rest of it was blank. One could only move through the chains of flames. Han Fei tried to stand in a blank space outside the flames. However, his body immediately began to fall. Only by standing on the invisible flame chains could he stand. However, once standing on the flame chains, his whole person turned into a burning man. This flame not only had the heat of flame, but also seemed to have a slight impact on his soul. Li Luoluo immediately shouted, "Just stand on the flame chains." Li Luoluo tried to stand on the second chain of fire, only to find it was air underfoot and she couldn't stand on it at all. Luo Xiaobai suggested, "We should walk step by step, otherwise we can easily fly to the 1,000-star city along the fire chains." "Then what's the use of the sky ladder?" Lirenquang nodded and said, "It can't be that simple." At this moment, Han Fei was stepping from the first chain of fire to the second one. The moment he stepped on the second chain, however, he disappeared. Qing Chen screamed, "Oh, there was a problem with space here." Zhang Xuanyu shrugged and said, "Yes, we can only walk the chains layer by layer." When they walked to the second floor one after another, Han Fei appeared. At this moment, they had turned into 6 burning people. I don't know exactly how many layers of the sky ladder there are, but the intensity of the flames and the influence on our souls seems to be stronger and stronger. "Hey Xiaobai, are you going to climb the sky ladder too?" Luo Xiaobai said calmly. "Yes, I'll be with you guys." Yes, Luo Xiaobai certainly wouldn't want to go back through the teleportation array alone. Lirenquang had stepped out, muttering, "Since I came back from the ancient battlefield, my soul has strengthened greatly. Let's go, hurry up." They walked up 4,000 steps, and all of them had already put on low-quality divine battlesuits. If not, they would have been burnt naked by the fire. At this moment, Han Fei seemed to see a fist light, whose power equaled that of a punch of a peak-level hidden fisher. Han Fei casually punched out, easily shattering the fist light, and the others did the same thing. Perhaps the sky ladder was difficult for others to climb, but they had all reached the realm of a law enforcer, so they were not afraid of this level of an attack at all. On the 5,000th floor, a sword light swept over but was blasted to pieces. On the 6,000th floor, it was still sword light, but the speed was extremely fast. Han Fei recognized at a glance that this was the Jade Fairy Palace's combat technique, but it was still easily shattered. On the 7,000th floor, it was a door. On the 8,000th floor, it was a sea of swords. On the 9,000th floor, the attack was a weird demonic sound. Lirenquang felt slightly uncomfortable but still walked over. This should be thanks to the pure soul beads he ate. Han Fei smiled and said, "It's only a hidden fisher level assessment. Although the flame temperature is high, we can still handle it." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "The influence on the soul is not that strong. Let's see the last assessment." Han Fei was thinking how the sky ladder had 9,900 floors. If it wasn't set here by the 1,000-star city, it must have been set by the Yin-Yang Palace. When Han Fei stepped onto the 999th floor, his heart suddenly did a flip and he fell into a short illusion. He saw Lin Miao Miao attacking him. Huh? Inner Demon? Chapter 9A2, People from the 7 Major Sects. Han Fei frowned. Why was his inner demon always Lin Miao Miao? This was not the first time. Although Lin Miao Miao died because of him, he didn't expect that she had become his inner demon. Although he felt very guilty about Lin Miao Miao's death, he had avenged her. Was his revenge not enough? He thought that it was enough to kill Sun Mu. But although Sun Mu had already been killed, Lin Miao Miao's figure still haunted his heart. He tried to remember what Lin Miao Miao told him in the days when she served as his guide. She must have told him something, which he remembered so well deep down in his heart that he couldn't forget even now. But he couldn't remember what she said to him. At this moment, feeling the shock of his soul, Han Fei closed his eyes. A ray of gold flashed across his body, and he punched out, shattering his inner demon to pieces. At this moment, Han Fei decided to go back to the level 3 fishery someday and bring back the corpse of Lin Miao Miao. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his heart turn lighter. When he stepped on the last chain of fire, his vision changed and he found himself standing on a circular platform. There were 3 stone pillars around the platform which were smooth and had no carvings. On the top of the stone pillars, however, unique, exquisite patterns of spirit-swallowing fish were carved. This platform was independent and suspended about 10 kilometers away from the closest floating island. And at this moment, in the mid-air, 7 people were standing in the air. They were wearing different costumes. It could be seen that they were the disciples of the 7 major sects. They were all law enforcers. In addition to these 7 people, at the edge of the floating island 10 kilometers away, there stood a person who didn't seem to be from the 7 major sects, looking arrogant and hostile. "Are you waiting for us here?" With a thought, Han Fei changed his clothes and put away his battlesuit. Among the 7 people, the person from the Heavenly Sword sect asked with a smile, "Han Fei?" Han Fei nodded. "It's me," the man said softly. "Although I know the relationship between you and Tong Ge, you're still from the Thug Academy. Are you choosing to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, or do you have other plans?" Swish, swish. At this time, the other 5 appeared one after another, and the flames on their bodies had just disappeared. Hearing that person's question, Luo Xiaobai said directly, "We are going to rebuild the Thug Academy." Li Luo let out a sigh of relief. "It turns out that the last pass is our inner demons. Fortunately, it's me in this body. Otherwise, Li Luo wouldn't have been able to make it." Han Fei shivered slightly and looked at Li Luo. "Brother Kuang?" Li Luo nodded sternly and then looked at the people of the 7 major sects. "Are there any other assessments? Show me." Qing Chen was stunned. "Li Luo, what's wrong with you?" Li Luo raised her chin and looked at Qing Chen. "I'm Li Kuang, not Li Luo." Qing Chen was about to speak when xuanhuan put his arms around his neck. "Brother Chen, the law enforcers of the Heavenly Sword sect, or to be exact, the law enforcers of the 7 sects, had no animosity towards the Thug Academy, especially the Heavenly Sword sect, because Tanga and Muling were about to get married. As for venerables, in this era, in today's Thousand-Star City, they were more like a deterrent and were very unlikely to take any action. But Han Guanshu was special because he was still so young. Therefore, his existence would be a greater deterrence. Therefore, influenced by the Heavenly Sword sect, the 7 sects didn't take the Thug Academy as an enemy." At this time, the man from the Heavenly Sword sect looked at Li Luolu and Qing Chen. Before that person could speak, Qing Chen said directly, "I heard that the Mountain Sea Pavilion is famous for physique training." The law enforcer from the Mountain Sea Pavilion was somewhat surprised. He had thought that these people would not choose the 7 major sects. He didn't expect Qing Chen to ask him this question. He smiled and said, "Yes, among the 7 major sects, only our Mountain Sea Pavilion is professional when it comes to physique training. You're already a law enforcer, so if you choose to join us, you can directly become a core disciple. Of course, if you want to teach in our Mountain Sea Pavilion, you'll need to reach an agreement with us. During the agreement period, most of the resources and information in the Mountain Sea Pavilion can be shared with you." Qing Chen glanced at Han Fei. "You know, this is my way." Han Fei nodded. "It's up to you." Qing Chen stepped forward and smiled. "I'm going to the Mountain Sea Pavilion. By the way, do you have enough food for me?" "Huh?" The law enforcer from the Mountain Sea Pavilion was dumbfounded. "What kind of a problem is this? You're a cultivator. You don't even need to eat." However, the man still grinned. "Sure, we will get you whatever you'd like to eat." Qing Chen looked back at Han Fei. This guy was the best cook he had ever met. However, compared with the temptation of food, cultivation was more important. Then, the law enforcer from the Jade Fairy Palace looked at Li Luolu and said, "Girl, you've already become a law enforcer. If you enter our Jade Fairy Palace, we'll provide you with the same treatment as the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Different from the Heavenly Sword sect, our Jade Heavenly Palace has as many hunters as manipulators, as well as many powerful soul warriors. Would you like to join us?" Li Luoluo scowled. "Why did you call me girl? I'm a man. Why am I going to stay with a bunch of women? No way. Everyone, right?" The 7 people were all dumbfounded. "You're a man? Are you sure you're not a girl?" Han Fei and the others were all speechless. "You're talking to Li Kuang, not Li Luoluo. He would probably choose to join the Mountain Sea Pavilion, Origin Returning Peak, or Sea Cloud Tower." However, Li Kuang suddenly looked at Han Fei. "I heard that you were going to build a school, right?" Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Not really. Our benefits package is very poor, and it's very troublesome to clean up the old site. Brother Kuang, our school is not a good choice for you." "The law enforcers? One?" The 7 people couldn't help but doubt if they were blind. Why did Han Fei call this girl brother? Zhang Xuanyu seemed to want to say something, but Luo Xiaobai gave him a stare and stopped him. Obviously, there was something wrong with Li Luoluo. Her soul probably had something wrong. However, the female law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower said, "You can come to our Sea Cloud Tower. In our sect, men and women are evenly divided. I bet you'll feel at ease in our sect." Li Kuang paused. "Only if you can beat me." With that, Li Luoluo took a step forward, and a long stick appeared in her hand. She swung the stick, and a 7-color light appeared behind her. Seeing this, the female law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower's face suddenly changed. She frowned, and behind her, an undead creature appeared, dressed in black armor, looking hideous, and blocking Li Luoluo's stick barehanded. Bam! At that moment, a cyan light burst out of the 7-color brilliance. The law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower was shocked and hurriedly drew back, and the undead creature was devoured by this cyan light in an instant. Power of life? In this brief confrontation, the person from the Sea Cloud Tower obviously suffered a defeat. Of course, it was mainly because she was caught off guard. Even Han Fei didn't know that Li Luolu had such a skill. What was that 7-color light? And that cyan light seemed to contain vitality and directly devoured the undead creature, which seemed a bit strange. Li Luoluo put away the stick and said arrogantly, "Humph, I'm not going to your sect." Suddenly, her body stiffened in midair. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It seems Li Luolu is coming back. Seeing the return of makeup on Li Luolu's face, Han Fei knew that the master personality was back. Li Luoluo landed directly on the platform and looked at Han Fei. "I'm going to the Thug Academy." Luo Xiaobai was shocked. "Why?" Li Luoluo smiled and said, "You are more interesting and have fewer people." Zhang Xuanyu hurriedly said, "Welcome, welcome. Let me tell you, the biggest benefit of our Thug Academy is that we have many delicious foods for you." Le Renquang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can prove it." The people from the 7 major sects were speechless. What's wrong with this person? Is she crazy? Her soul obviously has a serious problem. She is not a good choice. The law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect bowed to Han Fei. "Well, in that case, we're leaving. This sky ladder is meant to be prepared for ordinary and slightly talented people. I know you are all extraordinary talents. See you later." Han Fei nodded and suddenly asked, "By the way, when will be the wedding of Tunga Ag and Mu Ling?" The law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect smiled. "In 3 months. We'll send an invitation to your school then." Just when the people of the 7 major sects were about to leave, the person on the edge of the floating island 10 kilometers away suddenly sneered. "Is this your 7 major sects assessment? What makes you guys think you can just walk into the 1,000-star city so easily?" Hearing this, Han Fei frowned. Who is this guy? Chapter 983, Chu sect is sounding out. This time, the 4 of them had come to claim territory and rebuild the Thug Academy. Besides, Old Bai had emphasized that they should fight back hard if anyone dared to provoke them. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei certainly wouldn't flinch. Han Fei sneered. "Which family are you from? I guess you're not from the Cao family, right? So, who the fuck are you?" With old Han behind him, Han Fei wasn't afraid of anyone. Le Renquang took a breath. "Believe it or not, I can blow you to death." Zhang Xuanyu smiled contemptuously. "Humph, is the 1,000-star city yours?" The law enforcer of the Heavenly Sword sect said indifferently. "Chu Shao, they've passed the sky ladder, so you have no reason to stop them. The Chu family has no say in this matter, right?" The young man named Chu Shao chuckled and shook his head. "It depends on what they are going to do. We all know what they came here for. Isn't it ridiculous that a village boy thinks that he can do whatever he wants and even become a king in a few years just because he got the sea-quelling painting?" Stepping in the air, Chu Shao pressed on, looking at Han Fei. "Our Chu sect didn't go to compete for the sea-quelling painting because we don't think that the painting is of any real significance. If one can become a king just because he gets a painting, why do we bother to work so hard to cultivate?" Hoop! The phantom glass wings spread, and Han Fei stepped into the sky step by step. "You're right. One can't become a king just with a painting, but since the Chu sect doesn't want the painting, what are you nervous about? Besides, do you really think you could get it if you competed for it?" That being said, Han Fei's mind was racing. Why has the Chu sect challenged us twice? They seem to be targeting the Thug Academy instead of me. But why? What was the relationship between the Chu sect and Thug Academy? Seeing the two go head-to-head, Li Luoluo was very excited. "I like teaching a lesson to this kind of idiot. Let me help." She wanted to go over when Luo Xiaobai stopped her. Luo Xiaobai said, "One-on-one, it's fair." Li Luoluo could only raise her small fists. "Han Fei, come on, kill him." Han Fei grinned. "So are you going to stop us from entering the 1,000-star city? And do you think you can?" Xu Xiao looked Han Fei up and down. "So conceited. You're only a peak-level hidden fisher, okay? Do you think you are as strong as your father?" Han Fei sneered. "I rarely mention my father. I don't know if I'm conceited or not, but I really don't think it's a big problem to beat someone like you." Chu Xiao grinned, and suddenly the void shook as a soul power fell and burst open. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. "Damn, it's a soul explosion." The people of the 7 major sects were also horrified, and the law enforcer from the Heavenly Sword sect frowned, ready to rescue Han Fei and the others if they couldn't handle the attack. After all, Han Fei wasn't even a law enforcer yet. But they felt ashamed at the same time. Chu Xiao was really shameless. At least he should reduce his strength to that of a hidden fisher. How could he attack a hidden fisher with the strength of a law enforcer? However, in the terrifying soul explosion, Han Fei didn't even blink his eyelids. Han Fei sneered in his heart. These people simply had no idea how strong his soul power was. He immediately activated the devil change and disappeared. In the void, 3 sharp spikes darted out of the void and went straight to Chu Xiao. Han Fei's voice resounded in the air. Is this all you've got? Swoosh! Chu Xiao jumped into the sky. It was easier to cause damage when fighting in close quarters. His fast speed reminded Han Fei of the Ye family's unique skill. Swish! 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 Both of them jumped up quickly, attracting many people's attention. Except for Luo Xiaobai and the others, many people were watching this battle elsewhere, including some strong masters. Until they both reached the altitude of 8,000 meters, they began to fight. The 3 demon-slaying spikes, like 3 cloud-piercing arrows, revolved around Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao didn't use the power of his law and seemed to be testing Han Fei's power. Clink! The crisp sound vibrated in everyone's ears. Chu Xiao sneered. Your strength is not bad. But, are you sure you want to fight with me with a semi-divine weapon? Boom, boom, boom! As soon as Chu Xiao finished speaking, the 3 demon-slaying spikes exploded at the same time, like a thunderbolt in the sky. Standing on the clouds, Han Fei cocked his head and smiled. For me, semi-divine weapons are no different from disposable items. But their explosion didn't feel that comfortable, right? Seeing that Chu Xiao was sent flying for dozens of kilometers by the explosion, Han Fei cracked a bright smile and shook his head. Tusk, I had thought that the Chu sect was very powerful. It turns out I am wrong. Ridiculing enemies was another unique skill of Han Fei. However, he didn't try his best yet. After all, the Thug Academy would accept disciples in the Thousand-Star City. He'd better stay low-key. However, weapon explosions were really cool. Seeing his enemy so flustered, he finally understood why Yuashir liked using weapon explosions so much in a battle. Chu Xiao's face had darkened. How could he have thought that Han Fei would blow up 3 semi-divine weapons so easily? As far as he knew, semi-divine weapons were still scarce in human society. The explosion power of semi-divine weapons was comparable to an attack by a law enforcer. Therefore, if he wasn't physically strong enough, he might have been severely injured. Chu Xiao didn't wear a battle suit, so now his clothes were riddled with holes, and there were more than 10 bruises all over his body. It was certainly impossible to kill him with a single explosion. However, seeing him in such a mess, Han Fei felt it was definitely worthwhile. Chu Xiao's face was twisted. Now you've really pissed me off. Go to hell. Chu Xiao's body suddenly turned into a cloud, and the large expanse of white rolled towards Han Fei. Seeing this, Han Fei frowned slightly. There were some people who could turn into sand, shadows, or some other special things, which Han Fei hated most because these people were very difficult to fight. Of course, it was not that there was no way to solve these kinds of people. For example, Han Fei was confident that he could beat the hell out of the opponent as long as he used the yin-yang divine eyes and the void lines. He knew there was a way even if Chu Xiao could turn into a cloud. Besides, he could also use the law of gravity, but he didn't want to expose these skills. After all, he was sure he wouldn't be able to kill Chu Xiao this time because he felt that there was a terrifyingly strong master watching this battle. Perhaps Chu Xiao was just sent to sound out his real strength. As for the invincible fist technique, it would be like hitting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns if he used it, and it would alert his enemies. In that case, Han Fei grinned and said, "This is your law? I just want to describe it with one word, rubbish." No one responded, but Han Fei felt that the cloud contained great lethality. If he hadn't finished practicing the 3rd level of the indestructible body art, he would definitely not have chosen to confront Chu Xiao head-on. However, at this moment, Han Fei didn't move, allowing the cloud to wrap him up. Below, Qing Chen said in surprise, "Why doesn't Han Fei attack?" Li Luoluo said, "This law enforcer's law is very weird." Although Han Fei's physique is very strong, the other party is still a law enforcer. The law enforcer from the Sea Cloud Tower said, "Chu Xiao's law can corrode enemies, be it body or soul. What is Han Fei going to do?" The law enforcer from the Grand Void Academy smiled. Although I don't know what Han Fei's purpose is, from what I know of him, he is certainly not stupid. Just as the others were talking, a pillar of fire descended from the sky and Han Fei activated the void fishing technique. He knew that in this way someone would doubt his combat technique. But compared to combat technique, what would attract more attention would be his physique. After all, most of the combat techniques, when operating under the scorching sun, would draw from the sun's fire. A large array emerged, and Han Fei trapped the cloud with a coiled turtle array. When the terrifying sunfire fell from the sky, in an instant a scream broke out. "Han Fei, you are looking for death." An angry roar erupted above the clouds. Without a strong enough physique, no one could stand this power, but Han Fei could hold out for 5 seconds with his current strength and physique. Only a second later, Chu Xiao had to resume his original body. Below, the people of the 7 major sects were all stunned. Someone exclaimed, "Is he crazy?" Someone sighed. There is a problem with this combat technique. This combat technique will hurt Han Fei too, although it can hurt Chu Xiao. The law enforcer from the Mountain Sea Pavilion grinned. "No, it can't hurt Han Fei. Look, he's all right. Han Fei's physique is, very strong." As for Luo Xiaobai and the others, they were very calm. In their view, Han Fei was at his peak. Ordinary law enforcers wouldn't be able to defeat him. This had been proven countless times. In the next second, Chu Xiao's whole body was cracked. Although he had put on a divine battlesuit, he still couldn't resist this terrifying heat. Chu Xiao tried to break through the large coiled turtle array, but Han Fei's phantom glass wings and agility of wind stopped him from breaking through. Han Fei smiled and said, "Aren't you here to test me? Don't flinch. Come on." On the third second, Chu Xiao bled all over. His hair was all burned out, his skin all over his body was scorched, and he was almost roasted. Suddenly, there was a muffled hum from the sky. Someone broke the large coiled turtle array with one hand and grabbed Chu Xiao. However, Chu Xiao was already dying. If he were not a law enforcer, if he hadn't had a divine-level battlesuit, he would have been burnt into ashes. But Han Fei was almost unscathed. When he came down from the sky, his hair was growing, his clothes were changed, and he casually threw himself a divine healing technique. The thin cracks on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed how horrifyingly strong Han Fei's physique was. Chapter 984, Lifespan. Han Fei landed on the ground and looked at the person who was holding Chu Xiao in his hands. He was throwing a healing technique on Chu Xiao, and the latter was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was probably a peak-level law enforcer. Otherwise, a spirit gatherer who was only an ordinary law enforcer wouldn't be able to treat a person so quickly. At the same time, Han Fei was aware of a problem that old Jiang once told him. The higher the realm of a spirit gatherer, the more powerful he would be. A low-level spirit gatherer was the object of protection of the whole team. But when a spirit gatherer became a peak-level law enforcer, he could both launch an attack and gather energy, and wouldn't easily run out of spiritual energy. Once a spirit gatherer became an explorer, he would be even stronger. And it would be very difficult for his enemies to beat him. Han Fei looked at the person and said, "A peak-level law enforcer? Don't you feel ashamed to fight us?" The middle-aged man took a deep look at Han Fei. "The people in the Thug Academy are all the same. Humph." With that, the middle-aged man grabbed Chu Xiao and flew away without a word. The law enforcers of the 7 major sects glanced at each other. The arrogance of the Thug Academy was simply passed down from generation to generation. They made a salute and said, "Okay, we're leaving." When the 4 of them boarded the island of the Thousand-Star City, they looked around and found that a large area of this place was unoccupied. The floor was paved with carved sapphire bricks, and there were several human-shaped statues not far away, as if they were welcoming people coming up from the sky ladder. In the distance, the outline of the buildings could be seen, which seemed to be quite tall. Qing Chen had already left with the people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. It was the first time they were here, and they were completely unfamiliar with the Thousand-Star City. For now, they hadn't flown to the sky to get a bird's-eye view, so they didn't know how big this so-called Thousand-Star City was. How many islands were there? And what was the layout? Luo Xiaobai said. "I don't like it here very much. The Thousand-Star City is mainly composed of 36 floating islands and several mini-floating islands. It should be 5 or 6 times larger than the Scattered Stars Island." Puff, the others were all dumbfounded. What? The Thousand-Star City was 5 or 6 times bigger than the Scattered Stars Island. Li Luo was surprised. "Are you from the Thousand-Star City?" Zhang Xuanyu asked. "Huh? So where should we fly? Where is the former site of the Thug Academy?" Renquang silently counted and said, "So, the city has an area of about 10,000 kilometers. At this moment, an old man in gray flew over. "Miss, sorry I'm late." "Miss, are you okay?" Luo Xiaobai leaned slightly and said, "Grandpa Ku." The old man smiled brightly and said, "Miss, Master asks for you. Are you going to take your companions back to our family to live several days, or what?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. "No, we're going to the former site of the Thug Academy." "Grandpa Ku, you can just tell us where it is, and we'll go over by ourselves." The old man smiled and said, "No, since I'm already here, I shall lead you there." Then he looked at the others with a smile. "I'm Ku Shui. Nice to meet you. The former site of the Thug Academy is already dilapidated. If you want to live there, you may have to clean it up first." This old man was obviously a very strong law enforcer. However, since Luo Xiaobai's father was already an explorer, it was normal for him to have such a servant. This was the benefit of the big clans. Even if Luo Xiaobai said that her family had declined, it wasn't something an ordinary family could be compared to. Han Fei made a salute and said, "Then please lead the way, senior." Ku Shui waved his hand and a fishing boat appeared. Han Fei was surprised. "Can people take fishing boats in the Thousand-Star City?" Ku Shui smiled and said, "Sure, or you can fly with wings. After all, the Thousand-Star City is too big. Even local residents will get lost sometimes." Renquang said, "Senior, would you tell us about the city?" Zhang Xuanyu echoed, "Yes, tell us about the 7 major sects and the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Are they all on the most central island? Where is our Thug Academy? What's new here?" They didn't ask Luo Xiaobai these questions because as the young miss of the Luo family, she probably didn't go out very often. However, Luo Xiaobai was very knowledgeable and had a good memory. Even though she wasn't familiar with the roads, she must be familiar with some things. Luo Xiaobai said, "Grandpa Ku, please bring us a copy of the materials and ancient books about the Thousand-Star City in a few days." "Yes, miss," Ku Shui said with a smile. "In fact, the Thousand-Star City is a bit different from what you think. Neither the 7 major sects nor the big clans are on the central island. You can imagine this place as a large circular island." The most central part, called the central god's seat, is also called the city of sacrifice and is said to be the place where the gods lived. It is blocked by terrifying killing arrays, and even venerable experts dare not step into it. Enclosing the central god's seat are the 3 sacred sites of the Thousand-Star City, which are the Monument of Gods, the Sky Meditation Garden, and the Ideal Palace. The 3 sacred sites occupy an island each. On the periphery of the 3 sacred sites, there are 6 floating islands, where the most powerful clans in the Thousand-Star City live. In total, there are 18 clans. On average, there are 3 big clans on each island. Han Fei suddenly asked, "Where are the Cao family and the Chu sect?" Ku Shui smiled and said, "They live respectively in the south and north of the Thousand-Star City. And we are currently in the north of the city, so the Chu sect people came just now. The Cao family and the Chu sect are also the only 2 families occupying an entire island in the Thousand-Star City. That is because the 2 families both have venerables, but that doesn't mean other families don't have venerables, they just can't come out." Li Luolu asked curiously, "Why?" Ku Shui smiled. "I don't know if you have ever heard about the lifespan of a cultivator. After becoming a great fishing master, a cultivator will have a lifespan of 200 years. Hidden fishers have a lifespan of 800 years. Law enforcers are the transition from hidden fishers to explorers and haven't formally stepped on the way of cultivation, so their lifespan is only about 1,200 years, not much longer than a hidden fisher's. But explorers' lifespan surged to around 2,000 years. They asked, "What about venerables?" Ku Shui said, "Venerables' lifespans are at least 5,000 years, but vary from person to person. But if a venerable has lived for 5,000 years, his overall strength will slowly decline. So the venerables older than 5,000 years have to be very cautious to be engaged in a fight. It can be said that they are burning their lives in every battle they fight." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Really?" Ku Shui said with a smile. "Some venerables have exhausted their lifespan in advance. Some have increased their lifespan through special treasures. Some seized others' bodies and regenerated in others' bodies. However, it's said that a king can live tens of thousands of years. I don't know much about it. It's even said that some strong master has turned into a god and his life is as long as the heavens and earth, but it's just a legend." Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. "So, the venerables don't engage in fights because they want to live longer?" Ku Shui nodded slightly. "Yes, some people even seal themselves to a certain extent. However, it's not absolute. For example, if a venerable attacks you, it won't consume their life unless you become explorers." Han Fei asked, "What about a venerable who hasn't lived 5,000 years?" Han Fei asked this question because of Old Han. He thought Old Han should be still young. Ku Shui smiled and looked at Han Fei, knowing why he was asking this question. He said, "Then he has nothing to lose. He can keep fighting and can even burn his life when necessary." No wonder people were so scared of Old Han. Other venerables had to consume their remaining vitality in a fight, while he could keep fighting. Of course, Han Fei didn't believe that all the other venerables in the Thousand-Star City had lived for 5,000 years or more. There must be some younger ones. Otherwise, from what he knew of Old Han, he would probably keep fighting them until their lifespan was exhausted. Li Luoluo's eyes were firm. "I want to be a venerable." The others looked at her speechlessly. "Everyone wants to be a venerable, okay?" Luo Xiaobai said. "So once one's lifespan is over, he won't have any hope. Therefore, we must try to become a venerable within 1,000 years. Ku Shui chuckled and said, "Miss, you're right. Many heavenly talents may become explorers or even venerables in a few hundred years. But becoming a king is extremely difficult. Some people once said that due to various limits, the Thousand-Star City cannot produce a king. But no one knows what the truth is." Han Fei gasped. "Wow, no one can become a king among the hundreds of millions of people. Could he really make it?" Han Fei suddenly smiled secretly. "I have got all these precious resources, and even the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace is going to be mine. If I can't become a king, who else can?" Chapter 985, Old Site of the Thug Academy. The information about a cultivator's lifespan made Han Fei's mind wander. They really knew little about the world of cultivation. After all, no one had mentioned this information to them before. Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, "Senior, I have a question. Are there any grudges between the Chu sect and the Thug Academy?" Ku Shui shook his head. "I don't know. After all, things between the strong are usually only known to the strong." Han Fei frowned. "What kind of a family is the Chu sect, and what are they usually up to?" Ku Shui smiled. "The Chu sect's history is relatively short, which is only a few thousand years. They have a special interest in the Thousand Stars Proving Ground because they believe there is a big secret in it." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Thousand Stars Proving Ground? Did the conflict between the Chu sect and the Thug Academy originate from the Thousand Stars Proving Ground? Thinking of the sea-swallowing seashell that Old Bai gave him before they left, Han Fei decided to go to the Thousand Stars Proving Ground first when he settled down. Han Fei nodded. "Senior, please go on." Ku Shui paused for a while and then said with a smile, Except for the big clans, the other islands are around the central island. The weak families may be scattered on any floating island. Except for the big clans, other people's residences won't be divided according to their level of strength. The strong may live with the weak. This is normal. And there are many small markets, at least thousands of them. There is a large-scale business center on each floating island. On top of that, there are the 7 major sects. The 5 of them listened, like kids listening to stories around the campfire. Sitting next to Luo Han Fei had already taken out snacks and fruits while listening intently. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. They were like kids. Ku Shui was speechless too. Was he some sort of storyteller? However, he just smiled. After all, they were still kids. He continued, the 7 major sects are located on the outermost 7 floating islands. They've slowly turned these floating islands into their own territory. Although there are many ordinary people living on these islands, they're more or less related to the sects. After all, the people of the sects also need resources. Where do these resources come from? Of course, obtained through various transactions. Han Fei interrupted, where about our Thug Academy? Ku Shui paused and his face stiffened slightly. He had paid special attention to the Thug Academy after Mist became one of their students. Ku Shui said, the Thug Academy has been vacant for many years. Since that war, the site has been deserted, and the plantation seems to have been occupied by several big families. However, you should be able to take it back. There are some people living on the site, but it's mostly deserted because ordinary people dare not to occupy it due to the influence the Thug Academy used to have. Han Fei said, so you mean, except for the old site, our Thug Academy has nothing left? Ku Shui nodded slightly and stroked his long beard. But since you've returned, you should be able to rebuild the academy. Somehow, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Because the 1,000-star city was too large, Ku Shui couldn't introduce it to them in detail. God knew how this island extending tens of thousands of kilometers could be suspended in the air. The ancient strong masters were really powerful, so it was actually not a big deal that Chunhuangdian moved the Sea Demon Mountain that was as large as 800 kilometers. The ancient masters had even moved an entire island that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. Zhang Xuanyu asked, so, Senior Ku Shui, is our Thug Academy's old site on one of these 36 floating islands? It's not on those negligible small islands, right? Ku Shui nodded. Of course not. The Thug Academy was once comparable to the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Jade Fairy Palace. Although the academy doesn't have many disciples, each of them were exceptional talents. The group of them breathed a sigh of relief. Nice. Otherwise, they didn't know how to claim their own territory. From the north to the east, they had passed by several floating islands, and also encountered many fishing boats. In the sky, there were birds flying, but the birds didn't fly too high and were mainly relatively ordinary birds. Occasionally, some perceptions swept over. That was just because Ku Shui was with them. Otherwise, nobody would have paid attention to them. They crossed the mountains and rivers and flew all the way to the rising sun. After half an hour, they arrived on a floating island with mountains, rivers, and waterfalls. Flying past the crowds, markets, woodland, and mountains, they finally saw a ruin-like building in the east end. Regardless of what the Thug Academy was like before, half of the site had been covered by woods now. The site was overgrown with weeds, some of the buildings had collapsed, and some only had pillars left. And the slabs on the ground and the paths were all destroyed, and the crevices were filled with weeds. As soon as they saw this academy, they all nodded. This was exactly the style of the Thug Academy. Behind the school were mountains, and in front was a plantation. The only difference was that there were rivers connecting inside and outside the old site of the Thug Academy. At this moment, there were some people sitting on the broken rocks and fishing. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, how come there's only so little left? The area is even smaller than 100 kilometers, and the left and right sides have been occupied. Lu Renquang pointed to the front and said, look, almost all of the plantation has been occupied. There are many houses built on it. The one to the left is not even half the size of the one in the Blue Sea Town, Zhang Xuanyu said. This place is not the gate of the school. The gate is over there. The others looked in the direction of Zhang Xuanyu's finger and saw that there were 2 super tall stone pillars erected dozens of kilometers away. Li Luo said, but even if that's the gate, it's still not big. The area is 100 kilometers at most, not including the mountains and forests, and about 300 kilometers if the mountains and forests are counted. Han Fei said seriously, it's at least 500 kilometers including the plantation. Ku Shui said with a smile. To be precise, there should be 800 kilometers. Although there weren't many people in the Thug Academy before, as you know, the Thug Academy likes the idyllic feeling. So, including the plantation, the area should be more than 800 kilometers. The 4 of Han Fei were silent. Lu Renquang said slowly, but there are only 50 kilometers left. The corner of Zhang Xuanyu's mouth twitched. The entire plantation has been occupied, so has half of the area inside the gate. They all looked at Han Fei, including Luo Xiaobai. When fighting and adventuring, Luo Xiaobai was always calm and witty. However, she had no idea how to claim territory at all. Should they fight their way through or just reason with people? Han Fei's face was changing and he said after a long silence, "Let's go to the old site, demolish all the buildings that shouldn't be there, clean up the site and rebuild our school." Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "Will those people allow us to do that?" Han Fei grinned. "Don't panic, let's clear up the unoccupied areas first and keep moving. Demolish those unauthorized buildings along the way until a peak-level law enforcer shows up." Lu Renkuang tremored. "What if a peak-level law enforcer does show up?" Han Fei sneered. "We fight." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. "Who will fight him?" Han Fei looked at Ku Shui and grinned. Senior Ku Shui and grinned. Senior Ku Shui. Ku Shui didn't mind. Han Fei said this because he didn't treat him as an outsider. Besides, because of Luo Xiaobai, Ku Shui wouldn't refuse to help them. But he would only come forward if necessary. Luo Xiaobai had no problem with it. After all, the Thug Academy was her school. Li Luo said, "What if an explorer comes?" Han Fei smiled and said, "No, explorers won't reduce themselves to come to fight us." Han Fei suddenly looked at Li Luo. "Li Luo, if you want to join our school, you'll be our junior sister." Li Luo protested, "Why?" Li Luo protested, "Why? Can't I just be a part-time teacher? I am the only law enforcer among you." Zhang Xuanyu smiled. "As long as you don't become Li Kuang, Luo, I agree with you wanting to be a teacher." Luo Xiaobai was pondering. Now the power of the Thug Academy was too weak. They did need teachers because they would enroll students soon. Lu Renkuang had no objection. As long as there was enough food, he would be fine. Han Fei nodded. "Okay, then you are the first part-time teacher in our school. Now, please clean up the site with us, Miss Li." Li Luo, when they landed on the ground, they were all shocked. The battle marks on this ground were too obvious. Some places were full of bumps and hollows, in some places the slabs were broken, in some places there were residual sword marks and knife lights which hadn't disappeared even after 38 years. It showed that the battle that took place at the Thug Academy was even more terrifying than what they had imagined. With a thought from Han Fei, 9 tails rolled out. Han Fei instructed, "Xiaobai, can you be responsible for clearing the plants? Kuang, cut trees, Zhang Xuanyu, quarry stones, and Li Luo, manipulate the insects to turn the soil. 9 tails, demolish the buildings, all of them," Li Luo asked. "What about you?" Han Fei smiled and said, "I'm going to drive those people away." Chapter 986, The Return of the Thug Academy. It was a little overkill to have Luo Xiaobai and the others do the cleaning, but their cleaning speed was really fast. When they got started, the people who were fishing in the Thug Academy all stood up and looked at the group of uninvited guests in surprise. When these people saw them walking over, they yelled, "Hey, brats, what are you doing? Don't trespass on our property." Boom. As soon as he said so, 9 tails whipped his tail and shattered a dilapidated building in the distance. Han Fei grinned. "I'm Han Fei from the Thug Academy. Well, you can call me the acting president of the Thug Academy in the 1,000-star city. From today on, I have the final say on this land." The faces of those people changed slightly and someone asked in surprise, "The Thug Academy is back?" Someone narrowed his eyes and said with disdain, "Boy, who are you bluffing? The Thug Academy no longer exists. How can you prove you are from the Thug Academy?" Han Fei took a look at these people. "Well, among the 5 of you, only one is an intermediate hidden fisher, but you yelled at me. I'll give you 3 minutes to leave, otherwise I don't mind throwing you out." Indeed, these people were not strong. Of course, Han Fei was still surprised to see a hidden fisher among them. This showed that there were many hidden fishers in the 1,000-star city. At this moment, the hidden fisher looked at Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai, who was controlling spiritual plants in the distance, and he frowned. He could tell these people were stronger than him. He immediately sneered. "Good, you do know this is the 1,000-star city, right? Brat, let's wait and see. Let's go." In fact, on the Thug Academy's land, besides these people fishing, there were also people cultivating and training their bodies on the 2 sides, and there were also some people in the mountains and forests. Han Fei had decided to drive all these people away and would solve them one by one. Looking at the 5 people who left in anger, Ku Shui appeared next to Han Fei. "Young Master Han Fei, although this place is deserted, it is close to mountains and rivers and is in a great location, so it's full of spiritual energy, and every morning many people will come here to cultivate." Han Fei looked up at the sky. "In other words, we are late? Most people have already finished cultivating and left?" Ku Shui nodded. Han Fei grinned. "It's okay. They won't be allowed to enter from tomorrow on." After a while, Han Fei came to a place overgrown with weeds on the left side of the academy. A boy was cultivating there, and spiritual energy was gathering around him. The boy probably knew that Han Fei had come, but he didn't stop cultivating. The corners of Han Fei's mouth were raised slightly, and he stomped, forming a spirit-gathering array. The spiritual energy that was supposed to enter the boy's body was easily taken by Han Fei. The boy opened his eyes, frowned, and stared at Han Fei. "A spirit gatherer? What are you doing? Why are you interfering with my cultivation?" Han Fei smiled. "Is what I just said not clear enough, or did you not take it to heart at all? I said, the Thug Academy is back, and everyone here needs to leave." The boy looked calm. How can you prove you're from the Thug Academy? Swish. As soon as the boy said this, in the next second he was lifted to a height of 100 meters. Han Fei grinned. Do you think I'm joking with you? Looking up and seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai and the others knew that they couldn't reason with these people and would still have to throw them out. Han Fei shouted, everyone within 100 kilometers, leave within half an hour. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The young man held in Han Fei's hand said angrily, let me go. Do you know who my father is? Han Fei swung his arm and threw the boy dozens of kilometers away. Then he shouted in the sky, I don't care who your father is. Today, you all have to leave. But as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, a few kilometers away, someone also flew to the sky. Stop bluffing. You're just a peak-level hidden fisher. How dare you drive us away? Boom! A golden fist mark blasted out, and the person who spoke was shocked and hurriedly summoned a big turtle to protect his body. At the same time, a turtle shield flew out of his armor box. Bam! Crack! The turtle shield shattered, and the man spurted blood and was sent flying by Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. You're not qualified to talk to me unless you can take my punch. Now, within 10 minutes, if anyone is still here, I'm gonna beat the hell out of them. In the forest, a man was sent flying, and xuanhuan cursed, cut the crap and get the hell out of here, understood? In a few moments, within hundreds of kilometers, dozens of people left one after another cursing and yelling angrily. Good. I didn't expect that someone would dare to mess around on our Pure Sun Island. Let's wait and see. Great. I swear you'll regret this and beg for our mercy. Don't leave. We'll be back in half an hour. No one ever dared to treat me like this. You guys are really something, but none of them dared to curse Han Fei. That was because Han Fei's punch just now was too frightening, which even sent a peak-level hidden fisher flying. If they provoked Han Fei, he would probably beat them hard. They certainly didn't want to see that happen. However, all of them were very angry and went back to get reinforcements. Li Luo said, Wow. Han Fei, you seem to have offended a lot of people all of a sudden, Han Fei said carelessly. Currently, in the entire Thousand-Star City, how many forces are there that we haven't offended? Since we've even offended the big clans here, I don't mind offending some ordinary people. Let's solve them all at once. Boom, boom. The dilapidated buildings were torn down by 9 tails one by one. On the ground, weeds were being pulled out, and countless mounds appeared on the ground. 1 hour passed, weeds piled up, gravel became mountains, and the area within about 30 kilometers was emptied out, and nothing was left. As for Zhang Xuanyu and Lirenquang, one was carrying and piling up big trees, and the other was arranging huge boulders into several rows. Han Fei was busy pressing the cleared land with the law of gravity, and wherever he passed, the land was flattened. Ku Shui was watching with interest. He had to admit that the students of the Thug Academy really had a strong practical ability, and was Han Fei using the power of a law? He had felt the fluctuation of a law. How could a hidden Fisher master the law of gravity? Suddenly, Han Fei sensed that hundreds of kilometers away, thousands of people were rushing over. Han Fei was a little surprised. Wow, these people came really fast, Han Fei shouted. Put the work in your hands down for a moment. Let's go welcome our guests. Which beastard beat my son? Come out. How dare you hidden fishers mess around on our Pure Sun Island? Are you all out of your minds? If you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to get out off the Pure Sun Island. The Thug Academy disappeared nearly 40 years ago. Let me see who is pretending to be from the Thug Academy. After a while, the 5 of the Thug Academy lined up in a row and confronted the thousands of people, who were headed by as many as 8 law enforcers and included a lot of hidden fishers. There were old people, children, women, and strong middle-aged men among these people, all of who looked angry and fierce. For them, the old site of the Thug Academy had long become their daily cultivation place. Although this place was deserted, it was full of spiritual energy. When the Thug Academy was still here, there was a large array. The concentration of spiritual energy here was one of the highest in the entire Thousand-Star City. Now, the Thug Academy was destroyed and the big array was wiped out, but it was still much better than other places. Since this site was ownerless, everyone could use it. But these people claimed they were from the Thug Academy and wanted to take this place back. How could they let them? When seeing Han Fei and the others, the boy who was thrown out by Han Fei just now pointed to Han Fei and shouted, Dad, that's the guy. And the man who was sent flying just now and was still a little pale said to a middle-aged person next to him, Uncle, this is the guy who beat me. Okay, son, he will pay the price today. Then the middle-aged man pointed at Han Fei. You, kneel down and beg for my son's forgiveness. Otherwise, you won't be able to walk off of the Pure Sun Island today. Another person sneered. Only kneel down? No, he must provide compensation. An old man shouted, Brat, who allowed you to trespass in this place? A woman laughed. Humph, how dare these brats claim to be from the Thug Academy? They must be out of their minds. A young man stared at Li Luolu and said with disgust, Look at this woman. What the hell is she wearing? What the hell is she wearing? She looks like a witch. Li Luoluo shouted, Say that again, I will rip off your tongue. Chapter 987, A Bunch of Monsters. Han Fei glanced at Li Luoluo. A quarrel won't solve the problem. Even if your voice is loud, you can't beat more than 1,000 people. You'll have to fight. Li Luolu rolled her eyes and thought to herself, how are we supposed to fight? Unless Old Man Kushui takes action, there are dozens of peak-level hidden fishers among the 8 law enforcers in addition to the others. This group of people is definitely not weak. Han Fei was also somewhat amazed. The Thousand-Star City was much stronger than he had imagined. If the Scattered Stars Island and 10,000 Demon Valley were considered the front lines, then the existence of the Thousand-Star City was probably equivalent to the so-called King City of the Sea Demons. There were many strong masters. If all the strong masters here were to be dragged to the Scattered Stars Island to fight, if the other party only had the 10,000 Demon Valley, the Sea Demons would have long been wiped out. However, Han Fei wasn't flustered at all. He took a step forward and pointed his knife at the crowd. Since you're all here, that's good. I'll make it clear that from today onwards, you are not allowed to come within 50 meters of the Thug Academy. The territory of the Thug Academy that has been occupied shall be returned within 3 days. If you don't return it, you will be forcefully pushed away. Haha, is this person crazy? Does he know what he's saying? Is there something wrong with his brain? Return? Return what? Who do you think you are? Amidst the mockery, Han Fei walked forward with his knife. Li Luo, solve 1 law enforcer. Li Luo looked at Han Fei speechlessly. Will you solve the rest? Han Fei grinned. Let me try. Luo Xiaobai said, I'll solve 1. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips and said, I'll solve 1 too. Le Renquang was speechless. Then I, Han Fei said, the people below are all yours. Le Renquang was about to roll his eyes. Each of you are dealing with 1, but I'll deal with 1,000? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, forget it, I'll swap with Le Renquang. If he really attacks, I'm afraid blood will flow like a river. Le Renquang was an armorist, and now that he had learned the true martial demonic saber that old Han had given him, it would be impossible for him not to injure anyone if he went berserk. As for Luo Xiaobai, although she could also kill people as a manipulator, she was relatively gentler in group battles. The 5 of them lined up and walked forward. Fight with these people? Who knew how long it would take? Han Fei said as he walked. You're asking us how we can prove that we're from the Thug Academy? Today, I, along with the other 5 people from the Thug Academy, challenge all of you. The 1,000+ people opposite him were dumbfounded. Countless people were rendered speechless. They had seen lunatics, but they had never seen one that was this crazy. Just 5 of them wanted to challenge more than 1,000 of them? Opposite him, the middle-aged man in the lead shouted, Kid, do you think killing is really forbidden in the Thousand-Star City? Do you think anyone will say anything if you, a hidden fisher, really dies here? Han Fei and the others walked faster and faster, their figures flickering. First, the bloodthirsty shark appeared behind Zhang Xuanyu. Then, he took another step and activated the tertiary body. 3 identical Zhang Xuanyu clones appeared in front of everyone, each of them holding a divine weapon. Following that, an orange-red glow erupted from Le Renquang's body as he activated the violent war body. Behind him, a dark blue and invisible phantom entered his body. This was the Deep Blue Roar. Even Han Fei and the others rarely saw Le Renquang use the Deep Blue Roar. It was a legendary contractual spiritual beast. Li Luo waved her hand as a large number of 7-colored worms appeared. Her aura was rapidly rising. Hoop! Han Fei's phantom glass wings spread out, and the colored glaze-like wings stunned everyone. As for Luo Xiaobai, she was even more intimidating. With every step she took, the plants around her grew. The vines were weaving, and man-eating flowers appeared. All kinds of thorns began to fill the area. Old Man Kushui sighed as he watched from afar. It was no wonder the big clans thought so highly of these students from the Thug Academy. They were all monsters, especially Han Fei. He had obtained the Wind God Pearl and was a powerful refiner. Even the young lady who joined midway was extraordinary. As for the thousands of people opposite him, they were also somewhat dumbfounded. The strength of the 5 youths opposite them was rapidly increasing. Furthermore, none of them looked simple, especially the glaze-winged one in the middle. Why weren't they white wings? A law enforcer's expression turned ugly. He took a deep breath and enunciated, Wind, God, Pearl. The expressions of the few law enforcers turned solemn. A person who could obtain the Wind God Pearl was definitely not a nobody. If he was from a big clan in the Thousand-Star City, his name would have long spread. This meant that these youths might have just come from the Scattered Stars Island. The leading elder said, Young man, your talent is indeed outstanding. It's not that we can't admit that you are from the Thug Academy. However, we have already settled down outside. Why don't you just use this undeveloped area to rebuild your school? The old man knew how the Thug Academy had declined. Under normal circumstances, the Thug Academy would never return to this place in his entire life. But now, Han Fei and the others were here, and there were no big clans in the Thousand-Star City to stop them. This already explained some things. This meant that to a certain extent, some big clans had tacitly agreed. If it were just Han Fei and the others, they wouldn't have had the ability or the strength to make the big clans agree to their return. Therefore, behind Han Fei and the others must be a strong master who could speak in the Thousand-Star City. Such a figure was definitely not someone ordinary families could compare to. At the very least, he wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Han Fei said indifferently, If I say you have to return it, I mean you have to return it all. There's no room for negotiation. The elder immediately said angrily, Punk, don't push us too hard, then let's fight. At this moment, Han Fei was extremely domineering. Some things could be resolved with fists, so there was no need to reason with them. After all, it was extremely difficult to beat 1,000 people with 5 mouths. This wasn't a war of words, and now this was a squabble. It was more like a family squabble. How could they argue? Swish. Han Fei disappeared and reappeared hundreds of meters high in the sky. He shouted, "Law enforcers, come up. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you accidentally kill someone." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone flew into the sky. Instantly, Luo Xiaobai was the only one left. Her pupils were pure white as she stared coldly at the thousands of people in front of her. The young man who had been thrown away by Han Fei was still in a state of shock. They were all hidden fishers, so why were these people so arrogant and domineering? In midair, the 3 of them each held down one person and left. The remaining 5 faced Han Fei. Someone said, "Kid, no matter how talented you are, you're only a hidden fisher. How can you be a match for the 5 of us? If there were advanced law enforcers among you, I certainly wouldn't challenge you. Unfortunately, you don't have one." As he spoke, he activated the devil change and agility of wind. Han Fei was like a flickering illusion in the void. With a dragon roar, he threw a golden punch at the 5. Bam, bam, bam. The sky exploded as the void trembled. In just 10 seconds, the 5 law enforcers were all sent retreating by Han Fei. Some were even smashed into the mountain, their hands bleeding. At that moment, someone on the ground was shocked. How is that possible? He's only a hidden fisher. Even the 5 law enforcers were alarmed. Not good. This child is a genius in body refinement. We have to use the power of laws. Of course, these law enforcers didn't want to use the power of their laws in the beginning, but once Han Fei attacked, his strength and speed suppressed them in all aspects. If they didn't enforce their laws, they would be beaten up. Fire tide. The sky was crimson, and flames covered the sky. Han Fei was instantly enveloped in flames. However, to the senses of the law enforcers, Han Fei was completely fine. The golden fist mark still erupted. Someone shouted, "Terror, demonic sound." A strange sound rang in the sky. Han Fei stuffed a mouthful of mint leaves into his mouth and slashed at the person without even looking. Berserk electric current. Sizzle. Han Fei resisted the terrifying electric current and even twisted his head twice, producing cracking sounds. With a wave of his hand, the infinity water transformed into 10,000 sabers that swept out crazily. Poison cloud. Triple berserk. Unfortunately, although the 5 law enforcers were all powerful, what left them dumbfounded was that Han Fei didn't even fucking retreat. They had no idea that Han Fei had been drinking poison for 2 years. At this moment, the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect was a level 47 insect. What kind of poison hadn't he tasted? Han Fei had already tasted 80% of the poisons that could be bought on the market. However, the middle-aged man whose law was triple berserk was actually stronger than Han Fei. Bam! Han Fei punched 3 times in a row to shatter the man's punch. However, this wasn't a big deal. Han Fei's figure flickered in the air at an extremely fast speed, and he delivered more than 20 punches to the man in an instant. The battle in the sky was intense. As if he had been debilized, Lu Renkuang controlled more than 1,000 semi-divine weapons and dozens of divine weapons to wreak havoc. In his hand was a pitch-black saber. Behind him stood a black phantom that was more than 50 meters long. His saber could tear apart the heavens and the earth. The other party's law happened to be gravity too, but when it landed on Deep Blue Roar, it was completely sucked away. Therefore, after 30 seconds of fierce fighting, Lu Renkuang slashed the person until his body was covered in blood. Zhang Xuanyu's physique wasn't that strong, but he could use the momentary time from afar. Even law enforcers couldn't withstand it. Li Luoluo controlled countless flying insects. She was a law enforcer, so she didn't flinch at all. On the ground, flowers bloomed everywhere. The gigantic blue cannibal flower bloomed into thousands of flowers. The Great Spirit summoning art summoned more than 50 different types of spiritual plants. All sorts of toxins, smoke, and spirit-devouring spiritual plants entered the crowd. With one person in control, the surroundings became a dead end. Ku Shui sighed from afar. What a monster. Chapter 988, Recruitment Before Opening. It wasn't almost impossible for a hidden fisher to defeat law enforcers. On rare occasions, there were always geniuses in the 7 major academies and the big clans who had such abilities. After all, the law enforcers only controlled a law, not a great Tao. If this law happened to be unable to suppress the other party, or if the other party happened to be able to suppress this law, the only difference between the law enforcer and hidden fisher was the upper limit of spiritual energy, the strength of their physique, and the strength of their soul. However, heavenly talents and ordinary people could be considered 2 different creatures. One couldn't use the strength of an ordinary person to measure a heavenly talent. If that happened, the outcome would definitely be tragic. However, no one expected Han Fei's strength to be so great that he could fight 5 alone. The 4 laws were almost useless against him, and the only law that was effective against him was the most ordinary power law. Who wouldn't panic? At this moment, under the continuous bombardment, because the 5 law enforcers couldn't suppress Han Fei, and their full strength was much weaker than Han Fei, they could barely resist Han Fei in the sky. A golden fist mark filled the sky as it struck. None of the 5 law enforcers could withstand the domineering power of the invincible fist. Apart from the strength-type enforcer, the other 4 had their skin cracked and their bones fractured. Blood spewed out of their mouths as they barely managed to remain in midair without falling and injuring the people on the ground. Below, the young men and women who were only there to make up the numbers were stunned when they saw this scene. On the ground, Luo Xiaobai was controlling more than 50 strange spiritual plants within 1,000 meters. She had already knocked out more than 20 of these people. As no one knew what these spiritual plants were, they had no way to deal with them. How could these people know about the spiritual plants from the underground city? They were easily knocked down one after another. In the sky, Li Renquang's opponent couldn't resist him at all. Even his strongest attack couldn't penetrate the dark blue illusory carapace. Furthermore, the demonic saber in Li Renquang's hand was awe-inspiring and filled with a murderous aura. Even if the enemy was a law enforcer, he wouldn't be able to take the upper hand. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Renquang wasn't fast enough, he would have long been beaten to the ground. Zhang Xuanyu's opponent had already been defeated. Although Zhang Xuanyu usually didn't seem to show his combat strength, it was because he was in a group battle or a complicated battle situation. In a one-on-one battle, his momentary time was extremely terrifying. Even Han Fei couldn't dodge his momentary time. Furthermore, he had now created the triple firmament of the Furious Sea. When he shattered the void and attacked, the power of the triple-layered waves in Furious Sea far exceeded the 9-layered waves of the Furious Sea. Furthermore, Zhang Xuan was holding a high-quality divine weapon. His opponent, the law enforcer, had 5 to 6 holes in his body as he lay on the ground. As for Li Luoluo, her figure was ethereal. Rainbow-colored insects flew everywhere as all sorts of illusory realms appeared. She was a heavenly talent of the Empyrean waterfall, so what problem could she have to fight against an ordinary law enforcer? At that moment, his opponent had already fallen into an illusion and was tearing at his own skin. As for Han Fei, needless to say, his figure flickered crazily in the sky, completely treating the 5 law enforcers as sandbags. With every punch of his, their flesh and blood spewed out. Someone below was suspicious. Is he from the Yi family? Someone shook his head. No, maybe he's really from the Thug Academy. A woman was horrified. How can he be so strong? Is the Thug Academy that strong? An elder's expression changed. The former Thug Academy was indeed impressive. However, it's unheard of to fight 5 people at a higher level. Stop. Suddenly, a figure swept across the sky and reached out to grab Han Fei. At the next moment, old man Ku Shui stood in midair. The young masters said that these people shall return the land of the Thug Academy. If you want the young masters to stop, you have to make these people agree to this. The person's expression turned ugly. A peak-level law enforcer? Ku Shui smiled and said, I'm Ku Shui. You should be from the Su family, right? Hi, Mr. Su. The man's expression changed drastically. The Divine Manipulator family, Moon-Gazing Island's Luo family. Are you Master Ku Shui? The man immediately shouted. Everyone step back. Return all the land to the Thug Academy. He said with a faint smile. That's how it should be. Don't worry. The Thug Academy has its rules. We have returned to establish a new school. If no one offends us, we won't offend anyone. Since there are rules here, we will follow suit. When Han Fei smiled faintly, you can stop now. Zhang Xuanyu had finished his fight long ago and was watching the show with a stick in his arms. It had to be said that Li Luoluo's fight was rather fancy and pretty. Hoo! The deep blue roar vanished as Li Renquang landed on the ground and stood beside Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai extended her hand and the spiritual plants around her quickly vanished. Moments later, there was only a battlefield that looked like ruins. Li Luoluo snorted. If it weren't for the fact that we're not allowed to kill here, I would have killed them long ago. In the sky, Ku Shui smiled and said, you can talk. Han Fei was enforcing the law head-on, and the person opposite him was probably stronger. If he wasn't at a peak-level law enforcer, he was at least at an advanced one. He couldn't defeat such an opponent now. After all, there was a fundamental difference in strength. Even if an advanced law enforcer didn't use any unique abilities, his strength alone would be above 10 waves. It was similar to when he encountered the Green Touring Flood Dragon. The Green Touring Flood Dragon's physical strength alone was 20 waves. With just a little strength, it was impossible for law enforcers at the same level to be a match for it. Therefore, if the person in front of him really used a secret technique, his strength would be at least twice that of his, giving him an absolute advantage. Furthermore, the other party might be a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei casually guessed that the pure strength of a peak-level law enforcer was more than twice that of his after using the devil change. Of course, Han Fei wasn't afraid at all. He said bluntly, the Thug Academy will return today. If we're not around, outsiders can use this territory. Now that we're back, we'll take over all the territory. No one else is allowed to enter. The middle-aged man gave Han Fei a deep look. He had been shocked by the battle just now. It was impossible for ordinary geniuses to fight 5 alone. In the entire 1,000-star city, there weren't more than 10 people who could do this in centuries, and Han Fei was one of them. Therefore, Han Fei was qualified to reclaim this territory. The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei and the others. The Thug Academy is returning? Yes. The middle-aged man frowned. Just the 5 of you? 1 law enforcer and 4 peak-level hidden fishers? Han Fei smiled. So what? Do you think we dare to return to the Thousand-Star City without any means or trump cards? The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time before suddenly saying leisurely, there aren't any explorers guarding the area, right? Han Fei tilted his head and waited for the middle-aged man to continue. The middle-aged man sighed and said, although the Pure Sun Island has declined, if there are no explorers guarding it, are you sure the big clans won't come looking for trouble? Han Fei said without hesitation, the 7 sects and the big clans already know that we've returned. Even if they come to cause trouble, it won't be the explorers. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in surprise and said after a moment of silence, what about a declining family or a small family? Han Fei frowned. How would he know how many families there were in the Thousand-Star City? However, there should be many families in this vast city, right? Those people probably didn't know the situation of the Thug Academy. Or rather, would the big clans send those people to cause trouble? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. They all came to the Thousand-Star City for a purpose. They had to go to the 3 places in the God's Monument to find a way to enter the Heavenly Palace. He had to go to the Thousand-Star Trial Ground to fight for territory. Once he left, what would happen if the small families came to destroy the Thug Academy? However, although he thought of this, Han Fei looked calm on the surface. He looked at Shui and said, Senior, if those small families take the initiative to invade, can't we attack them? Shui was slightly taken aback. This boy's style of doing things was really unyielding. Shui said with a smile, it's fine as long as it doesn't affect the lives of ordinary citizens. However, there are also law enforcers in the Thousand-Star City. There's a high chance that they will stand on the side of those small families. Han Fei thought for a moment and looked at the middle-aged man. How to deal with it is our own business, right? Why? Does your Sioux family have an idea? The middle-aged man smiled. Since the Thug Academy wants to establish itself in the Thousand-Star City again, you might not lack law enforcers, but you still lack explorers. However, our Sioux family has explorers. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. To what extent? What are you proposing? Han Fei and the others weren't here to offend anyone. He didn't know what the Sioux family's goal was, but it didn't stop him from listening. The middle-aged man grinned. Since the Thug Academy wants to be rebuilt, we certainly have to recruit students. My son is also extraordinary. Can you recruit 5 students from our family? Old Bai had given him power, and Han Fei was now the acting president. He certainly had the final say. However, Han Fei shook his head. That's too many, and we must pick the students ourselves. This tradition couldn't be broken. Otherwise, if all kinds of people were allowed in, what would the Thug Academy become? The tradition of the Thug Academy was to only accept geniuses. It didn't matter how many people there were, what mattered was the quality. The middle-aged man didn't seem to expect Han Fei to agree to take in 5 people. He immediately said, I won't beat around the bush. 3 students. Our family has 2 explorers. If necessary, they'll help you. Han Fei smiled and said, 2 explorers? Then we'll take in 2. Otherwise, let's not talk about this matter. Since we can resolve the big families, do you really think those small families can overturn the sky? Chapter 989, First Step, Building a House. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. He realized that something was indeed wrong with the return of Han Fei and the others. Logically speaking, any big shot from the Thug Academy could handle this, but in the end, they sent the 5 kids back? This meant that there was a reason why those big shots couldn't return. Although the strong masters of the Thug Academy couldn't return, the young ones could return, which meant that they had recovered to a certain extent and had the strength to challenge the big families of the Thousand-Star City. Under such circumstances, the former location of the Thug Academy had to be returned. After all, the land belonged to them. He also believed that these big shots could settle many small families here with just a little effort. However, why not take the opportunity to recruit a few more people? The Sioux family was considered an ancient family. Although it was currently a small family, it had once been powerful in history. They knew the standards of the Thug Academy for accepting disciples all too well. They only wanted geniuses. Look at Han Fei and the others. They hadn't changed at all. Which one of them wasn't a genius? Even the Luo family had arranged for their juniors to enter the Thug Academy. Why didn't they take the opportunity to stand on their side? At the very least, as long as the descendants recruited didn't perish, they might be able to protect the Sioux family for 100 years in the future. The middle-aged man blinked as though he had received a message. Then he immediately nodded. Okay, let's make it 2. Han Fei said, we have to choose ourselves. The middle-aged man laughed. Of course, when your school is rebuilt, I'll invite you to a banquet at the Sioux family's residence. After all, since you have chosen to return, you have to get to know some people. It might not be convenient for you to go far, but you have to familiarize yourself with the Sunyang Island first. Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. In that case, how may I address you, senior? The middle-aged man sighed inwardly. Only now is this kid willing to call me senior. This is the pride of a genius. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Su Yang, I'm the current head of the Su family, but I'm only a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei chuckled inwardly. A peak-level law enforcer was pretty good. In the 36 towns, this was already very terrifying. However, in those wealthy families, a peak-level law enforcer was indeed not that strong. It seemed that the 2 explorers of the Su family were probably quite old. As for their strength, Han Fei didn't know, but they definitely can't become venerables. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a small family. Han Fei didn't say anything. First of all, they had to accept disciples, and the descendants of big families did have their advantages, even if they were from declining families. Secondly, he might be staying on the Pure Sun Island for a long period of time. It wouldn't be appropriate if he offended everyone now. Today's battle was a declaration of the return of the Thug Academy. As for the rest, well, let them rebuild the school first. After landing, Su Yang shouted at those people, "You occupy this place because you like the abundant spiritual energy in the Thug Academy. Now that the owner has returned, you've seen their strength. This land should be returned to its original owner. Move out and find a place to settle down in the next 2 days." It was obvious that the Su family's prestige in this area was very high. Although many people were reluctant, no one retorted. More importantly, Han Fei and the others were too ferocious just now. The 4 of them had taken down 8 law enforcers, especially Han Fei, who had won against 5. This made them feel helpless. When the youths looked at Han Fei and the others again, their eyes were filled with awe and fear. The young man who had been thrown away by Han Fei also fell silent. They couldn't afford to offend such a genius. There was no saying that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. He was very strong. 5 of them dared to challenge 1,000 people. Who else would dare to do so? The elder who had participated in the battle sighed. "Everyone, disperse. Go back and move. Wait a moment." Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai pointed at the middle-aged man who was clamoring from Han Fei and the others to kneel down and beg for mercy. "You, apologize." Han Fei and the others smiled. Although Luo Xiaobai was usually very rational, she was a woman. She couldn't bear to see herself being humiliated, nor could she see the people she cared about being insulted. Luo Xiaobai cared a lot about Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, and the others. Over the years, it wasn't an exaggeration to describe them as childhood friends. The middle-aged man's face flushed red. Now, he couldn't flare up even if he wanted to. He couldn't beat any of them, but he was an adult. How could he apologize to a few children? Su Yang shouted, "Apologize! Apologize seriously!" The middle-aged man seemed to be slow to react. After hesitating for a moment, he finally took a deep breath and took a few steps forward. He bowed and said, "Lu Bing is ignorant and offended you, young friends. Please forgive me." After a long while, Lu Bing didn't dare raise his head when he heard no sound. He bowed even deeper. After a while, his son held him up and said, "Dad, they're gone." Lu Bing looked up in surprise and found that Han Fei and the others had already walked hundreds of meters away without any sound. He didn't even hear them. Lu Bing's face flushed red. He had disgraced himself in front of his son today. However, it was all that little bastard's fault. Wasn't it him who provoked the other party first? Several law enforcers bowed to Su Yang, and then someone asked, "Family head Su, can the Thug Academy really come back?" Su Yang looked at the departing figures of Han Fei and the others and scoffed. "He's already back. What do you mean, can he really come back?" The few law enforcers took a deep breath. Then the children of our Pure Sun Island, Su Yang shrugged. "I can't interfere in this matter. You have to see how they arrange it. However, let me remind you that I believe you all know what the Thug Academy used to be like. If you don't have a genius in your family, don't send him to them. In terms of selecting students, the 7 sects combined aren't as strict as the Thug Academy." Well, after everyone left, Su Yang sighed. He didn't know if he had made the right bet. The Su family was only a small family. It wasn't impossible for it to rise to prominence. However, there were only a few people in their family who could be considered elites. He really didn't know if they would take a fancy to them. In addition, he had to remember another thing. Although the Thug Academy was good, its style had always been domineering and even lawless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been besieged back then. He only hoped that the Thug Academy would be more low-key and wouldn't attract a huge disaster. Otherwise, the Su family would probably be implicated. Su Yang had no idea what his decision represented. If he had known the purpose of Han Fei's return, if he had known that it involved the game between venerables, he probably wouldn't have dared to get involved in this matter. Unfortunately, this was not the case. He only saw the strength of Han Fei and the others, and the return of the people from the Thug Academy, but didn't know anything else. This was the limitation of a small family. In school, Zhang Xuanyu said, "There are quite a number of strong people here. Just the Pure Sun Island alone has 7 to 8 law enforcers, and there are 2 explorers behind them. This doesn't include the ones who didn't come." Lu Renquang nodded. "We still have to become law enforcers as soon as possible." Han Fei said, "No rush. We're not familiar with the Thousand-Star City yet. When the school is rebuilt, we'll go to those places to take a look." Luo Xiaobai looked at Ku Shui and said, "Grandpa Ku, get someone to send over a pulse testing stone." Ku Shui smiled and extended his hand. "Miss, here you are." Clearly, the Luo family had long known that the Thug Academy would be rebuilt. Therefore, when they got Ku Shui to pick them up, they had already prepared everything they needed. Luo Xiaobai threw the pulse testing stone to Han Fei. "2," Han Fei said, "We'll see when we get there. If they're good enough, we'll take in 2. If they're ordinary, we'll take as many as we want." Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "Take as many as we want?" Han Fei smiled and said, "It's not a big problem. No matter how declining a family is, it's still a family. It's impossible for it to not have 1 or 2 decent children. Otherwise, this family would have been wiped out long ago and wouldn't have lasted until now. Even if they arrange it themselves, they will find 2 good seedlings. Otherwise, why would Su Yang mention this to me? Han Fei clapped his hands and said, "All right, the people have been cleaned up. Continue cleaning up the uncleared areas. I'm going to start building the house." He was almost a law enforcer. Building a house was even simpler than clearing the grounds. The only thing Han Fei had to consider was how big a house he had to build. What type of house? What style? Since he was the one building it, he naturally wanted to slack off. Maybe he should just build a school library? As for the 5 of them, maybe they could just build a treehouse and sleep in the trees. As for the classroom, there was no need. How should he build the house? There was no need to consider this too much. It mainly needed to be grand and imposing. Only then could it match the temperament of the Thug Academy. However, it wouldn't work if the house was too big. The Thug Academy had just returned to the Thousand-Star City, so they were definitely in the eye of the storm. What if some people came to cause destruction? Therefore, they had to set up a killing array. Finally, the Thug Academy needed to recruit students. If only this house could automatically access incoming students. Oh, there's no need to build a house. Other things seem to work as well. It had to be grand, have a killing array, and can be used as an assessment tool. Han Fei only had 2 ideas, neither of them being a simple building, a maze and a dimensional killing array. Chapter 990. Are you building a house? Han Fei had once seen a square-shaped maze of plants which had plants as the walls. It could be moved and could be used to set ambushes or killing arrays, making it impossible to find an exit. If he used the plant walls as array lines and used the spirit gathering array to replenish the spiritual energy, he could seal the area above. This would become like the deep-sea stone forest where the rock-holding turtle was imprisoned in the level 2 fishery, but it would be quite difficult to create. As for the dimensional killing array, it was a little difficult, but it didn't seem difficult to make it into a cube. He had to create a great cube and use it as a library. This way, he could set up a series of killing arrays in each cube. By rotating the cubes irregularly, he could ensure that nothing went wrong. However, the cube didn't seem to be simple either. It wasn't that it was troublesome to build, but that it was troublesome to build arrays. With his current level of arrays, the killing array he created might not be powerful enough. At most, it could block law enforcers. Forget it. I can only create it first. I'll slowly upgrade it in the future, Han Fei muttered to himself. As for the rest, the common rooms and dormitories could be installed at the back of the mountain. Just like before, they could live in tree houses. As for the training grounds for teaching students, they could be arranged in the maze. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately felt that it was perfect. Now, not only could he solve the problem of the school's construction, but he could also nurture the students. He didn't have to build so many houses. It was great. After flattening the ground, Han Fei had already flown into the sky and was studying how to set up the array formation. He heard Lu Renquang shout, "What are you doing?" Han Fei said impatiently. "Carry on with your work. I'm doing construction." Li Luoluo was flipping the ground with Luo Xiaobai. She muttered, "I think he's just skiving." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No. Although Han Fei talked too much, he's still very reliable." Li Luolu grinned and waved at Han Fei. "I want to build a small villa like the one you built in the Empyrean waterfall." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "What are you talking about? The Thug Academy doesn't provide dorms. Later, go to the forest and build your own." Han Fei held the fish skin map in his hand and pondered. "That's not right. It should be able to move. No, it's too troublesome to move. I can use a teleportation array, yes, outside the killing array. I still have to create a defensive array to protect the plant walls. What killing array should I throw in? Forget it, I'll throw them all in." Half a day passed in a flash. In the evening, the group of people sat at the back of the mountain and ate hot pot. Han Fei was still studying the fish skin map in his hand. Now, under normal circumstances, cooking was Lu Renquang's job. After years of experience, although this fatty was still a little inferior to Han Fei, he had mastered all the basic dishes and had a good palate. Lu Renquang said, "Fei, it's dinner time. You should eat now. Only then will there be flavor." Xuanhuan leaned over. "What's all the fancy stuff you're drawing?" Han Fei pushed his head away and said, "I want to build a school that's different from the 7 sects. Now I've discovered why there are so many ruins and secret realms in this world. They were all developed by humans." Everyone? Even Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. What did building a house have to do with ruins and secret realms? The 3rd day, everything had been taken care of. The wood and stones that Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang had gathered were already piled up into a small mountain. At this moment, everyone was squatting on a log, watching Han Fei pacing in front of the pile of wood and stones. They all wanted to see what Han Fei was going to do. Suddenly, Han Fei took out a large piece of wood from Forge the Universe. Luo Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. "The big red trunk?" Zhang Xuanyu's eyes widened. "What? Didn't it disappear?" Lu Renquang muttered. "I don't think it disappeared. It was actually uprooted by Han Fei. With his personality, it's highly likely that he would do such a thing." Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. "So this is the tree from the middle of the sea grasslands?" Old man Kushui also saw this scene with interest. Although the 10,000-year-old big red trunk wasn't worth much to Han Fei and the others, no matter how worthless it was, one had to see how large the material was, right? Swish. A massive amount of spiritual spring energy surged out and instantly ignited. The spiritual fire soared high. Han Fei's sudden action shocked everyone. Even Ku Shui was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Young Master Han Fei, are you refining?" Everyone was stunned. The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. "This is so big, what are you going to do with it?" Zhang Xuanyu gulped and swallowed his saliva. "This is crazy. How much spiritual spring energy is this?" Le Renquang had forgotten to stuff the dried fish into his mouth. He said in a daze, "Isn't he building houses? He's going to refine the house?" Under their dumbfounded gazes, a huge red ball slowly appeared. Its diameter was 50 meters. This was the diameter of the big red trunk itself. Now, Han Fei had rolled it into a ball. However, after the ball took shape, it gradually began to deform. Up, down, left, right, front, back. At the back of the ball, a few more rods extended out. Then they transformed again into a complicated circular screw shape. In fact, Han Fei didn't really refine it, mainly because there was no need. This was only the interior of an ordinary cube. As long as the external frame was constructed, it would become a fourth-order cube. At first, Han Fei felt that the third-order cube was too simple and the fifth order was too troublesome, so he made a fourth-order one. Unfortunately, the interior was only 50 meters in diameter. Therefore, the entire cube was only about 80 meters long. While everyone was dumbfounded, Han Fei began to refine the stone. This one was much faster. He added some scraps from the big red trunk and the quality wasn't bad. It was just as good as a mortal weapon. Of course, it would be even better if Han Fei was willing, but it would cost a lot of spiritual energy. Besides, real spiritual weapons required a complete refining process. The cost was too high. 4 hours later, 56 strange components with different shapes appeared. All the components had 1 or 2 or even 3 square faces. This was because the fourth-order cube had a total of 8 corners, 24 sides, and 24 central blocks. Therefore, everyone was confused. Han Fei shouted, "Xiaobai, Li Luoluo, come and help." Luo Xiaobai and Li Luolu walked over in a daze. Han Fei divided the 56 pieces into several piles and wrote colors on them. He said, "Come, color these sides with the correct colors. There are 6 colors, orange, red, yellow, white, blue, and green." Li Luoluo frowned and grinned. "Is this the house you were talking about?" Han Fei said. "You underestimate me, don't you? Since you like the colors, you'll be responsible for coloring." Le Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu sat on a log, eating dried fish as they watched the three of them mess around. Finally, they painted the cubes with the colorful colors. After everything was done, Han Fei refined again. Finally, a square 6-sided object appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Xuanyu finally couldn't help but say, "Fei, what is this?" Han Fei grinned. "The cube. If it was only the cube, it wouldn't be able to form a true dimensional killing array. Otherwise, it would be a total of 64 pieces without any internal components. It wasn't that it couldn't be refined, but that the cost was too high. Without any connections, the final solution was to refine this thing into a huge spiritual weapon. Even if he drained all his spiritual energy, it wouldn't be enough." However, Han Fei didn't need this giant spiritual weapon, as long as it was a mortal weapon. Han Fei looked at the huge 6-colored cube in satisfaction and suddenly grinned. "Arise!" Suddenly, everyone saw the cube fly up and stop at a height of more than 30 meters. Ku Shui was puzzled. "Young Master Han Fei, did you add a floating stone to this cube?" Han Fei immediately grinned. "You have sharp eyes." Ku Shui smiled faintly. "Sharp eyes?" Without the floating stone, it couldn't fly. Le Renquang asked in shock, "Is this a house?" Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "How can a house look like this?" However, Li Luolu liked it. "No, I think it's pretty good." Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything. She couldn't understand it. For the first time, she felt that her intelligence wasn't enough. Han Fei chuckled. "Isn't it nice? There's something even better." With a thought from Han Fei, the entire cube began to spin. After a few spins, the originally beautiful 6-sided cube of colors completely dispersed. "Hiss, shoot, what's going on? It can spin?" Luo Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. "Han Fei, how can it turn back?" Ku Shui's pupils constricted as he took a deep breath. "It's a work of art. Doesn't that mean there are infinite changes?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Not yet. There aren't any arrays yet. When I set up all the arrays, this thing can automatically spin. When the time comes, I won't even know what array I will encounter when I enter. How is it? Isn't it magical?" Everyone was silent. After a long while, Le Renquang said leisurely, "Then how do we enter it?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Don't panic. When I finish setting up all the arrays, I'll add in the self-destruct array. Then if someone wants to open it by force, he won't get anything. This is our school's library. One has to combine all 6 colors into one and not make a single mistake before entering." Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "How do we connect this thing?" With a thought, Han Fei said, "Just like that, the cube's library began to spin, and it spun countless times. Even Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Only then did the cube slowly restore to its original state." Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. "Well, how does it restore itself? I saw it spinning, but didn't see anything clearly." Le Renquang scratched his head. "It's over. I probably won't be able to enter the library for the rest of my life." Luo Luo's face stiffened. "I think it's better to build a house normally." Chapter 991, The Establishment of the Thug Academy. In front of the cube, even Ku Shui was a little dumbfounded. He probably couldn't enter unless he dismantled it. However, the actual situation was that the cube itself wasn't anything special. It just had a strange shape. If someone really wanted to enter the cube, they would have to really want what's inside. However, if they couldn't resolve the cube, they wouldn't be able to take the things inside. Therefore, even if Han Fei and the others weren't around, it didn't matter if someone tried to barge in. At most, the cube would be destroyed and he could build another one. How difficult would that be? Ku Shui couldn't help but sigh. Brilliant. It's no wonder Miss grew so rapidly with such an extremely brilliant genius. This wonderful idea is comparable to the Monument of Gods. Only Luo Xiaobai's eyes flickered. That's not right. The cube's library has infinite changes. The outcome is different every time it spins. Therefore, it's impossible to spin the cube like this even using the exact same way just now. Han Fei grinned. There's a code. However, this code can only be known to members of the Thug Academy and not outsiders. Phew, oh hey, Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renquang heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there was a passcode, otherwise they could forget about entering it for the rest of their lives. Li Luolu looked at Han Fei curiously. How did you work the cube out? Han Fei sneered. Who am I? You won't know how talented I am until you know me well enough. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Alright, stop bragging. How long do you think it will take before it's done? Han Fei thought for a moment. The difficulty doesn't lie in the construction, but in the arrays. I need to fill every cube inside with killing arrays and connect every component. It will take another 3 days. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. Then build it quickly. Han Fei took out a drawing and said, Xiaobai, follow my drawing and use spiritual plants to set up a maze. Arrange these pieces of wood according to the drawing. Luo Xiaobai took the drawing and looked at it. She was dazzled. Was he building a school or setting up a grand array? On the map were squarish vegetation walls filled with roads. In the middle of the map was the cube. And the square on the map had a diameter of more than 300 kilometers. Who the hell was this trial for? Even Luo Xiaobai couldn't help but curse. Who could walk in here? If it wasn't for a teleportation array, flying ability, or perception, they would probably have to rely on luck to enter. Luo Xiaobai said leisurely, Isn't this too much? Han Fei waved his hand and said, Not at all. We have too many enemies. We have to take some precautions. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. If an explorer really comes, the arrays you set up won't be able to stop him, right? Han Fei said with a smile. I may not even be able to stop a peak-level law enforcer, but we can slowly perfect it. With more and better arrays, I'm afraid the day we become law enforcers, even an explorer won't be able to break in. Luo Xiaobai gave Han Fei a deep look. You're quite thoughtful. The other 3 hurriedly came over. Zhang Xuanyu muttered, Let me see. What's new? Then Zhang Xuanyu covered his eyes. Damn, forget it. I'll pave the floor. Yes, I'll just do it. The dried fish in Le Renquang's hand dropped. I'll help to trim the plants. I'm familiar with this. I've done it at the plantation of the Blue Sea Town. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. I heard that you have the habit of farming. There's still hundreds of kilometers of soil outside that hasn't been loosened. I'll loosen the soil. 5 days had passed. Luo Xiaobai and the others each held a fish skin map with formulas drawn on it. Le Renquang rubbed his head. Clockwise, clockwise, counterclockwise, counterclockwise, clockwise. Alas, where am I? Forget it. Let me start again. Li Luolu decided to try. Clockwise on the right, clockwise on the top, clockwise on the back, clockwise on the right. Ah, how annoying. Luo Xiaobai broke the fish skin without a word. Where did Han Fei go? Ms. Young Master Han Fei is setting up a huge spirit gathering array. There are more than 30 medium-sized arrays in each array, and more than 30 small-sized arrays in each medium-sized array. Young Master Han Fei is really a genius. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Then let's wait a little longer. It wasn't until this afternoon that Han Fei flew over from mid-air. At this moment, the maze hadn't been covered with seals. This was something Han Fei couldn't do with his current abilities. He decided to wait until he became a law enforcer before doing it. Han Fei smiled and said, Hello, how's it going? Have you all memorized the code? If you have, we can go out. I have a feeling that people will be waiting for us outside our school every day. In fact, it wasn't just a few people waiting outside every day. There were dozens of people waiting outside every day. Or rather, those people weren't waiting for them. They were looking at the maze. As the cube was a little far from them, most people couldn't see it. However, this huge maze attracted their attention. However, no one dared to enter without Han Fei's permission. If they were beaten out again, they would lose face. As soon as Han Fei asked them, he saw Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, and Li Luoluo looking at him aggrievedly. Li Luoluo was pouting off to the side. My head hurts. I only remember half of it. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. I've already memorized 70 to 80%. Han Fei looked at Le Renquang, who was stunned for a moment. Give me a few more days. Han Fei. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't need to ask Luo Xiaobai. She had probably already memorized it. At this moment, he patted Lu Renquang on the shoulder and said, "Eat a mouthful of hot pot on the left and a mouthful of red braised pork on the right. Memorize it this way. It'll be easier." Lu Renquang's eyes lit up. Good idea. It's much more interesting this way. As for Ku Shui, Han Fei naturally didn't give him the code. After all, this was a secret of the Thug Academy. Ku Shui was from the Luo family after all. Han Fei said, "All right, let's go. Follow me through the maze. Let's go to the banquet tonight." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "All right." Zhang Xuanyu was puzzled. "Fei, I have something that I can't understand." "Huh?" Zhang Xuanyu said. "Why do you often stop laying the floor halfway?" Han Fei smiled. "It's a trick. You'll know what it's for when school starts." In the evening, when Han Fei and the others appeared outside the maze, the Su family people immediately welcomed them. "Our family head invites the young masters and young ladies to attend the banquet." Han Fei nodded. "Okay, one moment." Han Fei took out a large sign and stabbed it into the ground. On it were the words, "There's a killing array inside. Don't barge in, or you might die." When the group saw the sign, they immediately gasped. "Such a huge array?" Someone immediately asked. "May I ask if the Thug Academy is recruiting?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's attend the banquet at the Su family's residence first. When the time comes, I'll announce the recruiting standards of the Thug Academy. Everyone will have a chance." Upon hearing that everyone had a chance, many people's eyes lit up. Recently, the elders in the family had been talking about how powerful the former Thug Academy was and how talented the students were. They originally believed that they would only accept disciples from large families, but they never expected everyone to have a chance. How could they not be happy? Han Fei looked at the Su family member and said, "Lead the way." The Pure Sun Island was actually very large. It took up more than 2,000 kilometers and was comparable to the Wind Thunder Town. Of course, it wasn't circular, but in an irregular shape. However, the Thug Academy took up about a third of the total. When everyone was passing by their plantations on fishing boats, they all discussed how to build a few spirit-gathering arrays in their plantations. After a moment, on a river, they saw a residential area spanning tens of kilometers. The entire residence was brightly lit. The scene was like the palace courtyard that Han Fei knew. There were groups of houses and colorful lanterns. It was very lively. Of course, Han Fei and the others knew very well that it wasn't because of them, but because of the reputation of the Thug Academy and the big shots behind it. There were countless guests waiting in front of the house. As it was a welcoming banquet, they didn't need to prepare any gifts. It could be said that many famous people had come to the Pure Sun Island. They had long heard of the reconstruction of the Thug Academy. It was said that 5 top geniuses at the peak of the Hidden Fisher realm could fight 1,000 enemies without being defeated. There was even a young man who fought 5 law enforcers alone. Upon hearing this, many people were dumbfounded. Who wouldn't want to come and take a look? At this moment, Han Fei and the others had just landed. Someone who looked like an old butler came forward as if he had been waiting for a long time. The butler was also quite powerful and had reached the law enforcer realm. Clearly, he had come specially to welcome Han Fei and the others. The butler hurriedly went forward and said with a smile, "Are you the 5 young masters? You're finally here. The family head has instructed us to receive you. If you don't mind, allow me to take you in." Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, who bowed slightly. "There's no need to trouble yourselves. You're already a law enforcer. We can't let you serve us like a servant. Just send someone to follow us. That way, it won't expose our identities. When the banquet starts, we can go there ourselves." Just as the butler was about to say something, he heard Ku Shui say with a smile, "Miss is right. You can rest assured." Han Fei nodded. "We can walk by ourselves." Luo Xiaobai glanced at Ku Shui. "Grandpa Ku, you don't have to follow us. Otherwise, it will be too eye-catching." "Of course, miss." Chapter 992, B Stards with No Future. Stards with No Future. Han Fei and the others blended into the crowd at the door. Although some people found them unfamiliar, they didn't see that Han Fei and the others had come, so they only thought that it was a gathering of youths. Han Fei and the others also kept a low profile. In fact, although Luo Xiaobai was very polite just now, she was actually saying that they needed to see the Su family's original appearance themselves, not the way they were going to be shown. This was the way descendants of large families spoke. Amidst their tactfulness, there was a forcefulness. Luo Xiaobai had always been a meticulous person. Since they were coming to the Su family to accept disciples, they had to see what the Su family was like. Therefore, after entering, they pretended to be incognito. Of course, this didn't stop the Su family from hiding the truth well. Behind Han Fei and the others was a Su family servant at the Hanging Fisher realm. At this moment, the man took a glance at Han Fei and the others secretly and said cautiously, "Young masters, do you need me to take you around?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "No, just follow us. You don't have to make a sound." The servant hurriedly lowered his head and said, "Yes, miss." In fact, there was nothing interesting about the elegant landscape of gardens. Usually, rich families would pursue something entertaining for fun. Han Fei and the others quickly left the crowd and walked to a remote place. After all, the Su family was very large. Even though it had declined, the house was still like an imperial palace. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, ornamental rocks, and other scenery. But enjoying the scenery wasn't Han Fei's goal. In Luo Xiaobai's words, to see what a family was like, one had to see what the ordinary members of the family were like. Then, one had to see what the low-level members of the family were like. Finally, one had to see what the high-level members were like. This way, they could compare and perhaps figure them out. Along the way, Han Fei and the others encountered many people. Of course, there were guards in many courtyards. These people weren't difficult to communicate with. After knowing their identities, they just let them walk freely. In fact, in such a family, the guards were not needed. If someone really dared to break in, it would be impossible for them to be discovered by the guards. Therefore, the guards were more like a display of splendor. After they completely left the crowd, Han Fei suddenly said, "Wait for me." Li Luolu asked, "What's wrong?" Han Fei closed his eyes and listened. He ignored the noise at the front door and only listened to the silence. The Imperial Palace had 9,999 rooms, but there was also a place like the Cold Palace. In the Su family, it must be the same case. Although Han Fei's perception range was large, he didn't pry too closely. However, through the sounds coming from everywhere, he could locate a member of the Su family. About 20 kilometers away from Han Fei, in a courtyard, a woman's voice was arguing about something. The voice said angrily, "Why can't my son, Songqian, attend the banquet? Songqian is already 12 years old this year. His talent isn't bad." Another female voice shouted, "You should know that this is a matter that concerns the rise and fall of the Su family. There will be only 2 people who can enter the Thug Academy. How many people in our family have quarreled over this? How many people have been suppressed? Su Songqian's talent is average. It's fine if he doesn't go to the banquet, but if he goes, do you know how many people he will offend if he isn't chosen?" In the courtyard, a woman dressed in plain clothes was arguing with a maidservant dressed in relatively luxurious clothes. Beside her stood a youth with an expressionless face. "Mom, I'm not going." The woman hurriedly said, "Son, this is our only chance. You must go even if we have to risk our lives." However, the maidservant sneered and said, "Risk your lives? So what? Don't you know how many branches there are in our family? Is any one of them something you, an orphan and a widow, can deal with? I'm doing this for your own good, Su Songqian. You have to be sensible. You can't go to this banquet. Otherwise, you will be harming yourselves." The maidservant looked like she was consoling them, but in fact her expression was contemptuous. She wasn't kind to the mother and son at all and was even a bit bossy. The woman suddenly turned serious. "Su Songqian, I'm your mother. Instead of being depressed in this courtyard, why don't you give it a try? Your father didn't have any say when he was still alive. Now that he's dead, are you willing to live under someone else's roof for the rest of your life?" As the woman spoke, her eyes turned red and tears flew down. She stared straight at her son. The youth clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with grief and indignation. He looked at his pained mother and then at the indifferent maidservant. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go." "No way." The maidservant's expression immediately turned cold as she looked coldly at Su Songqian and his mother. "You'd better know your limits. Although you are a bastard son, you still have a chance to stand out. However, once you leave this door today, humph, only death awaits you." Outside, Luo Xiaobai and the others had already arrived under Han Fei's lead. In fact, Han Fei heard people discussing the Thug Academy along the way. After all, everyone had already received the news. Many of the older generation knew how glorious the Thug Academy used to be, so the discussion never stopped. However, there was really no one like Su Songqian and his mother who would risk their lives to attend the banquet. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei and said with a frown, "There are actually many collateral branches in the big clans. These people usually don't have high statuses. Furthermore, there are many factions within the large families. The bastard children almost never have a chance to make a name for themselves." Zhang Xuanyu said angrily, "I hate such bossy people the most. I want to see why a maidservant is so arrogant." Just as Zhang Xuanyu was about to walk in, he was stopped by Han Fei. Han Fei gave Zhang Xuanyu a strange look. This guy didn't seem to have a noble birth, so he probably couldn't bear to see this happen. Han Fei said, "No rush. Let's take a look first." The hanging fisher behind Han Fei and the others broke out into a cold sweat. The head of the family had already forbidden them from causing trouble during the banquet. Why didn't these people listen? Were they out of their minds? In the courtyard, Su Songqian's mother refused to give in and said stubbornly, "My son will definitely go today. You don't want to cause a commotion here, right?" The maidservant's expression changed slightly. "Why? Do you want to fight us?" At that instant, the maidservant used a strange footwork technique. With a flash, she grabbed the woman's neck. "Don't touch my mother," Su Songqian shouted, but he was too weak. How could a junior fishing master be faster than a peak-level hanging fisher? With just a shockwave, he was sent flying. Songqian. As the maidservant didn't really want to hurt anyone, Su Songqian only flew out. At that moment, a spider silk hit the ground. Su Songqian twisted his body and a long stick appeared in his hand as he attempted to counterattack. Li Luoluo said in surprise, "Ah, this child is cultivating both as a manipulator and a soul warrior." Su Songqian's mother tried to use her finger to block, but she was too weak. The maidservant grabbed her by the neck. Then the maidservant casually grabbed Su Songqian's long stick and said coldly, Are you refusing me only to be made a fool? How dare you not give your third madam face? Just wait till you're kicked out of the 1,000-star city. In fact, Yang Chinger, if it weren't for the head of the family, do you think you could remain in the 1,000-star city with your little strength? Let go of my mother, the maidservant sneered. If you really care about your mother, you should stay here obediently. Don't have any improper thoughts. I'll teach you a lesson today. If you dare cause trouble again, no one will be able to save you. What bold words. Just as the maidservant was about to teach the mother and son a lesson, a magnetic voice sounded behind her. The maidservant's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly turned her head and saw an extremely handsome young man leaning against the wall, watching this scene indifferently. The maidservant was stunned by the person's handsome appearance. She was sure that she had never seen this person before. Feeling that her current image wasn't good, she hurriedly retracted her hand and bowed slightly at Zhang Xuanyu. Young master, you are? Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. Didn't you want to teach them a lesson? Why aren't you attacking? Sensing Zhang Xuanyu's slight mockery, the maidservant's expression changed slightly. The visitor wasn't friendly. Her expression immediately turned cold. Young master, are you here to attend the banquet? This is the Su family's inner chambers. Young master, you shouldn't be here. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, I'm standing here now. Is there a problem? Opposite him, the woman hurriedly ran in front of Su Sangqian and protected him behind her. Not just anyone could barge into the Su family's residence. The visitor's identity was probably not simple. The maidservant frowned. Young master, this is a family matter of the Su family. You shouldn't interfere. Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Is this how the Su family treats their own family? Aren't B-starred children just kids? Can't even attend banquets? This is the first time I've heard of this. With that, Zhang Xuanyu looked at Su Sanqian and his mother. Go ahead. Don't mind her. Stop. The maidservant blocked his way and looked at Zhang Xuanyu coldly. Young master, aren't you being too nosy? As the pressure descended, the maidservant staggered as blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Who was Zhang Xuanyu? He had a powerful soul and was best at soul attacks. How could a peak-level hanging fisher withstand his pressure? Zhang Xuanyu curled the corners of his mouth and smiled devilishly. What can you do if I interfere? Why don't you get your master to come out? Chapter 993, Unorthodox Cultivation Methods Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why was it Zhang Xuanyu? Of course, he was the one who wanted to help the young man the most. Han Fei folded his arms and watched aside. Luo Xiaobai said, it's not uncommon to have 2 professions. There are even 3 professions. But this child's reaction speed is very fast. He should be quite talented. Han Fei smiled and said, if his talent is poor, I don't think anyone will stop him from attending the banquet. Li Renquan's face trembled as he said, well, should we recruit him? Li Luolu suddenly said, did you notice that there's something wrong? Han Fei and the others looked at Li Luoluo. What's the problem? Li Luoluo said, there's something wrong with that child's spider silk. It's poisonous. Besides, the power he unleashed just now exceeded that of a junior fishing master. He must have used some special secret technique. His mother is the same. Although she was captured by the maidservant just now, you definitely didn't notice that there was poison spreading on one of her fingers. She deliberately let the maidservant capture her. Han Fei and the others were slightly stunned. Because the level of this battle was very low for them, no one observed it carefully. Hearing Li Luoluo's words, they couldn't help but feel speechless. Luo Xiaobai said, I remember now. In the 1,000-star city, there are actually many people who don't live well. They can't come into contact with high-level things, so they will accept and cultivate some unorthodox techniques. And these people are mostly hunters. Unorthodox cultivation methods, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently. It's just a form of address. It usually appears at the bottom of society. Someone once relied on this cultivation method to rise to prominence. Therefore, there are actually quite a number of people who take this path. It's even said that there are 800 unorthodox disciples and 3,000 side sects. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. In the courtyard, the maidservant glared at Zhang Xuanyu. Young master, do you know what you are doing? Zhang Xuanyu leaned against the wall and didn't even move. Instead, he looked at the mother and son and said, aren't you going to the banquet? Go. Yang Qinger hurriedly bowed to Zhang Xuanyu. Thank you for your help, young master. With that said, Yang Qinger pulled Su Sanqian out. Although Zhang Xuanyu had helped, she didn't dare to trust him. This was because Zhang Xuanyu was too young and so strong. This meant that the other party had a powerful background. After all, she was someone who had seen the ways of the world. She knew that many descendants of powerful families would only help casually. Some of them actually had more ulterior motives. Therefore, she didn't want to trust him easily. If this person had other motives, it was impossible for them to resist him. Seeing the mother and son leave, Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and said, you actually don't look bad. Unfortunately, you're not my type. Humph! Zhang Xuanyu removed the pressure and walked out lazily. He didn't argue with the maidservant, but he knew what would happen next. He was a little expectant. The maidservant naturally didn't dare to argue with Zhang Xuanyu. Seeing Zhang Xuanyu leave, she heaved a sigh of relief before rushing off. Not far from the yard, Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu with a faint smile and said, "I thought you would directly take him in. That child looks good." Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "Helping is helping, recruiting students is recruiting students. I know the difference. It depends on how he performs at the banquet later." Han Fei and the others had high standards, so it didn't matter if they had the spiritual heritage measuring stone. After all of them, including Xiaoshan, didn't have a high spiritual heritage initially except for Le Renquang. Of course, in addition to the growth of spiritual heritage, reality proved that as long as one had enough opportunities, it was possible to obtain a way to improve one's spiritual heritage. They continued to walk around. During this time, they secretly observed some children, but nothing special happened. After half an hour, Han Fei and the others were about to continue to see the children of the Su family's direct bloodline when a group of people suddenly came and blocked them in a garden. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, "See, I know this trick. I knew it would come." A woman appeared in front of them with an old servant and 2 maids. The beautiful woman's face turned cold as she pointed at Zhang Xuanyu and said, "Luer, is it this person?" The maidservant who had been sent away by Zhang Xuanyu raised her head. "Madam, it's him. He's the one who released Su Sangqian and his mother. Take him down." Without asking for the reason, the beautiful woman pointed at Zhang Xuanyu arrogantly. This was because she knew that there was no one on the Pure Sun Island that she couldn't afford to offend. Who cared about this young man's background? Just take him down. She only knew that the Thug Academy was returning. Su Yang was about to introduce Han Fei and the others to the outside world. This made the beautiful woman feel that anyone who could accept a disciple was definitely a middle-aged man or even an old man. How could it be a few young men? In fact, as long as she went out to know what was happening in the outside world, she would definitely discover the uniqueness of Han Fei and the others. However, as soon as she appeared, she was about to take Zhang Xuanyu away. Even Han Fei and the others were somewhat surprised. The old man behind the beautiful woman appeared in front of Zhang Xuanyu in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xuanyu directly activated a soul explosion, and almost instantly, the corridor where Han Fei and the others were was destroyed. The beautiful woman and the 2 maids were sent flying, spewing blood. As for the old servant who had attacked, blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He was sent flying by a punch. A house shattered and the ground quaked. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai and say, "Didn't you say that these people are very shrewd?" Why, Luo Xiaobai was silent for a moment. Perhaps this is an exception. Han Fei looked at the hanging fisher servant behind them. Because of their protection, this person was only standing in the ruins and wasn't injured. This person was sweating profusely as he respectfully sent a voice transmission, "This is Second Master's third madam." This person was from the Su family after all. He didn't want to die, so he didn't say much about this woman. As for the beautiful woman, she was also a peak-level hidden fisher. The soul explosion wasn't targeted at her, so she only stood in place, unlike her 2 maids who were bleeding from their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths and had fallen to the ground. At that moment, she was horrified. "Who are you?" The moment Zhang Xuanyu dared to attack, she realized that she had missed something. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "Why? Where's your arrogance from before?" As for Luo Xiaobai, she looked up into the sky. "Don't tell me the Su family hasn't noticed what happened here." Just as Luo Xiaobai said that, she saw 2 elders appear at the same time. One was Ku Shui with a smile on his face, and the other's face was all dark. When the beautiful woman saw the old man, her expression changed drastically. "Second Patriarch, why are you here?" the old man snorted. "Why am I here? Usually, we just turn a blind eye when you throw a tantrum, but today, you offended the guests of the Thug Academy. What do you want?" Upon hearing this, Han Fei and the others didn't panic. However, they were somewhat puzzled and somehow felt that they had been tricked. The old man turned around and smiled at Han Fei and the others. "My young friends, our Su family has been negligent in this matter. We will definitely punish this woman severely." Then the old man swept his cold gaze at the beautiful woman and shouted into the void, "Su Cheng, get over here." The next second, a figure flew over at an extremely fast speed. It was a middle-aged man, Howl, as a junior law enforcer. The person swept his gaze and immediately berated, "Zhao Bao Bao, what did you do? Quickly apologize." The old man snorted and said, "Your wife is usually willful and bossy. Humph, on this busy day, she actually offended our young friends from the Thug Academy. She has to be severely punished. From today onwards, Zhao Darling will no longer be the daughter-in-law of our Su family. Get her back to the Zhao family." Zhang Xuanyu and the others were surprised. Holy shtet, is the punishment that severe? They looked at each other. Although it vented their anger, it didn't seem necessary, right? The beautiful woman was dumbfounded. Although she was shocked by the identities of Han Fei and the others, had she really done so wrong as to be forcefully divorced? Su Cheng's expression turned ugly as he slapped her twice and berated. "All right, are you trying to sow chaos in my Su family? All right, all right. Your Zhao family is impressive to have raised a woman like you." As Su Cheng yelled, a magical divorce letter was thrown out. Zhao Baobao shouted, Su Cheng, you son of a bichach, this is clearly a misunderstanding. Your Su family bullied me. If you dare divorce me today, I'll fight you to the death. Han Fei and the others had become spectators. Somehow, they had become spectators. However, Luo Xiaobai said via voice transmission, we were tricked. The Su family is waiting for us to come and investigate. They are waiting for us to have a conflict with this woman so that they can take the opportunity to chase her away. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Why would this be? Seeing their blank expressions, Luo Xiaobai explained, from the conversation, it's obvious that the Zhao family is stronger than the Su family. The Su family used us to chase this woman away because they needed this excuse. With the interference of the Thug Academy, the Zhao family definitely won't dare to take revenge for the time being. To get us involved means that the Su family is either far weaker than the Zhao family or is thinking about the future. Once their family's explorer dies, the Su family might be controlled by the Zhao family. Then the outcome will be obvious. The Su family will be completely annexed, and the Zhao family will swallow the Sun family's resources and rise up, Han Fei gasped. Oh, Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. Are these people so calculative? Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Nothing is impossible for these big clans. Li Renquang stuffed some dried fish into his mouth. It's so complicated. I don't want to understand. Chapter 994, A Test at the Banquet 1. They didn't know if Luo Xiaobai had ever encountered such a ridiculous divorce predicament. In any case, they had never seen it before. He just divorced his wife so easily? Clearly Su Cheng had known about this plan and even slapped his wife twice. This scene was like a television drama. This matter was resolved very quickly. In just half an hour she had already been taken away cursing and kicking. Han Fei and the others even sighed. The TV drama ended so quickly. Only then did Su Cheng come to Han Fei and the others to apologize and leave. As for the explorer referred to as Second Patriarch, he stayed behind and smiled at Han Fei and the others. My friends, I'm really sorry. Although we shouldn't air our dirty laundry in public, we had no choice. Luo Xiaobai asked, what compensation will there be for us? Luo Xiaobai was straightforward. She had seen through this trick long ago. Furthermore, she was smart enough to know that since it had already happened, the Thug Academy was a part of it. Although her impression of the Su family had plummeted, this wasn't the time to fall out with them. Asking for compensation was the best choice. Han Fei smiled and said, before that, there's something else we need to know. I just want to know if the mother and son in the yard were acting. The elder shook his head with a smile. That was definitely not an act. That mother and son took an unorthodox path, but that child's talent is pretty good. A level 6 low-quality spiritual heritage might not catch your eyes, but that child has an excellent talent and can endure hardship. Zhang Xuanyu frowned. If you knew that he's talented, why did you place him and his mother in such a place? Letting him be bossed around by a maidservant? The elder sighed and said, our Su family has long declined. Most of our descendants are useless. And my young friends, I think you know that if you need to tap into a person's potential, you'll have to suppress him, polish him, and even make his heart full of hatred. Only then might he have a chance in the future. Luo Xiaobai said, you've long taken a fancy to him? The old man nodded. Yes, so we deliberately let the servants bully him. Of course, we will ensure that he and his mother are alive. He is one of the family members that our Su family wants to send to the Thug Academy. Li Renquang muttered, I really don't understand. It's so difficult to be a descendant of a large family. Li Luoluo snorted. It seems it's better to stay in town. There's freedom in towns. There aren't so many schemes there. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips. You just didn't see it, Han Fei nodded. All right, we'll see. However, Senior Su, we were used during our first ever time visiting you. That doesn't make sense, right? You'll have to make up for it. The elder smiled and said, of course. The compensation is that from today onwards, our Su family will completely stand on the side of the Thug Academy. Our Su family can do anything for you that is inconvenient for you to do. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, what trouble do you have? The elder sighed slightly. To be honest, the Su family doesn't have many good descendants. Although the two explorers of our family are only about 800 years old, we were once forced to expend too much of our vitality, leaving the two of us with less than 10 years to live. If the two of us die, the Su family won't be far from complete decline. Han Fei took a deep breath. This old man is so bold, he's betting everything on the Thug Academy. Han Fei said indifferently, are you sure you can get the corresponding reward for doing this? The elder smiled and said, as long as one of the chosen children rises to prominence, the Su family will be revived. As long as the two of them don't perish, the Su family will not be wiped out. I won't lose. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, after learning that the Thug Academy has returned, you must have investigated the matters regarding the Scattered Stars Island, right? The elder nodded slightly. I've heard of the news. My young friends, you are all legendary figures. Even the big families dare not mess with you. Luo Xiaobai said, then why are you betting on the Thug Academy? The old man grinned brightly. The people behind the Thug Academy are willing to put you in the 1,000-star city. How can our Su family not take the bet? The old man's words rendered Han Fei and the others speechless. After all, they were a family that had once been glorious, so they dared to stake everything they had on a single bet. It was a sink-or-swim deal. But did the Thug Academy need it? Of course. With 2 explorers protecting the Thug Academy branch in the Thousand-Star City for 10 years, even if they offended a small family and took in 2 students, they had nothing to lose. Han Fei shrugged. Alright, so be it. Anyway, the Zhao family won't be stronger than the Chu sect and the Cao family, right? Since we've already met one child, where's the other? The elder smiled and said, young friends, please attend the banquet, but with me around, there will be suspicion, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Han Fei and the others understood that the old man had his concerns. How could a dying man not have any concerns? Luo Xiaobai said, all right, let's go to the banquet. But Han Fei didn't feel comfortable. As soon as they entered, they were tricked. Although the outcome wasn't bad, it left a poor taste. Compared to these old foxes, he was like a piece of white paper. Luo Xiaobai said, don't worry. The Su family is betting on the Thug Academy. Besides, at this juncture, the sudden appearance of the Thug Academy is their straw to clutch at. At this moment, the butler was already waiting on the way, smiling at Han Fei and the others as if he didn't know what had just happened. The Su family's welcoming banquet was held in the courtyard. It was brightly lit everywhere. The entire banquet venue was more than 2,000 square meters large with more than 100 tables. At the very front of the banquet was an arena-like clearing, and Han Fei's table was closest to the arena. Su Yang personally accompanied them along with some famous people who weren't from the Su family. After Han Fei and the others sat down, Su Yang introduced, my young friends, these are all from the famous families of the Pure Sun Island. This is Lu Chengji, an advanced law enforcer who is in charge of the Pure Sun Island's trade market. This is, in fact, Han Fei wasn't interested in these people at all. Luo Xiaobai wasn't interested either, so she just said, if anyone wants to enter the Thug Academy, he'll have to pass the test. Family head Su, most of the people should be here. Please let all the children of the Su family come out. Su Yang smiled and said, my young friends, do you want to announce to the public that the Thug Academy is about to recruit students before the test? Han Fei nodded. All right. Immediately, Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared in the arena. The moment Han Fei stood in the ring, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The voices of conversation also became quieter. Han Fei declared, my name is Han Fei. I'm the acting president of the Thug Academy in the Pure Sun Island of the Thousand-Star City. I'm sure everyone here today knows about the return of the Thug Academy. I'll cut to the chase. The Thug Academy will start recruiting students from tomorrow on. However, we'll only recruit 3 students. Why 3? Because we'll recruit 2 students right away. Anyone can participate. Those who want to come can gather outside the Thug Academy tomorrow. Wow! Below, countless people were dumbfounded. What the hell? Your school will only recruit 3 more students? Someone said, they'll only recruit 3 more students? Someone was speechless. Isn't this too few? Are they really an academy? Someone stood up and said, my young friend, even the former Thug Academy wouldn't only recruit this many students. Han Fei immediately said, don't call me young friend. You can call me President Han. An acting president is also a president. The man rolled his eyes. You, a peak-level hidden fisher, are worthy of being the president, someone sneered. Can a hidden fisher become the president of a school? Is it still the former Thug Academy? Han Fei certainly wouldn't be afraid. In fact, he didn't care about anyone here. The Thug Academy never recruited disciples all at once. Apart from Q Jinan and Ling Yuan, which one of them was recruited amongst a crowd? Han Fei sneered. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. The Thug Academy will admit any student meeting our standard. As long as you can enter our school, you will be successful. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to you. Just as Han Fei was about to leave the stage, someone suddenly sneered. What if you, the acting president of the Thug Academy, loses? Suddenly, someone flew over from the sky. It was clearly a law enforcer. Everyone looked up and found that this person was actually an intermediate law enforcer. His aura seemed to be stronger than the intermediate law enforcers Han Fei had encountered before. Han Fei immediately looked at Su Yang. You invited him? Su Yang stood up. Who are you? It's not appropriate for you to come uninvited, right? Haha, the person smiled and said, it's none of your business. Since the Thug Academy has started recruiting, we have to see if they have the ability, right? If they just mess around here, isn't that a joke? Han Fei immediately understood that this guy was here to cause trouble. Su Yang shouted, Sir, do you think it's so easy to barge into my Su family? If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. That person said disdainfully, Family head Su, what's wrong? These youths have just come to the Thousand-Star City, but have already established a relationship with your Su family. I'm just doubting their intentions. I haven't done anything rash. Why is Family head Su pushing me away? Han Fei stepped into the air. That's easy. You want to know if I, the acting president, have the ability. Okay, let's have a life and death battle now. Do you dare? Hiss! Everyone below was in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, he's indeed from the Thug Academy. Their people are always so arrogant. Someone sighed. Although Han Fei seems to have a battle record of fighting 5 alone, junior and intermediate law enforcers are 2 different concepts. Someone frowned. That's not right. Why did I hear that Shu Li went as well? The power he unleashed is comparable to an intermediate level law enforcer. On the other side, the youths who had been prepared all looked up into the sky as though they were listening to a heavenly book. A peak-level hidden fisher challenging a law enforcer? Was this the strength of the Thug Academy? Chapter 995, a test at the banquet. Xuanhuan stood proudly in the air above the Shu family. When the phantom glass wings appeared, it caused an uproar. The Wind God Pearl. It's definitely the Wind God Pearl. Someone took a deep breath. This is probably a peerless genius. He can even obtain the Wind God Pearl. Someone said enviously, no wonder he dares to be so domineering. He can even obtain the Wind God Pearl. It's not a big deal to challenge a person of a higher realm for him. Someone sighed. It's the Thug Academy after all. If he's not a real genius, would he dare to show off with a few young hidden fishers? The person opposite Han Fei had a gloomy expression. He was here to cause trouble, but he didn't expect Han Fei to be so straightforward. A life and death battle? If he accepted it, even if he won, he probably wouldn't be able to kill Han Fei. But once he lost, not only would he lose face, but he might even die. However, he frowned. Although Han Fei had a 1-on-5 battle record, those were all low-level law enforcers. As for him, he was already at the peak of the intermediate level. His strength was at the level of 8 waves, and with his secret technique, he had nearly 20 waves of strength. It made no sense for him to lose to a peak-level hidden fisher. It was said that this kid's strength wasn't stronger than Shu Li's. In other words, even if Han Fei unleashed his strength, it was only about 15 waves. Could it be that he was very fast? His law was speed enhancement, so there was no reason for him to be slower than him. With this in mind, the person was immediately filled with confidence. Even if Han Fei had any other extraordinary means, he could at most defeat him. It was impossible for him to kill him. And if he won, the Thug Academy would have a bad start, and it would be difficult for them to advance in the 1,000-star city. He said, all right, the acting president of the Thug Academy does have some spirit. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Below, Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, this person is doomed. Le Renquang was eating happily. He wasn't worried at all. He even smiled and said, before I become an explorer, I wouldn't want to fight Fei Fei. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. After the explorer level, the effects of the secret technique will greatly decrease. You can give it a try then. Li Luolu looked at the three of them in shock. Hey, are you that confident? The other party definitely came prepared. You still don't understand law enforcers. The peak of the intermediate level is already very strong. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, you don't understand Han Fei. Above, Han Fei grinned and said, then let's begin. Both parties instantly flew into the sky. Otherwise, if it was too close to the ground, any random strike would cause fatal damage to the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, more than half the people below couldn't see the two of them. The middle-aged man sneered. You asked for it. However, Han Fei didn't say a word. With a casual wave of his hand, a long saber instantly slashed through the void as if he had just done something casual. Poochie. In the sky, the corpse fell, and the long saber had already vanished without a trace. Han Fei muttered as he flew down, cut the crap. In the Su family's backyard, the two elders' expressions changed. One of them said, the power of that strike just now equaled that of a peak-level law enforcer? The other person nodded hard. That's right, a peak-level law enforcer. He easily tore through the void. His strength has already exceeded Su Yang's. More than Su Yang. I'm afraid that no one below the explorer realm can defeat him. This is too terrifying. Do the disciples of the Chu sect and Cao family have this ability? A hidden fisher can kill a law enforcer with one strike? In the Su family's backyard, the two explorers were deeply shocked. In the distance, an explorer in the void narrowed his eyes and muttered, punishment saber. It seems that it's impossible to shake them with such trivialities. With that said, the person vanished without a trace. At the welcoming banquet, the people who were looking up felt a terrifying pressure descend. Someone was speechless. Why did you come down? Aren't you going to fight? Someone was surprised. Hey, where's the law enforcer from before? A hidden fisher smiled bitterly. Fight? The law enforcer is already dead? What? Dead? How is it possible? That fast? Didn't they say that he's an intermediate law enforcer? He died so easily? Bam! The next moment the crowd saw a corpse fall. The Su family's old butler's expression changed as he quickly put away the corpse, thinking, please don't affect the welcoming banquet. At the same time, the old butler was covered in sweat. It's too terrifying. There's no way to block that strike. Even Su Yang had a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. However, unlike others, he could tell that it didn't seem to be Han Fei's own power. But even so what? It wasn't Han Fei's own power, but it could be used by him. Even he didn't seem to be able to withstand this strike, much less a mere intermediate law enforcer. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh for that person. Why did he have to do this? Since Han Fei could come to the 1,000-star city, how could he not have some trump cards? Great, now the law enforcer died, not even having the chance to use his law. He probably didn't expect it himself. As for the children, they were still confused. How did Han Fei win? Was that person a fake law enforcer? Han Fei landed on the stage and smiled. If there are still challengers, I don't mind. The entire place instantly buzzed as everyone muttered softly. Challenge? Is that a challenge? That's more like courting death. Only a fool would challenge him. Is it easy to become a law enforcer? That guy was killed only with one strike. Someone thought to himself, Although the Thug Academy has disappeared for more than 30 years, they are now back. When I go back today, I'll get my kid to line up at the entrance of the Thug Academy. They will recruit 5 students in total. Let my kid have a try. Seeing that no one answered him, Han Fei returned to the dining table dejectedly. Everyone at the table looked at him differently. Even Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. She had fought alongside Han Fei. When did Han Fei suddenly become so strong? Su Yang said, "Everyone, eat and drink well. Let's start the banquet." On the other side, Su Yang signaled with his eyes, and the old butler flashed to the back of the ring and urged, "Young masters, ladies, hurry up and go to the ring. Whether you can enter the Thug Academy or not depends on yourselves." For a moment, the group of youths were all nervous. If they hadn't seen the domineering law enforcer being slashed by Han Fei, they wouldn't have been so nervous. However, Han Fei had just killed a law enforcer in front of them. How could they not be afraid? Many of the youths looked determined. The opportunity was in front of them. They just had to see if they could be chosen. Su Sanqian clenched his fists. He wasn't horrified by the scene just now, but felt his blood boil. This was how a person should be, not submitting to others and having absolute confidence with absolute strength. Whoosh! He saw 52 youths enter the arena. This was already a lot. 12 years old was the best golden age. If they could find a suitable candidate in this batch, they wouldn't consider other age groups. This was because people of this age were the easiest to mold. Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Yang and said, "That's all?" Su Yang smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but the entire Su family only has 52 12-year-olds. Zhang Xuanyu said, "There's no age restriction. Call all the kids over." Su Yang nodded. "If this batch doesn't have any suitable candidates, the children between the ages of 9 and 13 will come up." At this moment, all the children were looking at Han Fei and the others. Susan Xuanyu, "This person just helped me and my mother. Is he also a senior of the Thug Academy?" Su Yang stood up, picked up his glass, and downed it. "Today, I'd like to thank the Thug Academy for giving us the chance. Now, President Han, please prepare your assessment." Han Fei returned the toast and looked at the ring. "Remember, this is an assessment. Follow your hearts and maintain your true selves." With that, Han Fei looked at Li Luolu and said, "Do me a favor. Set up a bug illusion." Li Luoluo said in surprise, "I'm here to give them the test?" Han Fei smiled. "Yes." Li Luoluo's bug horde illusion was something that even strong masters at the same level as her feared, much less a group of children. Han Fei had already decided that if all of them failed, there was still another solution. Li Luolu waved her hand and a gorgeous 7-colored light scattered on the heads of the youths. At the banquet, everyone forgot to eat as they looked at the youths in the ring. However, in an instant, the group of youths fell to the ground. Someone cried out, "Bugs! So many bugs! Father, save me! Mother, mother, save me! Don't come over, damn worms! Don't come over!" There were only 3 people who could last for 1 minute. This surprised Han Fei. These 3 must have had a very strong will. Su Sanqian felt his soul tremble. The colorful, strange worms were crawling all over his body. There was a strange pink centipede searching for something on his mouth and nose as though it wanted to burrow into his body. Su Sanqian shut his mouth tightly and tried to activate a spiritual energy protective cover to shatter the worms. However, the spiritual energy protective cover instantly shattered and was useless. "No, Su Sanqian, you must become a student of the Thug Academy." He remembered what Han Fei had said, "Follow your heart and maintain your true self. If I succeed, I can live. If I fail, I'll die." Feeling that there were worms burrowing between his ears and nose, Su Sanqian roared and opened his mouth, biting the centipede and a few unknown worms with his mouth. Below the stage, Li Luoluo said in surprise, "This child is prepared to die." 3 minutes had passed. Only Su Sanqian was still standing. The others were already crying for their parents. This was only an illusion, but it wasn't something a group of children could accept. Su Yang sighed. "What a bunch of disappointments. You have experienced pressure and illusions before. It's just switched to insects. Why are you so scared?" Li Luolu looked at Han Fei. "Shall I continue?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, remove it." As the illusion vanished, some ran off the stage, some continued crying, and some randomly released spiritual explosions. It took a long while before these youths realized the situation. In the crowd, only Su Sanqian stood still. His body was straight as he looked at Han Fei. Han Fei looked at Su Yang. "You 3, stay." Han Fei pointed at Su Sanqian and the other 2 youths. Although the 2 youths had moved and were even sitting on the ground, they had been gritting their teeth and holding on, just not standing. Han Fei didn't doubt their will. Su Yang was overjoyed. "The 3 of you, come here." Su Sanqian and the other 2 were overjoyed. At the same time, the 3 of them firmly believed that there would definitely be a second round. They definitely couldn't lose now. Chapter 996, Wrong Name Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Although a 12-year-old child who had just had his spiritual heritage awakened was the most malleable, talent wasn't just about plasticity. Therefore, Han Fei and the others firmly believed that they should finish testing the other kids. As Su Yang clapped his hands, a total of 133 children came. Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise, "Why is there a little one off to the side?" Han Fei and the others also noticed that in the crowd there was a little girl who was holding a wooden toy fish in her hand. Her big eyes rolled around and she had a blank look. Han Fei said with a smile, "Perhaps she looks tiny. I'm telling you, a girl changes 18 times when she grows up. It's impossible to tell how tall she will grow in the future." Luo Xiaobai and Li Luolu looked at Han Fei strangely. A girl changes 18 times as she is growing up? He spoke as though he was very experienced with girls. Han Fei chuckled dryly. "Don't forget that you and Xiaoxiaoshan weren't that tall before." With that said, Han Fei gestured and ignored the looks in their eyes. Instead, he looked at Li Luolu and said, "The exact same test. Do it again." Li Luoluo frowned and said, "They already know it's an illusion that they just need to overcome themselves. Shall I increase the difficulty?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, there's still the next test." Li Luolu nodded and waved her hand, scattering the 7-colored fog again. Indeed, this time, the kids' reactions weren't as exaggerated as before. There were only a dozen or so people screaming in horror. No matter how terrified they were, most of the kids just sat on the ground or took a few steps back. However, the standards this time were different from before. Su Sangqian's group just needed to persist to the end. In this batch, anyone who moved would be eliminated, even if it was just a small step. Han Fei looked at Su Yang and said, "This is the simplest test." Su Yang nodded with a smile. The Su family's decline wasn't without reason. If these kids experienced a real test, their daily training could be forgotten. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, "The people eliminated are basically children under the age of 12. There are only 5 of them left. Only 7 or 8 13-year-olds have been eliminated. They can proceed to the next step." Zhang Shanyu muttered, "That little girl is one of the 5. That's strange. She seems to be the youngest." Han Fei nodded and let Li Luoluo retract the illusion. After the eliminated children were taken away, he looked at Su Sangqian and the others and said, "The 3 of you, go on stage." The 3 of them perked up as they knew that the second round of tests was coming. However, apart from Su Sangqian, the other 2 felt that it was unfair. After all, the same test wouldn't be as effective as the first time. Now, nearly 50 people were left on the stage. This way, their chances of being chosen decreased again. However, Su Sangqian didn't think so. He was already used to unfair treatment. He knew that the strong wouldn't care about such trivial matters. What he needed to do was do his best and successfully pass the second round of tests to get chosen. While everyone was curious about how Han Fei would carry out the second round of tests, they heard Han Fei say to the crowd in the ring, "Cultivators can make up for anything they lack, but they can't lack perseverance. From now on, you must stand within a meter of your original spot and not fall to the ground. In the end, I'll choose 2 of you." Han Fei gave a reminder, and his words were clear. Most people, including Su Yang, guessed that Han Fei would use the most ordinary pressure. However, with a flip of Han Fei's hand, the arena erupted with banging sounds. At this moment, at least 10 people suddenly sat on the ground. The law of gravity? Su Yang and the others at Han Fei's table were all law enforcers. How could they not tell what it was? Han Fei directly exerted gravity on everyone, eliminating nearly a dozen people in the blink of an eye. The children who were already sitting on the ground looked blank. Someone cried, "I just didn't react in time. I can withstand this gravity." Someone begged, "Senior, give me another chance." Without needing Han Fei to speak, Su Yang shook his head slightly and shouted, "Don't affect the others' assessment. All of you should leave." Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, "That girl is still here." Han Fei and the others were speechless. "Why are you always paying attention to girls?" Han Fei was a little disgusted. It seemed that Zhang Xuanyu had the potential to become a pedophile. However, Han Fei was also surprised. He looked at the little girl who was still holding a toy in her hand and often raising her hand to fiddle with it. I have to say, she's a little special." Luo Xiaobai looked at Su Yang and said, "Was she born with great strength?" Su Yang was somewhat surprised. This child is a little special. Although her spiritual heritage is not quite good, her endurance is very strong. However, her cultivation speed isn't fast. She's only a level 8 fisher now." Han Fei asked, "How old is she?" Su Yang said in embarrassment, "This child was born petite. She's only 9 years old." Han Fei smiled. "All right, let's see what happens. This level only tested patience and perseverance." The gravity Han Fei exerted was different, but the gravity was slowly increasing. Almost every second, it increased by about 10 kilograms. 20 minutes later, 3 to 5 people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. After about 25 minutes, nearly 10 people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. At this moment, every increase in gravity might very well be the last straw that crushed them. However, Han Fei didn't say anything until half an hour later. There were only 8 people left standing on stage. Zhang Xuanyu added, "That girl is still here." Han Fei nodded. "Wait a little longer." This time, apart from the girl, even Su Sanqian's knees were bent as sweat poured down. Most people spread their legs apart in an attempt to make themselves stand more stably. Han Fei didn't increase his strength that much. Every 10 seconds, he only increased his strength slightly. Below the stage, many members of the Su family were extremely nervous. A man sent a voice transmission. Son, you must hold on. If you can make it, you'll surely have a bright future. Someone clenched his fists nervously. Daughter, you mustn't admit defeat. If you win, you will have everything. One of them said, Darling, put down your toy. It's heavy. When Han Fei heard the voice transmission, he knew that the person was talking to the girl. However, the girl grinned at the audience and refused to let go of the toy. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. Isn't this girl too tough? She's only a level 8 fisher. Han Fei couldn't help but continue to increase her gravity until it increased by another 1,000 kilograms. The girl's face was red, but she didn't even look up. Another half an hour later, there were only 5 people left on the stage. Han Fei suddenly said, Yes, good, let them stand for 12 hours in total. Puff, thud. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, 2 of the kids fell to the ground. What? 12 hours? It had only been 2 hours, but they were almost dying. How could they make it to 12 hours? Su Yang was speechless. Are you stupid? Why did you believe him so easily? He was just bluffing. At this point, there were only 3 people left on the stage. Su Sungqian, the little girl called Xiao Chao, and an advanced fishing master who was gritting his teeth and holding on. A 13-year-old advanced fishing master was definitely not bad. However, many people were in a higher realm than him. However, not many had lasted until now. To be precise, the youth and Su Sungqian were on par. Han Fei looked at Su Yang. Who is that young man? Su Yang smiled faintly. That's my great-grandson. Han Fei understood. No wonder, he's a direct descendant. With that, Han Fei removed the gravity on the girl and waved. Come here. Below the stage, a couple was overjoyed. Their daughter had actually made it. They had been feeling that their daughter's physique was a little special, but her spiritual heritage wasn't high. It was only level 3 high quality. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to be chosen. However, the truth exceeded everyone's expectations. Han Fei said to Su Sangqian and the other youth on the stage, whoever lasts to the end will be a student of the Thug Academy. As for how long you can last, it's up to you. With that said, Han Fei put on a mysterious air, held a glass of wine, and leaned against the chair. He looked at the girl who was still holding a toy and asked, What's your name? The girl looked around and saw her parents winking at her. She said honestly, My name is Su Fei. Puff! Han Fei's eyes widened. He spat out the wine and almost fell. Su Yang and the others looked at Han Fei in surprise. What's wrong? Had you heard of the name before? Su Yang smiled and said, Director Han, have you heard of this name? I gave her her name because I hope that when she grows up she can become a normal woman. Cough, cough. Han Fei hurriedly sat up straight. Well, I think it's not a good name. I think she should change it. Everyone, Bun, Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely. Fei Fei, can you calculate a person's luck from their name? Luo Xiaobai was also puzzled. I think it sounds pretty good. Han Fei's face stiffened. No, a name carries destiny. This name is not appropriate. It has to be changed. Su Yang laughed. Ha ha ha, that's a small matter, as long as her surname is still Su. Then Su Yang sent a voice transmission to Su Fei's parents. The couple hurriedly went forward and the woman said, Yes, it has to be changed. I've always felt that Fei Fei's name doesn't match her temperament. President Han, you are a wise person. Please give her a name. The man nodded as well. Actually, Fei Fei is just a nickname. Yes, she's still underage. Her name can be changed at any time. Su Fei was dumbfounded, thinking to herself, Do I have to change my name to study in school? Han Fei said leisurely, Ha, ahem, let me calculate a good name for her. Han Fei gestured for a long time like a little scholar. Su Yang almost rolled his eyes. Finally, Han Fei said leisurely, I think Su Daji should be good. Everyone, point. Chapter 997, picked up a treasure. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Han Fei shook his head with a leisurely expression. I gained enlightenment of the heavenly Tao in my subconscious and gained an epiphany to bestow this name. I vaguely sense that the person with this name will become a king and have great blessings in the future. Upon hearing Han Fei's bragging, Luo Xiaobai and the others immediately lost interest. Although they didn't know why Han Fei insisted on changing the girl's name, he often acted like a psychic. After so many years, they had gotten used to it. Let him be! Su Yang smiled stiffly. Oh, is that so? That's good, that's good. At that moment, Su Fei's mother said, Darling, remember your new name, Su Daji. From now on, you won't be called Su Fei. His father nodded immediately. Fei, Daji, in the future, you have to listen to President Han in school. Han Fei waved his hand. Alas, in school, you should call me senior brother. I'm just a student recruiting on behalf of my master. Su Daji clearly didn't care about her name. Instead, she extended her hand. Toy. Han Fei glanced at her. This girl is a little silly. However, it didn't matter. The people from the Thug Academy had always been unique. But a toy? Why would he want a toy? With a thought, he summoned a piece of trash material and casually refined it. A moment later, a third-order Rubik's Cube appeared and he threw it to Su Daji. Han Fei said, All right, since you're already a member of the Thug Academy, you can go to the table. Su Yang glanced at the couple, signaling them to return to their table. As for Su Daiji, she was arranged to sit beside Han Fei. However, the girl clearly wasn't interested in food. Instead, she spun the cube noisily. As for the wooden fish toy in her hand, it had fallen to the ground at some point in time. She didn't even have the intention of picking it up. Han Fei smiled and said, Senior Su, the other person you wanted us to pick was actually your great-grandson, right? Han Fei looked at the stage and saw Su Yang nod awkwardly. Monger is actually not bad. His talent is already outstanding in this generation of the Su family. Su Yang actually had a lot of doubts about Han Fei's choice of Daji. In his opinion, the two on the stage should be their choices. He couldn't help but remind him, Fei, Daji's spiritual heritage is actually a little poor. It's only level 3 high quality. We once suspected this, but after repeated tests, it's indeed only level 3 high quality. High quality. Han Fei grinned and said, spiritual heritage isn't a problem. If spiritual heritage can directly determine a person's achievements, then there should be strong masters everywhere in the Thousand-Star City. The Thug Academy doesn't pay attention to this. After a full hour, everyone who came to the banquet dispersed. Most people didn't want to wait to see which of Su Sangqian and Su Ming could last until the end. Furthermore, the reason for the Su family's banquet was that the Su family had told everyone that they were standing with the Thug Academy. The other was to announce the return of the Thug Academy and its start of recruiting students. As for the news that Han Fei had killed an intermediate law enforcer with one strike, it would definitely spread throughout the Pure Sun Island tomorrow. Everyone who needed to know would know. Those who didn't know wouldn't pay too much attention. Everyone at Han Fei's table left early, leaving only Su Yang and the old butler to accompany them. As for Han Fei, he was the only one who was still gobbling. He wasn't that picky about food, as long as it was edible. As for Han Fei and the others, their gazes landed on Su Daiji. The girl spun the cube in her hand at a very fast speed, so fast that it produced afterimages. Su Yang was dumbfounded. Is this the big box in the air in the Thug Academy? He only knew that there was such a thing, but now it seemed extremely difficult to restore it after the colors were completely messed up, and the one in Daji's hand was a third-order cube. The one in the Thug Academy was a fourth-order cube. Su Yang could even imagine that it would be way harder, although it was just one order more. Su Daji had already tried countless times, but still failed to restore the cube. From the moment she obtained the cube until now, she had never stopped. Up to now, she could only restore one side of the cube. How was the one from the Thug Academy going to be restored? However, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai didn't think so. They secretly exchanged looks. Is this girl a hardcore player? Luo Xiaobai was even a little shocked. They had all looked at the drawings and learned the steps of the game before they could start. But Su Daiji? It seemed like she had only managed to restore one side, but she was only 2 steps away from completing the cube. How terrifying was her talent. At this moment, Han Fei was more certain that there was something wrong with Su Daiji's spiritual heritage. She must be extremely intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't be that fast. While Su Daiji was focused on playing the cube, Su Sangqian and Su Ming were almost at their limits in the ring. Su Yang couldn't help but say, President Han, actually, Sangqian and Minger are both quite talented. Can you? No. Luo Xiaobai answered the question directly. She said, they are talented, but if we only choose one of the 3, we will choose Daji. In other words, their talent doesn't mean anything. In big families, there are plenty of people who can reach their level. Su Yang sighed inwardly. It was true. There were many people stronger than Su Sangqian and Su Ming in the top families. It was no wonder that Han Fei and the others were only willing to choose one between the 2. Su Sangqian's mother was standing in a distant corner. She didn't attend the banquet, nor did she have the right to attend. She had been here the moment Su Sangqian went on stage, gritting her teeth. She knew him well and knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would give up. He would definitely win. On the stage, Su Sangqian felt that he could hardly hold on, but when he thought of the years of oppression and torment he suffered, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose. If Su Ming lost, he was still a direct descendant of the Su family, the apple of the eye of the Su family. But if he lost, his life was over. He couldn't accept it. Suddenly, Han Fei and the others noticed that the spiritual energy around them was slightly surging. Su Sangqian had made a breakthrough. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Interesting. Luo Xiaobai said, it seems that he won. Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, yes, he won. Su Ming was competing in endurance. He wasn't much better than Su Sangqian. The moment Su Sangqian made the breakthrough, he sighed inwardly and thought to himself, it's over. And once this competitive spirit was vented, Su Ming couldn't hold on any longer and fainted to the ground. Su Ming's father sighed and carried Su Ming to the backyard. However, he wondered if it was true that anyone could become so strong after entering the Thug Academy. He admitted that Han Fei was very strong. This was undeniable. However, it didn't mean that everyone could do what Han Fei could, right? If that was the case, how could the Thug Academy have been defeated back then? In the corner, Su Sanqian's mother was crying silently. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold it in and wailed. Furthermore, the moment Su Sangqian made the breakthrough, Han Fei patted Zhang Xuanyu on the shoulder and said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, let's go back to school. Luo Xiaobai wanted to hold Su Daji's hand, but the girl jumped off the chair and followed behind Han Fei. Her hands didn't leave the cube. Li Luolu said curiously, I bet that it will take her at least 3 days to complete the last 2 steps. Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while. Tomorrow morning. Han Fei wasn't too sure. Who knows? The next morning, when Han Fei got up, he sensed that there was a long line of hundreds of people outside the maze. It was only dawn. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He found that Su Sanqian was fighting Zhang Xuanyu, and Su Daji was playing with the cube. However, she no longer needed to look at it, as she was subconsciously spinning the cube at extremely fast speeds with both hands as she watched Su Sanqian fighting. In less than 3 seconds, Han Fei saw Su Daji finish restoring the cube. Then, she continued to break it apart, glanced at it, and continued to spin it blindly. Wow, this girl is good. Is there something wrong with the Su family's brains? How could they measure such a talent purely by spiritual heritage? In the training ground, Zhang Xuanyu said, "Too slow. Don't use your messy, unorthodox methods. They are full of loopholes." Su Sanqian had already been fighting him for half an hour. In the end, he didn't even touch the corner of Zhang Xuanyu's clothes. He fell countless times, his face covered in dust. After a moment, Han Fei slowly walked over and Zhang Xuanyu said, "All right, that's all for the basic test." Su Sanqian hurriedly said respectfully, "President." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Call me senior brother. Don't call me president in the future." "Yes, P, senior brother." Su Daji extended her hand to Han Fei again. She didn't say anything, looking a little nerdy, but her expression was cute. She was short, so Han Fei couldn't help but smile and rub her head. "Humph." Su Daji shook her head and stared at Han Fei angrily. Han Fei took out 2 fourth-order cubes and threw one to Su Daji and the other to Su Sanqian. Su Daji received the 4th-order cube and carefully stuffed the 3rd-order one into her pocket. She was already spinning the 4th-order cube in her hand. Su Sanqian wore a blank look. He saw that Su Daiji was having a great time, but after a few spins, he was dumbfounded. How should he deal with the cube? While he was pondering, Han Fei threw him a fish skin map. "Don't try to figure it out yourself. Just look at the steps." Han Fei didn't expect everyone to be like Su Daiji. This girl was literally a treasure that exceeded Han Fei's expectations. Zhang Xuanyu asked indifferently, "Should we let them enter the library after they finish?" Han Fei thought for a moment. Train their bodies first. With his previous experience, Han Fei knew that Zhang Xuanyu and Ren Kuang were examples. Not everyone had to refine their bodies, but it was definitely a foundation. Since he was here to take in students, he had to teach them according to his standards. With that, Han Fei glanced at the 2 of them. "Follow me." A moment later, the group passed through the maze and arrived at the library. The 4th-order cube in Su Daji's hand fell to the ground. The little girl hurriedly picked it up and stared blankly at the huge 4th-order cube above her head. She was completely stunned. Su Sanqian also took a deep breath. He looked at the cube in his hand and then at the cube above his head. His heart trembled. What is this? What is this place? Han Fei threw another jade slip to each of them. It was the demon-level divine quality 108 spirit, absorbing war bodies, much better than the incomplete version he used to have. Han Fei said, "Su Sanqian, Su Daiji, this is a body tempering technique. I'm not asking you to walk the path of body tempering, but body tempering is the foundation of everything. When you can complete these 108 postures, you can begin class." Then Han Fei smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's continue recruiting." Chapter 998, Maze Adventure. The maze that was hundreds of kilometers long was filled with countless twists and turns. Even if Luo Xiaobai and company walked in it, they would get lost without using the teleportation array, perception, or destroying the maze itself. This was because there were many short-distance teleportation arrays set up here. If one wasn't careful and stepped into one, they would find themselves in an unfamiliar place. Of course, not all teleportation arrays were problematic. Some mazes were an endless cycle. Once someone discovered that this was an endless cycle, the teleportation array would be the only way to the next maze. By the time Han Fei and the others arrived at the front of the spiritual plant maze, there was already a line of more than 1,000 people. Usually, it was adults with their kids. Now, some people could still use their perception to enter the maze. After all, the maze had yet to be completed. At present, they only had the framework, but the arrays inside were almost completed. As the seal above the maze hadn't been set up yet, those who were already hidden fishers could more or less put their perceptions in. They found that it was filled with giant spiritual plant walls piled up with spiritual plants. Someone was still discussing, "This huge maze must have a time limit. If we don't fly over it, it will be quite difficult." Someone shook his head. "That's not right. Did you notice? This maze is especially rich in spiritual energy. Furthermore, the sign says that there are killing arrays inside. I'm afraid it's not as simple as a maze." A parent said worriedly, "These children are so young, but they set up killing arrays for the test? Is that right?" The moment this question was raised, many parents began to consider it. This test was probably accompanied by some danger. "Look, they're out." Someone immediately shouted, "President Han, can we take the assessment today? President Han, what are the rules of the assessment? How long does it take to pass? President Han, is this maze very dangerous? Is there any danger of perishing? President Han," all sorts of questions erupted. It was obvious that everyone had accumulated many questions. The Thug Academy really didn't look like a school. This was more like a secret realm. Hanfei raised his hand and stopped everyone's voices. Don't panic. Let me briefly explain the rules. The rules are very simple. First of all, this maze is also known as the Infinity Maze. Although there are killing arrays inside, as long as you don't barge in, you won't encounter any danger. But once you barge into the maze, you have to bear the consequences. Secondly, the maze is only open to children who are level 9 fishers and those who have just become fishing masters. If you are in a higher realm, you'll have to reduce your strength. Otherwise, you will trigger the killing arrays. If that happens, there will be danger. There's no time limit to this maze, but if you feel that you can't pass it, turn back to the starting point. Perhaps the Thug Academy isn't suitable for you. Wow, there's no time limit? But there are killing arrays, someone shouted. President Han, as long as we pass this maze, we'll be considered to have passed the test, right? Han Fei smiled and said, of course, as long as you can walk through the maze on your own, you'll pass. However, there are only 3 places left for the Thug Academy. If you want to enter, do so quickly. Someone asked, can we enter now? Han Fei said, of course, but listen up everyone. Don't try to resort to tricks. If you get caught, you'll be sent to the starting point to try again. Instantly someone shouted, son, run, charge. Someone pushed his daughter. Quick, daughter, you have to make good use of your talent as a manipulator. An old man shouted, grandson, don't act recklessly. We aren't in a rush. You have to find the flaws in this maze. Once you pass it, your future will be bright. It was like a huge fish tide. At least 1,000 children were rushing into the maze. Han Fei grinned and said, all right, everyone else, please wait patiently. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Can you watch over the test? Luo Xiaobai asked. What are you going to do? Han Fei said, I'll perfect the mobile maze while mixing things up a bit. Li Luoluo immediately raised her hand. I'll help. Han Fei was speechless. You can set up arrays too? I'll plant some worm grass. Luo Xiaobai impatiently led Zhang Xuanyu and Lei Renquang to watch the exam. As an externally recruited student, Li Luoluo could do whatever she wanted. As long as she didn't transform, everything was negotiable. After half an hour, Han Fei was standing on the wall of spiritual plants that was about 10 meters tall and carving arrays. Of course, it was impossible for him to carve one small array over this area of about 100 kilometers. Han Fei's plan was simple. He would directly turn the 100 kilometers into a large array. After that, he could carve countless small arrays inside. To array masters, as long as they had enough patience and time and grasped the technique of arrays, they would eventually be able to create a large, terrifying array. Rome was not built in one day. Therefore, one shouldn't underestimate an array master. The things they could produce might far exceed their own strength. At Han Fei's current limit, he couldn't kill a peak-level law enforcer just with an array map as large as thousands of kilometers like old Jiang, but given enough time, he could trap a law enforcer. When the array was finally perfected, Han Fei felt that there was a chance of trapping even an explorer. At this moment, on the plant wall, a girl was walking around in the maze. This was the 6th time Han Fei had seen this girl. Why did he see her so many times? It was because the girl kept walking on the wooden floor. Han Fei even wanted to ask her why she couldn't cross the wooden floor. She should at least try. A moment later, Han Fei circled to the other side, where 3 youths were running wildly. Someone ran to the back. No good. Those bugs are real. Han Fei said, huh? Bugs? Where did the bugs come from? Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared hundreds of meters away. In the maze tunnel, a row of worm grass extended out of the spiritual plant wall. A centipede was opening its mouth, and it was alive. Han Fei's face darkened. I've set arrays. What's Li Luo doing? Forget it. They're just ordinary bugs with ordinary strength. Keep them. He saw a large spiritual wave appear in a tunnel in the distance. Han Fei cursed. Which son of a bee-teach climbed the wall? I haven't finished setting up the arrays. Damn it. When Han Fei arrived, he saw a young man lying on the ground, groaning and his face swollen. Han Fei immediately cast a healing spell on him. He extended his hand and carved out an extremely short teleportation array, sending him back to the door. On the spiritual plant wall, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared and disappeared unpredictably as they observed their surroundings. Of course, there were also many youths who were looking at the text and patterns on the spiritual plant wall in surprise. For example, when a girl saw the words, "Turn back to the shore" on the spiritual plant wall, she curiously extended her hand. In the next second, she was sucked in. Outside the maze, an old man said in surprise, "Linlin, why are you back?" The girl was dumbfounded. Why am I back? For example, a youth saw the words, "The path is beneath your feet," written on the wall. He extended his hand and slipped into an unfamiliar maze. More importantly, from the youth's point of view, it was all spiritual plant walls. There was no difference. However, when he turned his head, he found that there was another teleportation array on the wall behind him. However, the words, "Start anew," were written on it. He was curious. Was this the way back? Therefore, he wanted to take the teleportation array again to take a look. However, with a touch, he appeared at the entrance of the maze with a whoosh. Why am I back? As well as these temptations, there were many other strange words and phrases. For example, "Thank you for your patronage." They would return to the entrance if they touched it. "No" through road, which was actually an entrance to the next maze. "Danger here." Touching it would trigger a killing array. No climbing, but no one climbed. It was only 2 hours later that a youth became extremely frustrated and climbed it. However, the moment he climbed, he appeared in another maze. On the second entry, most of the children seemed to guess that they had already found the trick to passing through the maze. As long as they grasped the teleportation array's functions, they would definitely be able to pass. Hence, after almost everyone had repeated it a few times, finally a youth passed the first stage of the teleportation maze. However, as soon as he entered the new maze, sword lights swept over. The youth barely blocked 3 sword lights, but he realized that there was no need to block them. The sword lights were just a mechanism, and all he needed to do was avoid them. However, when he dodged 7 to 8 attacks, he suddenly realized that there were sword lights sweeping past him from all directions. He had to have the ability to block 3 sword lights at the same time, or he would be hit. As well as this, there was also a teleportation array behind him. The youth was stunned on the spot. How was he supposed to pass this thing and move forward? Did he have to receive a slash from the sword lights? After more than 10 seconds of thought, he decided not to turn back. It wasn't easy for him to get here, so how could he turn back? But suddenly, 3 sword lights slashed at him. Ah, damn it. He shattered 2 in a row, but he failed to block the third one. His body accidentally left the safe zone and was struck by a sword light. A terrifying gash appeared on his back. Not good. Save me. In the end, the youth chose to go back. He had no choice. If he didn't, he would be struck to death. When night fell, almost half of the children returned to the entrance. Someone cried, "Mommy, I don't want to enter this maze. It's filled with scams." A youth said in a peeved manner, "There's no way we can enter. The deeper we go, the harder it becomes. In the beginning, it's only teleportation arrays, but then there are all killing arrays. It's impossible for anyone to walk through." A girl said, sobbing, "There's an illusory array inside. It clearly says, 'Congratulations on finding the entrance,' but just touching it makes you return to the outside of the maze." The parents exchanged looks. Was it really that mysterious? What the hell was this maze? Was it really that difficult? At this moment, Han Fei was still perfecting the maze. At some point in time, Luo Xiaobai appeared beside him. "Isn't this too difficult?" Han Fei shook his head. "Actually, it's not difficult at all. The first 100 kilometers test one's temperament and intelligence. The middle 100 kilometers test one's special abilities. Either one is extremely fast, has excellent adaptability, has special footwork techniques, or has a special contractual spiritual beast. In any case, only people with special abilities can pass. Basically, 90% of the people will be eliminated in the middle 100 kilometers. Those who can stay can be considered elites." Luo Xiaobai said helplessly, "What about the last 100 kilometers? The spiritual plants I set up are already very difficult." "What did you set up?" Chapter 999, Here She Comes Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations, The Last 100 Kilometers. Han Fei grinned and said, "After we have the ability to adapt to danger and other special abilities, what else do we have to face?" Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, "These are just external factors. Sometimes relying on them might not be useful." Han Fei nodded. "Therefore, the last 100 kilometers is the real selection. You are a manipulator, so your path is for the manipulator to take. As for us, we naturally left behind our own things. What I left behind is a spirit gathering diagram. As long as anyone can copy it, they succeed." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "What if they take the wrong path?" "It won't be easy for a spirit gatherer to enter the maze of a soul warrior." Han Fei grinned and said, "How can everything be done according to plan? When we explore the secret realms, we also encounter unexpected situations." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "That's true. This was only the entrance examination. If they really explored a secret realm, nothing was certain. They might encounter all kinds of dangers." Han Fei grinned and said, "Don't worry. We'll just pick 5 people. There are always outstanding people among 100. Besides, there are thousands of people here. There must be 1 or 2 of them who will stand out and walk out of the maze." The corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth twitched. "I'm not sure about that. However, I think you should make long-term calculations. You should lower the difficulty of the first 200 kilometers. Otherwise, we'll have to keep saving them." In response to Luo Xiaobai's words, Han Fei continued to perfect the maze. In fact, Han Fei was only doing it out of boredom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only recruited 5 people in a place like the Thousand-Star City. When they picked 5 students from these people, who cared if it was a perfect combination, they would first temper their body before going to the library to find cultivation techniques and combat skills. He would leave them to cultivate by themselves for a few months. Of course, it would be best if it was a perfect combination. At the very least, before Tengge's wedding, he wouldn't go to the Monument to God, the Sky Meditation Garden, or the Ideal Palace. If he caused any trouble, it would affect Tengge and Muling's wedding. That would be a huge problem. Han Fei lay on the wall of spiritual plants. What gift should I give? Old Han gave Tengge an ultra-quality divine weapon, the halberd, and the sun-moon concentric rings. Should I give him a pair of rings? No, he already has the sun-moon concentric rings. It's meaningless to give him a pair of rings. I might as well give him something else. Han Fei's heart did a flip. I can send fireworks. Yes, it's a big wedding. We have to celebrate. I'll get the Su family to get some materials later. This should be easy. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. He sensed that someone had entered the last 100-kilometer part of the maze. Immediately, Han Fei turned around and flew away. In the end, the person had entered the armorist portion of the maze. It was a youth in rags. There were many bloody marks on him. The youth had thrown a healing spell on himself. Huh? A spirit gatherer? Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. This young man was only a junior fishing master, but he had already mastered the healing technique. It seemed that he was quite talented. Furthermore, to be able to reach this stage as a spirit gatherer meant that the other party was likely involved in more than one profession. Xuanhuan had also noticed the young man. He came to Han Fei's side and said with a strawberry in his mouth, "You're a spirit gatherer, right? This level isn't easy to pass. Although I didn't leave behind any offensive means, I left behind a shield, a divine turtle shield." Han Fei asked in surprise, how should he break it? Xuanhuan smiled foolishly. In a few seconds, attack the same point 100 times. If each time the strength is the same, then he can break it. Han Fei looked at the youth in the maze, turned his head to look at the teleportation array beside him, and stepped over. Although the tests left behind by the 5 of them were different, the difficulty was definitely there. For example, although in Xuanhuan's level one didn't need to face sharp blades, it required the challenger's perfect control of strength, speed, and maximum performance. This was more difficult than the admissions test in the Blue Sea Town. Similarly, the difficulty of his spirit gathering diagram was rather high. If one didn't copy it properly, it would result in a spiritual energy explosion. As for the tests of Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Li Luo, they were probably actual combat tests, which had to be very dangerous. Soon, the youth circled in front of the invisible shield left behind by Xuanhuan. At that moment, he was touching the armor-shaped wall with his hand. After a long silence, he asked, "An armorist's shield?" He retreated 3 steps and took out a long sword from his sea-swallowing seashell. After preparing for a while, his essence, vitality, and spirit were restored to their peak, and 3 sword shadows erupted at the same time. Clank, clank, clank. The youth scratched his head gloomily. I took the wrong approach. With that said, he didn't hesitate to turn around and quickly rush back to the teleportation array. He extended his hand and vanished. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. He just gave up so easily? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up. Interesting. He's a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior. This is the path most spirit gatherers take. It's the same for me. However, at this moment, as a soul warrior, he clearly couldn't break your shield, so he chose to leave. Xuanhuan curled his lips. I thought someone was going to pass the test? Forget it. I'm going back to sleep. Outside the maze, there were still many parents waiting. However, the rescue efforts had been greatly reduced. This was because these children had discovered the trick to it. Wherever it was difficult to pass, there was usually a teleportation array to return. Therefore, they had learned their lesson. They wouldn't force their way in, or if they failed, they would immediately enter the teleportation array. After all, there were so many parents outside. Any spirit gatherer could resolve the problem with a healing spell. 3 days later in the afternoon, Han Fei had completed about half of the seals for the maze. Although there was still a lot of room for improvement, he couldn't be bothered. In a few days, when the maze was completely perfected, he would go back to sleep. Bam! At this moment, an explosion erupted within the last 100 kilometers. Han Fei scanned the area with his perception and found that it was the young man from 3 days ago. Han Fei didn't know how many times he had searched before he finally found the path of a spirit gatherer. Just now, when he was copying Han Fei's spirit gathering diagram, there was an explosion. Logically speaking, a spirit gathering array wasn't difficult. However, what Han Fei drew was a spirit gathering diagram, not a pure spirit gathering array. Therefore, the lines were very irregular, and once there was a mistake, it would self-destruct. Finding that the youth was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but smile. A spirit gathering array is actually powerful, President Han. I've brought you what you wanted. Han Fei received a voice transmission. It was the old butler of the Su family. Han Fei flew over and looked at the nearly 5,000 parents outside the maze. He couldn't help but click his tongue. There were many more people than the recruitment in the Blue Sea Town. However, Han Fei ignored them and said with a smile, "Old Khan, do you have a map of the Thousand-Star City? And information about the various factions in the Thousand-Star City? If you do, give me a copy." Su Khan nodded immediately. Yes, I'll go back and get it now. President Han, just wait here for a while." Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashell from Su Khan and scanned it with his perception. It was indeed something like a saltpeter. He was immediately relieved. Tunga had a gift. As the Su family wasn't too far away, Han Fei had nothing to do and was happy to wait here. From time to time, a youth would suddenly appear at the entrance of the maze. Many parents looked at Han Fei and couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, they weren't familiar with him and didn't dare to talk to him. Han Fei moved a chair out and began to eat spiritual fruit before people gathered around him. Someone said, "President Han, have any children passed the test today?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." A parent said, "President Han, isn't this maze a little too big? From high above, it looks like it stretches for hundreds of kilometers." Han Fei smiled and said, "It's not big, only a few hundred kilometers. Have you forgotten the secret realms in the sea?" They extend almost thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers, let alone 100. A parent said, President Han, other than this maze, do we have any other assessment methods? Han Fei grinned and shook his head. Everyone, the Thug Academy has a tradition of only recruiting geniuses. I don't mind telling you that someone is about to pass the test. If anyone feels that this maze is difficult, they can actually choose to give up. You have to know that in the past 30 years, the number of students who join the school can be counted on 2 hands. Do you still think my request is simple? Well, many parents were dumbfounded. What kind of school was this? Although they had heard of it for a long time and knew that it was difficult for the Thug Academy to accept students, they didn't expect it to be so difficult. More and more people came after hearing the news. There were thousands of them. Nearly 5,000 children had entered the maze. Up to now, not a single one had passed the test. It was ridiculous. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart stirred. He pinched his fingers and felt trouble was coming. Instantly, Han Fei got up and looked behind everyone. A few seconds later, Han Fei staggered. Holy shit, Han Fei was about to run, but then he thought what was to come would come. After all, he had been caught by surprise. After more than a year, Han Fei had almost forgotten about Zhu Yinling. But now, with a whoosh, she appeared. Clearly, she had already experienced the mortal world. This was because she was wearing very ordinary clothes. Her hair casually dropped down on one side of her chest, and now she didn't look as unworldly as before. If it weren't for her exquisite face, Han Fei wouldn't have been able to recognize her. Chapter 1000, I'll be a teacher translator, Henyi Translations editor, Henyi Translations. When Zhu Yinling landed outside the maze, many people were surprised. Where did this law enforcer come from? I've never seen her before. Furthermore, this law enforcer looked a little too young and beautiful. Even though her clothes were very ordinary, the temperament she had developed over the years couldn't be changed. Even though she wasn't as unworldly as before, her posture, expression, and the temperament she constantly emitted made her appear ethereal. When she saw Han Fei, she clasped her hands in front of her and tilted her head slightly, revealing her white teeth and a bright smile. I'm back! Time flies. You've already experienced the suffering of the human world? Zhu Yinling seemed to become more cheerful and lively. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she smiled. It's not over yet. This stage is much harder than I imagined. However, it's indeed beneficial. I'm already an intermediate law enforcer. With more experience here, I might be able to become an advanced law enforcer. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and his heart sank. That fast? In 2 steps, Zhu Yinling was in front of Han Fei. You're even faster. When I left, you had just advanced to become a hidden fisher. I haven't seen you for more than a year, but you've already reached the peak, while I've only advanced from junior to intermediate. Hiss, the listeners were all shocked. Instantly, countless people gasped. What did this mean? It only took Han Fei more than a year to go from a junior hidden fisher to a peak-level hidden fisher. Furthermore, the lady who spoke actually only used a year to go from a junior law enforcer to an intermediate law enforcer. Was this world different, or was he already incompatible with it? Many people were stunned on the spot as they thought to themselves how indeed birds of a feather flock together. The people befriended by elites are often elites. Cough, cough, Han Fei said to the crowd. Actually, you don't have to stay here all the time. Don't you want to go home for dinner? Many people were rendered speechless. Eat what? With his strength, what difference did it make if he ate or not? Seeing that no one was willing to leave, Han Fei stepped on the ground and a soundproof array appeared. Han Fei's face sank and he said helplessly, "Why are you here?" With a faint smile, she said playfully, "I visited all the places in the Heavenly Water Village. I learned how to cook, buy clothes, eat at restaurants, and fish in ordinary fisheries. Just a few days ago, I missed you, so I knew I could leave. Later, I went to the Scattered Stars Island, but I heard that you had already come to the Thousand Star City. Then, I came back home and asked my family to look for you before I knew you were here." Han Fei blushed. This girl is really frank. Couldn't you be more tactful? Han Fei laughed dryly and said awkwardly, Alright, as you can see, I'm recruiting students now. Why don't you go in and wait for a while? She smiled. Does the Thug Academy still want to recruit teachers? I want to be a teacher here. Cough, cough. Han Fei widened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. You want to be a teacher at our school? Why? In Han Fei's opinion, more than a year ago, she was still a simple-minded girl. She might be good at fighting, but when it came to teaching students, she was still a student, right? Furthermore, Han Fei had previously discovered that there was a huge problem with Zhu Yinling's comfort and nature technique. He had to help her resolve her problems. Han Fei paused. How about this? Go to the school and wait there. I'll come to you when I'm done here. Zhu Yinling smiled and nodded. She looked at the huge maze and said, "Shall I fly over directly?" Han Fei said, "You're a law enforcer. Just fly over. Remember to be more than 100 meters above the ground. Otherwise, you will trigger the seal and killing arrays." She got up and flew over, leaving the people outside dumbfounded. Someone said in surprise, "She went in just like that?" Could she be from the Thug Academy? Someone laughed and said, "It seems that President Han and that young lady have an affair. They are both young people and are in the right ages to fall in love. Don't you understand?" Many people nodded in agreement. Han Fei's heart sank. It wasn't a good thing that Zhu Yinling was here. It wasn't because she liked him, but that there was something more serious. Suddenly, a woman approached Han Fei. President Han, may I ask you something? Do you have a girlfriend? Whoosh! Han Fei shivered and jumped to the side, looking at the woman warily. I do. The woman looked slightly disappointed, but she immediately said, Then, what about the others? Does the handsome teacher Zhang have a girlfriend? An uncle asked. President Han, what about teacher Luo? Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, She's from the Luo family of the Thousand-Star City. You can try to propose. Immediately, many people's expressions changed. From the Luo family? Someone asked. Which Luo family? Someone immediately said as though he was looking at an idiot. Who else can be called the Luo family? Are you talking about the Divine Manipulator family? Sure. Instantly, many people shut up. Luo Xiaobai wasn't someone their families could make a proposal with. Then, Han Fei saw a fatty say, Your standards are too high. President Han, does teacher Li have a girlfriend? My daughter is a first-class beauty with high strength and talent. Furthermore, she's about the same age as teacher Lei. Instantly, many people looked at this person. His taste was quite heavy, but as long as his daughter could marry Le Renquang, it was worthwhile. After all, he was a true genius with extraordinary talent. Han Fei looked at everyone speechlessly. Hey, shouldn't you be concerned about whether your sons and daughters can pass the test? If not, take them home already. After chatting with these people for a long time, he finally saw the old butler return. Before the old butler could say anything, Han Fei took the map from the old butler and entered the maze. Beneath the cube, xuanhuan was sweating profusely as he lay on the ground in a strange posture. He felt his entire body spasm, and this spasm had been going on for days. Every cultivation was like torture. If it were in the past, xuanhuan would definitely be overjoyed when he got the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies manual. He would risk his life to cultivate it no matter the price. But now, Su Daji was cultivating with him. This girl was in a super strange pose. It wasn't any of the 108 poses. At that moment, Su Daji's 2 legs were twisted. Her body was twisted like a fried dough twist. Her head was on the ground as her 2 tiny hands circled around her body as she spun the cube. From the first day of cultivation, Su Sanxian had been suffering. Su Daji's cultivation speed was too fast. On the first day, this little girl actually completed 36 poses. She probably wanted to play with the cube, so whenever she maintained a pose, she would begin playing again. It was already the 3rd day. Su Daji had already completed 81 poses. At this moment, there was a high chance that she still wanted to play. Therefore, she placed her head on the ground and secretly played with the cube with her 2 small hands. As for Su Sanxian, who had been persisting all this time, he had only completed 54 poses. He once suspected that there was something wrong with his talent. He knew about Su Daji. His status in the family wasn't high. However, because his father was a law enforcer, even if her status wasn't high, she was still a little princess. He had always believed that he was extremely talented. Even if he took the unorthodox path, he could still rise to prominence as long as he endured long enough. But now, his mentality was about to be destroyed by Su Daji. At some point in time, Luo Xiaobai arrived under the cube. She glanced at Su Daji and said, Daji, why are you playing with the cube again? Su Daji hurriedly stuffed the cube into her pocket and continued cultivating. She replied, I'm almost done. Luo Xiaobai's eyelids twitched. It was indeed inappropriate for her to say anything. Su Daji's talent was far better than they had imagined. Her cultivation progress was extremely fast. She didn't look like a cultivator who only had a level 3 spiritual heritage at all. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. When Luo Xiaobai took a closer look, she frowned and said, Zhu Yinling? At the moment when Zhu Yinling arrived, Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, and Li Luoluo were right behind her. Ah! Little 9, Li Luoluo shouted and pounced forward like a tiger. However, with a tap of her feet, Zhu Yinling dodged. Luoluo, why are you here? She was a little surprised. Could it be that Li Luoluo had entered the Thug Academy? Zhang Xuanyu warmly welcomed her. Whoa, so it's Miss Zhu Yin. This is, where's Fei? As Zhang Xuanyu looked around, the teleportation array flashed, and Han Fei appeared under the cube library. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and the others and explained, Well, in fact, there's a problem with her technique. I have to think of a way to help her. Luo Xiaobai asked, How are you going to resolve it? Han Fei said, Zhu Yinling's comfort and nature technique is closely related to the sea quelling painting. Do you understand? There's something wrong with this path, so do you understand? Han Fei blinked. He didn't know if Zhu Yinling could hear him, so he blinked at Luo Xiaobai. However, on second thought, Han Fei felt that something was amiss. Why should I feel guilty? I'm an upright person. Why should I be afraid? Luo Xiaobai thought to herself that she didn't understand, but no matter what, she had to watch. However, she heard Zhu Yinling smile and say, Well, I want to be a teacher at the Thug Academy. Instantly, Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at Han Fei. Su Sanxian and Su Daji had forgotten to cultivate not far away. They had a nagging feeling that something was up.